how to do both of those things, either using their business manager where they pay for the ads and it's their Facebook page from their business manager, or your business manager where you actually are added as an admin to their Facebook page and you run ads from your business manager and you pay for the ads and they reimburse you. Right? And so always, always, always do a mock sign up just so you're ready and you feel completely comfortable when you actually do start to get your own kind of real clients out there in the real world with local businesses. And then the freemium approach, right? So for those of us kind of like myself who are, forever alone and have no friends or family to ask for help, there is another method, right? And it's called the freemium approach. Kind of how this method works is really to kind of identify a business in the city you live that you think might be a good potential client to run Facebook ads for. And we've talked about this before, right? Get their contact information, give them a call. Let them know that you are a Facebook ad agency, right? And we're going to be completely honest here. You're just starting out. You're looking for your first client, and kind of to, in order to build some testimonials in the local business scene, say that if you've lived in Las Vegas for 20 years, say that you've lived in Las Vegas for 20 years, you're trying to become an entrepreneur, you have a lot of practice with this, you just took a course and you've learned and you feel very comfortable doing it. And, if they'd be interested, you'd be willing to, run a Facebook advertising campaign for them completely for free. And you'd even be willing to pay for the first $100 of ad spend out of your own pocket to prove to them the value of Facebook ads and how they could actually, change their business, bring them more paying customers, and, bring a ton of extra profitability to their business. And this is pretty much a no-risk scenario for them. 1 out of every 100 people might think that you're like a scammer or something weird, and you can just hang up and move on to the next person. But really, you can make this clear to them, right? This is worth the weight in gold, Facebook advertising. And this method's obviously a little bit more costly because you do potentially have to spend $50 or $100 out of pocket to kind of prove to them. But if you don't have any friends or family or, extended relatives or, your spouse's friends or family or anything like that, then you can use the freemium approach. Literally say, you're just starting out as a digital marketer. You want to kind of build up your brand in Las Vegas or wherever you are in your locality. You've been a resident, maybe you were born and raised there, right? Always make it very personal and say that, you're willing to run a completely free ad campaign for them. If there's literally no risk. Who wouldn't say, if somebody came up to me and said, hey, Kevin, I want to run ads for you and I'll pay for them and you keep all the profits, I'll say, okay, thank you, right? And I know, reading this right now, it's probably difficult to believe that people will say yes to this and that they'll pay you $1,000 a month to run ads for them, but it seriously happens every single day, guys, every single day, and people are paying so much more than $1,000 a month for this to happen. And once you are showing people value, and even if they get a single call, one call completely changes how local businesses kind of perceive this. When they really feel it and they have a tangible kind of evidence of kind of the the value that Facebook ads actually can provide them, then it really starts to everything really starts to change. And the only reason you guys wouldn't be able to capture, all of the millions and billions of dollars out there that are circulating via Facebook ads, is laziness or fear. And this is the only time that I'm going to kind of get a little bit real here. But, if the only reason that people aren't going to be able to make this work is if they're scared or too lazy to pick up the phone and try. That's the only reason. People are making this work every single day. Hundreds and hundreds of our students are making this work. And so literally the only two options are, either being too scared or too lazy, or, just sticking with it until you get your first client, start to build your testimonials. The more testimonials you have, the easier this becomes. The more clients you have, the easier this becomes, because people start to get affiliates and, they start to refer their friends and their friends start to refer their friends. And all of a sudden, guys, you have more business than you can actually handle. And that's a good thing, right? Because one of our top performing students got turned down 24 straight times. Literally, he got told no 24 straight times. He called 24 local businesses and they said no to him all 24 times before he signed his first client, right? Imagine if he had given up on business number 23 that said no to him, right? And it's awful being told no on the phone. But people, it just feels very personal being rejected until you realize that, it's just business. It's only, it's only a very insignificant, meaningless kind of interaction, but it feels very personal. And imagine if he had said no on business number 23, and what he's doing now, he's managing 28 local businesses who all pay him $1,000 per month. He's literally earning $28,000 per month with zero overhead, right? Other than a few pieces of software that cost, $100 a month. $28,000 or $336,000 profit per year, and he's growing fast. Imagine if he had quit on number 23, right? Just remember, guys, have tunnel vision. Your only focus is getting your first testimonial and case study. Once you have your testimonial, it's so much easier. You can say, every time you call a business, you could say, yeah, I'd be happy to share, some of my testimonials of other local businesses who, I've run ads for. If you feel free to give them a call. I also have, some screenshots of conversations and some of the results that I was getting them, and I'd be happy to, share those with you. And when people see it with their own eyes, guys, it just becomes much more real. And the whole point of all of this is to remove friction, remove ways that they can say no or reasons that they could say no, show them real success, right? Show them real testimonials, and it's going to become so much easier, because the 99% of the difficulty of this whole thing, this whole process, is signing your first client, guys, because slow and steady wins the race. And if you never give up, you can never fail, right? And the point of this course isn't motivation. I'm not going to patronize you guys. I just want to be very clear, because there are going to be some people who give up. There are going to be some people who don't make it work. There are going to be some people, and the only people who aren't going to make it work are the ones who give up. It's just as simple as that, guys. We have hundreds and hundreds of students every single day who are making this work, and you can make it work too. Just do not give up. 99% of the battle, 99% of the struggle is getting that first client. And once you get that first client, everything becomes so much easier, guys. And so that is the family approach and the freemium approach, how to land your first client in 24 hours, how to get that, elusive, difficult first testimonial, and then how to actually, share that testimonial with all of your new potential clients, show them the value that you added, get somebody who's willing to go to bat for you, show them the results that you got that first client, right? Your first client, that whether you got them from the family approach or the freemium approach, you're gonna, knock it out of the park for them, and then you're gonna absolutely use that testimonial to death until you have, new clients who are going to be willing to give you testimonials. And the more testimonials you start to accumulate, guys, the easier this gets. The more clients you get, the more referrals you get, the more referrals you get, the more referrals of referrals you get. And then you can start to charge significantly more for your monthly retainer, guys. And it just becomes bigger and bigger and more profitable as you scale. So I hope this helped, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so I just want to talk about a little trick that I like to use sometimes to actually use Facebook advertising to find clients to run Facebook ads for, right? So we're going to actually advertise to local businesses, showing ads to owners of local businesses, saying basically, hey, do you need somebody to run Facebook ads for your business? Do you, wish you had more clients coming in at a tenth of the cost, and you could totally outsource Facebook ads? Or you've probably heard of Facebook advertising, but you don't, but it seems complicated. Do you want a digital advertising company to run your ads for you for real estate, right? And so the way that you can actually target business owners, right? And being able to target specifically business owners is a great way to actually, find new clients using Facebook ads. And this shouldn't be used as the only tactic by no means, right? Obviously the best way is via phone, and also, pretty good is email, and you can also subsidize using this method that I'm about to teach. But how we do that, guys, is in the detailed targeting. If we browse and go to behaviors, we see this little section called B2B. And then what we can see here is, you can target by company size, you can target by seniority, but the important part, right, is industry. So what we see here is if we hover over agriculture, we see that description, people who are owners or employees of a business in the agriculture industry, right? And we're probably not going to be running a lot of business of local advertisements for agriculture companies. Maybe we could, but construction, we definitely might be able to, right? Financial companies, we definitely might be able to. Hospitality and travel, we definitely might be able to. Legal, right? We've run a lot of advertisements for lawyers trying to get new clients for specific things. Real estate is obviously an absolutely enormous one, right? Being able to advertise specifically to real estate agents in specific cities, right? You could say, hey, real estate agents of San Diego, want to 10x your business, utilizing the power of Facebook advertisements but don't know how. Why don't you hire San Diego's best Facebook advertiser specifically for real estate agents, right? How targeted is that advertisement when you can target people who are actually employees or owners of businesses in the real estate industry in specific cities, right? Or restaurants. These are great ways, the B2B, to actually target business owners, and you can actually, basically advertise yourself as your Facebook ads agency and say, hey, want me to run ads for your real estate company in San Diego? Let me show you how I could set this up for you. Give me a quick call. You can edit, the Ninja funnel that we're going to show you later on in this module, basically to be a lead gathering tool for you. Or you could literally run a lead advertisement, right? So when we go back to the ads manager here and we create an ad, we could actually create an offer ad, right? So if we go to lead generation and we could create an offer here, we could create an offer where we basically say, 100 free consultations. And if you set up a free call, like a free 30-minute consultation from like your Facebook advertising expert, and then target real estate agents specifically, right? And you say, hey, real estate agents of San Diego, like, do you want like a free 30-minute call with a Facebook advertising expert to kind of evaluate your marketing presence and how we could, make things better? And, that might seem like a bad idea because you're giving away time for free. But if you know what you're talking about and you know how to advertise and you know that you can add value to these businesses, a free 30-minute call is going to sign you more clients than you could possibly imagine, right? Because just kind of how it works is people, when they get free value, they want to reciprocate. And when you want to create your lead form, you can just do so. So we have to accept the terms of service. Agree. And then basically where you set up your lead form is just right down here. It's super, super easy, right? You just go to new form. You can, do intros, questions, privacy policy, thank you, enter emails, full name, things like that. And you can even do a phone number, for example, and make that mandatory. So once you create like a little lead form, you can advertise specifically to business owners in specific cities. And this is another great little way to kind of just set up an automated kind of client generation strategy utilizing what you know and the power of Facebook advertising, guys. And so that is just a kind of a little trick that I like to use. Again, we'll show where it is. If we go to interests here, we can go to browse, behaviors, B2B, and we can target any of these industries, specifically people who work for or own these types of industries, guys. So that is one of the little ninja tactics that I like to use to get me a ton more customers, completely automated using the power of Facebook ads, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so if you're like me and you don't really love making phone calls, there is a little hack that I actually use to scale, once I want to kind of start finding more clients without having to, make the phone calls myself. And while I do suggest and definitely suggest that you as well, call the first, sign your first client yourself. Don't rely on someone else. But, once you have a first few clients, maybe 3 to 5 to 10 clients, or at least like one, right, that you've signed yourself, you've made the phone call yourself, you kind of understand how the conversations go. Once you've done that, then what I suggest to do, if you have the budget for it, is actually outsourcing kind of the phone portion, so you can concentrate more on generating results for your clients, which is really what's going to grow your business the fastest, right? But what you can do, guys, is use Upwork, right? Upwork.com is a fantastic kind of resource, and you can literally just type in cold caller or like phone sales or whatever you want to type in, and then you can use the filters here, right? So we like to have fluent or native here. I like to have people that have earned some money, right? Like above 10K earned. You want a good job success, and things like that. And so what we can see here is, we have telemarketers, appointment center, cold calling human being, right? We can also just do telemarketer. Let's see if we can get some more people here. Telemarketer, skilled B2B telemarketer, sales coordinator. There's a lot of different ways to kind of find people, or you can just use Google, right? You can just do cold calling companies for hire. And I've used some of these solutions, right? Again, here we go back into Upwork, 10 real estate cold calling freelancers, 24 best cold calling services to buy online. We can check Fiverr, cold calling, right? I'll cold call your lead and get sales within 24 hours. So let's do cold calling. And we can actually sort by best selling. I will do USA appointment setting, cold calling. I'll set you up web design appointments by cold calling, do cold calling for you, right? All different types of people that are going to do cold calling for you. I think this is the same guy we just saw on Upwork, actually. And you can get these for super cheap, guys, because if you get a client that's $1,000 a month and you're paying somebody at, $30, $40 an hour to do it, even if they work for like, 50 hours, it's still gonna be, worth it, even if they sign one client. And you'd obviously fire somebody if they only signed one client working for 50 hours. But, we generally have really good results. You kind of have to interview them yourselves, just to make sure that they're actually kind of like good and do what they say. But I mean, for $24 an hour, it's fantastic, right? And this is a great resource right here. Upwork.com/hire/cold callers. $15 an hour, $10 an hour. Like, some of these are crazy, right? Like, I would go through and I would reach out to all of them and I would set up a quick appointment with them, and I would kind of talk it out, see how they interact via the phone with you, and you can kind of make the assumption that they would do something similar with someone else. 6,855 hours worked for $11 an hour. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous, right? Like, I'm literally going to probably hire this person. Leah is intelligent, hardworking, and very professional. She understood very quickly how to work with the software and was very efficient in her work, right? So for $11 an hour, that's pretty ridiculous, right? So like, this person I would definitely reach out to. And using Upwork and using Fiverr to find these people, if you can find like even one good person to work like 10 hours a week, and they can find you one lead, right? Or they can sell one person, or like set up an appointment for you to kind of close with the actual like dentist rather than the secretary. It's just a great way to kind of scale your business, and it's a great way to kind of avoid having to make the phone calls yourself, because people don't love phone sales. I don't love it, but I did it, right? And it's important that you do it too. At first, you kind of understand how the process works, but then scaling and focusing your time actually on the advertising section of the business, rather than the phone calls and things like that, really can allow you to kind of scale faster. Because the thing that's going to grow your business the fastest, guys, is doing good work, right? Getting actual results for your clients, because then you're going to get referrals and things like that. So that is how I scale. That is how I avoid having to make phone calls myself, because I really don't like it. But again, guys, do sign at least the first client by yourself, so you kind of understand the process, understand how businesses are going to react, right? And then you kind of understand, the work that's involved in, making a phone call and signing a business, because it is really important to learn for yourself. And I know it sucks, but you can go work at a 9-to-5 job in a cubicle for the rest of your life, or you can make a couple of phone calls. So it's a very easy choice to me, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about what to charge your clients, right? What are you going to charge, to run Facebook ads for a dentist? Or what are you going to charge to run Facebook ads for a chiropractor, or, a personal trainer, or whatever the actual local business that you decide to target is? And so the best two ways to charge what your client, to know what to charge your clients is you can do the approach where, you call other local marketing agents or local marketing companies in your kind of region and pretend to be a client, right? Say you own a local business and ask what they charge to actually, facilitate Facebook ads per month for you, what their setup fees are, and things like that. That's kind of a way to know kind of what your competition is charging in your local market, right? Because obviously, marketers for local businesses and Facebook ad agencies in San Francisco are going to charge significantly more than, people who are going to be charging, to run Facebook ads in Cleveland, Ohio, for example. No offense to Cleveland, Ohio. So, you can do it that way. That's one way. That's kind of how I initially did it, because I wanted to know what other people were charging, just to kind of get an idea of, what kind of the going rates were. So I wasn't charging anything outrageous, but also I wasn't, charging anything that was too little relative to the kind of value that I was adding. And so what I normally do, guys, is I charge in two ways, right? So you can do it that way, or you can kind of just listen to what I'm saying and charge kind of how I'm going to explain right now. Obviously, guys, these are changeable. These are not set in stone. And as you start to get more clients, supply and demand, right? If you have 10 clients and it's occupying, 20 hours a week, and that's how much you want to work, then every additional client, you're going to charge more, right? Because you have enough. Once you have enough to live, start to charge more per month, your monthly retainer, or more as a setup fee, because your time is now more valuable. Once you have more clients, raise your price. Generally what I do, guys, is every additional 5 clients I get, I double my price. And that's just me personally now. When I was first starting, I was so happy to get 10 clients, right? $1,000 a month times 10 clients was $10,000 a month, which at the time was, absolutely fantastic and unbelievable. And I couldn't believe that I was making $10,000 a month. And obviously, things have changed a little bit since then. And so now I charge, significantly more than that to run Facebook ads for people. But you have to kind of scale as you go. Don't start out charging $10,000 per month per client. Obviously we're going to start out a little bit lower just to kind of get the wheels turning and to get kind of that consistent monthly income coming in. Because like I always say, guys, the first client is by far the hardest part of this entire process. And so just no matter what, stick with it. Make sure, grind. If you have to call 50 businesses a day to get your first client, if you have to call 50 businesses a day, every day for 30 straight days, once you get that first client, your whole life is going to change. I promise you guys that. Okay, guys, so let's talk about exactly how I like to do this. So if you've never had a client before in your life, right, generally how I propose this, and we'll talk about, an exact proposal that I actually use and present to clients. We will have that linked. But, how I generally propose this is 2 ways. There is a setup fee, and the setup fee, as you guys know, includes doing market research, how you're going to actually target people. You're going to have to actually build out, a funnel for them, which we're going to talk about in a second, later on in this module, how to build out a funnel for them, right? You're going to have to get things set up with either running ads from their business manager or from your own business manager and being reimbursed for ads, right? So there's kind of some setup fees, and $497 is kind of like the bare minimum that I like to charge, but these are going to be the lowest prices you guys will ever charge, right? Because like I said, the hardest part is getting your first client. And so you want to really charge very, very little just to get your first client. And I know this might seem like a lot, and it might seem like a lot to businesses, but this is actually very, very little. Trust me. So $497 has a setup fee, right? And I always say when I'm talking to new clients, I always say that I don't normally do this, but I'm willing to waive this fee, just because you're a new client, and it feels like an amazing value for them, right? Because when it's included in the proposal, and you can literally like cross it out in the proposal and say like included, willing to waive, our initial setup fee if you do want to, bring our firm on, or our digital marketing company on, just to prove to you guys, how much value that we are going to add to you. We're willing to waive that $500 fee, if you sign up in the next day or 24 hours or whatever it is, right? Just to kind of establish some scarcity here. So I generally kind of propose the setup fee, or I mention the setup fee. I include it in the proposal, but if it is my first client, I'm always willing to waive that, because again, we're just trying to kind of prove this concept to ourselves. Every decision we make is all about getting that first client, because once you get the first client, guys, everything changes, seriously. So $497 as a setup fee, but I'm willing to waive it for you guys, one-time offer, if you decide to work with us in the next, if you decide to kind of come on and let us run your Facebook ads in the next 24 hours. And then we actually kind of move on into the $997 per month monthly retainer. So normally we charge that at the beginning of the month, kind of before any work's been rendered. But if we're actually signing up our very first customer, it's totally okay for us to charge that at the end of the month. So basically, guys, we're trying to eliminate all reasons that they could possibly say no, all frictions of the transaction. So we'll say, normally we charge it at the beginning of the month, but since, we're just starting our relationship, we really want to show you absolutely that we're going to add just like an incredible amount of value to you guys. And so we're willing to charge you, not until the end of the month for this first month only. And then, moving forward, we will charge that fee once a month. Once we've proven to you, right, everything should be in the context of once we've proven to you how much value that we're going to actually add to you guys, right? So normally we charge that $9.97 at the beginning of the month, but for this first month only, we're willing to charge you, not until the end of the month, just so we can show you how much value that we're truly going to give you. And even though they're paying at the first of the month or like the last of the month, right, it just feels much more free if they don't get charged before they've seen any real value, right? So even though they're paying $1,000 either way, it feels much more valuable for them for that first month not to actually pay it until the end of the month. So after that first month, guys, then I really start to systematize things. Once I've proven value, once I've actually created a relationship, then I'll send them, be like, hey, it's time for you to set up your own business manager, and you can run ads paying for them with your own card. I'll just manage the account completely for you, completely hands off, and I'll even walk you through how to set up your business manager, right? And here's a link to an invoice where you're going to be automatically charged on the first of every month via PayPal or via Stripe, and it's very easy to set up those automatic payment profiles. So let's talk about how to actually close new clients who approach you, right? And so one of the things that's most important, again, like I've said a million times, and I keep repeating myself, and I'm sorry, but it's so important. The hardest part is getting your first client. Once you've gotten your first client, this whole business model becomes so much easier, right? And so, but once you've gotten your first client, you're gonna be surprised at how many people are going to refer you new business, especially once you start making them money from this magical seeming Facebook advertising magician, right? You're bringing new customers out of thin air that they didn't otherwise have, and they're gonna want to tell their friends about it, especially if you're incentivizing them to do so, being like, hey, every referral that you bring, if you know any other dentists or doctors or people from med school or your family members or anyone who runs a small business, every referral that you give me gets you $500 off, right? Every referral that ends up paying gets you $500 off, and they're gonna refer people like crazy because they want to save money. Referrals are incredibly easy to close, guys, because all you have to do, they're going to be like, hey, we run a doctor. We got introduced by Jim, the dentist, who you're running ads for. He said, you're awesome. Do you have time to set up a call? You say, yep. And all you have to do, guys, is ask them 2 questions, right? All you have to say is why me and why now, and let them sell you themselves, right? They'll say, well, I heard about you from Jim, the dentist. He said you're amazing. Like, you made him, $1,500 profit in the first month. You didn't charge him a cent, right? Like, all of these things. And you're just like an amazing Facebook ads agency, and I think you guys could really change our business, right? And so you didn't say a word here other than why me, and he just told you why you're the best option for him, right? And why now? Why now tells you what they need. They say, well, our business is struggling. We've been spending money on newspaper ads, or we've been spending money on radio ads, or whatever the case may be, and it's just not really giving us, the kind of the return that we want. We've heard about Facebook marketing, we've heard about the power of it, but we just don't understand it. We don't want to go out and learn all of that. We want to focus on our business, right? So now all of a sudden, why you, right? And he's already sold you as to why you're the best option, and why now he's told you exactly what he needs. So you have all the information you need to close. And so these conversations are going to kind of, play out very similarly, but you'll get better and better at them. But be comfortable to wait and let them answer, right? They came to you. Remember, there's no easier person to sell someone on your worth than a referral, because referrals get, they have the strongest type of social proof, which is their friends or family kind of saying how awesome you are. It's so much easier to sell, guys. All you need to do is why me and why now. So that is what to charge, guys. Remember, for a very first client, I'll waive the setup fee, and then I'll do the $9.97 per month retainer. Normally, we charge them at the first of the month, but for the very first month, we're willing to charge you at the end of the month after we've proven all of our value. If they still say no, guys, I'll literally send them this picture. I'm not above that at all, and this is a hilarious picture, and people really understand that if they say you're too expensive, right? Is it worth paying $1,000 a month if you're making $5,000 a month back from that, right? That's a very, very easy question to answer if you have any type of mathematical skills, right? And then remember, the ninja hack, if it's at, $9.97 is too expensive, they're just kind of scared, they've never heard about Facebook ads, they just don't understand how it works, then say for the very first month, I'm not going to charge you 1 cent. I'm only going to charge you 50% of the profit that I make you, right? That is one of the best ways to close clients who'd otherwise say no, guys. Because remember, no is not no. It's just not right now. And then you can, use your negotiating tactics, and you'll get better and better at this, guys. I know it's awkward at first, but it's a really beautiful process. Getting better at business and getting better at negotiating. And then remember how to close new clients who come to you as referrals. All you have to do, why me? Why now, guys? And then let them sell you themselves. And so I hope that was helpful, guys. What to charge, what to do with referrals, and a couple ninja hacks to make sure that you sign a ton of new business. So I hope that will help, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about the Facebook ads proposal that I actually send to clients. And so I included one of the ones that I actually use so you guys can have kind of inspiration, and you can design your own sort of proposals based off of this. And I would literally just send this to a graphic artist and change it to be your own images if you want to add things, take things away. But it's easier to kind of have a template when you are sending over a proposal. So let's go through kind of parts of the template just to kind of understand each part of it, and then you can decide if you want to use something similar or take parts of it that you like. Exactly, how we always talk about throughout the course, kind of never reinventing the wheel, kind of starting with something that's already been proven to work, and then kind of making it your own, making it better. So we start off, why Facebook ads? Why Facebook advertising? You want to scale your business, but you don't want to spend a fortune doing so. If you made $1 million but had to spend $999,000 on ads, it wouldn't be worth it, right? So this is kind of a good way to show how Facebook is so much more powerful than kind of traditional advertising. Because, for example, with a billboard, you pay for all of these people to see your advertisement, every single one of them, but a tiny percentage of the people who pass this billboard are actually going to be interested and going to become potential customers, right? And so in Boston, the average billboard costs $23,000 for 1 month, right? 23 grand, and 99.9% of the people who see that billboard are not going to be targeted. They're not going to be, actually interested in what is going on with that billboard. But with Facebook, obviously is very different. You can actually target people who want to see your ads, who are interested in your ads, and you're really only paying for people who have already proven to be at least somewhat indirectly or directly interested in what you have to sell, if you are kind of properly targeting, which of course we make the assumption that we would be. How to get real results. So when you're only showing your ads to your ideal customers, you're getting so much more for your money, right? And so we kind of give just some examples of ad campaigns that we ran for real estate agents in San Diego. We show some of our ad spend and some of the kind of results, spending 10 grand and making almost 137,000 back, right? And we talk about why we need an expert. Just like anything else, in life, in order to be successful, you kind of need to be an expert or work with one. When you go to build things for your house, if you don't know how to build, you hire a contractor, right? When you need something, you need surgery, right? You don't do it yourself. You have a doctor. You outsource. You use experts that have kind of dedicated their lives and become experts and develop skill sets that make them experts, which make them worth the money, right? And so, why do you need an expert? We talk about, again, some of the results I have. We talk about how we actually set up campaigns, only showing ads to people highly likely to buy or use your product or service, and then how to appeal to consumer pain points, emotions, and desires to increase conversions. Ultimately, right, my job is to make sure that your business is performing at its ultimate best. Here's what I can do for you, right? We talk about creating a sales funnel, researching and targeting your ideal customer, and then managing the entire ad campaign itself. Right? We talk about what it's going to be, what is going to cost. We talk about the setup fee, and these are my fees, guys. Generally, when you're first starting out, you would charge less, right? Like a $497 setup fee with like a $997 per month kind of campaign management fee. This is the original proposal that I created, years ago. Obviously, these aren't the same numbers that I would charge now. It would be, a little bit higher. Your second month's fee is not due until 30 days after your ad begins. I can drop the management fee to $19.97, but there's a performance bonus equal to 5% of the gross sales that come from my lead. This bonus is only expected if I generate leads within the lead cost estimate. Right? We talk about ad budget, what we recommend they're spending per month. Lead cost estimates, right? $3 to $19. Your initial investment would be XYZ. This includes setup costs and your first month's management fee. So how do you get started, right? We talk about, kind of taking out the friction, emailing us at the email that you want them to actually consider or to send the email to, and then thanking them for their consideration. Thank you for considering me for such an important part of your business. It's really an honor. My promise to you is that we decide to move forward. I won't let you down. I haven't let any previous clients down before, and I'm not about to start now. Best regards, Katie. Right, so use this template. Take what you like from it. You can literally copy it exactly and just change out like your name and email address and things like that, and your own personal results and things. And it's worked for us really well. Clients kind of like having something tangible, and using a Facebook ads proposal similar to this will just kind of give that a little bit more professional feel, and it's going to work for you guys in a fantastic way. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about a cheap way to warm up a cold audience, right? Because I think a lot of people make mistakes, and they think that they should start out immediately running conversion ads. And we've talked about this. We've talked about kind of the ad life getting engagement, running traffic to kind of get some pixel data, and then running conversions. But a good way to actually, start this out and see, start to see who's actually interested, get kind of a general gauge of people who might be interested, is to use a hack that I like to do where we actually run a video view campaign. And so a video view campaign is a good way to, expose the brand of one of your clients to a huge number of people for a very cheap price. Instead of, running conversion or traffic or something like that, some of the more expensive ones, you can run video views, right? Reach also are good ways to kind of cheap way to warm up an audience. And the way that you do this, guys, is you kind of run your video views to as many people as possible, right? So instead of doing like a small zip code, for example, you do like the whole city of Chicago or like the whole city of San Francisco. So you have kind of more people. You want your audience to be larger in this specific case, because the point of this is to show as many people as possible, and then narrow quickly down into a custom audience of people who've watched at least 50% of your video, right? And a lot of times, people aren't going to, or excuse me, your clients aren't going to have kind of like studio quality advertisements, because most dentists, don't go out there and make like awesome kind of like videos of their dentist office. Some will have it. Some of the ones that we looked at earlier did have it. They did have videos. And if they have videos, then that's fantastic. Run literally run those ads, those videos that they've made, if they're quality, obviously, as video view campaigns to as many people as possible in like the region where, they have their office, obviously. And then create a custom audience of people who've watched 50%, right? And then all you have to do is just retarget to that specific audience, that custom audience of people who watch 50%. And then you show them, here's your free teeth cleaning. Here's your free, whatever your kind of lead magnet is to kind of get them in the door, to get them to actually call the dentist, and to get them to actually, sign up and join, and become a lifetime member. And so one of the things that I like to do, I call the slideshow hack. The slideshow hack is a cool little way that you can actually create a video from pictures, right? So if they don't have, for example, a video that you can use for an advertisement, what you can actually do is create a slideshow hack. So if we choose the video views right here, and we go to actually set it up, what we see here is you can basically create your ad as you normally would until you actually get to the ad itself near the bottom. So we're going to skip all of this stuff and we're going to go to the ad. And we see that we can choose either a single video or a slideshow, right? Create a looping video ad with up to 10 images. And the beautiful thing about this, guys, and this is so exciting, this is such an amazing thing that you can do for your clients if they don't have video ads or videos to work with, right? Because videos are difficult for small businesses or local businesses to actually create. A lot of them obviously don't have videographers or people to edit videos because, they're dentists and they're working on cleaning people's teeth and things like that. But what you can do, anybody has pictures. Every local business has pictures. If they don't have pictures, they can take pictures. Pictures are very easy. You take, 10 pictures of, their beautiful office, of, smiling patients, of smiling the dentist, of, the staff, of anything that you'd want to see as far as a happy, inviting looking dental office. And what you do is you create a slideshow. And the beautiful thing about this, guys, is a slideshow still counts as a video, right? Because we chose the video view marketing objective. And so this slideshow still counts as a video. And so what you're able to do, guys, is you can still make a custom audience based on view percentage of that slideshow. So if we click the slideshow here, right, we can add up to 10 images and we can choose how long we want each image to show. So if we have 10 images and we want them to show for 6 seconds each, it would be a minute-long video, right? 6 seconds is probably a little bit long. I like each image to show for like 2 or 3 seconds. And then either way though, we can still create a custom audience of people who've viewed our slideshow video 50% or more. We know they're interested, at least interested enough. Nobody's gonna watch more than half of a dental slideshow video unless they want a new dentist and they're in the market for a new dentist, right? And you'll know if they are if you did your targeting correctly. And so what you can do is you can create a custom audience of the slideshow video, and then you can retarget to them with your amazing offer of a free teeth cleaning if they come in today, and maybe like if they call in the next 15 minutes like we talked about before, give them the free $250 value whitening kit, which can be something super simple like a toothbrush and some floss, which dental offices give you anyways, right? And so that is kind of the cheap way to warm up a large cold audience, to get kind of narrowed down for a very cheap way, narrow down from a large audience into a small audience that is much more interested in your offer. And then you can retarget to them, using the traffic or using the conversion marketing objective to actually kind of close the sale, to get them to click on our offer and to make them into a paying customer for our clients, guys. So I hope that helped, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so this is going to be a super quick video. I'm just going to show you how to share audience and pixels, just in case your clients might have their own audiences, or if they want to use their pixels that they already have set up on their page, or if you want to share audiences or pixels in between multiple business manager accounts that you own. You'll now know how to actually do that. So in our pixel right here with all tools under pixels, we're actually just going to go to share. And then all we have to do once we get here is go to we go to add people, assign partner, or assign ad accounts. So if we want to share it with a person, if we want to share it with partners, if we want to share it with specific ad accounts, we just do that right here. All you have to do is, add specific people, or if you want to, assign a partner or a new business ID, you just enter the business ID right here, obviously, which is in the URL right there. Or you can assign, specific ad accounts if you want to share your pixel in between different ad accounts that you have in your own business manager. As we just come down to audiences right here, click audiences. And it'll load all of our audiences. And one thing to note is if you shared an audience already, you can't share it again, or if it was shared with you, right? So it has to be an original audience that you made. But to click it or to share it, all you have to do is click right here, go to actions and share. And then it's going to say enter an ad account name or ID to give another account permission to target ads or see insights for this audience. They won't be able to edit, share, or create lookalike audiences based on your audience, right? So all you have to do is enter an account ID, and it's as simple as that. That is how you share audiences and how you share pixels. I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's get to the good part, the Ninja funnel, right? This is the landing page that all of your ads are going to direct to. This is where, people are going to give their emails in exchange for becoming new customers of your dentist, or they're going to, want to sign up to the chiropractor that you're running ads for, or they're going to want to sign up to join the personal trainer that you're running ads for, or, whatever local business that you're running ads for, right? The people that click those ads have to go somewhere. They have to go to some website. This is the website that they're going to go to. This is how we're going to collect those people's emails, right? This is how we're going to really start to collect information about them. This is where we're going to pixel them and all types of things like that. So this video is going to be a little bit longer than some of the other ones, and it's going to be a little bit more raw because I don't want to cut as much out because I don't want to skip any steps. And so a lot of this is going to be a little bit less sexy than maybe you're used to from an editing perspective, even though the editing is not that great. But I just want to make sure that, every single thing that I could possibly teach you guys, I do in this one video. So ClickFunnels, for those of you who don't know, is kind of a software that's completely changed my life. It's allowed me to run a ton of sales funnels, membership funnels for my courses, affiliate stuff. So if people want to sell, want to market my course, I can pay them 40 or 50% of each of those sales directly from ClickFunnels. It's literally completely revolutionized how I do business and allowed me to scale to an enormous sized business with very, very few employees because of all of the automation that ClickFunnels allows. And so we're going to use ClickFunnels because it's really a fantastic software, and it just makes a ton of sense for what we want to do. And so I'm going to share with you guys, funnels that we've literally charged thousands for because it's very difficult to kind of set these things up. And it was more difficult in the past. It's getting easier kind of with the user interface and things like that. And the tutorial that I'm about to give you is going to make it seem very, very easy. But these things are worth a lot to people because the amount of scale and traffic that you can drive to this one funnel and collect emails and automatically send out emails. And, it's so valuable that we've charged thousands for these, more than the cost of this entire course. And obviously we're going to be sharing them with you guys completely for free. So I hope you realize really how valuable these are. And so I hope you pay attention because these funnels, guys, are going to be plug and play. ClickFunnels allows you to do what's called a share funnel, which means that I'm going to give you guys one link down below. And all you're going to do after you sign up for your 14-day free trial, right? Once you sign up for your 14-day free trial, all you have to do is click one link. So you do have to sign up for your 14-day free trial by clicking here first, or it's not going to work right. So if you click here, sign up for your 14-day free trial, it's super easy to sign up. And then once you kind of do that, then we'll move on, and then you're going to actually click here after you do this so everything kind of works correctly. And so you're going to click here to claim your pre-built Ninja funnel, right? And so kind of what this looks like, and we've showed it before, I'm going to show you guys how to manipulate it, right? How to actually change things to make it more customized, how to use everything that you kind of need to use in ClickFunnels. And so also, guys, we do have a folder right here if you click here, and this folder is actually some pre-built ads that I had built for you guys. And so you can see that there's one for real estate here, top 10 undervalued homes for sale off the market, that has just converted like crazy. And we also included the Photoshop files, so you'll see the PSD files right here. And so if you want to hire somebody off Fiverr, you can send them these Photoshop files and they can edit anything you want. Or if you have Photoshop yourself, obviously you can edit them yourself. So I'm really trying so hard, guys, to make sure that every single thing that you guys need is here. And so once you sign up for your 14-day free trial and do all that, come back to this PDF. And once you click here, guys, this is the share link. So once you click here in ClickFunnels, you're going to see this share funnel. And make sure you finish your 14-day free trial or else it gets all screwy. And ClickFunnels is like every software has its own glitches. But anyways, so once you kind of sign up first, get that all going, and then click here to claim your pre-built funnel, you're going to see it right here, the Ninja Funnel Dentist Demo, right? And so let's take a look. Let's take a deep look into how this actually kind of works, guys. And so what you're going to see is you're originally going to see officialkevindavid.clickfunnels.com. This is going to be whatever you register your ClickFunnels as. But in the settings here, if you want to buy your own domain that is called like Dentists R Us or whatever you want to make it called, you can actually add or edit domains here. And you don't have to do this. This is just something that you can do if you want it to like look a little bit smoother. And then you can just go to add new domain. And you can purchase a new domain, right? And once you do that, you'll be able to actually select it from the domains right here, and then it will actually change the overall funnel step. So this path is kind of like what happens after the slash, right? So google.com/Kevin, right? So /Kevin would be what appears in the path right here. So we're gonna call this like free cleaning. Right? And we already changed the domain here. And so now we're going to go down and save. Well, actually not quite yet. So this is where we put the pixel code, right? So we've already talked about this before. So we just go and grab the pixel code from our business manager and we plug it in right here. Sorry, I guess I should leave this full screen. And so once we grab our Facebook pixel, and I've showed you guys how to grab your the actual code for your Facebook pixel, you just copy and paste it right here. So now what we've done is we've done our domain, we've changed the path so it looks a little bit smoother, we've added our Facebook pixel, and now we're going to save and update. Right, so once we've saved and updated, now instead of having the .clickfunnels.com, it has just my domain here, and it has /new dentist registration, which is actually different than what we did because we actually have to change the path in 2 other places. So we're going to change it right here too. We're going to call this free cleaning and update step. And then we're going to change it one more place right here where it says free cleaning update page. So now it's going to, when we go to this link, it's going to be just our clean website right here. And I have a subdomain, but you don't have to if you don't want, /free cleaning. So it looks much cleaner, right? And so let's actually look at what's happening in this funnel really quickly. So we see that 100% free teeth cleaning. We have a countdown timer here. We have a text entry for their name. We have a text entry for their phone number, and we have a text entry for their email address, right? So if we try to submit it, it doesn't work. If we try to submit it with just this, it doesn't work. It makes you actually kind of enter these things so that they give all the information. And if you notice, when I moved my mouse outside of the desk or outside of the Chrome window here, and I'll show it one more time just so it kind of makes more sense. It's called an exit intent pop-up, right? So nothing happens if I move my mouse here, but if I move it outside the window, I get this, right? It's called an exit intent pop-up, and they work like crazy, right? Hey, don't want to book online? Give us a call here. Mention code WHITESMILE to get your discounted cleaning, right? And then you just put the number in here. So let's take an actual example, right? Let's do dentist Las Vegas. Dentist Vegas. Let's do, I don't know why I'm like choosing like a specific one because it literally could not matter less. We'll do this guy right here. So here we go. Same day appointments, new evening hours, call now. And so we would change this to the number right here. But this is a preview, so we're not going to change it here. What we're going to do to actually change stuff on here is we're going to come to this first funnel step. This is the registration page. This is the thank you page. So if I want to edit the thank you page, I would click here. If I want to edit the first page, the registration page, I would click here. And I'm going to go to edit page. Right, and so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to find these guys' address. Right, so here it is. Okay, so I already put it in, right? So I put in their address right here. And all you have to do, guys, it's all plug and play. So if I want to edit this, I just double click, just like that. And now I can type in like blah, right? But all I did was copy and paste that to right there, click out of it, and there it is. If I want to add like a new text field, let's say that I wanted to, here, we'll just erase this. Let's say that I wanted to add that. I hover over here, the plus comes up, I press it, I go to sub headline right here. And I just paste it, right? But that's black, so it doesn't really look very good. So I'm gonna go up here, hover over here, press settings, text color, white, right? But I don't really like that font, so I'm gonna change it to Oswald. I like Oswald. And now it looks all right, but there's kind of this awkward space here. So I'm gonna click settings one more time, top margin, and then I'm gonna put that to 0. So now it looks pretty good, right? And so I'm just gonna click save, because every time you make new changes, you click save. And so now it looks all right, right? And so, one more thing that we're going to do on this page is we want to let's actually use their logo. So let's see if they have a logo on their website. Yeah, that's kind of a logo. And this is what I would do, right? If I was trying to get new business, and I would just literally create this funnel, because it takes like 5 minutes. Your first time, it'll probably take you like 30 minutes, but normally it literally takes like 5 minutes. To change this stuff. I'd add a new element, put an image here, and then I'm going to upload the image of the screenshot that I just took, right? So I just took a screenshot. Yeah, here's their logo. And it's not going to look perfect, but it's going to look, better than not having their logo. And so once this image uploads, all I do is just double click it. And so now we have their image here. It doesn't look fantastic, to be honest, so I'm probably not going to include that. But if you had like a high quality one, it would look much better. So I'm not going to include that. I'm just going to have text here. but still, it's still kind of catered to them. It's still their actual name of their business and things like that. And so you guys just saw how easy it is to add images, to change text, right? This, I can't even describe to you how difficult it used to be to update websites and things like that before ClickFunnels. So if this is the first time using a website, then you guys don't even understand how incredibly lucky you are to start with ClickFunnels, because it's unbelievably convenient compared to other websites. Oh, so one more thing. Sorry, I'm kind of bouncing around. I told you this one's going to be a little bit more chaotic than my usual edits, but I want to make sure, I want you guys to see me really doing it live. So once they submit their email, right, where does it store that? And that's a good question. Oh, and also, well, let's talk about the email first. So this is called integrations, right? So the settings are important. This is where you put, custom event codes. I already have them here for you guys, so it's going to track. I tried to set up everything that I could. SEO metadata, right? The dentist funnel, affordable dental care without insurance, get your exam and teeth cleaning voucher now. Dental care, teeth cleaning, dental voucher, Kevin David, right? The dentist funnel, it's all pretty good. Custom CSS we don't really use. Background, right? So let's say that we want to use a photo from them. Let's see if they have any good ones. Oh, and it looks like they have a video here that we could actually use as a video ad. Be a good one. So they don't really have any good photos here. Let's see if they have any on their Facebook. This photo's not bad. It's kind of a strange one. This picture's, oh, here we go. This one's not terrible. So we're gonna go to options. Whoops, I guess we can't download it because we don't own the page, but we can still export it. Okay, so let's try this. So we're just gonna drag that one to the desktop. And let's see what this looks like if we change the background. Oops. So we're gonna go to settings, background, background image, and we're gonna upload that one that we just dragged to the desktop, which was one of these. Where is it though? There we go. And we're gonna see what this looks like. All right, so it's a little bit blurry because the quality's not there, but if they had a higher resolution version of it, or if we could find, other photos, it's just, I'm kind of just trying to prove to you guys how simple it is actually, editing this type of stuff, because it's ridiculously easy. And, we can try other things to see if we can make it look better. No, I mean, this image is just too small. We could do it like that. That actually doesn't look that bad. Actually, yeah, it does. It looks terrible. Repeat horizontally. Nah. Yeah, I mean, the image is just too small. But yeah, it doesn't look terrible. I mean, it doesn't look good though. I'd probably want to use the one that we had previously. So I'm just gonna exit without saving, and so it's gonna default back to the one that we had. Right, and so let's talk about actually where emails are saved. And so if you want to hook up your funnel here to an autoresponder, and what an autoresponder is, it basically sends emails automatically for you. So maybe you wanted to send them an email after this that said, hey, like, you forgot to, or did you claim your free teeth cleaning? Like, make sure to claim it in the next 48 hours to like take advantage of our free $500 value, right? So you could send an automatic email. We're not going to talk about that specifically, but if you do want to set up an integration, all you have to do is actually come choose it here, right? So you can do Aweber, Actionetics, Twilio. You can do all different types of autoresponders. If you do pay for the more expensive version of ClickFunnels, the $297 a month one, you can use ClickFunnels autoresponder here, which is what I do personally. But you really don't need to do this, right? Because what's going to happen is, here, I'll show you. So let's actually fill this out. So we're going to put in Kevin 555 555 5555, and we're going to do one of my real emails, right? So give me my voucher. Okay, so now we've actually signed up. And so what we're going to see here when we reload this funnel is this little tab that says contacts. right? Now we see Kevin David, officialkevindavid.com, and we can actually see the contact that I just signed up with, right? And so if we download contacts, then all we have to do is literally press download here, and then all of a sudden we have all of our downloads in a handy dandy little list here that we can, and I hope your kind of cogs are turning here because it's super exciting. We can use this to create a custom audience, matching up all of these different, address points and things like that. And so kind of, once we do that, guys, we can do a lot of things. We can, sign up for a MailChimp account. They allow free 1,000 person contacts. So even if you collect, 1,000 emails for your dentist, you can send out emails using MailChimp. You can just upload your list directly to MailChimp, and you can send out 1,000 emails completely for free, guys. And that's a super, super powerful thing. And so let's talk about the thank you page really quick. And if you guys have questions about ClickFunnels specifically, make sure you leave them in the private student group. I'm happy to help as much as I possibly can. And so obviously, some of this stuff is going to need to be updated as well. So let's actually just update this as if it was a real thing. So we're going to go to contact us, just so we get the number again. So there it is. So we're actually going to update this. Oops. Update this to be 702-323-0820. Right, so we're going to update it there. And now if you call to schedule and your exam and cleaning in the next 15 minutes, you'll get a free home teeth whitening kit, $250 value, right? And this is something that you want to obviously communicate with, the dentist who's hiring you, and just to make sure that they're okay with the value ladder, explain to them the benefits of getting people in the door, the lifetime value of a customer. People don't often change dentists, right? So giving away, a free teeth cleaning and a free home whitening kit to kind of get a lifelong customer is totally worth kind of the money. And if they're not comfortable with that, you can obviously edit this and change it to be whatever they are comfortable with. So we're going to click save here, and we're going to go back. I'm not going to save it because I don't want it to save, because this is the template that I'm sharing with all of you guys. But make sure that you change the number there, and then make sure that you change the number here as well, right? So you'd obviously want to change the address to whatever your specific thing is, or your specific business. But make sure you go to pop-up, show pop-up, and that you change this number as well, right? So you change this to 702-323-0820. So I'm not gonna change it because I don't want to change it, because this is the template you guys are all using. But I'm just reminding you guys to update here and here for the address, show pop-up, update it there as well. And then update it on the thank you page. And that's pretty much all you guys have to do. Like if this is a, if this is a personal trainer, change it to a personal trainer background. I showed you guys how to change the background picture. If you don't remember, go back to that part of the video. All you have to do is, instead of it saying 100% free teeth cleaning, if it's a doctor, say like 100% free, checkup, or if it's an eye doctor, 100% free, glasses prescription, or, whatever. You kind of have to use your own, brain and creativity to kind of think about what would be a sweet little offer to kind of get someone in the door for whatever specific business that you're going to advertise for. An eye doctor is actually a good one. I guess that would fall under specialty doctors, but we did talk about that. And so that's kind of ClickFunnels, guys. ClickFunnels is meant to be very, very easy, and I just kind of covered all of the main things that you guys are gonna have to do. If you notice too, I set up a lot of this for you. It's a 15-minute countdown timer. There's exit intent, right? All you have to do is change the numbers here. Once people submit, if you'll notice, it starts out as 15 minutes. When they submit, the countdown timer changes to 14 minutes, right? So I tried to make this as good as I can. The details are there, right? This specific funnel converts like crazy. We've used it on all different types of businesses. And so if you guys have any questions at all, make sure that you leave them in the private student group. But that is your bang bang tutorial on how to use ClickFunnels for basically any business, guys, to drive unlimited traffic to this funnel. And obviously, or not obviously, but this is the actual final link that we would use to put in our ad, right? So the final part of our ad when we're creating an ad in Facebook is, putting the link into it where the ad is actually going to be driving traffic to. this is the link right here that we're going to be driving traffic to. So the go.officialkevindavid.com/free cleaning. And you'll notice that this link is actually different than this one, but this link redirects to that link. So it doesn't matter. You can use this link right here, and if I press enter, it's going to redirect to just say free cleaning. So you can just use this link right here, and it's going to drive traffic to this link. Every time they put their name, phone number, and email, it's going to save right here in contacts, and you can, obviously share those contacts with your clients. You can use them to create custom audiences. And guys, this just simply works. ClickFunnels is incredibly easy and it's so efficient. It's one of the biggest reasons that my business has been able to grow so fast in such a short amount of time with so few employees. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, what is up, guys? So today we're going to talk about two very obvious strategies that are just kind of, need to be said, right? Because a lot of times I'll be struggling or I won't be able to get clients, and then I'll kind of come back to my roots and realize, okay, there are very easy ways to do this that a lot of people just kind of overlook because it's almost too simple, right? And so a good thing about Craigslist, right, is Craigslist actually has a job section where companies and people are looking for specific things. They're trying to outsource, they're trying to find people with specific skills. Facebook advertising is an incredibly valuable, very unique skill that pretty much every, smart company is looking for in some way, right? And one of the ways people do that is by using job search sites like Indeed and Monster and things like that. And then also, the biggest classified ads kind of aggregator in the world, which of course is Craigslist, right? And so what we're going to type in here, guys, is Facebook ads, and we can see ads. Right, and we see that there's different categories here, right? I like to look in actual jobs here. So we can also do Facebook advertising. Facebook advertising, so we see 70 in jobs. So if we click on that, what we're gonna see is all of these are, from the last few days, right? Like in the last week or so, creative marketing content creator, marketing assistant, digital marketing manager, right? Social media coordinator, social media specialist, marketing internship, digital marketing manager. I would look at all of these different ads, right? And it doesn't have to necessarily be in your city, right? Because you can run Facebook ads for a company from pretty much anywhere in the world, as long as you have a portfolio or results or whatever and things like that, right? And we obviously show you how to get those first very important testimonials and references from family or friends with small businesses in this module. So what we see here is manage websites, generate and manage email marketing campaigns, oversee AdWords, right, implement Facebook. So we do see implement Facebook. We don't see anything necessarily that exactly says Facebook ads. And if you're thinking to yourself, yeah, but I don't know how to do email marketing campaigns. Yes, you do. Go out and find the smartest people in your particular niche, or maybe it's like real estate, whatever it is, and sign up for their email lists and literally read their emails and copy it, but make it your own, right? Use it as inspiration and make it better. So never think to yourself, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do, I don't know how to do email marketing. I don't know how to do social media managing, right? Figure it out. Look it up. It's very easy to do. But we're not looking necessarily specifically for somebody who's looking for these skills. We're looking more for somebody who's actually looking for Facebook advertising. So we see keywords here: 4+ years of digital marketing experience, Google, Bing shopping, paid search and paid social media, large e-commerce company, solid working knowledge of Google Analytics, right? And so, if you feel comfortable with these things, this might be a perfect job for you. Let's go back in here and let's look actually at Facebook ads. Let's do this in jobs. Sales position, associate manager, user acquisition manager, that might be an interesting one. Marketing assistant, new performance marketing agency, account director. Let's take a look at some of these. Strong understanding of digital social media landscape, key platforms, Instagram, Snapchat, Pinterest, right? And a lot of times, guys, it won't literally say looking for a Facebook ads agency specialist. It'll say must have these few things. And if you use Snapchat and Instagram and Pinterest, you have an understanding of it that's much stronger than most of the adult working force, because a lot of people aren't necessarily using these platforms. So if you use them and you have expertise in Facebook and you're looking for clients this way, it's definitely worthwhile, replying, setting up a call, seeing if you might be, a good fit, at least from, a social media advertising perspective, from a Facebook ads perspective, because all of these companies need an advertiser. And even if they're looking for a full-time staff, you could say, I'll do a better job than a full-time staff would, and I'll do it in significantly less time. And, you can pay me as a contractor, which means that you don't have to pay me health benefits, things like that. I can work from, wherever I want, and it's just kind of a win-win for everyone. So yeah, I would look through all of these, and depending on what I found, then I would start to reach out. I would shoot them a text or call, and I would say, hey, I have my skill set is really primarily in Facebook ads, but like I'm really good at it. I have some references for you. I've gotten results from my other clients, and you can show them, the testimonials that you've built up from family and friends, or from, real clients if you've been at it a little bit longer or you've had some success. And then these people are going to be very responsive to this, right? They're obviously, this is the best place that they can think to look is Craigslist. So they want to find someone from Craigslist, and a lot of the times they want to find somebody quickly, right? And you are the 1%. Even if you don't believe it, trust me, you are the 1% if you've understood everything up until this point in the course, guys. And the last thing that I want to talk about, this is one that has probably the highest close rate of any strategy that we've discussed about getting new clients, guys. And this is the most obvious one ever too, which is so funny, but nobody ever thinks about it. All of us in our daily lives, right? We have doctors. We have dentists. Like I go to my dentist at least once a year. I go to my doctor at least once a year, right? I have an eye doctor. I have maybe I have a yoga studio. I have a gym. I have all of these things where I have relationships built with people of these actual companies, these actual local businesses every single day, or at least a couple times a year, depending on what the company is, right? Where I have a relationship with my doctor. I have a relationship with my dentist. These are the types of relationships that are so easy to leverage into actual clients, right? Because they might not even know they need Facebook ads, and you don't even have to approach it in a salesy way. You can just say, yeah, like I started a Facebook ad agency. I've been running a bunch of ads for local dentists and doctors or local businesses or whatever you want to say, and it's been going fantastic. And a lot of times, guys, if you're talking to the dentist, if you're talking to the doctor, if you're talking to the decision maker, they're going to say, oh my gosh, like we need that, right? This is going to be perfect for us. And then you're going to be very surprised at how often, they didn't even know they needed it, or they're wasting money on other types of ads. And now you're a very valuable tool to them. So it's doing them a disservice not offering your services, right? Because they're literally probably wasting money on ads that aren't working as well. They're paying somebody who's not as skilled as you, or they're leaving money on the table by not having as many paying customers as they could have if they were advertising correctly, guys. So utilize and leverage your existing resources, right? All of your doctors, dentists, chiropractors, every service that you actually use in your real life and your best friends use in real life. Leverage these relationships, right? It's not what you know, it's who you know. Or in our case, it's what you know and who you know, guys. So use what you have, and it's going to be very, very profitable for you. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, what is up, guys? So right now we're going to talk about BNI. So BNI is actually this cool little service that I was actually introduced to recently by one of our amazing students, which is more or less a way for people to kind of interact with other local business owners in person. And what's cool about this, guys, is that it really exists kind of everywhere. So if you come to bni.com and go to find a chapter, all you have to do is pretty much type in like the specific zip code or area code that you're in, or you can, even just put in like a city or whatever, and press enter, and it'll show you all of the different chapters, right? And so what you want to do is find the chapter that's closest to you. And what this is, guys, is it's a meeting of other local business owners in your area. So like somebody might own like a financial company, somebody might own, like an IT services company, somebody might own, all of these different companies, and many of these companies, if not all of these companies, have some need for some type of, Facebook marketing or marketing in general, right? Or your expertise would be marketing. And so going to these events, and I know these events can kind of be annoying and sucky, and like I'm not really a huge marketer, but what you can do when you're, creating your Facebook ads agency and when you're starting your business is going to these events literally just to like meet people, learn, network, right? People will ask you what you do, you'll ask people what they do, and you'll say that, you run Facebook advertising and you handle digital marketing for, local businesses, for for, a variety of different businesses. And you'll be absolutely shocked that every single one of these people needs a person who does that, right? And most of them don't have that person. And so literally you can go just with the expectation of meeting people and becoming friends and like learning about other business owners. And if you know what you're talking about and you use some of the jargon and knowledge that you've learned from this course, and how you could help people by creating custom audiences, how you could, help people by adding a pixel to their website or running traffic to their page, or, creating lookalike audiences from, source audiences, or whatever it is, right? You have the knowledge now that these people don't have. Their world is not marketing. Their world is not digital marketing. Their world is not Facebook. But everyone has heard of Facebook. Everyone has heard of Facebook marketing, right? And so if you use kind of what you've learned in this, just very conversationally, you're going to be really, really shocked, guys, if you go to even one of these meetings, right? If you go to one of these meetings and you just have normal conversations about what you've already learned from this course, people are going to want to hire you. So it's an amazing way to have a ton of very, very warm leads, right? And the beautiful thing about this, guys, is if you literally get one client from this, they also go to these meetings, right? And so they have friends and family and referrals and people that they know that are also members of BNI that they can refer you to if you get them any sort of results, right? So just getting one client from one of these meetings, guys, can completely change everything and revolutionize and explode your Facebook ads agency, right? And the beautiful thing about this, guys, is the first 2 meetings are free. So I think it actually is like $600 a year, but the first 2 meetings for your local chapter are free. So just go to 2 of these meetings. Don't, like, literally, even if you never go to a 3rd meeting, go to 2 of these meetings, talk to one person, and it could completely change your Facebook advertising agency business, right? Because all it takes is one person to start referring you to their friends and other members of the BNI chapters, or other chapters. Like, look at Las Vegas. We just took that as a single example. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's multiple different chapters here, guys, all of which are very warm leads who own local businesses, who all pretty much, for the most part, I would assume all have at least some marketing needs, guys. And so do take advantage of this. I know, these type of networking events are kind of annoying, but these are just other normal people too. They're other local business owners. At the very least, you can go and learn about what other people are doing for their businesses. And it's an amazing time. It's a lot of fun. And most importantly, guys, it can completely change your Facebook ads agency business. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's do a little summary video of what we learned. Creating a Facebook ad agency is seriously one of the most unique business opportunities anywhere. Think about it. Where else can you start a business with literally almost 0 upfront costs, no type of normal expenses or overhead, such as an office, supplies, cost of goods sold? Literally all you're doing with a Facebook ad agency is trading your time and the knowledge that you have for a steady income of purely profit. And the more people that you add, the more people that you start to get paying you a monthly retainer, it starts to add up exponentially, guys. And yes, creating a Facebook ad agency is hard work, right? Signing up clients, learning how to get better at phone sales, closing deals, right? Learning ClickFunnels, which is a new software. And obviously the biggest and most difficult part of it is learning Facebook ads, which you've already done, so much more than 99.9999% of the earth if you've paid any type of attention throughout, the modules that you've watched so far. But guys, it's not hard. It seriously is not hard at all. It's actually quite easy. And for every 100 people, right, 99 people are going to give up and 1 person is not. And that 1 person is the person who's literally going to be like sipping Mai Tais on the shores of Thailand, while the other 99 people that did give up are, rotting away in their cubicles, sitting in a dark office, right? And remember, guys, you only need 4 small businesses to say yes to earn more than the average American. 4, right? If you can get 4 people to say yes and pay you $1,000 a month, you are going to be earning more than the average American of any age. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather call 1,000 businesses or 10,000 or 1,000,000 businesses and literally hear 999,996 no's and 4 yeses than spend the rest of my life working as a drone in the corporate slavery cycle that just chews you up and spits you out, guys. And so in this last module, in the next module, in our last module, we're gonna discuss how to scale your campaigns, how to scale your campaigns to the moon, and the exact strategies that I personally use, I currently use, I will use much more in the future to generate millions and millions of dollars using Facebook advertising, you know, for my own products, for my own services, for my digital products, and then also obviously, you know, with a Facebook ad agency running advertisements for, you know, small and large businesses everywhere, guys. So the final last little ninja tip that we're going to give you guys is none of what you just learned matters in the slightest if you don't follow through and actually do this stuff, follow the blueprint, contact local businesses, right? Whether it's via email or phone, like I definitely recommend. Unless you actually go and do it, unless you implement it, unless you use what we've taught, none of this matters at all, guys. And remember my student, 23 straight businesses told him no. 23 rejections. He didn't get a single yes. 23 straight businesses told him no. And each time he was learning, he was applying new things, he was getting better at phone sales, you know, he was learning what he was learning from each situation, and he was applying what he learned to the next one. And 23 straight people told him no. And you know, if you have what it takes to make this work or make any type of entrepreneurial venture work, then you're going to have to get used to people saying no. It's just a fact of life. I get told no every time, every single day, you know, 100 times a day, and I do not care because I understand that it's part of business, guys. But imagine if he gave up on that 24th call or on that 23rd call. You know, every time he's getting rejected, he's feeling awful, right? But if he gave up on call number 23 and he didn't get his 24th call in where he got his first yes, then think about how different his life would be. His 24th call, he finally got a yes. He got 23 no's, right? No, 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 all the way up to 23. And his 24th call, he finally got a yes. And now he's earning $28,000 profit every single month. So I hope you guys enjoyed this module on how to create a Facebook ad agency. Let's get into how to actually scale your Facebook ads, whether it's for your own product or service, or whether you're using it for your Facebook ad agency. We're going to talk about how to absolutely scale your Facebook ad campaigns to the moon. Let's get into it. All right, what is up, guys? Today we're going to talk about the difference between advertising on Yelp and using Google Ads, and kind of which that you might be able to use to profitably, you know, bring new customers to your clients as a Facebook ad agency, because you do have a lot of options. Obviously, we've been focusing on Facebook because it is by far the most effective, but there is one other good option that should definitely not be ignored that is actually pretty easy to set up and track. So let's talk about first Yelp. So Yelp is an interesting solution because it's not self-serve how Facebook and Google are. It is possible to have it be self-serve, and what I mean by self-serve is that you're actually like kind of doing it and you're, you know, running ads on specific keywords and targeting, and you're choosing your own campaigns and things like that. But how Yelp actually prefers to do it is getting businesses to sign, you know, 3 to 12 month contracts where they're basically doing everything for you, and it's kind of a black box, and they just kind of tell you, you know, whether or not it's doing good or bad. And you know, that's a huge red flag to me, which is why that I do not recommend Yelp, and which is why we're not going to spend a lot of time actually going over how to use Yelp, but we are going to quickly kind of go over what the options are, right? And so what they kind of recommend and what they kind of try to push you to is their 3 to 12 month contract, again, where they kind of do things for you. What this allows you to do is upgrade your page, right? It gives you a slideshow instead of like a little small image, which apparently is, you know, a big deal to Yelp, and it allows you to kind of have somebody do the advertising for you. I've talked to a lot of my clients and a lot of local business owners who were previously advertising on Yelp, and they just kind of had no idea what was going on. It's just kind of, they were throwing money at it and they were hoping for the best, but they weren't able to track anything. You know, there wasn't like an analytical dashboard where they were able to make decisions from data and things like that. And so a lot of them kind of canceled their contracts after they, you know, went through that minimum 3 month contract. And so I definitely do not recommend Yelp. at all. I've never really heard great things about it. And if you want to do your own research, obviously, go search Yelp ads versus Facebook for local businesses, or Yelp ads for, versus Google for local businesses and things like that. If people are going to use Yelp, they do have, hidden down here kind of products and services, the self-service ads. And so if you want to run self-service ads for your clients, that is the one way to kind of profitably use Yelp, but they don't make it particularly user-friendly. What you have to do is claim your customer's business, right? And you do that, they have to verify it with their moderators, and it's kind of a long, somewhat annoying process. But once you can claim a business for your clients, then you can run self-service ads. And it's similar to other forms of advertising, but they don't make it particularly intuitive. So we're not going to cover it in this particular course. What we are going to cover, however, is definitely the second most profitable kind of advertising for local businesses, which is Google search ads. And so what Google search ads are, for example, is if we typed in Google or into Google dentist, we see where it says ad right here, right? Ad, ad, ad. And if we continue to scroll down, we see, here are some of the first organic results, which are Yelp ads Yelp pages. And then if we click here under best dentist, we do see an ad right here, an ad right here, an ad right here, and then the first organic result, which is right here. So this is interesting, right? So if you did do self-service ads, you would actually come in first on the first organic result. But if we actually look for the first organic result of a dentist themselves, we do see, after all of the advertisements right here, we see Fashion Valley Dentistry right here is the first organic result after Yelp here. And so we're going to click this, and we'll come back to this in a second. So in AdWords, and this is the Google platform. If you've never used AdWords before, I'll show you how to sign up for it really quick. But we see that, I've spent about 35 grand in the past, however long, and we've made about 136,000. So about $101,000 profit. So I do know what I'm talking about with Google Ads as well. So if we type in Google AdWords sign up into Google, we do see that you can just sign up with this link right here, AdWords sign up. And just go ahead and sign up, put in your credit card, do all of that fun stuff. And then once you do that, you'll see kind of a little dashboard that looks like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to click plus new campaign. And there's a lot of different types of ads here. Display ads you see like on random websites. Like you might be like browsing a canoe website and you'd see like a little ad on their page for something. That's how like small websites make money sometimes. Like they'll actually allow other people to advertise on their site, and Google will give them a percentage of that. Shopping ads are if you typed in like, here, let's go to Google. Let's do like electric fireplace. These are shopping ads right here, how these pop up. It says sponsored. Video ads, this is YouTube, and these are incredibly profitable, but not particularly profitable, I found, for local businesses unless they are heavily dependent on video and they have a lot of video, and it's kind of a unique product. But this would not work as well for a dentist and kind of like commodity type businesses and things like that. And then universal app is kind of similar to audience networks on Facebook. So what we're gonna do, what we're gonna focus on is where it says search here. And there's three different types of ads here: sales, leads, and website traffic. Kind of think of sales as a conversion campaign in Facebook, and think of leads as like a reach campaign or a traffic campaign. This is just kind of a cheaper way to kind of get the results that you want, because we're not actually selling something to someone on this website, right? What we're doing and what we're trying to do is get a lead. We're trying to get somebody to make a phone call or visit a website. But most cases in this particular context, we want people to actually make a phone call. So we're going to do phone calls here. And we just put in the phone number of the local business that we wanted to put in here, or that we wanted people to actually call, and we go to continue. Or it's going to not say this is valid because it's obviously a fake number. Let's put in a different one. All right. We're going to call this one, dentist ad San Diego. So we're going to allow it to be searched on the search network, but we're not going to do display network. Obviously, we're not going to do United States because these are advertisements that we want to show up only to people in San Diego, because somebody that searches dentist in like Boston is not going to call a dentist that's located in San Diego. So we're going to put in San Diego here. And if you want to get more specific, like if you want to do like a specific zip code, then you can do that too. You know, depending on how big the city is, it's probably better to do that. Just so you know, because if in LA, for example, you can drive an hour within the city, and so somebody's not going to drive an hour to a dentist when there's one 5 minutes away. And so, you know, you want to look up the actual zip code if it is a larger city, and then put the zip code in here instead of actually just like the city and state itself. We're going to do English. The average budget per day, you can kind of talk to your clients about, but I generally like to start with, you know, 50 just to see how much people are spending. Because if it's in like a tiny little city like, you know, Boring, Oregon, for example, a $50 budget, you're not going to spend that because there's not enough people searching dentists in Boring, Oregon per day to hit that. And so $50 a day is kind of just a number that I like to start with. But again, if you know, or you're more worried about budget or whatever, $20 is fine too. And we're going to do maximize conversion here, just because conversions is, you know, we want people to actually call. So you can, if you want to, you know, go with the cheaper option, excuse me, you can do maximize clicks, but maximize conversion kind of just shows the ad to people who are most likely to actually, you know, make the phone call or do kind of the action that we want. I like to do Monday through Fridays. It depends on the business, actually. If it's a business that operates more Monday through Friday, you can do that. But dentists, for example, are much more popular, I would imagine, on Saturdays and Sundays, from my experience. So if you want to, you know, split test and do one Monday through Friday, one Saturday through Sunday, and kind of compare your conversion costs for those phone calls and things like that, you can definitely do that. But for now, we're just going to put all days. I've generally found that between, you know, 7 or 8 a.m. Let's do 6:30 a.m. to, let's do 7 p.m., which is 1900. Yeah, and so audiences, we're not going to do, right? Because if we had, you know, an audience that we were actually using of website traffic and things like that, we could use that here. If we wanted to use, you know, similarity audiences, like what people are actually searching, for example, we could come in here, like if we were advertising for like a school or like a financial services, we could do that. But what we're mainly concerned with is the actual keywords that people are searching. So we're not going to be worried about any of this stuff right here. So we're just going to go to save and continue. We're going to call this Dentist San Diego. And kind of instead of, you know, just typing in keywords here, what I like to do is let Google tell me, right? And this is a very important part right here that a lot of people don't kind of know about or use correctly. So if you just type in like dentist, for example, it's a broad match keyword. So that could be like dentist's office or, you know, things that aren't exactly the same. If you type in a keyword inside of quotations, it's a phrase match. So you type in dentist. So it would have to be dentist followed by one word, but would have to have this particular word. And if you want to learn more, you can do it here. And then if you want like an exact match, like San Diego dentist, like something more specific, you put it inside of brackets like this. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Google and we're going to type in dentist. And we do see some ads up here, but we're not concerned with the ads. We want to see the #1 ranking organic result, which is right here, because this is Yelp, right? This is an actual dentist. So we're going to come in here, we're going to grab this website URL, and we're going to come back into AdWords, and we're going to type it in right here. And now what Google is going to do is they're going to show us the best keywords for this particular website, and we know this website is doing well because they're ranking organically first, right? So their SEO is on point. They obviously have traffic and backlinks and things like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to type in dentist. And I like to do phrase match. If you just typed in dentist for a broad match, you would definitely spend all of your budget. If it's a smaller city, then sometimes you have to use broad match. But for larger cities, I like to use phrase match mainly, and then some very specific exact matches. So dentist, you know, teeth whitening. But people Google searching teeth whitening might be looking for like Crest white strips on Amazon and things like that. So you want to be careful here. You know, dentist near me. And I'm actually going to erase teeth whitening because I don't think that would be a good one. Dentist near me is great. You know, dentist San Diego. Let's try that one with exact match. We can also do dentist San Diego with phrase match just to compare. And then if you want to, you know, finalize the comparison, we could do dentist San Diego just in broad match here. Dental implants. Let's do dentist. Man, I cannot type dentist, obviously. Dentist San Diego Ca. Pediatric dentist, this is probably a good one. La Jolla dentist, and this is just an area of San Diego, right? Dental crown implantation, Mission Valley dentist, right? People are getting super specific here. Best dentist in San Diego is probably a good one. So let's type in, best dentist in San Diego, and we might want to do best dentist in San Diego, all three here, best dentist in San Diego. Okay, and so you can go down, and there's obviously a lot more here, but you can add all of the ideas if you have a larger budget, for example. But I'm just going to use these ones for now, and I'm going to save and continue. And when I'm actually writing ads, guys, I like to get some inspiration, because I don't like writing them from scratch. So let's say that this is called San Diego Dental, or like best San Diego Dental. This would be the name of the business, obviously. Since this is just a tutorial, we don't have a particular business. This would be the number. Description line 1, right? So we see their description, right, line 1 here. California's complete expert dental care, all under one roof. What I like to do, just so it really feels like you're adding value to these businesses, I like to say, call today to claim your free teeth cleaning. Mention code, mention promo, let's do this backwards though. Mention promo Bright and call today to claim your free teeth cleaning. And you're going to be able to report this in 2 ways, guys. But it's good just to kind of have this here, because some people will see it and some people won't. And when the dentists and the secretaries and stuff are talking about it, then they'll be able to kind of, they'll feel like you're adding more value, because they just kind of feel it, even though you'll be able to tell from other places as well. And so then we want to say, San Diego's best family-owned complete dental care clinic call today, something like that, right? And then we put the link of our website or whatever that we wanted them to land on, right? It could be a Facebook page if they don't have a website, but they should have a website. And then what we're going to do here is where it says call reporting. Call reporting shows detailed information about calls you've received, find out when calls were made and received, the duration of the calls, and the caller's area code. So we're going to turn this on because then we're going to actually be able to kind of see phone calls, right? Google is so unbelievably technologically advanced. They can actually track when people make calls from Google, right? And then they can show you how long those calls were if it's on Android, and more information if it's on Android. If it's not on Android, they can still tell you if a call was made. And so you'll be able to say, okay, we spent $20 and you got 10 calls or whatever it was, right? So make sure you turn this on. And then we're gonna save and continue. It's not gonna let us save and continue because the display URL is blank. So let's just grab one of these random ones. We gotta delete most of it though, because these are all big UTM links. All right, whatever. Let's just do dentist.com. But this would be the link for your actual dental campaign. And that's that, guys. That is AdWords. That is how you use search ads to actually advertise for local businesses. And that's how I like to prove to the local businesses that they are working. That's a very fast comparison of Yelp versus Google ads, which are the second best way, Google ads that is, to advertise for local businesses, obviously behind Facebook, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, what is up, guys? So today we're going to talk about how to create an engagement ad for pennies on the dollar to get social proof, right, in the form of likes and comments and shares on your ad before, actually spending, on more expensive kind of likes and shares and comments in the United States. So we're going to get a bunch of social proof on our ad for cheap using the patented Ninja social duplication strategy. And then we're going to show you how to actually duplicate that social proof onto another ad, a traffic ad that we're going to use inside of the United States to actually drive real paying customers to whatever we're trying to sell. And so the first thing that we're going to do, guys, is we're going to set up an engagement ad, because engagement ads, what they're meant to do is show your advertisement to people who have proven through their Facebook kind of how they act on Facebook, their Facebook history, that they are very likely to engage and like and comment on posts, right? So Facebook knows who's more likely to like a post, and they're only going to show ads when you choose the engagement marketing objective to people who have proven through their Facebook browsing history that they're significantly more likely to actually like and comment and share and engage with posts, right? And so what we're going to do is we are going to call this one dentist engagement. And what we're going to do is we're going to do post engagement. If we're going to actually try to get likes for our Facebook page, you know, we could do page likes, but we're going to do post engagement for this because what we're trying to do is get our post, right? Because remember, all Facebook ads are posts also. So we're trying to get our post or our ad engagement on it because, again, nothing attracts a crowd quite like a crowd. When your advertisement has social proof, when it has a bunch of likes, when it has a bunch of comments, it gets people's attention, right? People are like, oh, if all of those other people are liking this ad, then maybe I should also pay attention to it. Maybe they have some credibility. Maybe it's something that I might be interested in too, right? So again, nothing attracts a crowd quite like a crowd. From the OG P.T. Barnum said that, and I love that quote. So we're going to continue and create this one. And we're going to create a new ad set here. We're going to call this the same thing, dentist engagement. And what we're going to do is we are going to make this very simple, right? Like we're going to do, instead of the United States though, and kind of the key to this, right, is if we were to run an engagement ad in the United States, it would cost, you know, a significantly more per like, per comment, and things like that than if we run our ads in, you know, our secret locations, which I'm about to share with you guys, right? So we're going to close out United States because the whole point of this one is to just get engagement. So we're going to choose Thailand here. We are going to choose Bangladesh. We're going to choose India, and we are going to choose Pakistan. Because these are, you know, they have a lower cost of living. Facebook understands that these likes aren't necessarily worth as much, and so they charge you literally like 1/100th of the cost of a like within the United States, right? So we're going to choose these four. These are the four that I've proven after a ton of testing to be the most the cheapest price for engagement of any countries in the world, and they get you the engagement the fastest, right? We're going to choose all. Doesn't really matter about gender here. Language, we can do English. It's not going to change the numbers like that drastically. It's still 310 million people. And you like English just because, you know, if they don't speak English and they see your ad, they're probably not going to even know what the heck it means, so they're not going to engage with it. And then the only thing that we're going to put in detailed targeting is something very, kind of basic, right? Normally, we don't like to choose these for detailed targeting because it's not like there's a Facebook page that says dentist, right? But if Facebook has a loose affiliation, right? An indirect kind of association that people are interested in dentists. Maybe they share like a picture of their teeth or there's dentist written in their comments or whatever. Facebook's algorithm says that they're loosely interested in dentists. Usually we don't like to pick this because it's algorithmically based and it's not fact-based, right? Like this isn't like some celebrity dentist that somebody actually has to go out, find their page and like it. That's a fact, right? This is algorithmically kind of loosely based, but for engagement only ads, it's okay to choose this because we want to be very general, right? Because it takes us from 310 million down to 2.9 million, which is still a definitely a large enough audience for us to actually show this to. So we're going to choose dentist here. Edit placements. We can leave it on everything because Facebook's going to kind of try to optimize this to be the cheapest. And when you have everything checked, then they usually are able to get you kind of the cheapest results here. So we're going to choose everything. We're going to do all mobile devices like that. The daily budget for engagement ads, I like to do it between $10 and $20 a day. We're just going to do $20 a day here. And I usually like to let these run until I have about 1,000, between 500 and 1,000 likes, and at least like a few comments. Usually you'll have, it depends because in these countries you'll have less comments, and comments aren't as important as just likes and shares. But for 1,000 likes, you might get like 1 or 2 shares. Like it's not proportional at all. But again, you don't want a bunch of people from like Thailand and Bangladesh and stuff commenting on your dentist ad. So all you're really looking for is the likes. And again, remember guys, for your posts and for your ads, you can always delete comments. So what we're looking for mainly is like 500 to 1,000 likes. It just gives your ad a lot more credibility when somebody sees it, and people make very split-second decisions about what amount of kind of interest and focus they're going to give to something very quickly. And so this is very, very important to do this, right? So we're going to create an ad here. We're going to do a single image, and we're going to browse the library. We're going to choose this one right here, which we already kind of had made. And something that's very important to remember here, guys, is that Facebook doesn't allow you to actually change the text afterwards. So like for a normal engagement ad, we'd say like, you know, like this page, like you want to tell people exactly what to do. But remember, when we're going to duplicate social proof, when we're going to create very cheap social proof and then use that social proof on a traffic campaign or a conversion campaign in the United States, we can't change the text. So the text that we put in this engagement ad is the exact same text that we're going to later put in our real ads in the United States for traffic, for conversion marketing objectives. So we have to say, you know, like want your free teeth cleaning, or let's say that we're gonna do this one for a San Diego dentist. I'd say like, hey San Diego, right? Because people like the specificity. Want to claim your free teeth cleaning. We are having let's say like we are having a spring promotion where the first 50 people to call get a completely free teeth cleaning. Right, so you could say something like that. You could say $250 value free. And then you could say, click the button below to claim yours while we still have stock, or something like that, right? And so you can do a button here. I like to do learn more. And then the website URL would just be the Ninja funnel, right? Like the funnel that we created for getting leads for, you know, our dentists or businesses and things like that. So this is the link right here. I usually like to shorten them just because it looks a little bit better. So we're gonna go like this, shorten it, copy it. This is just bit.ly.com. And so all we did was shorten this link. This link drives people to our landing page where we give away 50% or 50 vouchers for 100% free teeth cleaning. Oh, we say $500 value here. So let's change this here to match up. $500 value for free. Click the button below to claim yours while we still have stock. I usually like to say like click here also, and then have the link just so it's both in you know, the ad itself and in the call to action button, and so people have more kind of ability to click that link. So we're gonna put the website URL there. We're gonna make sure our Facebook pixel is turned on, and we are going to confirm. Right, and so once this ad is set up, then we're gonna jump in and we're gonna show you exactly how to actually claim the post ID from this particular ad, and then we're gonna show you how to duplicate that post ID with a new marketing objective in the United States. So once your ad has a bunch of social proof, it has a bunch of you know, likes and things that you want just to kind of make it seem more popular. Once it has all of those things, then we're gonna actually duplicate all of that social proof and then run it as either a traffic campaign or a conversion campaign, depending on how much pixel data and website traffic we've had from United States. And people always ask me, you know, Kevin, isn't this gonna mess up our pixel because people are coming like from Bangladesh and Thailand, right? These people aren't clicking on the link, or it's 1 out of 1,000 is actually clicking on the link. Very, very tiny proportion, right? These are people who have proven they engage with posts, but they don't click it, right? If they clicked posts, then Facebook would categorize them under people that they show traffic ads to or conversion ads to, not engagement, right? So these people are very, very rarely actually clicking on the post itself, and even if they do, it's going to be like 1 in 1,000 or less, and it's not even going to have any type of actual impact on, you know, the advertisement that you're running and your pixel data being like messed up in any way. So it's totally fine. So once this is actually created, we're going to jump in and I'm going to show you guys exactly how to duplicate it. All right, so once you actually kind of get that done and it's live, all you have to do is come in here under ads, and this is the engagement post that we just made, and we're going to click edit here. Once we click edit, there's this very obscure little hidden button right here that once you click it, you'll see that it gives you a couple of options of previews. What we're going to do is share the preview of the Facebook post with comments. And then what we're going to do here, guys, is Facebook gives you these 2 little numbers. It says posts, and then it gives you this little number right here. We're going to take this little number. We're going to copy it, right? I guess we don't need to close that. We're going to copy it. And then what we're going to do is we are going to exit out. we're going to create a brand new ad, right? And so what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to create an advertisement here. Oops, let's go back to actually the main ads manager. And then we're going to create a brand new ad. And instead of picking engagement here, guys, we're going to pick traffic. So we're going to assume we have no traffic, we have no pixel data or anything like that. We're going to call this dentist traffic social proof dupe, as in duplication, right? And if I was doing this for real, I might name it a little bit more based on like the things that I was going to choose to really target people. But for this example, it's not really that important. So dentist traffic social dupe. We're going to run the traffic to the website. And again, this is going to be actually running traffic this time. So we're going to choose San Diego here instead of the United States, because we're actually running this in San Diego. And we're going to lower this a little bit, make it a little bit smaller, just San Diego, Chula Vista, some of the more major cities. We're going to do this as if it's a real ad this time. So people that are looking for a dentist generally are people who have kids, right? Because people who don't have kids or are younger than a certain age usually go to their parents' dentist or like some dentist that they've already been introduced to. So normally it's people who are 28 through 40 or like 50-ish. And so we're just going to choose these just to be sure. And if this was for real, I would go into audience insights and I would look at like Oral-B and like all those different things to figure out the exact age. But the point of this video is to just show you guys how to actually do this. So we're not going to like go super in depth on the targeting. We're going to do English here just because San Diego does have a large Hispanic population. And then we're just going to fly through this really quick. We're going to do Oral-B. We're going to do, Crest white strips. You could do Crest toothpaste also. And then, you want to be sure that they recently moved, because people who recently moved are definitely more likely to actually be looking for a dentist. And then, we want to have like parent with children aged 13 through 18, parent with children aged, we do like 6 through 8. We do all of them basically from 0 years old up to 18 years old, because I think after 18, people parents with kids after they turn 18 or older are probably a lot less likely to be looking for a new dentist because they probably already have one at that point. So, we choose all of the ones right there. This is just lightning quick because this isn't what this video is about. We'd make this daily budget like $5 to $10, whatever. If we're doing a lot of split tests, obviously it would be like a little bit lower at first, but we're just going to do $20 here. For these placements, since this is a real ad, we're going to remove all of the ones that don't generally convert as well and just leave Facebook feeds. And then we might split test, mobile only versus desktop only. But again, this video is not, it's like hard for me to not make an ad correctly, but I'm literally just trying to show you guys actually how to duplicate this, right? And so what we're going to do is, instead of having the default create ad here, we're going to go to use existing posts, right? And so this little number that we had from before, we're going to copy that. And what we're going to do is we are going to go to where it says enter post ID. So we're going to enter the post ID here and we're going to press submit. Right, and now what this does is it brings up this ad, and like once we let this run for a little bit, right, there's going to be a bunch of likes, maybe some comments, and some shares, right, and the ad itself is just going to look significantly more kind of authoritative. People are going to see social proof. They're going to think that other people are interested. It's going to establish legitimacy, right? Social proof is unbelievably important, guys. I can't stress that enough. For ads and for anything that you do, any business you do, people all now look for reviews. Amazon has made it like a necessity, right, that everything you do needs testimonials, needs reviews. That's why it's so important to get testimonials for your Facebook ad agency from friends, family, local business owners, whatever, because the more testimonials you have, the easier it is to get new business. It's the same thing here, guys. Social proof is always incredibly important with everything we do. And so what we've done, guys, is we've very easily created an ad here that is San Diego specific. Now it's a traffic campaign. We've leveraged the social proof from the other ad that we created, and we got that engagement and that social proof and those likes for pennies on the dollar of what it would cost to do the exact same thing in the United States, guys. And that is the beauty of the social duplication strategy. Estimated reach is too low. Okay, so I think I got too specific here. So let's get rid of some of these. All right. And now we'll confirm. And so once this ad is kind of confirmed and up and live, we're going to do one final thing, right? So this is the traffic social proof duplication, right? And so the last thing that's very important to understand, guys, is whenever we duplicate this to do split tests, maybe we're going to check 24 through 35-year-olds, and then we're going to check 35 through 45-year-olds. Right? Or maybe we're only going to target men or only target women, or we're going to only target people who like Crest white strips versus only targeting people who like Oral-B, just to see what interests and what split test demographics are performing better, right? Split testing is the key to Facebook ads. So whenever we split test and duplicate this, guys, a very important point to note is when we duplicate this ad, what is going to happen is it's going to duplicate pointing at that original post, right? So all of the engagement that all of these different split tests get are all going to stick to one post, which is very, very important. Because if you create 100 split tests, for example, and each 100 of them gets one like, all 100 of them will have the aggregation 100 likes. And that is a beautiful, such an efficient, amazing kind of thing that this social duplication strategy allows, right? All of the social proof from all of your different split tests, if you do it this way, all stick, and they all just keep building, continually building. And the beautiful thing is it's a snowball effect. As an ad gets more social proof, people care more, and then they're more likely to give social proof, and people continue to care more, and it snowballs, and then it becomes more and more effective and efficient and amazing, guys. And so that is the social duplication strategy, creating an engagement ad in developing countries where the cost of likes are significantly cheaper, 100 times cheaper, and then copying over that social proof into an actual traffic campaign where you are running real traffic in San Diego, wherever you are in the United States, to your website of people who are actually going to buy from you, and they're going to be much more likely to buy from you because of that social proof, guys. So that is a little hack that I use for all of my advertisements, and it's going to make you a ton of money, and more importantly, it's going to save you a ton of money, so you can spend that money on more split testing, which is going to in the end give you more profit, guys. So I hope you enjoyed this one, and let's get to the next. What's up, everyone? Welcome to Module 6, the final module in the Ninja Masterclass. We're going to talk about how to retarget people, how to optimize, and how to scale your Facebook advertising campaigns to the moon, and kind of how to know when to, let an ad die, how much money that you can really, how much money in ad spend you can tell a lot about whether an ad is effective. We're going to talk about pretty much everything that you need to know to kind of take your Facebook advertising to the next level. And so the first step of what we're going to talk about, guys, is retargeting. So when we talk about retargeting, we've talked about it before, but we haven't really formally discussed what retargeting really means. So what retargeting means, guys, is taking advantage of custom audiences, taking advantage of pixel data, and showing ads again to people who've proven that they're interested in your content, whether that means engaging with your Facebook feed, with your Facebook page, whether that means engaging with your website, whether that means engaging with any of your content, visiting specific URLs, kind of things that we've talked about when we have created custom audiences. So for the most part, guys, when we say retargeting, it means that we're creating custom audiences of people who've taken some action in our ecosystem, and then we're literally retargeting them with ads based on those actions, right? And then we're going to talk about split testing, guys. We've kind of discussed briefly what split testing is. I think by now, all of us kind of have a pretty good understanding of what split testing, the idea of split testing, but we're going to actually show very quickly, just right at the beginning of this module, exactly how to actually pragmatically in real time split test. Right? Because split testing is kind of an intangible thing. It's I think we understand it, but I want to show you exactly what I mean by split testing, just so it can finally be kind of hammered home. right? And so first, let's actually split test this little campaign right here. So I set up just a basic demo campaign. It's a traffic for a dentist ad running to our actual ClickFunnels page that we talked about how to set up. And I'm doing it for $1 a day, right? So it's spent $2.81 and it's already had 2 clicks, which is actually pretty ridiculous. So if we wanted to, well, first of all, let's actually take a look at this ad. So once you actually have ads that are running, guys, you'll just see them right here. They'll appear kind of just in your main ads feed. And so if we want to edit it, all I did was I clicked edit right here, or we can actually go into the ad itself. So if we go into the ad itself, now we're in the ad set location. If we want to look at the campaign, we can look at the campaign, see the total spend and things like that. We're going to talk about exactly how to set up these columns and things like that, so you can really kind of in a very quick way know kind of the return on investment of your advertising campaigns. We're going to get into that in a second. Let's talk quickly about how to actually split test though. So in the ad set section right here, if we wanted to see the ad, obviously we'd click right here, but in the ad set section, we can take a look at this ad itself, right? So come into edit here, and let's take a quick look at what this is, right? So it's a website, it's a traffic campaign to a website, $1 a day budget, right? We're targeting San Diego, 18 through 65, so we don't really know what the kind of age demographics are that are going to be best for us yet. We don't know what kind of men or women, right? This is kind of a very much so shot in the dark, and I wanted to do that kind of purposefully to show you guys, you know, how we're going to actually kind of narrow this down a little bit, right? Because our potential reach is 89,000, kind of not directly up into the center here for the audience definition, a little bit leaning too far toward broad, right? And so let's actually, you know, do this, and let's split test this and say that we only want to target men, right? So how do we do that? Let's say we want to keep everything else exactly the same, right? Detailed targeting we want to keep the same, age we want to keep the same, locations we want to keep the same, right? We're not targeting a custom audience or a lookalike audience yet, right? Because we don't have any data. This is the very first time that we're running this campaign. And so let's say that we wanted to split test this and only target men. So how do we do that? So keeping everything else the same, it's actually quite easy, right? So we're going to collapse this panel, and we're going to come over here, and we're going to hover over this, and right here where it says duplicate, we're going to click duplicate, increase website views, right? We're going to optimize for landing page views. We are going to duplicate the original campaign, number of copies of each ad set. So if we wanted to duplicate, you know, multiple, we can do that too. So let's actually create 2 so we can duplicate. And so once it kind of finishes this, it's going to create 2 other copies, right? So this first copy, we're going to actually, change the name here. Once it's able to actually kind of finalize these little changes, you'll see this adorable little blue arrow moving around. And so this one right here, we're going to actually call this one men split test, right? And we're going to come down here, and now instead of it being all, we're going to click men, and we're going to click publish, right? And it's literally as simple as that, guys. And now we're going to click into this one. We're going to go to edit. We're going to call this one women split test. Right? And it's important to change the names just so you can kind of keep straight all of your different split tests. And we're going to go to women here and publish. And so now, you know, Facebook reviews all of their ads again, and some, you know, depending on things, the review process is normally shorter once they've already approved a similar ad. But now we're going to have, you know, the only difference between these ads, all of the interest targeting is the same, the age, right, the location. The only thing we've changed is this specific ad, the original ad we created, the original ad set has men and women, right, all genders. This one only has men. This one only has women. And so now what we're going to be able to test, guys, is if we're testing, you know, $5 a day each, or $10 a day each, or $20 a day each, after, you know, 2 or 3 days, one of these is going to perform best. And, you know, I would guess and I would assume that it's going to be women, just because in my experience, you know, women are the ones who kind of pick the dentist for the family. But, you know, I could be wrong, and that's the point of split testing. I have assumptions, and I let the market tell me. I never get emotional with my advertisements. I let the data show me, right? So after 3 days, we could see that, you know, our cost per click is $1 for women, and for men, it's $3, and for all genders, it's $2, right? And so then we would scale the ad campaign. We'd increase the daily budget by, you know, 15 to 30%, and we could do that with a rule here, right, that we talked about before. Automatically, we can increase our winning ad sets with rules. And then all of a sudden, guys, we have a much more successful, profitable campaign just from a very, very quick split test that we did. Split testing all genders, men and women. So that is the basic idea of a split test, guys. And remember, you can change anything. You can edit the interest. You can edit the age. You can edit the location, right? And that is the beauty of scaling. That is the beauty of Facebook. That is the beauty of testing, guys. And so I just wanted to get that kind of out of the way because we've talked about it a bunch of times, but we haven't actually done it in, you know, you haven't watched me actually do it. And I just wanted to show you just how easy that actually is. And so let's quickly talk about conversion campaigns. You know, we've mentioned this before, but conversion campaigns really are kind of, you know, the culmination of Facebook advertising, right? So once you have a bunch of data, once you have some purchases, once you have some people that have gone to your thank you page, then you can use Facebook's unbelievable amount of data to optimize to find more people that have, you know, that share kind of those commonalities. So we're going to go to our ads manager here. We're going to create an ad campaign. Start again, conversions, right? And so, you know, we could call this one like, dentist conversion campaign thank you page, right? And so then, you know, what we're going to do here, and, you know, since there's no actual purchase for a dentist campaign, like they're not buying like a teeth cleaning on our website, then this one would actually be something probably more like completed registration, for example. So to change that, all we would do is completed registration, right? And then, you know, how we actually know whether or not that our Facebook pixel is going to pick up this completed registration is by installing that custom piece of coding onto our thank you page, right? Onto the final page so that we can track that. Because what we're optimizing for, what we're trying to get more conversions for is people completing the action we want them to complete. And in our dentist funnel, that would be to actually go to the thank you page, meaning they gave us their email, meaning that they actually want to sign up, right? That's what we want more of. That's what we want Facebook to find us more of. That's the purpose of the conversion campaign, right? And so that's just like a basic kind of introduction into how to split test, right? Which is kind of the apex and the most critical part of Facebook advertising, the testing, right? And then that is kind of the just a you know, a basic introduction of conversion campaigns, which we've discussed, you know, a bunch before, kind of before this module. And so I think everyone kind of understands what conversion campaigns are. But just to kind of hammer it home, let's actually go ahead and install this code onto the thank you page of ClickFunnels, just so you can kind of see the entire process to make sure that we're creating these conversion campaigns the right way. All right, so if we want to call this a completed registration, and guys, remember, we choose what it's called. If you want to call people visiting your thank you page view content, you can, right? Facebook has no idea what these events are. You have to tell them, right? It just makes more sense to call it something that makes sense. So when you have like a bunch more kind of campaigns and things like that, you're not like saying, oh yeah, like I called it view content, right? So we're gonna just do completed registration here. And so then how do we actually tell Facebook that somebody who signs up and actually gives us their email in the Ninja funnel, that it actually counts as a conversion event? Right? And so the first thing that we have to do is come into our pixel, right? And to get here, we just go to pixels right here. And we're going to go to setup. And we're going to manually install the code ourselves and go to continue, right? We already installed this code in the settings right here under head tracking. And so now we're going to actually install the standard event snippet, like the little piece of code on the thank you page itself. So we're going to go to edit page here. And we're going to come back and we're going to go to continue. And now we're going to grab the code for completed registration, which is right here, right? So we're going to grab this little piece of code right here. We're going to come into settings, and all we did was click edit page there. We're going to go to tracking code, and I already installed it, but we're just going to, you know, paste it right here. Close this out, save it, and now every time someone comes from one of our Facebook ads onto this page, Facebook is going to say, okay, boom. Completed registration just happened. And then when you actually go to create a conversion campaign, optimizing for completed registration, Facebook is going to use its beautifully complex algorithms to go out and find other people who are most likely to also convert on this event that we're telling it to convert on, right? Because a big mistake that I see a lot of kind of new people with Facebook ads make is they'll say, okay, well, yeah, I have a lot of view content events firing, right? Like a lot of people are visiting my page. That's kind of the event with the most data. And so I'll make a conversion campaign for that. Right? But think about that. What that's going to do is Facebook is going to go out and they're going to find other people who are also most likely to just view your content, right? At the end of the day, we don't want people to just view our content. We want people to sign up, give us their email. We want people to convert. We want people to watch our webinar. And, we want people to purchase the products that we're advertising for, right? And so if you're optimizing a conversion campaign for like view content or, view content or what would be another one? Yeah, like view content, I guess, is kind of the best example of one. It's going to go out and find other people who are most likely to also view your content. So, the things that I like to optimize for are, people completing a registration, for example, people purchasing, right? I guess even add to payment info is another example. If a ton of people are adding payment info, but none of those people are converting, Facebook is going to go out and find other people who are also likely to add their payment info, but not necessarily convert and actually purchase, right? And so the best things to create conversion campaigns around are, purchases and completed registrations, because those are kind of activities that mean somebody actually did something that's valuable to us, right? They gave us money through a purchase or they completed a registration so we can email market to them, right? So we can follow up with them via phone and things like that, right? And so that's kind of a very basic tutorial into split testing. I wanted to do it very first thing in this module just so you guys can see it in action, see how easy it is, and just to edit, duplicate, edit anything you want. You can change the interest, you can change whatever you want, and then just publish it. And then all of a sudden now you have 3 different split tests, and you can, after a few days, I like to let them run for at least 2 or 3 days. You can tell which is the best, right? Let the data tell you. Never get emotional. It's gonna be so valuable for you guys if you can prevent yourself from getting emotional about your own ideas and just letting the data really tell you what's happening, right? So would you rather create a conversion campaign for 100 people who visit any page of your website, 10 people who add your product to cart, or 1 person who actually purchased your product or service, right? The mostly correct answer, guys, is 100 people who visit your page. Just because if only 1 person purchased your product, there's no reason to actually make a conversion campaign for that. That's not nearly enough data, right? Facebook recommends having 25 event fires per week at the minimum, right? So 25 people purchasing your product or completing a registration minimum for a conversion campaign to actually make sense. Before that, right, focus on PPE to get engagement for your ads, focus on traffic to get people actually come into your ecosystem, right? The most correct answer, guys, is all 3. Because if you have enough budget, then try making a conversion campaign for view content. Try making a conversion campaign for ad payment info. Split test and make a conversion campaign for completed registration. Split test and make a conversion campaign for purchases, even if you only have 1, right? The most correct answer always, guys, is going to be those who test the most and create the most split tests are the ones who are going to be the most successful. And I know that's kind of a frustrating answer, but unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast, right? Facebook is a unbelievably complicated machine, and there's a lot of chaotic inputs and variables, and it's impossible to know what's going to work the best, right? You can make a bunch of really educated guesses, but the people who test the most always succeed, guys. So that is the introduction. Welcome to the final module. We're going to get deeply into this, where we're going to show you all of the best ways to optimize and scale and split test kind of in the most intelligent way to save you the most time, right? And this is going to be a very fun one. I promise you guys, by the time we finish this, you're going to feel completely ready to absolutely scale your Facebook campaigns to the moon. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. What is up, guys? All right, today we're going to go through what I like to call micro split testing. And the point of this, guys, is people who are balling on a budget, right? People who don't have unlimited ad spend, like most of us, people who want to get results faster without wasting money, doing a lot of split testing. This is a great method for people who are a little bit more on a budget and kind of want to be able to test without spending as much money. And sometimes this method can take a little bit longer just because, your daily budgets are smaller, but people who are more concerned with budget than they are, quick results, this method is perfect for you. And so for this particular method, we're going to talk about Shopify, specifically a product. We just chose a random product here. We've sold a lot of gaming related products on Shopify. And so this is just one that I'm kind of familiar with. So what this is, guys, is it's a gaming keyboard. So it kind of like lights up and it looks cool and things like that. And so if you wanted to, for example, test a bunch of different ad sets, right? Split testing again and again is key to being successful on Facebook. If you wanted to split test a bunch of different options, we're gonna show you exactly how to do that right now. And so the first thing that I like to do is get information about people who are interested in gaming, right? Especially like professional gaming or esports, because those are the people who would be interested in a keyboard that glows like this. We want to see what they are interested in, what their interests are on Facebook, and where they kind of tend to be most densely populated. And we can get that information from a couple of different places. So inside of Audience Insights, one of my favorite tools, again, it just shows all of Facebook and kind of what they like. We can come into interest here and we can type in, let's type in like esports. So esports, League of Legends esports. So let's just type in esports as a whole, and I would expect this. Yeah, so 54% of all of Facebook is women, but only 14% of people who are interested in esports are women. So we're going to be about 85 or more % men here, which means that we are going to dominantly provide be targeting people 18 to 24 and specifically 25 through 34, because it makes up almost 100% of the people who are interested in esports, which is great. We used Audience Insights in this way. And so then again, if we typed in, let's see what the main keyword is for this, gaming keyboards. So if we typed in gaming keyboards here, and we're in Google Trends right now, Google Trends is going to give us information about this, right? So it's going to show us, that it's very popular around sometimes of the year, but it generally stays, average around 50%, which is pretty good, right? And what we see here is if we actually go down to city, we can see, it shows us what the most popular city is. We can also see subregions, right? Like Oregon, Virginia, New York, California, Massachusetts are significantly more interested in gaming keyboards than is like the general population, right? And so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna set up an ad manager. So we're going to assume that we don't have any data, right? If we had data, obviously we would leverage that data and we would use a conversion campaign optimizing for purchases. If we had, around 25 to 35 purchases in a week, which is what Facebook advises you to actually have data-wise to be able to use conversion campaigns successfully. So we're going to run a traffic campaign because we're going to make the assumption that we have absolutely no data to work with. So we're going to make a traffic campaign here. We're going to call this one Gaming Keyboard Micro Split Tests, and we are going to continue. And so what we're going to do is we're going to again name this Gaming Keyboard Micro Split Tests. And this is going to be kind of a longer video, guys, because I want to encompass everything in this one video about how to kind of test products on Shopify and how to, micro split test if you are on a little bit more of a budget and you're okay with it taking a little bit longer to kind of find your sweet spot and find your audience. This is the best way to do it. So we're going to do a website, and we're also going to do create multiple new ad sets. This way we can actually create split tests very easily natively in the app, which is a beautiful thing. If you've been advertising on Facebook for years, you understand how amazingly kind of effective and efficient this is. If you are brand new to Facebook, then just trust me when I tell you this is an amazing feature that didn't used to be possible. And so what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to remove United States here, and we're going to go back into Google, Oregon, Virginia, New York, California, Massachusetts. So we're going to do Oregon, New York, Virginia, Massachusetts, and California. Okay. So now we have those. And then for age range, right? We're going to do for age range, we're going to do a split test here because we're going to do 18 through 24 and 25 through 34 as our 2, right? So 18 through 24, and then we're going to go add age range variation. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do 25 through 34. And what this allows us to do, guys, is it will now make 2 different variations, right? You see up here 2 different ad sets, and it's going to populate only people that live in these 5 states, and then it's going to make 1 ad set of this age range in these states and 1 ad set of this age range in these states. And you know, as we add additional variations, it's going to create, you know, additional permutations of our ad sets, and you can see the total number of ad sets and total budget up here on the right always. So it's good to know. We're going to do English here. We're going to go men because it was like 86% men, which is, you know, it's just not worth advertising gaming keywords to women, in my opinion. And that's obviously not sexist. It's just, you know, from the data. I like to make money. Obviously, I have no problem with men or women. It's just about kind of what the data is showing us. And then we're going to go into detailed targeting. So let's try like Fortnite. 47 million people like this. Let's try... Let's actually split test this on detailed targeting. So we're gonna add another one here. We're gonna do Fortnite as its own thing. Let's do Alienware, because Alienware is like a really popular kind of game. It's known for being like the best gaming equipment and things like that. So we're gonna do Alienware. And guys, remember, if you ever like don't know what to put, come over back into Audience Insights where we typed in esports, and then where it says page likes right here, click page likes, and it'll show you other things, right? Like Husky Starcraft, Team Liquid, HyperX, AMD Gaming, Asus Republic of Gaming, right? Newegg, DreamHack, right? Major League Gaming. This is a perfect one we should definitely do. LOL Esports. Let's try LOL Esports as well. So let's add another detailed targeting variation. Let's do LOL Esports. See 2 million people there. Let's do Major League Gaming. We see 1.2 million there. And so that's 4, right? So now we see that we have 8 ad sets, right? Because there's 4 here, and then we're split testing 2 here. And so let's do a couple more. What else should we do? Let's see what else is here. Let's do DreamHack maybe. Cloud9 might be good. MSI Gaming, Hypercraft, AMD Gaming. Let's do esports in general, and then let's see if DreamHack's available. And the reason that I know to pick these guys is because I follow Major League Gaming, and so I know you know, somewhat about it. And you know, that's not to say that you have to only sell products that you know a lot about. You can do research on them, you know, as well. I just kind of already know, and so yeah. We're gonna do esports here as well. Right, because esports is different than LOL Esports. They're 2 different companies, or they're 2 different interests. And so then now we have 10 ad sets, right? And so 10 ad sets is pretty good. We're going to edit the placements here because it's kind of not a good use of money spending on things that aren't always profitable. I like to really only do kind of feeds here. And if we do mobile, if we do mobile only, we could do that. We can't split test it mobile and desktop here, but I would duplicate. Oh man, it's just erased everything I did. But I would duplicate this afterward, and then I could do mobile only. But for now, we're just gonna leave both checked and just have it as feeds, because Facebook feeds are generally the most profitable in my experience of, you know, a ton of different campaigns. And so what we're gonna do here is we are going to optimize for link clicks. And then when you see when you're charged here, this is very important, guys, because Facebook is a company, right? They would like to make money like every company. And so they will default to charging you on impressions. And for some campaign types, like conversions and things like that, you don't have a choice. You have to actually be charged for impressions. But with traffic campaigns on the link click optimization setting, you can actually choose to only be charged when you get link clicks. This means that 1 million people could see your ad, and if no one clicks, you don't get charged a single penny. So it's very, 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 very profitable to do it this way, right? And so what we're gonna do is choose standard delivery type. Even distribution, right? And so even distribution is interesting, right? Because if you split test like Oprah Winfrey versus like something that nobody knows about, if you do even distribution, then obviously, you know, you have a much larger audience with Oprah than you know, like me, for example. A lot more people know who Oprah is than Kevin David for now. And so if you did even distribution, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense, right? And so what you can do, and what I like to do, is balanced distribution, as then it will actually kind of distribute your daily budget by ad set based on, you know, the size and potential of, you know, what that split test is about. For example, like if we scroll back up here, esports has 2.4 million, DreamHack has 500,000. So this one would have, you know, 5 times more budget allocated to it than DreamHack, just because the audience is, you know, 5 times larger, 2.5 million here versus 500,000. So we're going to do balanced distribution right there. And what we're going to do here is we are going to choose our daily budget to be rather small, right? So we see that there's 10 ad sets. And so what I like to do with micro split testing is give between $3 and $5 per ad set per day. And so we see that we have 10 ad sets here. And so we're gonna do 10 times 5, which is $50 a day, right? Which means that each ad set would get, you know, around $5 a day. And if you want to guarantee that, you can choose even distribution. But if you have, you know, significantly different sized audience variations like this, then balanced distribution makes more sense. But if you're just starting out and you kind of want to give an equal amount of daily budget to each one, just so you can, you know, have things kind of be more equal, then you can leave it on even distribution. And I guess we can do that for now. But I've had good results with actually both even distribution and balanced distribution. So it's definitely worth trying both for sure. Again, like I've said a million times, those who test the most win with Facebook ads. So we're going to continue here. And now we see that these are all $5 daily budgets. All of the different split tests we made, right? Oregon, New York, Virginia, Massachusetts, California, 18 through 24-year-olds, same states, but it's the 25 through 34-year-olds here. And then you can see, you know, all of the different interests that we're split testing on as well if you scroll down and look kind of closer, right? And so this is kind of, you know, the way that we run advertisements, micro split testing. Right, and what I like to do is I like to give, you know, a number of different images. Like it says here, create up to 6 ads with 1 image each at no extra charge. So if you have 6 quality images that you're going to run ads with, you know, something like 20% off, like all of our gaming keyboards today only, or, you know, 50% off when your first purchase from, you know, our gaming superstore, or whatever, you know, your particular ad is that has, you know, some type of discount and has some type of scarcity to get them to actually purchase, you know, a little bit quicker. Using, you know, a few ads kind of up front will help you kind of determine which images are working best. And then sometimes, guys, the beauty of split testing is if you create 100 different ad sets, right, 5 of them are going to work fantastically. 95 of them or 90 of them are going to work okay. 5 of them are going to be terrible, right, or whatever the distribution is. But the point is to, as fast as you can, figure out which ad sets are actually performing well, right? And when I say performing well, I mean that, you know, the cost per purchase, right, is lower than your profit. So if you make $10 per keyboard and you have some ad sets that are giving you, you know, it's a $5 cost per purchase, obviously those ad sets are profitable, so you can scale them up and then continue to duplicate them and test new test new split tests and interests and things like that. Kind of once you've identified which variations of your split testing are working well and which variations are not working well. So that, guys, is how I like to micro split test. And, you know, all you'd have to do then is, you know, import this into your Shopify store and run, you know, your Shopify store run ads directly to the product page where you could have, you know, coupons and whatever additional things were that you were trying to, you know, incentivize people to actually make the purchase, guys. So that is micro split testing. How I like to do it, again, $3 to $5 per ad set per day. And then you will, within, you know, 3 to 5 days, have enough data about which ad sets are working, which ad sets are not. Obviously, pause the ones that are not, scale the ones, you know, 15 to 30% increased daily budget per day. Again, using rules to do that is the best, you know, kind of most time efficient way. And once you guys kind of have that all on autopilot, all you have to do is just find new products to test in the same exact way, find winners, ditch losers, and then scale from there, guys. And that is how you micro split test. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so you've heard me preach this entire course about the importance of split testing, and this is probably one of, if not the most important sections and videos of the entire course. Right, and I'm gonna repeat that really quick just in case you're like doing something else. This is one of the most important parts of the entire course. So pay close attention here because this is going to completely change how you run split tests and how you optimize Facebook campaigns and how you run Facebook ad campaigns most efficiently. And so we're gonna open up this entire window so we can kind of see this clearer. But there is also kind of an explanation in the PDF that you can follow along if you like. As well. I wanted to make it, both video and PDF so you guys can learn in two separate ways. You can take notes on the PDFs. Some people prefer video, some people prefer PDFs, and so even though it's a ton more work creating both, I just wanted to do that so you guys have kind of the best opportunity possible to learn. So we're gonna call this one Traffic Campaign Entrepreneur Split Test. And so this is kind of what we're normally used to seeing, right? Where we choose our traffic, audience, everything. But there's one small little section that's different, right? So we're gonna call this one Traffic Audience Split Test again. And normally it defaults to create new ad set, right? But there's a small little button up here that says create multiple new ad sets. So if we click this, the only difference, right? It all looks pretty much the same, but there's a major difference and it's right here. Add custom audience variation, add age range variation, add location variation, right? Add detailed targeting variation. And what this allows you to do, guys, instead of creating one ad set, right? And then once it's created, click the duplicate button, how we've showed you before. Facebook actually will allow you to create multiple permutations based on the variants that you actually select in this kind of sequence. And I know that sounds kind of complicated, but it's really not at all complicated. So let's say that we wanted to make a split test of the United States and then also the United Kingdom. So maybe the UK is kind of like the second best place that we have course sales, like for my course. So all I would do is click Add Location Variation, and then instead of the United States here, we'd close this out and we'd choose United Kingdom, right? So now we see that this updates 2 ad sets. So if everything else is the same, this would create 2 ad sets, one of which is in the United States and one of which is the United Kingdom, and it would automatically create both, right? You'll also see the total budget here. This is very important because instead, if you set $5 a day, but you make a bunch of variations, it's going to run $5 a day for each variation independently and give you a total budget here. So it's important to kind of understand that and to make sure that you know kind of what your daily budget is, just so you're not like surprised when you're spending more or less than you expected. So let's do 24 through, let's do 25 through 34, just from some of the analytics that we've looked at. That's kind of our best age range, but we also have a good age range, which is 35 through 44, right? From Facebook Analytics, from Google Analytics. So we're going to add an age range variation right here, 35 through 44. Let's add let's do all for gender. We can duplicate and make one men or women. Or actually, let's just try men because it was about 75% men, and most of our course sales come from men, about over 3/4. We're gonna do English here because my course is in English, and then detailed targeting. So some of the detailed targeting that we've found to be kind of most effective is Gary Vaynerchuk, just because he really purely kind of represents entrepreneurship and people trying to change their lives and celebrate life and passive income, and that's kind of what my course enables people to do, right? So we're going to do Gary Vaynerchuk. We're going to add a detailed targeting here, and we're going to do Tony Robbins. And you'll see that the total budget is starting to multiply, right? Because now there's multiple variants each time. And so when we add another detailed targeting, for example, it's going to actually multiply, right? Because there's 2 ad sets, one for the UK, one for the United Kingdom. There's 2 ad sets, one for the age range 25 through 34, one for 35 through 44, and now there's another for Gary Vaynerchuk, and then all permutations of each combination needs to occur as well. So let's add like one more. And we see it go from 160 up to 240 here. And we're gonna let's do Bob Proctor. Okay, and so now we have some, stuff going on here. So we're gonna edit the placements. We're gonna kill Instagram, audience network, messenger. We don't want marketplace or right column or instant articles either. And we're gonna do all devices, right? And again, we can split test this as just mobile and just desktop once we create the campaigns. We did see that iOS devices, right? It said in our Facebook analytics that people were significantly more likely to purchase if they were using Safari and on a phone. And so one split test that we could possibly make would be, to only have mobile only, and then we could just choose iOS only because people that are using Safari are generally on iOS. And we're going to optimize for link clicks here. We're going to change when you are charged from impressions to actual link clicks because it does default you to impressions, which means you pay for ads being shown to people even if they don't actually click on your ad. And so it's generally a little bit more efficient kind of to have when you're charged be link clicks. And again, this is only available from the link clicks option. If you do choose landing page views, impressions, or daily unique reach, it defaults to charging you based off of impressions. And I'm not saying that that's wrong, but what I am saying is I prefer when I'm doing traffic campaigns to be charged on link clicks only. All right, so we can choose even distribution, give each ad set the same budget amount, or we can choose balanced distribution, use the audience size of an ad set to determine how much the budget will receive. More of your budget will go to ad sets with larger audiences. So when I start this out, guys, I usually do even distribution, but if I'm seeing that, there's an unbalanced kind of distribution, if one audience size is 10 million and one audience size is 100,000, obviously they shouldn't get equal amounts of budget. They should do balanced distribution. So if you have drastic differentials between audience sizes of interest, for example, or if you're choosing like Ireland and China as two countries, obviously Ireland has a significantly smaller population, and so you'd want it to have less of the allocated budget if you were kind of on a strict budget here. So total budget, we see 12 ad sets with $20 USD daily budget. 12 times 20 is obviously 240 here. And so I'm going to run my ad continuously, and I would click continue, guys. And like if you've never used Facebook ads before, or if you haven't been around for a while, this feature being added directly natively into the Facebook ads platform was kind of one of the biggest amazing changes that Facebook actually did kind of bring out, because there was some custom software and third-party software that did basically exactly what I just showed you, like Ad Espresso and things like that back in the day, and they were clunky to use a little bit, but it's just so much nicer to have it actually kind of coded beautifully in here for you within Facebook ads. And you can see it actually separate the ad sets, and it'll name them by default for you. Like, this is the Great Britain men 25 through 34. Here is another one with a different interest, right? Here's the US men 35 through 44. Here's the US men with a different interest, right? So it'll show you specifically what the differentials are here. And then once these ad sets actually launch and you can kind of review them from your campaign feed, you'll be able to see based off of their ad spend, the placements that are working most kind of efficiently based on age, gender, demographics, location, based on interest. And then once you can actually kind of narrow down whether Tony Robbins or Gary Vaynerchuk, the ad sets that have liked those two respective pages are performing better, then you'll be able to make decisions as far as optimization, scaling, and things like that. And so that is, guys, how to create split tests more efficiently. And, just as a point, people might be wondering, Kevin, why didn't you teach us it this way kind of from the start? The reason is because it's very important to kind of have a base knowledge and infrastructure of how the platform is set up, how you kind of chronologically, choose age, demographics, detailed targeting, placement, budget, and then actually go in to create your ads introducing it in this way with variant testing and, automatically creating all permutations of split tests based on variance of the different demographics, behaviors, and interests. It's just a bit more complicated than I wanted to kind of introduce from the beginning. And yes, this is much more efficient, but if you had listened to me in the very beginning of the course, you wouldn't have actually created an ad until this point anyways. And so, I just wanted to really highlight that this is such a huge time saver. Using this in combination with rules is going to save you literally thousands and thousands of hours, and it's going to create unbelievably profitable campaigns for you with Facebook ads, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, how long should you let an ad run? When should you stop it? When should you scale it? How should you know, kind of what to do? So I get these questions all the time, and of course the answer, unfortunately, like a lot of times, is it depends kind of on your budget, how much your item costs, how many people you want to reach, kind of, how you want to set things up. But a good kind of general place to start is anywhere between $5 and $20 a day, right? If you're doing a ton of split tests, like all of a sudden, even if you're doing $5 a day, if you do 10 split tests, right, that goes to $50 a day very quickly. If you do 20, obviously it scales up from there. So if you're, just starting out and you have kind of a lower budget, but you do want to do it the right way, which is doing split tests, I suggest maybe doing $5 a day. If you have a slightly larger budget and, you set things up as well as you can, like you always should, targeting the best interests and doing your upfront research using audience insights and Google Trends and things like that, and spending kind of some time and energy on creating your creative, whether it's images or a video and things like that, then your initial ad spend, of course, it's not going to be as profitable as retargeting and once you have pixel data and stuff like that. But even your initial kind of quote unquote shots in the dark, some of them will be profitable. I think a lot of people have this kind of like mythical idea that like the second you run any Facebook ad, like no matter what it is, it's just going to immediately be profitable. And that's just unfortunately not the case anywhere on earth, for making money. And it's also not the case on Facebook ads. But a more realistic kind of expectation, and an expectation that I have, is kind of a zero-sum expectation for your initial shots in the dark. And that's just a way that I call it. But, obviously your shots in the dark have a lot of upfront thought, and, you're not just creating shots in the dark. But what I mean by shots in the dark is you're creating a bunch of split tests up front using, as much data as you can collect from audience insights, Google Trends, and just like logic about your market and audience to create a bunch of split tests. And then from there, we'll narrow down which ones are working, which ones aren't. So, what I like to say, guys, is $5 to $20 a day. Let them run for 3 days. And then, after 3 days, you can really tell a lot. If you're not getting any type of results you want, if you're not getting emails, leads, right, completed registrations, purchases, and none of that, then you need to stop the ad, right? If you are getting some of them and you're getting them at kind of an acceptable cost per lead or per whatever it is, right? And, an acceptable kind of cost per email is anywhere from 50 cents if you're a rock star and you're retargeting and things like that, or you're in like a cheaper niche like weight loss or something like that, all the way up to even $3 to $5. And I've paid as much as $12 to $15 per webinar registration, which is just an email, right? Those aren't sales, but they're very targeted leads, right? And you have to think about it like this, guys. If somebody enters my webinar, they're not just watching my webinar. They're giving me their email, which means they're added to an automatic email sequence, right? So they get emails from me after that. If they join my webinar, they're getting added to my ManyChat sequence. They're getting added to my Messenger bot, so I can send a broadcast to their Messenger as well. They're getting exposure to me. They're being pixeled, right? So I'm retargeting them if they do make it to my webinar, saying, hey, I saw that you watched my webinar. I just wanted to thank you for that. And, we're actually running a one-time kind of discount on, the product that you did see in the webinar. So it's like, even if I'm losing money on the upfront, like we've talked about over and over and over again, I'm making money on these things downstream, and kind of establishing what your profit ecosystem is and kind of what your value ladder is, and things like that is going to be really advantageous for you guys, right? So something that I want to note, guys, when scaling ads, you're going to kind of have a lot of ad sets. So, when you're creating your shots in the dark and you have, let's say just for the sake of ease of math, you have 10 different ad sets that you're duplicating, right? Some of them are going to be $5 a click. Some, just for the sake of ease, right? Maybe it's emails or purchases or whatever it is. Some of them are going to be $3 a click. Some of them are going to be $1 a click, right? So when you're scaling a ton of ads like this, I really like to only kind of modify one major attribute in 24 hours. Because, the ones that are working, it's very, very important, guys. And if you're not paying attention or you're texting or whatever, stop it for a second, because I promise you're gonna want to know this. But knowing you guys, being the beautiful ninja family that you are, you're never texting when I'm talking, because you realize just how amazing the knowledge is. So a ninja note right? I never, ever, ever, ever actually change winning ad sets, guys. There's too many chaotic variables. Facebook is very finicky, right? They don't like change. So if I have an ad set, let's say that this traffic campaign right here is, getting me $1 emails, right? Or $1 registrations or $1 purchases or whatever it is, right? If it's getting me a $1 cost per click, I would never in a million years go into this and like change the interest or change anything about this ad itself because Facebook does not like it when you change things. Let this ad run till the end of time if it's running profitably and getting you the results you want. And then, the only thing that we're going to change about this, guys, is the daily budget. We're going to increase it by 15% to 30% a day, and we're going to do that using a rule, right? And we can talk about this really quick. Just super, super fast, all active ad sets, right? We're going to adjust budget, increase daily budget by 15%, right? And if the, let's say, cost per purchase is less than $5. So this means every time an ad set has a cost per purchase that's less than $5, this rule is going to automatically increase it by 15%, right? So it's seriously that easy, guys. You saw me do it in 15 seconds. And that one tip alone, I had a friend who ran a Facebook ad agency, and he was adjusting hundreds and hundreds of ad sets by hand, increasing them, decreasing them, pausing them, instead of using rules. And he was like, oh my God, Kevin, you just saved my life, right? So I hope you guys never realize how amazing you're going to kind of learn this, because you'll never realize all the mistakes you could have made if you learned it the wrong way. But to finish my thought, guys, I never change ads at all if they're performing well. I just duplicate them. Right, so if this is getting me $1 per clicks, I'll duplicate it, and then I'll change one major attribute in 24 hours, right? Maybe this ad set, I was targeting Tony Robbins. I would duplicate it and then go in and edit it, right? And I would change that interest from Tony Robbins to Gary Vaynerchuk, right? That's the only difference that I would make, right, in 24 hours. Because then, guys, I know for sure what the impact of my change was. I knew that the ad was performing, and if it performs better, then that means Gary Vaynerchuk is a more targeted audience than Tony Robbins. If it performs worse, that means Gary Vaynerchuk is a worse interest to target for this specific offer than Tony Robbins, right? So that is the key to kind of knowing how to scale things, and it's so, so important that you never, ever actually change winning ad sets. Let them run until literally pigs are flying and hell is frozen over, if they remain profitable, right? And the rules will ensure that if you set them up correctly, right? So this kind of means, guys, after one set of initial profitable ads, I'd kind of further split test them by, one thing, whether it's gender, maybe I'm going to test women, maybe I'm going to test 24 through 35-year-olds, age, maybe I'm going to test, I'm going to increase the bid or the budget, whatever it is, right? One per 24 hours. Always, always, always duplicate. And so, another common myth, guys, is that you can just increase like the daily budget. So let's say I'm getting like a $1 click cost per click at $5 a day. If I increase it to $5,000 per day, first of all, it's not going to spend $5,000 per day, almost guaranteed. It might, so don't do that, but it's almost guaranteed it won't. And then your $1 cost per click, guys, is going to go to like $100 cost per click. Like it does not scale how you want it to be. It's disproportional. Do not do it this way. The maximum that you can, profitably scale your daily budget is 15 to 30%. And again, guys, just to reiterate, right, the best marketers in the world test a lot of things quickly, zero sum, meaning, they don't lose or make money on those tests. They're not trying to profit immediately. They understand that the profit comes from, honing in on what your perfect audience is, and it comes from retargeting based on pixel data. Right, and then they understand that scaling winning campaigns and then retargeting, interested potential customers, this is where you see the significant profits. This is where you see the fruits of your labor, not at the beginning, right? That is the best marketers in the world understand that they're not trying to make money at the very beginning. And guys, so it's impossible kind of to tell you what your specific cost per lead should be, because obviously every business is different. But just because like a cost per lead for like a weight loss thing is like super cheap, it can be like 50 cents, right? Or a cost per lead for like a $50,000 or $20,000 mastermind, even if you're getting those for, $1,000 and somebody buys, obviously it's worth it, right? But a very, very general kind of cost per lead that is, I kind of go by, Business to consumer, right? A lead magnet. If less than $1, fantastic. $1 to $2.50, pretty good. Needs work over $2.50, right? A business to business lead magnet, right? If you're selling like a SaaS or like a software package, like for businesses, less than $3 is good, right? These are a little bit more expensive because it's generally a higher ticket product. $3 to $6 is all right, pretty good. Above $6, you could, work on it a little bit. Excuse me. Business to business webinar registration. Kind of less than 6 is pretty good. Webinar registrations, 6 to 12 is kind of what we optimize for. Less than 6 is very difficult to do, but it's possible. And then above 12 kind of needs a little bit of work, guys. So that is how long you should run ads, a ton more data on, how to actually kind of scale, how to, never actually change the specific ad sets themselves that are winning, always duplicate them, change one thing per 24 hours. These are the ways that you be successful, and understanding that, when you're actually creating like your big amount of tests up front, guys, the best marketers in the world know that this is zero sum. They're not trying to make a huge amount of profits. What they're trying to do with those big amount of tests up front is figure out what their perfect audience is fast, and then scale the ad sets that are actually working, 15 to 30% per day, and just see their profits start to soar once they actually find their perfect target audience, and once they actually have pixel data to then retarget people to make a bunch of profit, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about knowing your numbers with reporting, right? How to actually organize your columns, how to kind of interpret the data when you have a lot of campaigns and ad sets and ads, kind of to make decisions about what you want to scale, what you want to pause, and things like that. So if we open up our dashboard here, you can see that there's kind of the rules section. And we've talked about this a couple of times, but I think it's probably one of the most important ways to kind of automate your decision making, right? Because people tend to get emotional if you really like an ad, you want to see it succeed, or whatever the case may be. And I kind of try to like take that emotion out of the equation just by creating rules. And so just really quick, we'll go over this, and then we'll go over the columns that I like to use kind of to present the data in the best way. But the two ways that I like to do this, guys, well, let's go into ad sets here really quick, and then we'll make a rule. And we're going to do this with all active ad sets, and we're going to turn off ad sets if the cost per website conversion, right? We're going to do cost per purchase, because I like to optimize everything for cost per purchase. If you're doing leads or webinar registrations or whatever, you could just do cost per completed registration, whatever the case may be. So we're going to turn off ad sets if it's costing us, if our cost per purchase is greater than $5, right? And so what this means, guys, is, and Facebook auto defaults to doing lifetime impressions over 8,000, because if you don't have over 8,000 impressions, Facebook doesn't deem having enough data to actually make these decisions. And so you can just leave that. This basically means just a total number of times the ad was viewed. So the time range, right? I like to do the rolling average of the last 3 days. Just because it gives you kind of a better picture of what's going on. Just because, for example, one day it might be super high, the next day it might be super low, and then the average of, the rolling average of the last 3 days might be, kind of the average that you're looking for, and still be below Facebook, below your kind of cost per purchase target. And if you do it like one day or whatever, then it's going to kind of screw up the data just because of the outlier. So I like to do the last 3 days. Attribution window is fine. And I like to do it continuously, right? This rule will run as often as possible, every 30 minutes. And then I like to just send it to my email and, to my Facebook as well. And so I would create these rules, right? The other one that I like to do, guys, is about active ad sets. And instead of turning off the ad sets, I like to adjust the budget, right? And so what we're going to do then is we're going to do all active ad sets. We're going to go to adjust budget, increase daily budget by, and we're going to do 16%, just because everybody always does multiples of 5. And the best kind of percentages that I've figured out like over the years and millions of dollars of ad spend on Facebook is between 15% and 25 to 30% kind of at the maximum. You can't really scale more than 30% or even 25% per day without your kind of cost per click and all of your kind of metrics that you're optimizing for kind of going up and getting more expensive. Facebook just won't allow you to do it. And so doing it this way, being patient, and then allowing rules to automatically do this for you, every 24 hours is really going to pay a huge amount of dividends for you. So we're gonna cap this at a month, a maximum daily budget cap, just just to make sure that we're not spending more than $1,000 a day on any of these ad sets. We're gonna do it the last 3 days, and the action frequency. We're gonna do this once daily, right? Because we figured out that every 24 hours or so you can increase by 15 to 25, 30% at the very max, without your kind of your metrics that you're optimizing for getting really screwed up. And so I'll do all active ad sets increase by 16% or up to 25 or 30 per day, with a maximum daily budget cap of 1,000, just so they're not actually spending more than $1,000 each. The action frequency is going to be once daily. Lifetime impressions, again, defaults to being above 8,000. And we're going to increase the daily budget by 16% if our cost per purchase is smaller than $5. Right? So this means that all ad sets where we're getting $5 purchases or less, right, really good, right? That means that we're going to increase those ad sets so that they're spending more money. So those are the two rules that I kind of like to use the most often. So now let's talk about the columns. So right up here, you can see columns. If you want to see breakdown, you can see breakdown, by delivery, age, and gender is a good one, right? So we can see that we were showing my ad to females, males, females, males in these age ranges. And we can see, the cost per result for each. So this is a very small amount of data. So let's actually go into one of my other ad accounts really quick to kind of demonstrate this in a slightly better way. All right, guys, so here we are in one of my other millions of my ad accounts. And we can see a lot of data here, right? So this looks a little bit overwhelming. So if we go into breakdown, right, we can see this by day, we can see it by week, we can see it by 2 weeks, month, right, by delivery, all of these different things, right, placement and device. But the one that I'm kind of most interested in at first is age and gender. So we're going to do age and gender. And now we can see, for this particular ad, right, we were targeting Russell Brunson and plus ecom, right, with a Facebook video. So we can see that, we were targeting to these demographics for males 18 to 24, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54. So these are all kind of the split tests here. And we can see that, we had our amount spent. We can see all of our links. And I like to kind of organize just quickly as cost per result, right? And so what we're going to see here is there's some that weren't playing, but we can see that the cost per result now is organized a little bit better, right? So this is per landing page view. So we can see that our 35 to 44-year-old males were only costing us 35 cents per click, when the 25 to 34-year-old males were costing us 45 cents, right? And then the youngest 18 to 24-year-olds were costing us the most, right? And so what we can see is we've got 65 link clicks here for the 35 to 44-year-olds. So this one would probably be the one that would definitely be kind of the most interesting. And so that's kind of how you do the breakdown. You can go by country, region, impression device, platform and device, placement and device, product ID, time of day, right? All of these different things. But before we kind of dive deeper into this, guys, let's go into performance here, and let's take a look at some of these. So we can see, delivery, engagement, video engagement, all different types of stuff. But what I like to do is come into customize columns here. And once we open up custom columns, I'm going to get rid of some of this stuff, right? So we don't need to see errors. We don't need to see delivery. We don't need to see when it ends, the schedule, right? And so I'm going to get rid of some of these just so we can clean this up a little bit. So kind of the place where most of the stuff that you're interested in lies. So this is like engagement, right? Here's settings, split test, optimization, but most of what we're interested in, guys, is under the conversion section. And this is the website conversions based on the Facebook pixel, right? So I want to see website purchases, right? I want to see cost per website purchase, which is cost per website conversion, cost per website purchase right here. So we're going to click this one. And those are the main two I want to see, guys. But if you, for example, wanted to see like if you were running traffic to a webinar, you could click cost per website registration instead, and then it would show you based on your Facebook pixel, right? When we install our Facebook pixel and we install our standard event snippets, right? Like that little piece of code that we install after the registration page on ClickFunnels, like I showed you how to do, or that little piece of code that we install on the thank you page or the purchase page that only shows after someone makes a purchase, then we can do, cost per completed registration. We can do cost per website purchase. And so we're going to do website purchases here and then cost per website purchase. So we're going to go to apply. And so now what we see, right, is we see our columns were updated. And we can kind of clean these up a little bit just so it looks a little bit better. Right, and so what we're going to do then is we're going to actually, so we're in just a single ad set here, but we can look at everything as well. So let's get rid of that. And then let's organize by website purchases. Okay, so now we can see actually where we're getting our purchases from, right? So the whole point of kind of these columns, guys, is to make better sense of the data, so you can kind of make intelligent decisions related to that data. So we can see that the 25 to 34-year-old male range, we had 15 purchases, and our cost per purchase was $15.91, right? Which is pretty incredible when you consider that this is a $997 product. Right, so that's kind of a like a $980 profit per unit times 15, which is pretty good, right? Obviously, and then so we can obviously know that this is kind of our target demographic in this particular ad set. That we'd be targeting 25 through 34-year-old males, much heavier, because it looks like we've spent about $130 on the 35 through 44-year-old male range, and we haven't gotten a single website purchase, right? And so it's very important to kind of note here the difference, right? And this is kind of like what you learn from split testing. Like if I hadn't have split tested this into 5 different segments, right? The 18 through 24-year-olds, the 25 through 34-year-olds, the 35 through 44, 45, 54, 55 through 64, I wouldn't know that the 18 through the 25 through 34-year-old male range here is literally getting us almost 100% of our purchases out of these 5 split tests. And that's a really unbelievably profitable and beautiful piece of knowledge, because now, I'd know that, okay, well, it looks like we're wasting money on 35 years and older. And so we target, we'd set our rules would automatically raise the budgets for these, but we could know that, okay, now we know that, in this particular ad with these particular interests and things like that, that obviously our kind of sweet spot and our perfect audience lies in the 25 through 34-year-old range. So let's take a look at some other ones. So we see that there's 6 purchases here for a little bit more expensive, $87 per purchase, which is still obviously incredible for a $997 product. It's a $910 profit per sale times 6, which is quite good, obviously. And so we see again the same age range, 25 through 34 seems to be our sweet spot in not only this ad set, but this ad set. And guys, we're looking for patterns here, right? We're looking for, we're looking for things that we kind of see across different split tests, because the point of split tests is not only to figure out kind of your sweet spot in this particular ad set, but it's to understand who your demographic is. So if all of these different ad sets all had 25 through 34-year-old males as kind of the best demographic, then I would know, that maybe when I'm creating my new split test and my new kind of iterations and I'm further optimizing and scaling, that I would start out with 25 through 34-year-old males as my initial targeting demographic, and actually really start to kind of scale from there. And so we see 6 purchases here, but something that's interesting is we see 5 purchases for 35 through 44-year-old males, right? So the interests or the demographical targeting, whatever the difference might be in this particular ad set, it seems like this 35 through 44-year-olds is working significantly better here, because we had no sales here with $130 of ad spend, but here we had $291 of ad spend and we had 5 sales, right? So $58 per sale, is about a $920 profit per sale. And so, these are very important metrics to kind of get a really good understanding of, guys. And that is really like how I do it. We can break it down by age and gender right here in breakdown. And then I like to customize the columns here just by clicking customize columns. And again, the biggest spot where you're going to find all the information is under the conversion section here. And I just go down to where it says website pixel, website Facebook pixel, and all the data that you really need is right here. Like if you want to know how much it's costing you to get leads, if you want to know how much it's costing you to get checkouts or registrations, right? You can click that here, and then you can actually go down to cost website Facebook pixel, and you can get this right here. And if you've assigned a value to your pixel, then you can put that here, and it'll show you like what your profit profit is and everything, right? Like it's really, really kind of easy once you understand what you're doing. And that's kind of the point of this video, and that's the point of obviously this course, guys. And so that is how I know my numbers with reports. That's how I make decisions based on split testing. That was another, very quick kind of rundown of how to use rules to automate this, because once you have, hundreds and hundreds of different ad sets all going simultaneously, it's very difficult to do this kind of in a manual way. And so, learning how to do it from me the right way to start, you won't even realize how much time you're saving. So that's kind of the point of all of this, guys, so that you learn things right, do it kind of the best way from the beginning, just so you can scale faster and be profitable sooner and really utilize and leverage the beautiful amounts of kind of reports and organization and analytics that Facebook gives you access to. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, we're going to talk about how to use Facebook ads to drive traffic directly to an Amazon listing the right way. Because one of the things that I want, I know this isn't an Amazon course, I know this isn't a Shopify course, but this is a Facebook course, and I'm going to make the assumption that a lot of the people watching this, have e-commerce businesses, whether it's Amazon or Shopify. So I'm going to show some of the best strategies, in a much more simplified way. Obviously, my Amazon course has everything you could ever possibly want to know about Amazon. Obviously, my Shopify course has everything you could ever possibly want to know about Shopify. But I still want to include, some of the most important parts related to Facebook advertising for these businesses, just so that, I can help the most possible people, who are part of this course and part of this family, right? So kind of the inherent problem with driving traffic directly to Amazon, or any website that you don't own, is that you don't have the ability to put the pixel in it, right? Like when we use ClickFunnels, for example, like we put the pixel on the back end of our actual funnel, right? We control the HTML. We control this website, so we can put our pixel here. But obviously, unfortunately, I don't own Amazon, which would be nice, obviously. But because I don't own it, I can't put the pixel on the actual site. So how could I possibly track, the profitability, and how could I know whether or not the dollars I was spending for Facebook ads driving traffic directly to an Amazon listing was actually kind of being done profitably? So there is actually a clever way to do this, though. So it involves kind of two steps. There's a really awesome piece of software called snip.ly, which you can sign up for right here, that kind of acts as like a bridge, right? So it's a very fast redirect that actually allows you to pixel people from a Facebook ad even to a website that you don't own. So it's kind of like, this is the Facebook ad, here's Sniply, and here's the Amazon listing, and it pixels them, and they don't even notice that they're being pixeled. And that's kind of the beautiful part. And so let's say that, for example, this was my listing. I would copy it and I would go into Sniply. And so you can sign up again right here in the Module 6 resources. And then once we're inside Sniply, we're going to go into Manage Brand Profiles. We're going to choose our specific brand after we kind of set things up. And then we're going to go into Retargeting Pixel, right? And so the first thing that we have to do actually is add our pixel. So we're going to come in here to Business Manager, go to Pixels. We're going to choose our handy dandy little pixel right here. We're going to go to Setup, Install Yourself. We're going to grab the code right here. And then we're going to come into Sniply, and we are going to paste in our pixel. All right, and so once we save this, now we're going to have our retargeting pixel live. And then any actual link that we take, right? Like we're going to copy and paste this link, assuming this is our Amazon product. We're going to put this in right here. We're going to create snip. So you'll get a little error message that says we can't show CTAs, call to actions, on this page, right? Because Amazon doesn't support what's called iframes, I believe. Simply, using iframes to display your CTA. Yeah, so some websites don't support iframes. All this means is you can't have like a little button that like overlays on Amazon that says like click here and do this, right? But you can do that on other websites, which we will show you later on in this module. And it's really kind of cool to be able to like drive people to your Facebook page and things like that. But Amazon, we don't need that. So we're just going to go to Snip. And what this does, right, it'll say anyone clicking on the Sniply, or it says, unfortunately, the site does not support iframes or frames. Tracking and retargeting will work, right? And so this link is the actual link that we're going to put at the end of our ad, right? So if we're running traffic directly to an Amazon listing, right, if we actually drive traffic to this listing, which is our Sniply link, we see that it's going to redirect, and super fast it's going to pixel us using their technology, and then it's going to drive us directly to this Amazon link, and people are much more likely to buy straight from Amazon, right? And so then what this allows us to do, guys, is create custom audiences of people who visit our Sniply links, right? And how we do that is, we come into Business Manager, we go to Audiences, and then create custom audience, website traffic, and we are going to target everyone on the same pixel that we installed. I have multiple pixels. This will just be your default pixel. People who visited specific web pages, anybody who visited specific web pages in the past 180 days, and then URL contains, and we'll put our Sniply link, right? And we'll call this Sniply link to Amazon listing for retargeting, right? And then we'll create the audience. Now, guys, we have a custom audience of everyone that we drive directly from a Facebook ad to our Amazon listing. And this is an incredibly powerful way to actually be able to retarget people, driving them directly to Amazon, so you don't need like a bridge page or driving people to a coupon page or your own page or anything like that, guys. So this is a really sneaky ninja way to be able to create and retarget people that you drive directly to Amazon. And so I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about another awesome use of snip.ly or Sniply to leverage other people's content to build your list, right? So Sniply is a super powerful tool for Amazon and any website, but there's also other very, very powerful kind of uses of Sniply. So let's say, for example, that you were running, a e-commerce campaign, selling presidential merch or politically charged merchandise. People who are kind of leveraging the polarity and interest and kind of passion related to politics, whether you're for Obama or now you're for Trump or you were for Bernie Sanders or whatever the case may have been. People have very, very strong opinions about those things, which means, and when people have very strong opinions and they want to display those opinions, right, that means that you can sell merch and you can sell, things related and kind of piggybacking off all of that kind of marketing. And so what you can do, guys, and kind of the old way, if you wanted to, advertise to a blog post or things like that, you would have to, start a blog, write the content, all of these different types of things, right? A lot of kind of work if you wanted to drive traffic to your blog post or collect emails or, pixel people who are interested in what your blog had to say and then retarget them. And so that was kind of the old way. But now, guys, what we can do with Sniply is we can use other people's content, make ads to that content, right? Because if somebody goes to like this article, for example, and we'll open this up, right? Donald Trump is the most successful first-year president of all time. And like, it doesn't matter how you personally feel about Donald Trump, or it does, but not in this context. What matters is this story is obviously very one-sided. It is pro-Trump, conservatives, right? Republicans are probably people who are would be interested in this particular article, and they'd have strong feelings about it. And so if you ran an ad, for example, like an engagement ad to this post, with like a very politically charged picture of Trump, for example, people would click on this at a very, very cheap rate. And you don't even have to write this article. But the beautiful part, guys, is that if we actually take this link, we come into Sniply and we create it, a snip. Now, because a lot of other kind of news sites that aren't Amazon do support iframes. So now we can add a call to action, and look at how cool this is. So we can go to new call to action, we can choose our brand, and then we can add, my favorite two here, guys, are a button and a form. So we could literally say, want like the most up-to-date news on like the world's best president. Right? And now we can literally collect emails utilizing and leveraging other people's blogs. And right, they're not going to be mad because we're driving traffic who are interested for free to them, right? So they're going to be happy about it. And we're able to collect emails, and simultaneously, guys, not only are we allowed to collect emails, or, if we wanted to, for example, do a button and have it like drive to a Facebook page, or we could drive them to maybe our landing page for our Trump merch store where we're selling Trump t-shirts, and we could say something like, you know, want the hottest Trump merchandise. Click here. Right? Super, super easy. We don't have to create this article. We don't have to do anything other than drive traffic to it. And then once we actually go about and create this, right? And we can even like change all the colors and things like that. We're gonna finish the CTA, and then all of a sudden, guys, we have, you know, this link here, and it goes to the US News, but it displays our little call to action, right? And people click these like crazy. And so this is doing a couple of things. It's, you know, driving them, we're either collecting emails or we're driving them to another link that we want. And, you know, we're proving that these people, anybody who clicks on this link and reads this article is extremely kind of interested in Donald Trump, which means that they might be interested and probably are interested in, you know, buying merchandise or products related to him. And this works with all different types of things. This is just one example, guys. And then again, like we did before, we can come in here, we can create a custom audience using website traffic, right? People who visited specific web pages, and we could use our new Sniply link. And now, guys, we can retarget everyone who's shown a huge amount of interest in Donald Trump by coming and browsing this site, and we can retarget them on Facebook, you know, selling like a Trump collectible coin. You know, I have a friend who did multiple millions of dollars selling a Trump collectible coin, guys. Politics is there's an unbelievably vast amount of money to be made in politics and, you know, in subjects that people have strong opinions on. So that is a very incredible way to kind of utilize Sniply without having to create any of your own content, and to create very, very targeted custom audiences that you can then retarget to make a huge amount of profit selling merchandise that's related to the topic that you're driving, and you don't have to write any of the content yourself, guys. So that is another incredible way to use Sniply. I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so another amazing usage of ClickFunnels is actually, with Facebook ads, is distributing coupons, right? So whether this is, you know, for your physical business, or whether this is for Shopify, or whether this is for Amazon, you know, I actually have a fully pre-built funnel for you guys because I love you. Again, we've charged other, you know, companies and clients actually, you know, thousands of dollars to set these up for them. We're going to give you this funnel completely for free. Again, if you haven't, sign up for your 14-day free trial by clicking here in Module 6, the notes, or and then after you've signed up for that, just click here afterward, and oops, click the link below afterward, I should read, and then you're gonna get this funnel completely for free, guys. And the reason that this is, you know, such a powerful kind of tool is because you can literally target as an interest on Facebook people who are couponers, people who are interested in coupons. And so people who are interested in coupons, you know, mixed with people who are interested in vitamin C or health serum or whatever you're actually selling, you can get people kind of to join your email list in a very kind of succinct way, and you can get sales, right? For Amazon, this is important because sales velocity is one of the major ways that you actually rank organically for keywords. For Shopify, this is important because, again, you start to collect pixel data of people who are actually purchasing, and once people purchase, again, you can create conversion campaigns optimizing to find other people who are also likely to purchase. So it really has all kind of benefits for you guys. Oh, and did I mention you get people's emails, right? And so this is kind of what it looks like. You know, our new vitamin C serum for only $1.30. What's the catch? Right, click here to get unlock your coupon code. And if you wanted to do this for Amazon, you could just show, you know, a screenshot of your Shopify site here, or excuse me, Shopify. You could show your Shopify, change it to Shopify.com. You know, remove this step. Click here for your coupon code. Right, it even has a nice little handy dandy countdown timer. So click here to claim your coupon code. You know, you have to give your email to do it. We're gonna claim it right here. And again, super beautiful. If this was Shopify, again, you just put your Shopify group code here, you know, for like 20% off or something where you're still profiting, but it seems like a good deal for people to do. And, you know, you're getting emails, which are invaluable because then, you know, later down the road, like a week from now or a month from now, I could email all of the people who sign up for this and say, hey, we're having another, you know, 50% off coupon for our, you know, our other serum that you might like, or some horizontally related product to this anti-aging vitamin C serum, right? And so it even gives step-by-step instructions of exactly how to fill it out. And then here is the big link that actually goes to the product page to actually go ahead and claim your coupon. And so this is very, very powerful, guys, because it allows you to do a lot of very important things to season your pixel. It gets people to your website. It gets people to actually make purchases, so you can actually leverage Facebook's unbelievable amount of data to create, very optimized conversion campaigns, optimizing to try to find more people who are also likely to purchase. So let's go through this really quickly, just how, it's exactly the same like the other one. It's very plug and play with ClickFunnels. It pops up the pop-up right here. If we want to edit that, we just go to pop-up. You can change anything you want here. If we want to, change this to say, basketball, we can. It's very, very easy. If we want to change this picture, we just click on the picture, click right here, and then we can just upload a picture from our desktop for this to be anything we want. If we want to make a Shopify coupon and things like that. If we wanted to actually edit the second page, for example, we could just come to the second page, go to edit. If we wanted to change the background, we would just come up to settings and go to background here. And just click this background image, upload anything we wanted from our desktop. We can make sure that the tracking code is enabled. Okay, so it's actually not enabled, so let me make sure that we add that really quick and give you guys another little tutorial of how to do that. Come into pixels, and so this one would be completed registration, because the actual purchase would happen on our website. And so we're gonna go to the pixel, and we're gonna go to setup, install manually, continue, and then go to completed registration, grab this code, put it right here, and I'll save this. So now when it shares with you guys, it'll have it there. Only 48 available, expires soon. If we want to update this, we can call it, sale 6910 or something like that. And then again, if we want to actually choose any product location here, we could go to Amazon. We could type in basketball. And if this is our product here, we would just grab this link, come directly into this button, click right here, go to set action, go to website URL, paste it in here, right? And we want it to open in, you could open it in a new tab, or actually in the same window is fine, right? And then all we do is press save, and it's that easy. ClickFunnels is literally designed to be extremely intuitive, and it really is intuitive, guys. And so that is how you use a coupon distribution funnel to collect emails and, more importantly, or equally importantly, season your pixel with actual website visitors and then create super profitable conversion campaigns once your pixel has enough purchase data, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so we talked about DPAs, or dynamic product ads, which is kind of a cool way to retarget anybody who visits any of your specific product's cart pages. And the way that we're going to do this, guys, is using an app called Facebook Product Feed by Flexify. It's completely free. Just go to the Shopify App Store and go and download Facebook Product Feed by Flexify. So once we actually download this, we're going to click in here, and it's super easy to set this up, guys. So we're just going to choose one of our collections. You can also do all products if you want your dynamic product ads to actually trigger for all of your products, right? So we're going to choose best sellers here, and we're going to press save. And these are already the collections that I have set up on my store. So I'm just going to press best sellers, and we're going to click save here. And now we're just going to copy this little link, right? This is our feed, our Facebook product feed, facebook.rss. And then inside of Facebook, we're going to come in here where it says catalogs, and we're going to go to create catalog, e-commerce, next. If you do have a business profile, you want to choose personal for this one, and we're going to call this best sellers, create, and we're going to go to view catalog. So once we go to view catalog, well, we have to do two things. First, we have to add the products. Right, and we're going to use data feeds here, and we're going to do set a schedule, and then we just paste in that feed that we copied from right here into our data feed URL, right? And then we're going to go to start upload. So once this uploads, guys, it's basically going to import all of the products that are in that particular collection we chose, or if we chose all products, it's going to import all of the products kind of into Facebook's collections that we can then use to actually create dynamic product ads. So we're going to go to done here. And then the last thing that we have to do is connect an event source. And what I mean by connect an event source, guys, is you have to actually choose which pixel, or excuse me, you have to choose your pixel that is on your Shopify site. So, most people only have one pixel, so just choose the pixel that's on your Shopify site, click save. Okay, and then the last thing we have to do, guys, is actually to create a catalog sales campaign. So we're gonna click create ad here. We're gonna call this one DPA's best seller. Catalog sales is the objective. It'll default to the catalog we just made. And we'll call this one DPA. Save the draft, and then this will open up the editor for us. All right, and so here we go. We're going to change this down to 1 because this is obviously just a test here. So use information from your pixel or app to create a retargeting audience, right? So what we're going to do, guys, is we are going to promote products from all products to people who viewed or added those products to the basket in the last 14 days. But there's other things we can do, right? We can choose added to basket but not purchase. We can choose upsell products like I talked about before, right? If we wanted to, for example, sell, let's say that somebody bought a camera from our Shopify store, but we want, for everyone who bought that camera, we wanted to show ads dynamically for a camera case, right? We can do that with upsells. We can do that with cross sells, right? Promote all products to people who purchased from the product set below. Promote all products to people who viewed the product set below, right? So all different types of things plus custom combinations. But for most people, guys, just leaving it on viewed or added to basket but not purchased in the last 14 days is very, very powerful. And I like to do, even like between 1 and 7 days, just so it's like a little bit more recent. So basically what this means, guys, is anyone who viewed any product in either a collection or all of your products, viewed or added to the basket but not purchased, right? So they were about to buy, they thought about it, but they haven't yet. Facebook will automatically show the exact product that they were looking at in their basket or viewed but didn't buy to them as a Facebook ad, guys. And so that is how you set up a dynamic product ads. That's how you import a catalog onto Facebook from Shopify. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one. I know this isn't a Shopify course, but I just wanted to try to add as much value as I possibly can to everyone who's watching this course, because I know that there are just some Shopify owners out there, some Amazon owners out there, right? And so I just want to add as much value as I can from every perspective I can to all of you beautiful ninjas. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about a little ninja hack, how you can get completely free page likes for your page just by running ads that you'd already be running, right? And so one of the things that, this is one of the engagement campaigns that we set up. If we're actually in the ad level looking at it right here, if we go to edit, or if we just look at the ad itself, it doesn't have to be this way, but this is just one way to get there. Go to Facebook post with comments. And now we see this actual ad that we were running, and we see that we've gotten 4 likes, right? So here are the 4 people that have liked the post, and you see this little thing right here that says invite. So when I click invite here, it actually invites them to like the page that you're running ads to. So I would just go down and I would invite every single person who's liked my ads to actually like the page that I'm running from. And you guys would be very, very surprised that people are just okay with it. Like if you invite them to like your page and they, clicked on one of your ads, most of them will actually do it, which is strange because I don't think I would ever actually like a page just because someone invited me to like it. But you guys would be very, very surprised that most people actually do. I would say 80% or more of people that you're actually inviting to like your page will like it, guys. And that's a great way to get completely free likes for your page to build that social proof, right? To get some credibility so when people check on your page and they want to see kind of what's going on with it, that you already have some likes and that people are going to think you're a much more kind of credible business and really take your offer for whatever you're advertising more seriously, guys. So that was a short one, but a great little ninja hack to get completely free page likes. All right, guys, hope you guys enjoyed that. Let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about manual bidding. So manual bidding has changed a lot. It's one of the things Facebook likes to change most often, but it's kind of just a way to set a maximum amount that you're willing to bid for specific actions, right? And so Facebook kind of, how the ad auction works is it's important to kind of understand this, right? So if there's an advertiser A, B, C, and D, right, and everyone bids $1, $2, $3, $10, right? In this example, advertiser A is going to be left out and will probably receive 0 impressions, right? Advertiser B and C are going to get a good amount of impressions at a price somewhere between, just over $1, $1.01, and between $3, right? The range between these. But Facebook will leave out the lowest bidder. So advertiser D is probably going to get the most impressions here, but he's not going to be paying $10, right? He's probably going to be paying just over what these guys are paying. So, somewhere, above kind of the average of between $1.01 and $3. But he's definitely not going to be paying $10 if these are all the people who are bidding, right? If there's a bunch of people bidding $10 for this particular ad, then he might, but in this particular case, he wouldn't, right? So even if you bid a lot, you're not necessarily going to pay that amount, right? So it's important to kind of understand that. So there's a number of different ways that Facebook actually allows you to bid. And so they're kind of right here. In budget and schedule, you'll see where it says optimization for ad delivery. This basically says this is how you want to have Facebook actually deliver the ads, how you want to pay for the ads, right? And so like we see here, there's link clicks. We'll deliver your ads to the right people to help you get the most link clicks from your ad to a destination on or off Facebook at the lowest cost, right? Or there's landing page views. We'll deliver your ads to people who are more likely to click on your ad's link and load the landing page, right? You'll need a pixel installed on your landing page to track views. Or impressions, where we'll deliver your ad to people as many times as possible, literally to get the most impressions. Or daily unique reach, where we'll deliver your ads to people up to once a day, right? So the difference between these two is they'll show the ad like 1,000,000 times to somebody in a day just to get the most impressions versus showing it just one time to a single person in a day. So let's talk about kind of the difference, right? So if we choose link clicks here, we can see what's called bid strategy. A bid strategy is kind of suited to specific business goals and comes with trade-offs. If you care most about cost efficiency, the lowest cost bid strategy is best, but it may be harder to get stable costs as you spend. However, if you care most about cost stability, the target cost bid strategy is best, but maybe less cost efficient, right? And so pretty much what we care about here is the bid cap. If we want to set, manual bids, and this really happens, guys, after we have some data. So when we're first starting our campaigns, for example, trying to actually establish a bid cap is just kind of be pointless. Letting Facebook actually optimize for you is going to be more kind of advantageous. Facebook has unbelievable amounts of data for every different segment that they allow advertising for, and so trying to kind of guess it before you have an answer, it doesn't really make sense. But if you've been advertising for a while and you kind of understand your metrics and you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, I'm getting kind of my best optimization is $1.50 per click. And so I might set a bid cap at, $1.50 a click, just so that my, in the auction, with the ad auction that determines, when to serve an ad to someone based on the amount that all of the different advertisers are bidding, it's not even going to enter me into an auction if the capability is higher, or is possible that I would pay larger than $1.50, right? So setting a bid cap per link click makes sense if you really have a really solid understanding of your overall market. Landing page views is similar. It's just a little bit further, right? Facebook has data, pixel data, based on all of us as Facebook users. That sometimes people will click an ad, but then they'll immediately close the page. Sometimes people will click the ad and actually allow the landing page to load, which would fire the view content event on the pixel. And Facebook has data on all of these things about everyone, right? So landing page views is slightly more expensive, but it's going to serve it to people who are actually more likely to load the page rather than just click a link and then close the page immediately, like some bots do and things like that. Impressions basically means that you can set a bid cap per CPM, is what it's called, right? Cost per M, which is 1,000 ad impressions. So this is kind of a strategy when you're just trying to get the word out. And this is, you can set a bid cap per 1,000 impressions. So, I never suggest doing CPM. I never suggest advertising based off of impressions, you want to pay when someone actually clicks on your advertisement. You don't want to pay when someone just sees it. Because if somebody sees it and there's tons of people seeing it, right, and no one's clicking on it, you're still going to get charged, but you're not going to get any pixel data. You're not going to get any guaranteed results, right? And so I never really recommend using impressions or daily unique reach. I generally use either link clicks or landing page views, and generally I use link clicks. But what you'll see is one more step, right? Facebook is sneaky. They know that it defaults to link clicks, and then they go when you are charged, right? And then it defaults to impressions. So you actually have to change it one more time to be link clicks, right? And you'll see that if you change the actual, if you change the metric, it won't actually allow you to choose link clicks, right? So landing page views, it charges you based off of impressions of the landing page, for example. And then if you choose impressions, obviously you're going to get charged for impressions because that's the type. And if you choose daily unique reach, you get charged for impressions. So the only chance that the only option that you have as far as when you get charged other than it being impressions is under the link click optimization, and then you set it as link click here. And you can manually bid, and so you're only charged literally under what you say. So if you say you only want to be charged under $5 per click, then you won't even enter an auction where you have the capability of paying more than $5. And so that is kind of an introduction to manual bidding, right? We talked about CPM, we talked about CPC, right? Cost per click, bidding on conversions. We talked about actually setting kind of the maximum amount that you're comfortable bidding, and then we talked about when you're actually charged, whether it's impressions or actually when people click on your link, guys. So that is a basic kind of introduction to manual bidding, setting bid caps, and understanding kind of choosing which type of ad delivery you want to optimize for, and then again when you're charged, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about how to chat with Facebook. In case you have any errors or any problems with your ads, sometimes you're gonna get these weird errors, like there's a link malfunction, or it's gonna give you just some strange error. You can't get an ad created, or dealing with things like if you get an ad shut down and you want to know exactly what happened, or if you get an account suspended, or just basically any type of issues with your actual Facebook ad account. So Facebook doesn't have any type of support basically for actual Facebook, but for advertising, they do have support. They just keep it very, very well hidden. So only people who desperately need it, or who are very, very smart like you, are able to find it, right? So there's two kind of places where this support actually lives. So facebook.com/business/resources. You can check out a topic below to find answers to your question like this, or if you're lazy like me, you can just scroll down and actually click the chat. So they're closed now, but they reopen Monday at 6 a.m. There's also a pretty good community forum, and the community forum has answers to a lot of kind of the common things that you might have questions about. The other sneakier way is if you actually type in Facebook advertiser support here, this is a page that you can actually message, right? And they do actually typically respond within an hour, and these are real people who are going to kind of give you answers to your questions. Most of them are Facebook account ad rep or Facebook ad reps, and they have the ability to do kind of basic things, but if you get an account shut down or things like that, they have less kind of authority, and generally they'll tell you there's nothing they can do when you get an account shut down. But if you're persistent and things like that, then they usually will kind of re-enable it one time, and then if you make a mistake again, then you normally get ban hammered. But this is an amazing resource, guys. Whenever you have any type of advertising questions, whatever the case may be, if you're getting errors, if you have any type of questions relating to your ads, what you can and can't do, and just kind of general types of support questions that always arise when dealing with a huge platform like this. These are the two best resources. This is the one that I personally use. Just go to send message and send a message here, and they typically respond within an hour, guys. So that is how to chat with Facebook. I use this all the time, and I suggest that anytime you have a question, use Facebook. They have billions and billions of dollars, and they have a huge support staff to help you. They just make it very, very difficult to actually find, but we're smarter than that, and this is the answer, guys. So that's how to chat with Facebook. I hope that was helpful, and let's get to the next one. All right, guys, let's talk about video split testing and how to be ridiculous. Because one of the big parts about scaling a successful Facebook ad campaign in general, right, but also, scaling to the same audience or to the same type of audiences is really differentiating your ads, right? And so one of the ways to do that, guys, is making super specific videos only at the beginning. And so what I mean by this, guys, and I've used this to generate a ton of money, is, I'll hire a videographer, right? Craigslist is a great way to find one if you live in like a large city or near a film school, right? Finding people like that, or, just searching hashtags like videographer, for example, on Instagram. And you can hire a very talented kind of introductory videographer who's trying to build their kind of portfolio for, very cheap, like $300 to $500 a day. But before I do this, guys, I kind of plan out exactly what I want to create. I'll literally script it out. And the way that I do that is, again, not trying to reinvent the wheel. I go out and I find the best like 3 to 5 to even 10, advertisers in my niche. Like, for example, if I'm doing entrepreneurship in Amazon, I would go out and find, the best people who have Amazon courses, for example. I would watch all of their videos, right? I would kind of aggregate and collect the best 3 to 5 videos, and I would watch them, and, literally I would have a virtual assistant transcribe them sometimes, and I would see which parts that I liked from their scripts. I would see which parts that I liked from their video, and then I would, start to piece together how I wanted to actually create the script and the storyline, and, how to present my overall personal story and things like that, kind of as an aggregation of the pieces that I liked from kind of the most successful people out there. Because again, guys, the fastest way to be successful is to model after people who are currently successful, and then kind of add your own creativity and add your own value, and then kind of make improvements and make it better to kind of be specifically, catered to you. And so what I'll do, guys, is I'll make kind of a core video, right, where I'll talk about, for example, if it was an Amazon course, I would talk about, the features of the course. I would talk about my story. I would talk about things like that, and it would be kind of a core video. And I think about this, guys, as the final 3/4 of my video, right? And then a really cool tactic that I've, picked up from some other very, very smart advertisers is for the first 1/4, I'll make it kind of unique. I'll make it specific. And the reason that I do that, guys, is, if I'm selling a course on Amazon, and let's say that, I want to specifically advertise to accountants, for example, who hate their jobs just like I did, and who want to, pick up a passive source of income to be able to kind of live more on their own terms and not work such long hours and kind of doing the same tedious tasks all the time. And so what I would do is I would literally make the first 1/4 of the video say, hey, accountants, are you tired of like crunching numbers on like your calculator, working in a cubicle for busy season, right? Like, I'll make it very ultra specific to a very specific demographic, and then I'll target that demographic on Facebook via interest. So every single person who sees my ad is an accountant, and then they're also, interested in entrepreneurship, wanting to own their own business, small business. They're interested in other entrepreneurs, right? And so I know that they are currently an accountant, but they're interested in, Amazon, what Amazon has to offer, being an entrepreneur, it's a passive income, right? And you can do this with anything. It could be targeting accountants. It could be targeting, people who are still in college, and you say, hey, college students, right? So really like making the very first 1/4 of the video ultra specific, and then making a core kind of video that you can really, that's generic enough that you can really put an intro on it, and then have it still be very smooth throughout. And so that's a very, very good way to make ultra specific ads kind of on a budget, right? Because you're still using the same core video, but you're making it specific, and you're making it different, and you're making it unique, right? And the hook is unique to a specific target audience, because the more specific and the more kind of laser targeted you can get right at the beginning of a video, the more you're going to kind of hook people's attention. If they're like, oh, okay, I'm an accountant, right? And then they'll watch. And if getting somebody to watch 3 seconds, 7 seconds of your video, right, is half the battle. And be ridiculous, guys. Have fun. Some of the best marketers in the world, use their creativity, use their creativity to inspire your own creativity. And, what I mean by that, guys, is there's people out there who are just doing such a fantastic job, and trying to invent all of this stuff by yourself, when there's entire corporations, and, there's entire companies and groups of people who are doing this full time, right? With multi-million-dollar budgets. And so one of the groups of people that I follow most closely, guys, is the Harmon brothers. And so the Harmon brothers are, they're such a good way to kind of scale your Facebook knowledge, scale your quality, right? Because part of scaling on Facebook is not just, raising bids or raising budgets or pausing losing ad campaigns. It's kind of taking your own creativity, taking the quality of your advertisements to the next level. And the best way to do that, guys, is to copy and get inspiration from the best advertisers in the world. And these guys are some of the best advertisers in the world, right? And you've probably seen this video. It's for Squatty Potty, which is kind of a way to align your colon better when you're using the restroom, and it's a unicorn like pooping out rainbow sherbet, right? And it's hilarious, and it's so shocking because you're just not used to it. It's like this crazy looking unicorn, right? And so I would go through and I would look at every single one of these. Like, look, 467,000 shares, 496,000 shares, 757,000 shares. Like, that's absolutely obscene. These are an obscene amount of shares, right? And so I would watch every single one of these. I would script it out. I would say, okay, what is the story here? What's the, how is the culmination? What's the chronological order that they're presenting things? Because every single thing that these guys do is so picture perfect, pinpoint, planned out, right? Nothing at all that they do is, the tiniest bit by chance. One of the other places that I like to kind of get inspiration from, guys, is the Super Bowl, right? The Super Bowl has the most expensive ad slots of any time on, television anywhere in the world at any time of the year, right? And so I'll literally go best Super Bowl commercials of all time, and I'll walk through every single one of these, and I'll look at all of the different ads that they're doing, right? And like, I'm not saying that you're gonna go out and like blow up cars or anything like that, but there's Dorito ads that, generate hundreds of millions of dollars that are recorded in a person's backyard with a chip bag and a dog, right? Like, don't think that every single one of these requires like some absolutely absurd budget, right? You can utilize the ideas and the humor and the videography and the storytelling from these ads, right? And you can apply them to your own business and apply them to your own niche. All it takes is a little bit of creativity, and watch all of these, right? Take notes. And that is how you create beautiful, inspired ads without like killing yourself up front or being a master advertiser, right? Use inspiration from the best advertisers in the world. And the best place to find them, in my opinion, guys, is the Harmon brothers and the Super Bowl, right? So one of the most successful campaigns I've ever run, guys, from like a cost per lead perspective, was where I burned $50,000 in cash in slow motion, right? With like a black scene in the background, super cinematic, intense music, movie music, right? Which kind of led into my statement that people who aren't, spending advertising dollars correctly are literally lighting money on fire, right? And like, people are shocked when they see burning money. I mean, obviously I didn't burn $50,000. You can buy prop money, which is what a lot of the influencers do probably, where you can buy it for $20 on Amazon, and it looks almost exactly the same, and you can get 50 grand for less than $100, right? And I made a ton of money from that advertisement, and it cost me $100 out of pocket, plus like $300 for a videography team that I found on Instagram, right? So it cost me $400, and it probably made me 100 grand. So it's probably one of the best investments that I could have possibly ever made, right? And so that is kind of like my video split testing, right? Using the same core video and then just hyper targeting the first fourth, and then actually targeting that specific audience that I'm saying, hey, accountants, hey, college students, right? Specifically talking to them, and then using the core video that I just, hire somebody off Craigslist or Instagram to make super, super quality, guys, because scaling is not just about analytics. It's about scaling your skill set, scaling your quality, right? Be ridiculous, have fun, get inspiration from some of the best advertisers in the world, right? The Harmon brothers and Super Bowl ads are two of the ways that I find the most inspiration, guys. And so I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about the new type of targeting. So how would you describe your audience if I asked you right now, right? Probably men or women who are 25 to 34 years old, who make $100,000 a year, right? So most marketers and most business owners kind of describe their audience the way that we've always kind of thought about describing people and describing our demographics, right? Women who live in Boston, age 25 to 34, young professionals, making $50,000 to $74,999 a year, right? As human beings, we're kind of taught to describe people by generic kind of demographical information, age, gender, income, right? But as marketers, especially in 2018, We have access to just too much data to be that generic. Because instead, guys, we need to describe our customers based on their interests and actual intent. Facebook gives us way too much data to be that basic and just say women who live in Boston, you know, a specific age range and a specific like monetary income. So, you know, let's take an example of somebody who we want to target specifically like related to birthdays, right? Like if we had like a birthday gift company, you know, we can actually target people, you know, who have close friends with birthdays in the next month, or 7 to 30 days, or 0 to 7 days, right? Close friends of people with birthdays in a week. You know, we can target people who've read specific books, right? Like we can target people who have read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, right? And like that's a very powerful thing, because we know the only people who would actually go out and out of their way to read Rich Dad, Poor Dad are obviously interested in kind of doing things a different way. They're interested in, you know, entrepreneurship. They're interested in, you know, kind of not living the quote unquote average life with the, you know, 9-to-5 job that a lot of people kind of are used to. We can target people who recently moved, right? Facebook has all types of data about, you know, where people generally are geographically for a sustained period of time, and then once like that geography changes, right, they're immediately categorized as recently moved. We can also target people who are friends of people who recently moved, right? And then, you know, if we're a company that sells you know, housewarming gifts or something like that, right? The whole point of this, guys, is to kind of start to understand what interests, demographics, and behaviors targeting wise are actually available to you, and then really starting to connect what those targeters and what those interests could actually be relevant for from a marketing perspective, right? We can target people who liked Tony Robbins' page. We can target people, you know, who have liked Coachella. We can target people who are the director of marketing at a tech company, right? Has a friend who recently was engaged. You can target people, you know, who are married. You know, you can then target people who are married and also who are parents of kids aged, you know, 7 to age 13 to 18. Like how amazingly targeted is this for specific demographics, right? Like if you own like a karate gym and like parents are trying to, you know, get activities for their children to do, and maybe you're only targeting people who are married, and then you're only targeting people who are married and parents with teenagers, and then you're only targeting people who are married and parents of teenagers and who have shown interest in karate or fitness, right? Like you can really get so much more targeted than just like kind of the generic way that marketers used to think, because Facebook has so much data now that you can utilize that. But we have to get in the mindset of kind of understanding what is available and then how you can actually use that and cater it specifically to your business. We can also think about major life events, guys, right? Because major life events are super important. You know, if people have job changes, that, you know, they're looking for specific things. If people have a job change and they recently moved, maybe they're in the market for real estate, right? And so if you're like a real estate agent, kind of starting to get into the mindset of, you know, who would be looking for a house? Somebody who recently moved, now lives in, you know, Dallas, Texas, recently had a job change, right? Maybe the birth of a child, so they need like an additional room in their house, right? Instead of just having an apartment building, now they're looking for maybe like a 3-bedroom to, you know, raise a kid or something like that. Everything has an importance, right? And understanding and kind of figuring out how those things play together and how it all pieces together to target your advertisement and only show your advertisement to the perfect people is going to pay off such huge dividends, right? Like we've said 100 times during this course, and I know I keep saying it, but it's so important. You know, you'll figure out the perfect ad by split testing, but you know, you're shot in the dark. Understanding like what kind of total interests are available to you up front is the way that you really kind of get your foot in the door, creating the best kind of most targeted ad with the most creativity, right? That is how you kind of get those initial tests to also be profitable. So if you can break even or even profit on your very first advertisements, then you're already, you know, doing such a huge service to yourself, because you know the profit and the huge amount of profits from Facebook ads come from, you know, the split tests and the narrowers and the iterations, and then obviously the retargeting, right? So 5 minutes in an old book reveals that most of what is being sold today as new insights into human behavior is merely the rediscovery of knowledge and that we have had for centuries, right, guys? Advertising is nothing new. It's repurposing the same information, reformatting the same information in different ways, and it has been for years, literally hundreds of years. And to succeed, guys, all you have to do is the following. Craft an appealing offer, right? Articulate the benefits in the form of how your customers will feel using your product or service. And then in different ways, you just to appeal to different types of humans, and then you have to put those messages in front of the right people and test. And Facebook allows you for the first time kind of ever in marketing to target people in unbelievably accurate ways. Like if for the newspaper, you could never target someone who had read Rich Dad Poor Dad and send them a newspaper, right? You could never target people who are married with kids aged 13 to 18 who live in Dallas who are interested in karate, and those types of targeters and narrowers didn't exist before the internet. And Facebook and Google have really revolutionized what we're able to do from a targeting perspective. And so it's our responsibility now to take ourselves out of kind of the traditional mindset of targeting, people just on gender, age, and income, and really start to get much more targeted in an artistic way. That's why I always say that Facebook is as much an art as it is a science. And so it's our responsibility to kind of, expand our creativity, test things, right? And if you're looking for suggestions, use suggestions, right? If you're looking for inspiration, just browse through the demographics, interests, and behaviors, right? We went through all of these guys, and we did that for a reason. It's not because I love doing it. It's because it's extremely important understanding what is available to you, because if you don't know what your tools are, then you can't possibly use them in the most efficient and intelligent way. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so most people have heard of Google Analytics, but not many people have heard about Facebook Analytics. And this is a big mistake, right? Because Facebook Analytics is a very, very powerful tool that's pretty drastically underutilized. And it's just, as powerful as Google can be, just kind of in a different way. So let's take a look at one of my Facebook pages here. We can see the unique users. We can see all different types of analytics, right? We can see the active users by hour to know kind of when to post things. We can see kind of the most common age and gender. We can see, the active monthly users, 116,000 people, right? We can see the best posts relative to shares. We can see all different types of things, right? That my target audience is definitely about 3/4 male, mostly between 18 and 34, it looks like, right? We can see the comments, we can see the number of messages sent, which is absolutely insane in 28 days, 692,000 messages. But there's a lot of cool stuff that we can take a look at, right? So down in highlights here, we can see, the languages and city and country and gender, and kind of all types of awesome information. And then if you come up here, instead of just choosing my page, I can actually come down and choose one of my pixels, right? And then we can see all the same type of awesome information kind of related to my pixel about, ages and all types of information directly from Facebook in a way that we really can't get pretty much anywhere else. And Google Analytics kind of mixed with Facebook analytics is going to give you more information than you can get literally anywhere else. And kind of one of my favorite little spots of Facebook analytics, obviously besides like new users, right? This is pretty cool. New users, unique users, and then the difference here would be 7,000 people who are have visited multiple times over the last 28 days, right? We see revenue, which is incorrect, but I guess it doesn't count PayPal. We see purchase conversions, median session length, week 3 average lifetime value, right? So if Facebook's estimating the lifetime value of one of our customers, which is interesting too. We can see search traffic sources, right? From Google, 2,000 people came from Google. People are even using Bing and Yahoo, which is interesting. Social networks, right? We see YouTube, Facebook, referral traffic, direct, self-referral, search engines. This is incredible data for us to take a look at, right? Like we're obviously should be spending more time with Instagram because we're driving literally like 100 times more traffic from Facebook than Instagram. We can see session refer domains, right? We can see when people are most active. We can see the top URLs, right? So the Shopify webinar and the Amazon webinar are my 2 main ones, and then we can see, my Facebook and Google webinars are kind of a close second. We can see repeat purchases, right? Funnel conversion time. These are incredible pieces of data that are so hard to find, guys. And look at this. From all of our traffic from Facebook, which is 50,000 people or whatever it was in 1 month, we can literally see 18 to 24, 25 to 34 makes up 62% of our 100%. And then if we include in the 35 through 44 range, that's pretty much most of our audience. And then, another great piece of information here, if we're going to target the United States, obviously, which we are in our marketing efforts, but we should also focus on India, right? The UK is one that we're targeting a lot. Canada is one that we're targeting a lot. But this is interesting information to kind of make use of. And then, again, one of my favorite kind of little spots here is your daily insights, right? So if we click your daily insights, Facebook is going to just make these these claims for us kind of with machine learning, and they're going to utilize all of the different kind of metrics that they have to glean kind of insights that you can then use and apply to your own campaigns. So we can see men using a Macintosh spend more time on your website, right? And so we can actually target specifically just men, and we can target specifically people who are on a Macintosh, right? Because Facebook knows from like the code of how your computer interacts with the Facebook website and the browser, whether you're using a Windows machine or a Macintosh machine, right? So 133% higher than all users, we can target men using a Macintosh, right? That could be a split test that we could use. People ages 25 through 34 who speak English spend more time on your website, 61% higher than all users, right? So we're getting a very, very clear kind of idea here that the 25 through 34-year-old range is kind of our sweet spot. Week 1 retention is higher for people who viewed content 2 to 5 times, right? So 2.2 times higher if we're sending them at least 2 to 5 pieces of content, whether that's an email, a Facebook post, YouTube, Instagram, right? All the different mediums that we're communicating on. People using the Chrome desktop, 66 spend more time on your website, 120% higher, right? Conversions from page views to purchases is higher for people using Safari using a phone, right? So we can literally target people by their web browser, and then we can target only mobile traffic. And then we can see here that that people who are on their phone using Safari are 2.7 times more likely compared to all users actually to convert, right? So this is a beautiful piece of information because people, who are using an iPhone, for example, that defaults to having Safari are probably a little bit more affluent than people using, feature phones or cheaper phones. And so they're literally almost 3 times more likely to make purchases using Safari, using a phone. I would never in a million years have figured that out unless I was actually looking at the insights that I'm getting from Facebook analytics, right? And so these are all just golden pieces of knowledge, and Facebook gives you a ton, right? And so all you have to do is just choose your pixel up here and come down to insights, and then you can literally use these, just note down all of them, and then use them to create split tests, right? If you have a successful campaign, duplicate it, and then only target people who are using Safari on their phone, right? And then duplicate it again and only target people who are using a Macintosh and who are men, and then duplicate it again and target people who are any of these things, and you're going to start to see a bunch of very, very good results from this because Facebook is using very complicated kind of machine learning algorithms to glean these insights for you guys. And so that is Facebook Analytics. Facebook Analytics is very, very powerful, right? You can get a lot of data and make a lot of decisions on what you should focus on, where you're getting your most traffic from to kind of double down on that, right? Like most of my traffic comes from YouTube and Facebook, an overwhelming percentage. And I learned that very early, which is why I focus, 90% of my effort kind of really building Facebook and YouTube, in the form of Facebook groups, in the form of my YouTube channel, really, as deeply and passionately as I can, because those are the platforms where my users and my purchasers and people who are interested in what I have to say are coming from, and those are the platforms that I focus on, right? And these types of information, getting these types of information is just invaluable to your business, and then understanding how to utilize it, using insights and things like that is really going to give you a huge kind of step ahead of people who don't understand how to use this data. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about UTM links for better tracking, because kind of what UTM allows you to do, and it stands for Urgent Tracking Module. I doubt many people on Earth actually even know that. I had to look that up. But basically, it's a complicated way of creating a link that lets you track where the person clicked the link came from, right? So if you're running multiple campaigns to the same landing page, and you're running some traffic from Facebook, some from Google, some from YouTube, some from Instagram, or whatever the case may be, and you want to track, where that traffic is actually coming from, where the people are actually converting from, you can use what's called UTM links. And so to get to UTM links, you can just literally Google search UTM Google, or you can click the little link right here. And this is kind of what it looks like, guys. So this is where, you know, the final landing page of your URL is going to be. This is the campaign source. So if this was Facebook or Google or YouTube or whatever you wanted to, you know, use for that particular link, you would put that here. And so as you update this, you'll kind of see down here that it's literally updating in real time. So if I put YouTube here, it would say UTM source equals YouTube, right? But this is going to be for Facebook. So I'm going to put campaign source equals Facebook. And then this is going to literally update in real time. And you're going to be able to actually create custom audiences based on, you know, where you're driving traffic from. And you're going to be able to see in your Google Analytics where the traffic is coming from, and, you know, where people are actually, and what kind of actions people are taking from the different traffic. So if you have 100 people that come and visit your landing page, for example, 20 come from, or 50 come from Facebook, 50 come from Google, and you're seeing that, you know, of the 50 that come from Facebook, 20 are converting, and from Google 0 are converting, then obviously you're gonna, you know, you're gonna reprioritize where you're actually spending your ad spend and things like that. And so this is more advanced, guys. So most of us probably aren't gonna be able to, or aren't gonna need this at first, unless you're running traffic from multiple different paid avenues kind of simultaneously. But, you know, I want to cover everything in this course, not just like the beginner, medium, and advanced stuff, but I want to cover even some of the super advanced stuff that people don't necessarily, or that most people won't necessarily. Most people won't necessarily need, but that some people will kind of be grateful for. And so what you're going to see here is you can actually just use this link. You can even convert it into a short URL right here. And then this is going to, once people actually visit this link, so you can run Facebook ad traffic to it. Again, you can run Google ad traffic to it. And then you'll see in the analytics section of your Google Analytics, under acquisition, all traffic, source medium, you're going to be able to see where people who click on your Google UTM links, because your Google UTM links is part of your Google account. And so every time somebody clicks on these links that you're generating, it's going to actually appear in your Google Analytics, again, under acquisition, all traffic, source medium. And you're going to be able to see, you know, where people are coming from, you know, where your acquisition out of 100 is coming from. Most of mine comes from YouTube, then Facebook, and then, you know, some of my Facebook ad companies. And then again, Facebook.com, mobile Facebook, Actionetics, right? This is from my ClickFunnels email list. And so, you know, these are just really good numbers to try to figure out and make decisions on where to kind of prioritize. You know, the people who aren't coming from YouTube are bouncing at a higher rate. You know, how many pages and sessions people are going on, the average session duration, right, which is a minute and 45 seconds, which is actually fantastic. And then you really set up goals, right, smart goals as far as conversion rates, right, how often people are making it to the final page of your funnel, thank you page, you know, how often people are making purchases and things like that. And so that's kind of the quick tutorial into UTM links. It's just a good way to kind of verify the information that the Facebook pixel is giving you, right? I trust the Facebook pixel, but, you know, like all advertisers, they're kind of incentivized to present the data in the best light. And the Google UTM link just really gives you a second way to kind of verify, you know, the information that the Facebook pixel is giving you. It allows you to create custom audiences based off of, you know, these quantifiers and these words in the link itself. You can create like a custom audience, and then you can do URL contains, and then you can actually use these campaign names to create custom audiences directly from the links. And, you know, you're able to track it in Google Analytics and kind of make decisions based on data, how we always should, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about retargeting. Retargeting is the key to explosive profits on Facebook, bar none, end of discussion, period, right? Because retargeting is how you kind of leverage already warm customers who've already been engaged, already been exposed to you, and, you know, you already kind of have that trust. And really the point of retargeting is, you know, to send them that reminder, to show them that you're still there, to show them that you care, right? And to really be specific and kind of follow up in a way that is going to actually get them to convert, right? So there's a million ways to retarget people on Facebook, but really we're going to break it down into kind of the top three. ways to retarget that have kind of just been proven again and again and again to be most successful for me, right? And this is through millions of dollars of ad spend. You guys are kind of just jumping ahead of all of that and kind of getting the culmination and results of millions of dollars of ad spend that has been iterated and iterated again and again and kind of made more and more efficient each time, right? So many people will come and go to your website, right? And a lot of them might even be interested in making a purchase, but a lot of times people leave empty-handed, right? I think a lot of us that have had an e-commerce store have had people come to our cart, right, but haven't actually made a purchase. And so the best kind of ways to retarget people, the most efficient way, right, if you have like a Shopify store or something that integrates directly with DPAs, the easiest way is using the dynamic product ads like we talked about before, right? Actually just integrating via a product feed and then setting up dynamic product ads to, automatically serve to anyone who's viewed a specific product in the last 14 days but hasn't actually purchased it, right? And then Facebook will go and automatically show the item that the person viewed directly to them on Facebook in like a nice little kind of carousel ad with a shop now button and making it very, very seamless and frictionless to actually purchase. But if you don't have the ability to use DPAs, you can still do abandoned carts. And the way that you can do this, right, is there's a couple of ways. And we've talked about both, but I just want to really kind of hammer it home. So this is one of my demo stores that I do that I use just to kind of show how to do things. And so this is kind of the cart page on Shopify, right? If we actually press add to cart, we'll see that it's actually /cart. And so what we can do is if we have multiple cart pages, right? Like if we have multiple products, we see that there's a different checkout page here. We see that there's also a link to the specific product itself, right? So there's a couple of different ways. Shopify and Facebook have an integration and kind of a communication and synergy where all you have to do, like I explained before, is just paste in your pixel ID directly into Shopify. And Shopify has custom coded all of their different events. Like if somebody adds a product to a cart, that automatically fires the cart event to Facebook. So they're trying to make it easy for us. And so in doing that, right, we can actually just create custom audiences quite easily, right? So we can go to a website traffic here. We can choose one of the right pixels, and then we can actually just target people from events, right? So we can target people who've added their payment info, right? Like they're in the cart step. So if they get to right here, this is the add payment event firing, right? And so what we'll do is we'll target anybody who's added their payment info, right, in the last 7 days, 180 days. You can do, any combination of 1 to 180. And then we're going to exclude people who actually have purchased, right? And the reason that we're doing that is because we're going to, target the people who were close to purchasing but haven't quite purchased, right? And if you have multiple or if you have multiple products, then you want to be careful, right? Because somebody could add a product to their cart and then didn't purchase, and then you're showing them an ad for a different product where somebody added to cart and didn't purchase. So if you want to be super specific, you can just go people who visited specific web pages, and then we can just come in here, grab the actual product link, right? So then now we're going to target people who visited this product link, right, but haven't purchased. So now we're only going to show it to people who have specifically visited this product, right? They're looking at this product, and then when we create this custom audience, if we're actually going to set up a retargeting ad, we'd obviously use pictures of this specific product, because the only people who would be shown our ad are people who fit into this custom audience, which means that they must have visited this specific web page, right, but they didn't actually purchase. So you have to be careful when you have multiple products about actually just using events, right? Because if we just did add to payment info here and we have 5 different products, right, we can't show them an ad for our putter, for example, and then all of a sudden, the actual event that they fired was they added their payment info for my golf polo, right? And so, you have to be careful, because these will just pick up and put people into a custom audience of anyone who's viewed a specific, who's added their payment info on any of your products but hasn't purchased. So if you want to do it specifically, do it just by web pages, and it works pretty well. But again, if you want to do it the most efficient way and you do have a Shopify store, I definitely suggest checking out the dynamic product ads tutorial that we went through, because it's one of the best ways to kind of do it. All you have to do is set up a feed, an RSS feed from the Shopify app that based on that catalog, right? And you can do it from a specific collection. You can do it from all of your products. And there's a lot of really cool kind of custom combinations that you can make also. For example, like you can do, okay, so if somebody viewed one product, show them an ad for another. And so the reason that would be cool is if somebody bought, for example, like a camera, and this is the example I keep using. If someone bought a camera from your site, you could say, okay, everyone who buys a camera from my site, show them an ad for the camera case that matches that camera. And so it's a cool way to kind of cross-sell and upsell using dynamic product ads. Right? So another cool way is incentive/value-based retargeting. And so, what we do is instead of targeting people who visited specific web pages, we actually just do visitors by time spent. And you can do this on whatever page you want, right? Like, for example, if you have a webinar, you can retarget people who watched 25% or more of your webinar, or who watched a specific amount of your webinar. People who are in the top 25 percentile of people who watch your webinar probably watched a lot, because most people who are committed enough to sign up and things like that are probably going to watch at least some. So this is a good way, and you can select specific web pages here. But visitors by time spent really is just like a very good way to kind of judge interest, because there's no better kind of determinant of interest than time spent. Because if somebody's reading what you have to say, or they're scrolling through your entire website and they're really spending more time than anyone else, it's a very, very good way to know that they're very interested in purchasing, which means that retargeting campaigns in this particular segment are extremely profitable, right? So Facebook activity and engagement. So we talked about this briefly, but let's go through some that are kind of a little bit more advanced, right? So whenever I create a video ad or like a boost a post for my Facebook page, I always create a custom audience of people who viewed 25%, right? And 50%. So let's actually talk about how to do that, right? So if we go to engagement here in video, we can choose people who viewed 25%. Right, and then we can actually pick the video itself right here. We can pick one from this page. We can do this one again, right? And so we can pick this video, and in the past 365 days, we're going to target people who've watched 25%. And we're going to say 25% video view. And the reason that we're doing this when there's multiple guys is, what I like to do is I like to create split tests, right? Always a split test. And I know I'm like beating a dead horse like to literal death by saying that, but if you guys actually get it in your head, then it'll be worth it, right? Because that's the most important part. And then I would do 50%, right? And I would choose the same video, and I would choose the same amount of days, and I would call it 50% video view. And this is like the 100K product Amazon. Right? And I'm not going to do it for all the other ones, but I would do 25%, 50%, 75%, 95%, and then I would run all of them on a split test of the same targeting to see which one was which. And you'd assume that 95% would be the highest conversion, but that's not always the case, guys. And sometimes, unfortunately, we don't have an infinite number of people watching our videos and things like that. And so sometimes choosing 95%, for example, you won't have enough people. And so 25% can work, 50% can work. Even somebody who's watching 25% of your video, that they're very, very interested in what you kind of have to say. Another cool one is the lead form. So if we go back to engagement and lead form here, we can choose kind of to retarget people who did a variety of things related to our form. So lead forms, just as a refresher, are a really cool way to kind of collect email addresses, names, even phone numbers directly in the Facebook app, right? It's very, very seamless and frictionless. They don't have to go to a different website. They feel very comfortable already within the Facebook app. And it's just a great way to kind of collect email leads, names, and phone leads without even leaving the platform in a very, very kind of seamless way. And so we can actually create custom audiences, which is a great benefit that a lot of people don't know about. A lot of people use the lead form and the offer ads just to collect emails, to collect phone numbers, to follow up with these people. But what they don't realize is that a lot of people are kind of slipping through the cracks when they're doing that, right? So let's say you run a lead campaign for 1,000 giveaways of your cheat sheet or whatever, right? And so let's say 1,000 people give you their emails. How many of those people are actually going to buy from you, right? Probably not that many. Even if you're converting at a 10% rate, which would be, you know, absolutely enormous, that would only be 100, right? So most of the time it's around a 1 to 3%. So, you know, 10 to 30 people out of 1,000. But, you know, why, if you're going to spend a bunch of money collecting those leads, obviously you're going to make money downstream with email marketing and once you kind of have people in your ecosystem, but why not make money 2 more times, right? So email them downstream, you know, convert some of the people, and then all of the people who actually interacted with your form, right? Who opened it, or who opened it but didn't submit, or who opened and submitted, right? I usually just do people who opened this form. So every single person who expressed any interest in your form, you can create a custom audience and then retarget to all of them, right? They're already warm. You already have their emails for the most part, unless they closed the screen and didn't give you their email. But this is a fantastic way to just say, like, you know, opened lead form for Amazon cheat sheet, right? So like this is one I've made before. And, you know, we obviously choose the form that, that we created. And so that's just a fantastic way to really capitalize on the expenditure while building an email list, while building kind of a custom audience list for retargeting. And then again, Facebook, right? So actually for a Facebook page. So if we go back to engagement here, we can do a Facebook page. And so we talked about this briefly, guys, but you know, depending on how much traffic you have to your Facebook page, once you kind of get to the level of traffic that I'm at, you can really do any of these, right? Like we sent and received 692,000 messages. And a lot of those were my messenger bot, obviously. There's no way that we could send that many messages kind of manually. But, you know, anyone who visits your page, even if you're just starting out, right? People are going to be visiting your page. They might be interested in your local business. They might be interested in your e-com business, right? They might be checking you out for legitimacy. And so if they are doing that, anyone who visits your page is a great way to target people, right? It's a great way to kind of form a custom audience. You can say, hey, like I noticed that you were viewing my page. And then if you say it like that, people are like, oh, wow, like how did he know? And it kind of like, again, it's a pattern interrupt. And when you interrupt people's patterns, you know, they're much more likely to actually pay attention, even for a fleeting second, which is long enough for it to really make a big impact, right? And my kind of favorite ones are, you know, people who sent a message to your page. And then again, anyone who engaged with any post or ad. This is a good one too, because people who engage with your ads, they like your ads, whatever. You know, this is an interesting one because people who engage, it's like a micro commitment. When people make micro commitments, like giving their emails or liking a post, it's just kind of a mental thing where they're more likely to do some next action, whether that's going to your landing page or whatever. But this is one that we have to be kind of wary of, because if we're running a lot of engagement ads, for example, like in Thailand and the Philippines, kind of to build social proof, and then we create a custom audience of people who engage with any post or ad, then we're going to be wasting ad spend retargeting people kind of from those developing countries when they're probably not actually our target market that we're trying to make a purchase of. So be careful with this one. But again, sent a message to your page is literally kind of the best one that we've had by far. We've had a huge amount of profit and return on investment for these custom audiences, just because it really demonstrates somebody being the most kind of interested that they could be by sending you an actual message, right? So the Instagram business profile we talked about before. So Instagram is obviously a huge kind of platform that should not be ignored. And if you're doing things like for your e-commerce business and you're, you know, kind of repurposing viral content or posting, you know, images or content related to your products or services, and you're kind of starting to build your Instagram, a great way to actually monetize that, right, all of your effort is by retargeting people who actually engage with your Instagram. Because how else do you know if someone visits your Instagram, right? If they don't like your stuff, if they don't follow you and they don't send you a message, right? You have no idea. How else could you possibly know that they're just quietly coming and observing your content and then leaving, right? The only way that you can actually kind of reap the benefits of your efforts and your time related to your Instagram page is to create a custom audience of people who have, you know, visited your business profile. If you don't have a lot of traffic, this one, right? Everyone who's engaged with your business is a great one, because it literally means anyone who visits your page, anyone who, you know, engages with your content or ads on your, you know, on your business profile itself or in their feed. Like if your photo comes up in their feed and they engage with it that way. So this is a fantastic way to kind of, you know, get a little bit of profit and a little bit of reward from all of your efforts related to Instagram, just by targeting everyone who's kind of showed interest. So I normally, guys, I recommend against using the right column placement, and I'll show you what I mean in a second. We've talked about kind of how to target via placements, and I talked about the importance of kind of using the Facebook feeds on both mobile and desktop, as they are by far, no question, the most kind of profitable. But for retargeting and for ultra defined audiences and people who've showed a lot of interest, right? Like they've come to our page, they've interacted with our content, maybe they've liked or sent our page a message, right? Or they've viewed the cart for one of our products. People who've showed, an above average level of interest. If we come down to placements here and edit placement, so normally we will uncheck where it says right column, right? These are the little ads that appear kind of on the right, and these like little small ones, and they're generally very, very not efficient. They're generally very inefficient, excuse me. But for retargeting, it's actually kind of a cheap little way, right? Like, so here's an example right here. Protect the stuff you love in 90 seconds. So we can actually, it's okay to use right column ads in retargeting. I even suggest when you're creating a retargeting campaign, like for example, let's say that you made a custom audience of people who sent your Facebook page a message. I might create a retargeting ad saying like, hey, like I know that you were looking at our Facebook, or you sent our Facebook page a message. We'd love to like reconnect. And I'd only use the right column. And I wouldn't only do that, guys, but I would make a split test where I disabled everything else and only chose the right column. And sometimes you'll get very, very cheap results from only using the right column when it's specifically ultra targeted audiences for retargeting. So that's just a fun little hack that I kind of use. And kind of one of our biggest secrets, guys, depending on what your product or service is, but one of our biggest like money makers and just an absolutely unbelievably profitable campaign that we run is called the video testimonial carousel. And what a video testimonial carousel, guys, is it's kind of the best way to jam pack a Facebook retargeting ad with social proof. And like we've talked about again and again and again, right? Some of the most important parts of being successful with online businesses is social proof. People want to read reviews of your course, or people want to read reviews about your product. Amazon's popularized that. They've proved that people need to see reviews. They don't want to spend their hard-earned money without hearing from other real people that this stuff is actually going to work. So the people who have more testimonials and the people who have more other people, like normal people saying, Kevin's course changed my life. I was able to leave my job, right? Like all, X, Y, and Z, that other people who are considering and on the edge of kind of joining need to hear to kind of feel comfortable kind of taking that risk. It helps a huge amount, guys. And so since we're doing retargeting, guys, we're going to make the assumption that we have a lot of data. If we had no data but we had a bunch of testimonials, I mean, by data, I mean pixel data. If we have pixel data, then we want to run this as conversion, right? Because conversion is going to show our ad to the most number of people who are likely to convert. And I'm not going to fill out all of this, but we are going to optimize for website purchases here. That's very important. And then in the ad section, we see that we can either choose single image, single video, slideshow, collection, but what we're trying to do is carousel, right? A video carousel ad. Create an ad with 2 or more scrollable images or videos. And this, guys, is one of our secret weapons. The video testimonial carousel is so incredibly powerful. It doesn't matter if you're selling a physical product, right? Digital product, high ticket, this works incredibly well as well. And so the video testimonial carousel, where you literally have people, and it doesn't have to be super studio quality, guys. Have somebody with a cell phone being like, wow, Kevin's course, it really was above and beyond. I've taken other courses. It was so fantastic. Like, it really helped me the way the level of depth that he goes in and how he really shares his screen and really shows how to do these things, right? That is the difference, guys. Video testimonial carousels really have a huge impact. And so I know that was kind of a long-winded explanation of retargeting, guys, but retargeting is one of the biggest ways that we make money by utilizing the power of custom audiences, right? Custom audiences have 2 incredible uses. The first is creating retargeting campaigns, right, where we're literally targeting those exact people that are part of that custom audience, whether they viewed the URLs of ours, whether they engaged with our Instagram Instagram or our Facebook, whether they engage with our lead form, whatever the case may be, right? We put them specifically, those exact people, in a custom audience, and we show retargeting ads to them, right? The second use of a custom audience is to take all the data that you possibly can of a specific event, right? Like people visiting a website or people making purchases on your website, and then using that as a seed or a source audience to create lookalike audiences to actually really expand your reach and scale your campaigns, right? So that is the key of retargeting, guys. Those are some ninja hacks that we've used to generate millions of dollars. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so a question that I get all the time is, what if I have one pixel, but I have multiple different websites, right? So what if I want to create like a purchase, a custom audience of people who purchased, right? But let's say that I have one website that sells Amazon, an Amazon course, and I have one website that sells a Shopify course. Can I use the same pixel and create two different purchase conversion custom audiences to actually retarget, right? So how would I do that? So this right here is one of my Amazon funnels, right? This right here is one of my Shopify funnels, and I want to use the same pixel. And so what would happen if I put my my standard event for a purchase on the thank you page on both Amazon and on Shopify, right? If I went to create a custom audience here, and let's say that I wanted to, create a custom audience of everyone who has purchased, right? But that would be kind of mixed, right? Because those people who've purchased, some of them have purchased Amazon, some of them have purchased Shopify, and so that purchase conversion would be confused. It wouldn't be able to, optimize to go find other people who are likely to convert on Amazon, right? If there's purchase data both from Amazon and from Shopify, right? Because I want to use the same pixel. So how do I actually do that? So the way that you do this, guys, is when you're creating a custom audience and you're optimizing it specifically for purchases. The way that you do this is on the thank you page, right, where our actual purchase takes place. On this page is where their little standard event code that has that little snippet of code that we showed you how to install from your pixel, right, specifically to show Facebook that this signifies a purchase when people load and see this URL. So the way that we do this, guys, is we set a purchase and then we click right here where it says refine by, and then URL parameter. And what we can do, guys, is we can take this specific link. This is the link that signifies a purchase for Amazon, and we can put in the link right here, and then we'd call this one Amazon purchase custom audience for, right? And we can call this Amazon purchases. And then when we create this audience, it's now a purchase conversion audience specifically for this URL, right? And then if we want to do it for Shopify, all we would do is come find the thank you page URL right here, and we would create another custom audience just exactly in the same way, right? We would choose right pixel, and then we would choose purchases, and then we just refine by URL parameter and take the thank you page from Shopify. And that way, guys, we can have a conversion audience that optimizes to find other people who are going to buy Amazon, and we have a conversion audience who is customized to go out and find other people who are likely to purchase Shopify, right? So that is how you differentiate multiple different products and websites using the same pixel when you can create custom audiences to make ultra targeted conversion campaigns, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about Facebook groups, which is kind of the new Facebook page. So back in the day, when you used to make a Facebook page, when you created content on that Facebook page and you push messages to that Facebook page, it would actually notify people who've liked that page. So let's say that I had a page, or the Walmart Facebook page. So every time that they posted like a sale or like some promotion that they were doing, if they had 1 million people who followed the page or who liked the page, right, it would notify most or all of them. And that was a long, long time ago. And then people started to get really tired of it because companies and people that had Facebook pages were abusing that, and they were just driving marketing offers over and over and over, and it started to flood people's Facebook feeds. And so what Facebook did was they implemented kind of this restriction that is called Edge Rank, which now, according to the engagement of Facebook pages, really drastically reduces what percentage of the overall following of that Facebook page is actually notified via a notification notification each time that Facebook page posts content, right? And it's a little bit more complicated. Things like engagement percentages will get you a larger percent, but generally, it's between 1 to 10% of the overall Facebook page followers are even, notified in any way of a new post. And so Facebook did that just so people weren't getting flooded with notifications related to Facebook pages that they liked, that they didn't have a huge amount of interest in, for example. And so what, that's kind of led to is Facebook groups kind of becoming the new medium and the new way to engage on Facebook. Facebook groups are unbelievably profitable. They're unbelievably, it's just, if you can kind of control the place that people are interested in a subject, congregate and interact, and you can control kind of the median, the pinned post, the descriptions, right? It's just a super valuable way to kind of gain credibility as to yourself as an expert in that subject, or just to kind of have a communication medium with your buyers. And I'm not saying that Facebook groups are perfect for every subject, but it's important enough to kind of talk about, because you can really make Facebook groups work. Even if you have like a pit bull company, for example, you could make like I Love Pit Bulls, a Facebook group where people can talk about and share pictures of their pit bulls. And then if you did want to sell, a pit bull related product, you've already kind of have that rapport. People would know you. It would just be, they'd all be notified of it, because Facebook groups, especially in combination with live video now, are the best way to kind of get in front of the most people's eyes on Facebook. And so that's kind of the reason, guys, why I've created, some of the largest Facebook groups in the world related to e-commerce, right? This group is about to hit 78,000. Our Shopify group has over 60,000, and our Facebook group is our Facebook ads group is about to get to 40,000. And these are the most active Facebook groups. And I'm not saying it's easy, right? I have full-time moderators that I pay, 24 hours a day to make sure that people aren't spamming and that people, are just being reasonably civil. I'm a big proponent of freedom of speech, but if you let kind of the spam get out of hand, people will just stop coming to the group. And so I've worked extremely hard to kind of create these, and it gives me a medium to really get people and drive people where I want. So, for example, I have affiliate links to software related to Amazon here. I have my YouTube, my Facebook page, my Instagram, all different types of ways to get a hold of me. And then I have, our Amazon webinar kind of linked here as well. And so these links are clicked on hundreds and hundreds of times a week, because I've put forth the effort of actually going out and creating a Facebook group. And so, for example, guys, this Facebook post has, over 4,000 comments on it. And what that means, and the reason that people do that is because the more engagement that your Facebook group has, the more kind of rank that it has in organic search. So if I type in Amazon, you see that Amazon FBA Ninjas shows up first in their auto suggestions. That's because my group has the most engagement related to Amazon. And Amazon, there's a ton of other groups, right? But mine has, appears at the top when people type in Amazon, just under Amazon.com. And that's because, guys, I've spent a lot of time and effort creating this Facebook group and making it as valuable as possible, engaging with, my members, helping people, and kind of just establishing like a really positive community for people who are interested in Amazon FBA to interact. And why this is important, guys, and kind of a fun little trick that I like to use before we move on is if we look at the settings here, you can actually ask a question, right? So membership requests right here, and you ask a question. And this, guys, this single tip will, if you utilize it correctly, will pay for way more than the cost of this course. It is it's almost inexplicable to me, because I would never personally do this, but you have to take yourself out of it and remember that most people are not like you. Most people are not the 1% who join this course, who join this family, who want to change their lives. Most people kind of just go through their life and, it is what it is. So what I do, guys, is I say, drop your email below to get our free Amazon cheat sheet. And I would say 95% of people who join this group, and I have hundreds of people who request to join this group every single day, 95% of them leave their email address, guys. And it is an unbelievable value, right? Getting hundreds of emails, of highly targeted emails, who've seen my face, who see the page, right? Who are very, very warm leads every single day, just from that one little trick, asking a question and getting their emails, guys. And what I do is when they actually leave their emails, my moderators and my virtual assistants who accept members, all they do is copy and paste those emails, put them in a Google Sheet, and then I directly upload them into my email lists, right? So that people are added to my Amazon sequence. So they start getting Amazon related emails from me, once every few days that have links to my YouTube videos, that have links to my Instagram, right? Getting people, into the ecosystem deeper and deeper and deeper. And so that is a huge trick that you can use pretty much for any product or service, or if you're trying to build software or you have an informational product, right? There's always a way that you can add value via a Facebook group. And that, guys, is one of the best ways that I've ever figured out to make a huge, completely free, very warm email list, just literally with the tiny little trick and the click of a button asking a question. And those emails are super valuable, guys. You can create custom audiences of those emails, and you can literally show ads to the exact people who join this group because they've given us their emails, right? And you can create custom audiences and saying, hey, thanks for joining the Amazon FBA Ninja course or group on Facebook. If you're interested, here's like an awesome offer for a discount for the Amazon FBA Ninja course, or whatever the case may be, right? And you can create ultra targeted custom audiences from these emails, and you can also email market to them, obviously, which is unbelievably profitable as well. And they're expecting an email from you because they just gave you their email for the cheat sheet. So when it arrives the next day, they open the email, and when you get really good kind of deliverability and open rates on your emails, SMTPs will start to give you favorable IPs, right? And that's not related to Facebook, and so we'll stop it there. But it just has so many advantages, guys, that I can't even describe. I'm getting super, super excited just talking about it because it's so amazing. I promise you guys, it's so worth your time to create a Facebook group. So those are kind of my main tips and tricks when it comes to actually implementing Facebook groups. You can really create one no matter what. Spend a lot of time making your pinned post very, very comprehensive and having kind of all of your affiliate links and all of the links that you want people to go to, like your webinars or your product pages or your YouTube or Instagram or your Facebook page or other kind of mediums, right? You can link your actual Facebook page to the group so people can check it out if they're interested. Make sure that you fill out the description to be nicely organized as well. And then again, just in the settings right here, we go to group settings, and down here where it says ask a question, just say, drop your email below to get our free Amazon cheat sheet. And if you don't have an autoresponder, you can literally copy and paste these emails yourself and send them an email of your cheat sheet or a discount code for your product or whatever it is. You can send it one at a time from your Gmail if you have to, right? So don't ever let anything stop you, guys. Just make sure that you're always kind of learning and evolving as an entrepreneur, and it's going to pay off in a huge, huge way, guys. So that is Facebook groups, aka the new Facebook page. I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about how to spy on your competition. So there's a cool little way. Actually, I'm just on my Facebook page here in the Insights tab, and what we can see here is we can see my most recent posts and their own individual engagement, and we can also see the pages to watch section. The pages to watch section is very, very interesting. So if we go to ad pages here, one of the more popular brands related to Amazon FBA courses, for example, is amazing.com, right? And so when we click amazing.com, all we have to do is just type here. We can erase this one. We can go amazing.com, right? And it'll bring up the website, except I just erased it, so it probably messed up the search somehow. If we go to ad pages and then type in amazing.com, here it is. So we're gonna go to watch page. And now that we've watched the page, what we can do, guys, is we can click right here under pages to watch, and it'll show the top posts from amazing.com, right? And so when we see the top post from amazing.com, we can get ideas of what to make ad content about, what to make page content about. So if I was, gonna make a post, for example, this week, but I just didn't have any, inspiration about what to make the post about. The cool way, guys, or not the cool way, but a good way is to look at people who are your competitors, right? People who might have a larger following following than you, people kind of in the same niche, or people that you want to aspire to become like, go add them to your watch page, just like I showed you right there, and then look at their top posts, right? Do you ever feel like you take 2 steps forward and 1 step back? It's things like this that destroy productivity, steal your time, and crushes your momentum. Watch this video where we'll divulge a top mistake sellers make. You don't want to miss this, right? So very curiosity kind of invoking and very clickbaity, with you don't want to miss this. Attention, want to learn how to turn your business into a traffic and customer magnet with just one strategy, learn how at, right? So a lot of different kind of clickbaity ways to try to make people kind of interact and watch this particular video. And so, if I was going to make some content, I would probably make something that went along the lines of discover the #1 mistake sellers make that destroyed their marketing momentum, right? Or maybe, if, for example, if I wanted to become like an entrepreneur, I might type in Gary Vaynerchuk, right? And I would click watch page. And then I can actually go to his content here and it'll show me his top post, right? Sign up for first line. So this is probably his top post because people are commenting to like get free shoes or whatever that is. But here's another one, right? If you don't hate what you do and you're not doing anything about it, you suck. If you hate what you do and you're not doing anything about it, you suck. Right, let's go. Enough. Make this the last Monday where you dwell and complain. Take a step if you have to, financially and reputation wise, to get where you want to be in the end. Right. So a lot of different comments here. A pretty good post that he probably cross post from his Instagram. And so if I was wanting to be kind of a motivational speaker or something like that, I might make an ad that's kind of similar to this with a similar vibe. I can get a lot from what the actual colors are looking like too. And this works pretty much for any niche, guys. So this is a great way to let Facebook tell you, what type of content to create on your Facebook page to kind of engage your followers, what kind of content to create from an ad perspective to kind of get people interested, to at least get some engagement, because social proof, right? Proven social proof on these type of posts and entrepreneurs and pages that are similar, that already have other people that are interested. That's the surest way that you can know that if you're gonna take your time and energy to create content, you might as well create it similar to content that's already been proven interesting from a Facebook user perspective. So that's one great way that I like to spy on my competition to figure out what type of content to make for both my Facebook page and potentially Facebook ads to kind of get some engagement going. Another spy tactic that I like to use is just going to websites, right? So I can go to Dollar Shave Club, and like we've talked about a couple times here, we'll see that their pixel is going to pop up, right? So right, almost, it's still loading. Here we go. So that scared me for a second. So here's their pixel. It just took a second to load. And so now that I've been pixeled, right, I'm going to get advertisements from Dollar Shave Club, in general, because it's now pixeled me as the standard event view content, right? I've now viewed the content. But if I wanted to, go even further and see some of their dynamic product ads, maybe I owned a shaving company, maybe I owned a beard company, things like that, then what I would do is I would go in, maybe I owned like a kind of a beard starter kit, or if I owned like an oral care company, right? They even have oral care now. You can come in here and by actually viewing these products, right, like literally viewing them, now, the pixel has fired view content, page view, but this one would be, add to cart, right? And if I added this to the cart, like so, then now I would go to the cart page, right? And here is the upsell page. I might be able to see their upsell in the pixel, still page view. So I'm gonna go no thanks. And this would be kind of the add information page. And so all by actually navigating their pages, by adding things to cart, by viewing products, by viewing their overall content, by adding your email to their email list, it's a great way to go and figure out kind of what some of the best players in the game, especially in your niche, are doing. So if you owned a shaving company, Dollar Shave Club would be a perfect example. If you owned an e-commerce company, going out and searching like drone store. Let's say that I owned a drone store. I would see what Google is actually is kind of advertising to me. And so, it looks like they're advertising some that are actually local, which is interesting. But we might do one that's more kind of generic, like Drone World, that's just ranking on Google. And so this is a very expertly made website here, and we see that their pixel has already fired. And so in the next 7 to 10 days, right, I'm probably going to see ads for Dollar Shave Club that I don't care about, and I'm probably going to see ads for drones that I don't necessarily care about, but I might buy one in the future. And so I'd probably add my email list to this if I owned a drone store. The point is, guys, to spy on your competition. Go get pixeled by them. Pay attention to the ads when they show on Facebook, because they inevitably will. Add your Facebook, or excuse me, add your email to their email list, so you start to see what their email sequences are like, their email marketing is like. And if you want to, buy a product and see what happens, right? Because if you buy a product, you're exposed to all of their cart and thank you pages, and you're exposed to their thank you emails if they offer upsells via discounts via email, right? It's the best way to spy on your competition, guys, is to actually get involved, go see and figure out who the best person, most successful person doing it is, and then use them for inspiration, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about what to do if your ad account gets disabled. So we can see that this is one of my business managers, and we created 5 backup accounts. And to add an account, you literally just go to add, right? We're just in the business settings right here, which is right here. And we're in add accounts under accounts. And if you go to add and create new ad account, sometimes it will allow you to create some, and then sometimes if you go like this and like blah, 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 create ad account, it's going to say you can't because of, you're currently in bad standing, or sometimes it'll say about fraud. So depending on what Facebook thinks about you and your Facebook account, it either will or won't let you create backup accounts. And you'll see here that I have 5 accounts in this overall business manager, and that 3 of them are disabled and 2 of them are not. And so if we go into one of the disabled ones and go into Ad Manager, we'll choose Jack 1 because it's disabled. We'll see the little notification up at the top, right? So there's no notification on this one because it's active. But if we go to Jack 1, we will see this: only active accounts can create ads. So if we go to create, right, your ad account has been flagged for policy breaches. Any ads that you're running have been turned off. If you believe this is a mistake, please contact us. So if you click contact us, which is the same as this this link right here, you'll see that there's kind of a form here, right? And a lot of people try to trick Facebook and like put what they think Facebook wants to hear here, but having had many accounts in the past shut down for a variety of different reasons, testing new ad strategies, or actually just not even realizing that I violated policy, they have a very, very complex, vague at times terms of service, and it's going to be very difficult to avoid all potential policy breaches. Even if somebody just reports one of your ads because they're having a bad day, right, you could potentially have your account shut down. So don't feel bad if it happens. It happens, to a lot. It happens to a lot of people, and Facebook is very, very hard to reach, right? So there's 2 things you can do. You can reach out to the Facebook advertiser support, which I showed you how to do in a previous module. You can literally just search in the normal Facebook bar, Facebook advertiser support. You can also, there's a business chat that I showed how to do before in prior module as well, or a prior lesson as well. And so what this is going to say, guys, is your account has been disabled for not following Facebook's advertising guidelines, blah, blah, blah. Is this your account, right? And so if it's like if you're managing someone else's account, you want to give good, honest answers here. So you can choose, Jack 1 here. Please provide information that will help us investigate. So you can do it this way. There's also a secondary form here, which is, if you believe your ad account has been disabled by mistake, please provide us with more information so we can investigate the issue. So this has happened to me so often, guys, that I've really figured out a lot of different ways to actually contact Facebook. And they'll generally, if it's your first violation, they will re-enable an account, but that account will be put on kind of a higher, more stringent watch. And so then if you do mess up again, then they'll figure it out much quicker, and then they won't reactivate it no matter how much you beg and plead. And so some of the things you can do to kind of prevent this, guys, are first, read the terms of service, read restricted products, read, policy violations up front, so you kind of have like at least a basic understanding. And I know it's like, it sucks in reading terms of service and stuff, but it is worth it because Facebook is such a valuable tool, and they know that, obviously, and they have so much money just dumping into their bank accounts that they really don't care about any single advertiser. Even if you're spending, $100,000 a month or $1 million a month, if you're violating the policies, they'll shut down your account, and they really don't care. Honestly, they really don't. And so what you can do is you can create backup accounts, right? You can fill out this form right here and submit it. You know, in a worst case scenario, guys, like if everything's getting shut down, you know, I have heard of people just using, you know, friends and family's accounts, you know, their Facebook accounts, setting up a business manager, and then adding, you know, you as an admin, and then you can run, you know, Facebook ads from your friends or family's business manager. But again, Facebook is incredibly smart. You never really want to purposefully violate their terms of service if you can help it. But if if you're desperate and you really want to advertise on Facebook and they're not allowing you to, and you've kind of learned from your mistakes, that is, you know, there are a couple ways, like creating backup accounts or using friends and family. But you just have to be, you know, a little bit more careful and not use the same, you know, computer and IP and things like that. You have to be a little bit more cautious about that, or I've heard you do from people who've kind of done that method. So that is kind of what you do if your ad account is disabled. I will show really quickly. So if you type in Facebook advertiser support, you will see this page right here. And they generally will know more about what happened, right? So I've obviously talked to them in the past many times about certain things, and they are real people and they are generally helpful, but they are kind of, again, lower level support. They don't have the ability directly to re-enable your account, but they can investigate things and kind of help you. And it is nice just talking to a real person when these types of things do happen, but I hope it never happens to you, right? So be preventative, right? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and just make sure that you're trying to follow Facebook's policies at all times, and you should be good to go, guys. But this is what you do if your ad account is disabled. Again, be honest, create backups. There are some worst case scenarios, and this is one of my main resources if something like that ever were to happen, kind of just to talk to a real customer service from Facebook directly, so you can kind of figure out what's going on. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about Facebook Live. Facebook Live, like many features that Facebook has kind of released in the past, has been incredibly prioritized from a notification perspective, right? So kind of as Facebook advertisers and as people who want to get our message out, you know, the best ways to do that are the ways that actually push notifications to as many people in our Facebook webs as possible. And Facebook generally, you know, prioritizes new features that they're trying to popularize. And what I mean by prioritize is they actually make those features push out notifications to the most people, to get the most people to actually start using them, to make them kind of a widespread adoption. And that is what's happening right now with Facebook Live. And so for Facebook Live, all you have to do is just like, you know, where you normally post your status either on desktop or mobile, you just go to live video. In live video, you know, a lot of people kind of forget that, you know, you can choose where to post it, whether it's in a group, you know, as an event, on a page you manage, right? If it's on a page, the page will be notified. If it's in a group, the group members will be notified. If it's an event, the people who are interested in the event will be notified. If it's on your timeline, obviously your friends and people who are interested and engaged with your stuff will be notified. So a lot of people don't realize that this actually is also broadcasted. So like if I was broadcasting and saying like, hey everyone, like I'm running like a special on my Amazon course, obviously, you know, I would want my Amazon course link here. I would say like, you know, discounted live Facebook Amazon course link, right? And I would like have it right here, like whatever the link would be. And then that would actually be shown to all the people as well if anybody did click it, right? So we're not going to go live right now, but you know, I just wanted to talk about how important live video is. And how you know, amazing of a way it is to interact with your audience, right? Because people can comment in live in real time, and it's a very good way to kind of get feedback from your particular customers or target market, and it's an incredible way to kind of interact with your fans if you do have like a Facebook page or a company page and people are interested in buying products or services from you, or if you're an entrepreneur and you know people follow you for information similar to kind of to how I am. You know, every time I go live, there's hundreds and hundreds of people, you know, who come and will comment on my live video feed, and I'll be able to interact with them, you know, answer their questions and things like that. So it's a very, very good kind of medium to interact with people on Facebook, and it's the absolute best way to get as many people as possible notified about something you're doing on Facebook. Have you ever noticed, like think about it, have you ever noticed like when somebody goes live that you haven't talked to for like 5 years and Facebook still sends you like a notification about it? It's because it's a brand new feature that Facebook is trying to make the, you know, as many people as possible adopt and start using, right? And so taking advantage of that to kind of get your message and your word out is very, very important. And so the way that I like to use live video the best is an app called Studio Switcher. And so they have a free app And you can stream live on Facebook, on a page, a group, whatever, or on YouTube. And it allows you to use your phone or an iPad, for example, as long as everything's on the same kind of Wi-Fi, to create these very beautiful kind of studio quality live feeds, where most people who are streaming live, like, look at this, it splits it into 3 windows. It allows you to do things that make you kind of look like a really legitimate studio, and you can literally do it just from your phone, right? Like, I could film on my phone and have it go live, and I could be in the frame also with like a split screen. It's a really, really basic, intuitive kind of app, and we're not going to go through exactly how to like set it up, because it's not really related to Facebook ads, but it is a very, very easy and incredibly high quality way to really differentiate yourself and to kind of show off that you really care about the quality of your Facebook Lives, which people do resonate with, and it is important, right? So that kind of, guys, is Facebook Live, why it's so important, and definitely take advantage of it, because it's the best way to get in front of the most eyes as possible on Facebook. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, I promise I'm almost done saying guys and right, and I do apologize that I say those so often, but it's very hard to talk consistently and actually have valuable kind of data and knowledge and things come out of your mouth for like 12 hours a day. So I promise I'm trying. Right, guys. So this, one of our last kind of ninja hacks that we're going to talk about is the conversion campaigns with offer check. So most of us know now about lead generation ads, right? Where we can, I almost said right, where we can collect email addresses, phone numbers, names, and things like that. And that's a really great way to kind of collect leads all natively inside of the Facebook platform. But what we also can do is we can combine conversion campaigns if we want to optimize specifically for purchases, for example, but we also wanted the scarcity and urgency, and we wanted to collect email addresses, for example, via an offer. And so what we're going to do is we're going to open up the conversion campaign, and what we're going to do, guys, is we are actually going to come down to where it says offer right here. So this is kind of a very often skimmed over section of conversion campaigns, because people just never really pay attention to it. But if we choose on here, we're going to go to create offer. And what we can do is we can say, maybe we're running a conversion campaign based off people who purchased my Amazon course, and we wanted to run a coupon specifically to people who had visited my order page but not my thank you page. So we might say 25% off Amazon Ninja course, and it tells you how many characters you have right here. You could say we want to thank our beautiful ninja community with this one-time 24-hour only offer of 25% off the Amazon Ninja course. We could say like $250 value free. Right, and so we could start it. We could do an end date of tomorrow or whatever. This is 6/2, so that's like a week from now, and it's backwards if you live in the USA. But and we could do where people can redeem, online only, online offer URL. We could put a specific URL, or if we wanted to create a code, we could say that the online promo code is like Ninja 25, right, for 25% off, and it says right there they can copy the code very, very easily like that. We could say how many offers are available, maybe like 100 offers available, to kind of give it some real scarcity. It shows 100 people got this offer, expires June 1st, or excuse me, June 2nd, online only, copy code, write save for later, mark as used, share offer with the details and the terms and conditions. Right, and so that's pretty much all it takes, guys. We can see what the notification looks like if people don't claim the offer, and we can see specifically in the email address version as well. And so all we would do is we would just click create. I don't have this would be obviously your the website where they would claim it. It would be like the order page of the Amazon. I'm just not going to go grab it from ClickFunnels right now. And then we would create it. So now this would be attached to our conversion campaign. So we would be leveraging the beautiful, complex algorithm and unbelievable amounts of data that Facebook has to go find us people who are similar to other people who had purchased our Amazon course. And we would also have a very, very enticing kind of scarcity offer and discount code. And people absolutely love discount codes, guys. We would have the scarcity that there's only 100 discount codes, and it would really kind of give people that final little push that some of them might need to actually join the course, right? And what we could do is we could target people who had been to the order page of the Amazon course, but not the thank you page. And now we're targeting people that we know are warm or even hot, right? Because they've been to the order page of the Amazon course. We're optimizing to only show to people who are similar to people who've already purchased, and we're hitting them with an offer ad, right? Scarcity, only 100 left, and a coupon code. So this is one of the single little ninja hacks that's worked so beautifully for us, made us hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars profit just from this one tiny little box that most people kind of don't even pay attention to, guys. So that is the conversion campaigns with offer checked, and it's one of our most profitable ever hacks, and it's so difficult to even see it, and it's so easy to skim over, but we never skip anything in the Ninja Masterclass, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and we'll see you on the next one, guys. Right. All right, my beautiful Ninja family, as we near the end of the Ninja Masterclass, I'm going to reveal another one of my most favoritist hacks that I've used to generate just a ton of money, and that you guys can use pretty much no matter what your business is, whether it's a product, service, no matter what. When people purchase from you, what I like to call this is the after purchase ninja retargeting hack. And a lot of people will, only target people who visited their order page, for example, because they haven't bought yet. A lot of people will target cold traffic because they haven't bought yet. And a lot of people, are making a lot of money doing that, including me. I do it all the time. But a hack that I personally use is actually to create a custom audience of people who've purchased a specific product or service from me, right? So if I have an Amazon course, it would be just the Amazon course. If I have a Shopify course, it'd be just the Shopify course. If I have, a garlic press that I'm selling, on Shopify or something, it would be just the garlic press. And I would literally create a video just saying, hey, thank you so much for joining the Amazon course. It means so much to me, like for you to join the family. And I can't wait to help answer your questions or help you in any way kind of on your path to financial freedom. And a lot of people might say, Kevin, why are you making ads thanking people, if you're not actually necessarily selling anything? Aren't you basically just paying for no reason because they've already bought from you? But the thing is, guys, anybody at any time could refund. Anybody at any time could, decide that they don't want to be a part of it anymore. And the thank you message, whether it's even for a product or whatever, is kind of to additionally build the rapport, to be different, to, use a marketing technique that nobody out there is using. Nobody understands the value of actually kind of taking an additional step to building a relationship and showing somebody that you care, right? It's the same thing as when you get a handwritten letter from a company, at Christmas time. Nobody does that anymore. So every time that you do get one, it feels a little bit more special. And so what we do, guys, is we create an ad, and we create a custom audience just of the people who've purchased a specific product from us. And what we do is we generate a 20 times return from this, just by the way. And what we do is we just offer a 20% off coupon to a related product. We said, hey, I want to thank you so much. If you're also interested, a lot of our most successful students on Amazon have had a huge amount of success with Shopify or with Facebook ads or whatever it is, right? And we just wanted to extend an offer to you guys, just like a one-time offer. We don't usually do this, but we were willing to give you 20% off or 50% off or whatever it is, just to give you a huge thank you of having faith in me and have really kind of taking the dive and joining our Amazon family. We wanted to give you a 50% off coupon to join the Facebook family or the Shopify family or whatever it is, right? Or with products, if it's a camera and you're trying to sell a camera case, we just wanted to thank you, for purchasing the camera. And we also have this camera case, and we just wanted to offer it to you personally. And coming off as the CEO, you can even have like a little thing in the bottom right of the corner or the bottom left of the corner or whatever that says CEO of That Lifestyle Ninja or whatever the name of your company is. So they're like, wow, the CEO is sending me or created a video personally for me, thanking me for buying that specific product, right? You could even hold one up if it's a physical product and say, thank you so much for purchasing this, right? And you're kind of, it's just the ultimate pattern interrupt. And we had such a huge opt-in and conversion percentage of people that we showed this video to, guys. And so to actually implement this, we can go to custom audience, website traffic. I'm getting sad, right? This is like one of the last videos of the course. I'm like literally sad right now. But I do feel happy because it's very kind of insane, making me feel talking to myself for like 10 hours a day in front of this computer in this big empty room. So I hope you guys are I hope this is helping you guys. I hope there's a ton of value. I'm trying so hard. I'm literally talking to myself, and I feel like I'm going freaking crazy because I'm talking to myself for 10 hours a day. Anyways, where were we? So people who visited specific web pages. Remember, we don't want to actually do a purchase conversion here for the custom audience, because if we have a bunch of different products, it's not going to be specifically for that one product, right? Because we want to make this ultra specific. So we can't do purchase here. What we're going to do is people who visited specific web pages. And we're going to go into, let's just choose one of our funnels here. Let's do one of the Snapchat ones. Okay, so Amazon FBA full ninja course, and we're going to choose the thank you page here. And we're going to grab this exact link, right? We're going to come back in here, and we're going to do URL contains, and then we're going to use the thank you page. Now we know that every single person in this custom audience has bought this course. That's the only way they can see this thank you page, right? And we know every single person that's going to be in this custom audience has bought this exact course, which is the Amazon course. And we're going to say, hey, thank you so much for buying the Amazon course, because we know for a fact they did, right? And then at the end of it, we're going to give a very genuine, we just wanted to thank you so much. We're going to offer you 50% off this related product, whatever it is, right? Shopify, Amazon, Facebook, it doesn't really matter as long as it's related, and it could also be valuable to them, obviously. And we're going to call this after purchase ninja retargeting. And that is, guys, one of my utmost secretest ninja hacks for generating a ton of upsells, because any marketer that's been around or knows anything about marketing knows that it's literally 10 times more difficult and 10 times more expensive to get a new customer than it is to get an existing customer to buy something else from you, right? A cross sell, an upsell, whatever it is. And so these are people who've already opened up their wallets and their bank accounts, and they've chosen to invest in something that I created, right? One of my products, which means that they're much more likely, like literally 100 times more likely to buy from me again than just some random person on the street that's never bought from me before, right? It's 10 times easier to sell something else to somebody who's already bought from you than it is to sell something brand new to someone who hasn't, guys. So that is the after purchase ninja retargeting hack, broken down properly for you beautiful ninjas. I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and we'll see you on the next. All right, ninjas, if you made it this far, first of all, congratulations. It probably feels like I just jammed a gigantic fire hose into your throat and turned it on, at full blast. But trust me when I tell you that that is a good thing, right? The reason that I started teaching was because there's so many awful courses. There's so many people out there who are just giving misinformation or general high-level stuff, who aren't showing real tactics that they actually personally use, right? And I spent millions and millions of dollars accumulating everything that I just showed you. We skipped so much stuff you'll never even learn, you'll never even waste time with, you'll never even waste money with. We only taught you the actual strategies that truly work, and we showed you exactly how to do them, right? And so what to do from here. Okay, so if you had listened to me at the beginning, right, I said that the best way to kind of go through this course was really to go through the entire course one time, take your own notes, and really, just absorb things, try to understand things, try to relate, topics and suggestions and resources and things that I showed you to your own business, right? If you have your own product or service or whatever it is, kind of really starting to think about what interests, what demographics, how to find out what demographics with audience insights, right? How to split test, how to scale, which type of tactics to use, all of the different things that we showed, how we can relate them specifically to your business, right? And if you don't have a business, or if you want to try, creating a Facebook ad agency, I think it's I know it's one of the most exciting opportunities pretty much in the world right now as far as passive income goes, because, it's a beautiful, beautiful business model. It doesn't take upfront capital like a lot of businesses do. There's no, physical products. There's no cost of goods sold. There's no, offices. There's no overhead. There's no expenses of any kind other than your time and knowledge that you now have, right? And so what I would do from here, guys, is I would go back and I would start at module 1 this time, and I would watch the course again, right? And this time I would start to directly apply all of the strategies, all of the tactics to your business. If that means actually installing your pixel, that means, understanding and starting to create custom audiences, kind of thinking to yourself, okay, do I have traffic? If not, how do I get it? Do I have to create, an engagement campaign using the cheap developing countries to kind of get some social proof? Let's do that. Then let's duplicate that ad and start a traffic campaign. Once we have the traffic campaign and we have some pixel data and we have, the data to start scaling, then let's create a lookalike audience from, our purchases and things like that, right? And so when you see my copies, my copy examples, the ads that I've shown, the resources like the Harmon Brothers and the Super Bowl ads and things, start to reverse engineer it, guys. Remove yourself from being, just an observer, a person, who's being advertised to, and create kind of the mentality yourself, right? That you are now an advertiser. When you see an advertisement, you're dissecting it, right? You're researching. You're actually, understanding why, why these advertisements are organized the way they are, how they're hooking our attention, right? What the storyline that's kind of dragging us into it and making us interested is, right? And when you see my scripts and funnels that I use to create a Facebook ad agency, start to implement them. If you are going to create a Facebook ad agency, right, get to work. Use these funnels, use these, very, very valuable funnels that are pre-built for you. Go back, once you get to that module in module 5, go back and start to actually implement them. None of this is going to matter. None of this is going to work. None of this is going to mean anything unless you guys actually do it. Right? And so my suggestion is go back, start at module 1 and start to implement, start to actually apply it to your own business, right? And if you qualified for the bonuses, if you did, sign up at the right time, make sure you review them as well, because they're so valuable, right? Understanding how to kind of implement and utilize Instagram in the strongest way to drive organic traffic, to kind of build, a followership and build a brand presence on Instagram, Messenger, right? All of the bonuses are so important. I think Messenger bots are going to be one of the biggest changes to business over the next coming years. It's going to replace email, similarly how email, replaced what was before it. And guys, just one thing, if there's one thing that's going to be the most important part of your success, it's going to be being active in the private Facebook group. Nothing is more important at all than, having people and interacting people and forming a community with people that are in the exact same place as you, that are grinding to make it work, guys. And I seriously am so grateful for you guys joining this course, having faith in me. I hope so badly that I was able to, add value to you guys. And pretty much I'm going to end on, 2 notes. The first, those who test most will succeed the most, and you cannot fail if you never give up. Number 2 is I love you all. I can't wait to chat with you in the private ninja group. Sincerely, I seriously love you guys so much. I can't wait until all of you guys are posting about these success stories, creating, profitable, amazing, Facebook ad agencies, quitting your 9-to-5 jobs. Nothing in the world makes me happier than seeing that. I love you, ninjas, and I'll see you soon. All right, guys, welcome to bonus number 1, where we're going to talk about the tripwire technique, right? How to really subsidize your actual ad costs with a low cost kind of upfront offer to get people into your ecosystem, and then how to kind of capitalize on that and be more profitable downstream, kind of using that tactic. And then we're going to talk about the 6 underutilized psychological tricks that are going to instantly change your ads forever, right? And we're going to start with number 1. We're going to get right into it, which is the value proposition, right? So highlight how you uniquely solve a difficult customer pain point. Learn how an Amazon seller quit his 9-to-5 cubicle job, right, which is kind of the pain point that people hate, that kind of 9-to-5, and they hate the idea of a cubicle, and now makes $1K per day selling weird everyday products on Amazon from the beach in Fiji, right? So that you're kind of solving the difficulty and the pain point of having that 9-to-5 cubicle, kind of like dreaded job in the dark, dingy cubicle, right? And then you're solving it by, being on the beach in Fiji, kind of doing what you want, making, $1,000 a day, which is kind of the threshold that a lot of people consider to be the amount to kind of be free, right? So value propositions, they can be a ton of different things, right? We're going to go through some examples to show some physical ads just to kind of see it and hammer it home a little bit more. So Uber is the smartest way to get around. One tap and a car comes directly to you. Your driver knows exactly where to go, and payment is completely cashless, right? So these are kind of the pain points perfectly kind of made clear of a taxi, right? So, taxis, you kind of have to look for one, or you have to call for one instead of just like tapping a button and it coming straight to you, right? Your driver knows exactly exactly where to go, rather than having to like put in like an awkward kind of GPS, if the taxi driver even has a GPS, or you have to talk to them. Sometimes you're in other countries and it just gets kind of like jumbled up, right? And then completely cashless. So some taxis, don't have credit card dispensaries or credit card kind of processing, and sometimes you don't have cash on you. So Uber very eloquently is kind of solving through a value proposition kind of all of the different customer pain points with its predecessor being the taxi, right? And so it's a very, very kind of beautiful simplistic way to really show kind of the customer of Uber's customers, how they're better than the previous kind of business that was dominant, and then how they're going to kind of uniquely displace those pain points associated with the previous business, which obviously is taxis. So value propositions include things like free shipping, right? Fast next day shipping, free bonus with a purchase, free setup installation, no setup fee, no long-term contract, cancel anytime, better than, money back guarantees, license for multiple computers, a discounted price for a product, right? Customizable. So these are kind of small things that can be added that really wouldn't cost you much, but could be attractive to some buyers, right? Just ways to kind of differentiate yourself. And then really, guys, appealing to how your product solves a negative feeling that your customer has, right? This is a perfect example. People hate having to go find taxis or call them. People hate having to always have cash, or wondering if they're going to be able to pay via credit card. People hate, especially in other countries, and I personally have experienced this, which is why I always use Uber. I mean, I would anyways in the USA, but in other countries where there's a language barrier, it gets even more difficult, or you don't know the exact address of where you're trying to go, and GPS just makes everything so much simpler. And so really, guys, what we're trying to do with the value proposition is highlight how we uniquely solve a difficult customer pain point. So you got to figure out what the customer pain points are of your demographic. If you're selling an entrepreneurship product, probably the pain points are, having to go to work every day, maybe like a long commute, doing the same thing, pointless meetings, a cubicle, not having the financial freedom that you want, not being able to spend more time with your kids and your family. And so if you're selling an entrepreneurship product, one way to advertise it would be to outline the product features and say, we're 10 times faster than our competitors. Or you could say, spend more time with your family with one product, or as a result of one product, right? And so you have to really try to tap in to how you actually make your customers feel better and have a better life. That is the point of a value proposition ad. The next one, guys, is a cliffhanger. All right, so kind of give them a teaser, but hold back the rest really to get them to click. And so, curiosity is probably the biggest single driving force in advertising. I would say it definitely is, actually. And clickbait, has kind of become like a household word just because of how much notoriety it's gotten. And a lot of that's kind of been driven by BuzzFeed and then, predecessors and some fast followers of BuzzFeed, just because of how viral BuzzFeed has been able to kind of make content go on a consistent basis by really, really powerfully utilizing, a lot of the tactics in this particular bonus are BuzzFeed has become masterful at. And so we're going to be talking about BuzzFeed a couple of times. I tried to not only include their examples for the bonus, but a lot of their examples are very, they are very applicable to these 6 underutilized kind of psychological tactics that we're going to be appealing to. So do you want to know the only thing more powerful than curiosity? Right? And I bet you didn't even realize that, this sentence is obviously designed to kind of to make you understand kind of the power of curiosity. Because if you had written an ad, for example, that started with, do you want to know the only thing more powerful than, whatever you're trying to advertise, or curiosity, and people just yearn to know what the answer is to what's more powerful than curiosity. And so, playing off of curiosity, leading with a question are fantastic ways really to kind of get people to continue reading and like we've talked about before, pattern interrupt. So we can kind of take advantage of this in a good way, right? Shark Tank star and Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban reveals for the first time ever his most important and surprisingly simple morning ritual he credits much of his success to, right? And so this kind of does a number of different things. It instantly kind of establishes credibility with a household name, in Mark Cuban. Obviously, he's like known for being a billionaire entrepreneur who owns an NBA team. It mentions that it's never been seen before, kind of making it more desirable, just because everybody loves being in the know and knowing secrets and things like that. And everybody wants to kind of become financially successful, or most people do. And then, it also mentions how simple it is. And people love simplicity. Nobody wants to like learn how to become a billionaire. Actually involves, 20 years of incredibly hard work and a bunch of really correct decisions and meeting the right people and having a significant amount of luck related to, what markets you choose to enter and how your businesses interact and things like that. And so, that's just kind of a cliffhanger. You like to kind of say, want to know the one thing that you need to do to be happy in life, right? Like there's infinite ways to kind of do it. And without going through a million different examples, I think kind of the following image really sums things up really well. Kind of the 3-word phrases with the most FB shares in BuzzFeed article titles. And these kind of sentences really kind of speak a lot to what people share. So let's actually talk about some of these. Like, so which character are you, right? That's like a quiz. People love taking quizzes. Everybody loves to kind of find out some magical answer from like a 10-question quiz about like how to be happy for the rest of their life, or which character from some popular show that they'd be, and things like that. It's not really as applicable for cliffhangers or clickbait. 31 things only dads know, right? 10 things to do before you die. Could this possibly be like the most unbelievable product of all time? You probably didn't know, right? Are the most in your life. All of these different phrases, when you're going to write a clickbait title kind of related to your product or service or whatever you're trying to advertise on Facebook, I would come back to this video and I would look at these kind of words here, and I would think to myself, how could I rewrite my clickbait title to include one of these, right? 31 things only moms know that they need to do before they die, right? Like you can like mix and match multiple of them. But I mean, these are incredibly telling kind of metrics here. We can see that, almost 100,000 shares, 70,000 shares, these are incredibly powerful kind of pieces of data that you can really, utilize yourself, right? Blows your mind. X reasons, X signs, X most important. These just work incredibly well, and they shouldn't kind of be taken lightly, right? Yeah, and so that's kind of cliffhangers. They work incredibly well. If you've never experienced, the power of a clickbait title, make one on your ads and see how much they kind of change. Okay, so let's talk about lead magnets. We've discussed lead magnets a bunch throughout the course, and so I think it's just kind of important to go through a few more actual examples, just to kind of hammer it home and to see it, because I think it needs to be kind of a little bit more tangible, really to understand it, rather than doing kind of generalized ideas. I always like to do much more kind of in the dirt, showing you like literally how I would personally write it, so you can kind of apply it to your own business in the same way. So what most real estate agents don't realize is that it takes a lot more work to sell 20 moderately priced homes than it does to sell 2 luxury homes. Click below to see the 13 reasons why most real estate agents never get rich, never before released. Right? And so this is just a great way, and it's a good lead magnet itself, right? To create like some, Word document or like a nicely designed PDF of the 13 reasons why most real estate agents never get rich. And, you could make this whatever you want. I'm sure we could find cheat sheets or something, or blog articles or videos or something related to this exact topic anyways. If we wanted to get ideas, again, we're never trying to reinvent the wheel here. It's just a perfect lead magnet for real estate agents who, want to see what the secret is behind being a successful real estate agent, because that's kind of the number one thing most real estate agents want to be. They want to be successful. It's also a good curiosity point, because most real estate agents kind of deal with lower value homes, and they've never really sold a luxury home. So like, if you sold 10 $100,000 homes and you're getting a 2% commission on that versus, one $10 million home with a 2% commission, it's a very different kind of mathematical game when you're selling luxury homes, right? And so it would obviously be significantly more profitable if they kind of knew how to sell them. And, you know, obviously it seems a little bit exclusive, and people love exclusivity. They like to feel like they're, you know, important. That's why VIP exists, and that's why people pay significantly more to sit at a table, you know, 20 feet in front of, you know, an average person table. They pay, you know, $1,500 versus a $5 entry fee, because people like to feel exclusive and they like to feel important. Okay, so can you solve this ancient riddle? 98% of people gave the wrong answer. Only geniuses can solve this. And I realized that this particular piece of ad copy is not necessarily applicable to every person's product or business, but I included it because, you know, these types of copy with the right kind of graphics have the most unbelievable engagement rates and kind of engagement rates and click-through rates that I've ever seen for any type of ads. And, you know, if you have a company that has, like, you're selling like a brain supplement or something that people, you know, make all the time, or like you have educational products or something like that, this is a great lead magnet to get people into your ecosystem and then upsell them, you know, some type of you know, brain stimulator or booster or supplement or whatever it is, or, you know, your educational product, or like, you know, some educational product for their kids or something like that. And you can kind of mix in people who, you know, like these types of riddles and games that, you know, also with parents with, you know, kids that are super young and they're worried about, you know, them developing and becoming intelligent, because every parent kind of, you know, wants that. You know, and then you could leverage that with another type of quiz to kind of continue it. Of the 1% that could correctly solve that puzzle, only 1% of that 1% could tell me, you know, XYZ about XYZ product, right? And just kind of like lead them down the funnel. So 99% of real estate agents were unable to guess the price of this home in San Diego. You'd be shocked to know what it sold for. So this is kind of a combination of both, right? So everybody wants to be in the 1%. Everybody wants to feel smart. Everyone wants to feel intelligent. Everyone wants to be able to get the answer right? And then also kind of utilizing the curiosity invoking element, right? You'd be shocked to know what it sold for. So people are not only, you know, wanting to feel intelligent and get the answer correct, which everyone kind of does, but they're also, you know, innately curious to know what it sold for as well. And so this is just a great kind of advertisement, or excuse me, ad copy that, you know, really perfectly kind of appeals to a few of the different kind of lessons that we've learned in this module, or in this bonus, excuse me. So people who charge up front, guys, like I've said throughout this whole course, stay poor, and people who build an audience, following, list, relationship, rapport, and then monetize downstream get rich, right? And so it's very difficult kind of to spend money without feeling like you're getting any money back. But if you're doing it correctly and you have kind of a horizontally related, you know, upsell or a high-end product, or you know, high ticket product, or even like a low ticket product in volume that you can sell people downstream, that you know, people have already proved that they're interested in that specific topic, or even a horizontally related topic. And once you've kind of built that relationship, you're able to capitalize on it downstream. So let's talk about memorability. I think this was one of the best kind of ad campaigns, because, you know, nobody cares about anything more from an advertising perspective than themselves, right? And so, you know, I remember reading an article about this newspaper mogul who kind of said that if he could print 100% of his newspaper just as specific people's names and sentences about them, he would do that, because it would sell that many more copies. But it just wasn't feasible to actually put, you know, people's names, because there's just so many people who read his newspaper that he couldn't make it personalized anymore. And so Coke did a really amazing thing, and being such a behemoth of a company, making such kind of like a ground-shattering increase in their sales just from something so simple. So Coca-Cola basically just put names on each of the bottles, right? And it began in Australia, and Coke actually personalized each bottle with the 150 most popular names in the country. And the USA kind of did the same thing, printing, you know, just the first name on the front of the bottle. And you can actually order custom bottles on Coke's website also. But really, people just were enchanted by it. It was so magical seeing something as such a staple, and it was so memorable seeing something as such like a staple as Coca-Cola, right? We're so used to seeing the bottles being a certain way. The branding, you know, it's evolved slightly, but it's always kind of maintained its core kind of feel. But seeing a Coca-Cola bottle with Kevin on it, right, or whatever the name might be, was just incredible. And Coca-Cola really took advantage of that by appealing to the masses. Everybody wanted to see something that was personalized to them, right? And if you can make it memorable, you can just absolutely count on the profit, right? Because people need to be able to remember something, and maybe they saw an advertisement for your product, but if it's not memorable, and they're, you know, maybe you sell like a garage door opener, right? And they see your ad and they're like, go about their day, and then 2 months later they need a garage door opener, right? And they're like, oh, I saw an ad for that, but I can't remember the name of the company, and then, you know, your advertisement is now pointless, right? So let's go through some examples to kind of make it a little bit more illustrative. Our mission is to land a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth versus we want to be the best space exploration company, right? And so our mission is to land a man, right, a human being on the moon and return him safely to Earth. And some of you might recognize where this is from. Versus we want to be the best space exploration company, right? This is very boring. It doesn't kind of paint a picture where it's not like human. You know, we're not talking about, you know, a feat of landing a human being on, you know, a celestial body and then also returning him safely to Earth. You know, this just doesn't portray anything that I'll remember. You know, we want to be the best company just means nothing. You know, you want to paint a picture because people think and remember in metaphors and analogies, and getting your message across in a memorable way, you know, has the most powerful implication because, you know, people talk about it. And if you can get people to talk about your ad, then you've already won so much more deeply and vastly than any other advertiser out there, right? And the Harmon brothers, when we talked about, you know, in module 6 about how to scale and be fun and kind of think outside the box and be creative and, you know, really kind of take your quality in video and things like that to the next level, you know, the Harmon brothers do a fantastic job. Harmon being Harmon, I believe. Harmon brothers. They do a fantastic job. They did like the Squatty Potty advertisement where like the unicorns like pooping out rainbow sherbet, and like it's just like ridiculous stuff, but it's people talk about it, it's memorable, and it works. Right? Another example, you could say something like, you know, only 20% of employees had a clear idea of the company mission. Or you could say, you know, if our company was a basketball team, only one out of five players would know where the basket was. Right? And so like literally you're saying 20% of the basketball team wouldn't even know where the basketball hoop was. Right? That's a much more kind of memorable analogy than saying, you know, 1 out of 5 employees didn't know the company mission. Right? Or you could say, you know, movie popcorn contains 15 grams of fat, or, you know, people can't really conceptualize 15 grams. Like I can't even conceptualize 1 gram of fat. I've never seen specifically 1 gram of fat. Or you could say movie popcorn contains more fat than a Big Mac, a large fry with enough fat left over to fill a regular sized soda can to the top with pure lard. Right? And like, I just made that up. I obviously don't know this for sure. But it's just much more kind of memorable because we can actually picture what a Big Mac looks like, most people. And, you know, we can picture what a large fry looks like, and we know that it's greasy, and we know that it's like delicious, but we know that it's kind of unhealthy. And then everybody kind of knows you're kind of establishing a baseline because most people have seen a soda can, and picturing a soda can full of fat, like just like the disgusting kind of, you know, greasy fat or lard is very, very disgusting. Obviously, and you know, being able to picture it and associate it with things that you already kind of know about is a beautiful way to make people remember things, right? It's kind of similar like if we were a company that rented a boat, right? Like we rented out boats when boat owners were on vacation. You could say something like, it's like the Airbnb for boats, right? It's very memorable. All right, so numbered lists. And so, you know, BuzzFeed is definitely kind of the king of numbered lists. We can literally see just one of the kind of gift guides sections of their site. Literally 5 out of the 6 are directly numbered lists with like random numbers here. 37, 32, 34, 31, 38, which is crazy, right? 31, 37, 21. And I'm sure they split tested, and these random numbers probably are the best versions. But, you know, the top 37 reasons why every single person on earth loves numbered lists, you won't believe number 23. Right? So they really popularized this, and people want to see these reasons, and then they also want to see your recommendation, right? This is why when like a software company has 3 different options, there'll be one in the center that says recommended, and I guarantee you that like 90% of people choose the one that's recommended because they trust, you know, they trust recommendations. People trust recommendations, especially if there's social proof or if like the cost or like the value how you make sense of the features you get and things like that. And so when you as the author, right, the source of authority in this case, suggest number 23 and you won't believe it, or like our favorite is number 21 or whatever, people want to see what that is. And so it's kind of combining curiosity with numbered lists. Everybody loves like a good organized numbered list in a chaotic world, right? Everybody loves top fives, top tens. You know, that's why people search top 10 movies of 2017. People think in multiples of 5, but people love just like numbered lists of any size because it's much more organized and it has a nice feeling of simplicity, right? So let's look at a few examples. 7 reasons over 100,000 people all over the world use this one little known herb to instantly lose weight and become 10% happier. So this is a numbered list right here, 7 reasons, right? There's an instant credibility here. Over 100,000 people all over the world use us. And then this one little known herb, right? So it's people are curious what it is. And then to instantly lose weight, right, which is a pain point. Nobody, you know, people who are overweight, their pain point is being overweight, and what their desire is losing weight. And then also to become 10% happier. So this is literally like kind of in a single sentence, utilizing every single psychological or most of the psychological tricks that we're talking about. And so it's really beautiful, right? Let's talk about a few more of these. The top 3 ancient tactics Gandhi teaches to find true happiness. Number 2 surprised us, right? And so when I think of happiness, I think of Gandhi. There's probably some other people that other people think about, but, to me, when I think of happiness, I think of true happiness, and I think of Gandhi, who's happier than a monk, right? They've given up all physical possessions. They've given up all kind of the normal human pleasures. They've given up, money and things like that. And they seem to be, happier than a lot of the richest people that I know. Number 2 surprised us. Right, so again, people love top 3s. Who do you think about when you think of happiness, right? The social proof and credibility that Gandhi has here. Very kind of easy to digest. Combines the curiosity elements as well. Number 2 surprised us. People love, when you tell them, or like number 2, or like our favorite was this, or like you'll be shocked by number 31 or whatever. Like people they need to know what that specific one is, and it just works like crazy. And if you guys don't believe me, then try it for yourself and you'll see, because it's seriously, clickbait kind of got a bad rep because it just works so well. Just because we know what clickbait is as marketers does not mean that the mass market knows what it is. And it just works because human psychology is not going to change just because people know what clickbait is. They're not going to just all of a sudden be able to turn off, their innate instinctual kind of desire to know the unknown. It just doesn't work like that. Right? The last one is plain insulting, but still hilarious. You don't want to miss number 19. BuzzFeed kind of popularized this. If you guys want to, learn more or get more examples, just go look at BuzzFeed's site, because literally every single one of their articles is all entirely either numbered lists, catering to curiosity, or one of the kind of one, if not more than one, of the psychological kind of little strategies that we're talking about in this particular section. They're using, many of them. So unexpected, curiosity invoking, and shocking via surprise, right? So this is a fantastic one. One child is holding something that's been banned in America to protect them, and guess which one it is, right? So, if I don't know if you can see this, but it's like showing the little Kinder eggs, like the little chocolate eggs that got banned. I think they got banned because they had like little like toys inside of them that kids could potentially choke on or something like that. And it's just very shocking because like this girl's holding a gun, for example, it's just like, look at her like little serious face, and she's like this enormous gun that's like bigger than she is, and there's like this little simple or this little innocent looking little guy right here holding a little chocolate egg, and one of these is banned in America and the other isn't, right? So it's just very shocking. It's a very kind of beautiful kind of relativism comparing those two products, and people are going to share that, and people are going to be interested in that because it's meant to be like ridiculous, I guess. Depending, and I'm not trying to say how I feel about guns being banned, but it's meant to seem ridiculous that this huge assault rifle is not banned and this little chocolate egg is. So let's watch just one kind of example here. I think this is a good one.
Yeah. All right.
This is like a beautiful couple that are like obviously happy. Like the obvious pain that she's seeing her husband fly out of the window or whatever. and then in real life you don't get a second chance, right? And so there's a lot of kind of advertisements, but I think the seatbelt one really kind of resonated with me most because I remember seeing these on TV, and just like most car commercials kind of will start with like a happy family or whatever, and like it'll like talk about like the benefits of a minivan, but then like these ad campaigns came out and kind of duplicated those same kind of initial feelings that people had, and then once they kind of lulled you to sleep thinking it was another minivan commercial, all of a sudden there was like this enormous like chaotic crash where everyone died, right? And then like it was like saying just wear a seatbelt and like this black, and you're like, oh my god, right? And like those shocks like make you kind of think about it next time. If you were going to choose to not wear a seatbelt, it's like, do you want to feel those emotions and the pain and things that you just saw of that nature, right? So let's talk about a few kind of examples in text. There's a new drug sweeping the teenage community, and it may be in your own medicine cabinet, right? So like these kind of clickbaity titles mixed with kind of the shocking, right? Like a lot of concerned parents might be like, oh my god, like there's a new drug sweeping across the teenage community, and we have it in our house. Like we have to figure out what it is, right? That's a shock. It's kind of guaranteed to make a lot of parents who are concerned with drugs and their children, which is most parents, kind of open the article in question just to figure out what it is, right? So it kind of combines a couple of the different ideas here. There's a new cure from leading European doctors for chronic back pain, and you might have one in your closet, right? So again, these are all kind of utilizing the same tactics, the IRS scam that is costing everyday people their life savings and how to avoid it. I just did a quick kind of Google search and found the headline below. And, the point of me saying that, guys, is kind of to understand that, major newspapers and even, magazines and online publishers, right? Like all the major newspapers have a website now, and that's probably where we consume most of our content from them. We can get a lot of ideas and we can get a lot of kind of inspiration, like I've been saying, throughout the whole course, guys, because I can't teach you every single way to advertise, but I can teach you how to kind of change your mindset to see how everyone else is advertising. Because the New York Times and Huffington Post and all of these other major news corporations, have hundreds of people employed who've been doing this for years, and we're reading these articles and being exposed to this content every single day. And if we're not realizing kind of the tactics that they're using in their headlines and how they're getting us to click, and then, kind of starting to be, instead of a viewer, be an actual advertiser, right? A researcher, kind of how can I use what they're using on me, on my customers, right? How can I kind of use psychology, human psychology? How can I use curiosity? How can I use all of these different tactics, right? Ethically, obviously, to make people interested, to make people click. Because the point of an advertisement at the end of the day is to get someone to click, and then the point of your landing page is to get someone to take the next action, right? And that's kind of how the funnel goes. And so that, guys, is the unexpected, right? Curiosity invoking and shocking via surprise, right? Didn't see that coming. No one does. United in visual, right? Us against the man. So us against the man is kind of what comes to my mind is cigarette campaigns. So like Truth, for example, when I was growing up, they did a fantastic job. Like I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, probably a lot because of, my parents, but definitely secondarily from the Truth campaigns. And they were so masterful at really making you think that the corporations were evil, right? Like David versus Goliath, the big evil kind of nameless, faceless, big white, scary looking, ominous buildings of these evil, corporations that just wanted to like kill like kids and people, and they didn't care as long as they made money, right? And Truth did such a fantastic job of kind of transgressing beyond just statistics, because smoking kills 1,000 people a day. Obviously that's terrible, right? But I can't conceptualize that. I can't picture 1,000 people, in like a huge room all being killed by smoking. People are just not really able to conceptualize this. They kind of need to see it and feel it in a much more personal way. And so, one of the things that the Truth did, and I remember this commercial so clearly still, was they started out with a number of different people kind of in like a semi truck, and like they went in front of this big white kind of ominous looking building with no faces or names or anything like that, and they had people come out in suits, I think, and like they blurred out like the people's heads, so they just kind of looked like these corporate workers that just wanted to like kill us for money, basically, as being the kids. And what happened was the big semi truck, for example, had a bunch of like people of Truth workers and things like that, and they were carrying out these like huge like things, and you couldn't quite see what it was at first, and they were stacking them in these huge like kind of piles, and what you realized was that they were body bags. Right. And so like they were literally showing physically, how many body bags per day are being killed by smoking. And there were these enormous piles. Right. And so, I linked a bunch of cigarette ads here that I think are kind of important, and like kind of the us versus the man, like the united kind of visual, emotional kind of connection. It just works so well when you're trying to kind of start a movement, for example, because people love to feel kind of, like the grassroots campaign, right? People love to feel kind of as like the underdogs and like rally behind one another and kind of unite against like the evil machine, like rage against the machine, right? So, I mean, this is a perfect example. Smoking isn't just suicide, it's murder, right? So like it's saying that it's obviously suicide also, which is, something that is probably terrible to most people. And it's also murder, right? Because like secondhand smoke is like killing your kid, like literally suffocating him. And like what a more powerful image could you ask for than literally like a bag over, a child's head who's crying and obviously in pain. It's just a very visual. And the more visual and shocking elements that you can combine, with curiosity, with kind of all of the different tactics that we've talked about, guys, in unison, we don't need to we don't need to use these one at a time. We can use multiple of them, right? They're all kind of important tactics, and they can be used alone, but being used in combination to kind of form seriously powerful ads is something that is just so important to kind of develop in your arsenal and kind of just get used to writing your advertisements in these ways, with value propositions, with curiosity invoking elements, shock factor, memorability, so people are shocked by it, and it's also memorable. So if they do need your product or service later in the future, they remember the name of your company, they remember who you are, and then they can actually associate you with what they need, and then they'll actually convert to being a purchase. But if you're not memorable, if you're not kind of using these tactics, then you're just going to fall kind of into the sea of other advertisements, because nowadays people get hit by ads every single day, all day long, on their phones, on the TV, on the radio, right? Everywhere kind of. So you really have to stand out and be creative and really like move outside of the box, and utilize the visual elements and all of the things that we've discussed. And if you can kind of master these guys, then it's going to work. And that's the simple truth. And if you ever feel like you don't have any kind of motivation, or you don't have any ideas, or you're overwhelmed at where to start, then take a look at the people who are already doing it, right? Like BuzzFeed. Take a look at news from the New York Times. Look at the headlines. See what elements of those headlines you can use on your own products or services, right? Never ever feel like you have nowhere to start, because there's so much content for us to get kind of inspiration from. And even in this bonus alone, there's a ton of different kind of headlines and ad copy for you guys to take a look at. And so that, guys, is the 6 underutilized psychological tricks that will instantly change your ads forever. So let's talk about what a tripwire is. So a tripwire, guys, is basically it's something to get people in the door. It's something of immense value that people get for a cost that is significantly less than they would expect to pay for it, kind of, right? And so it's basically a tactic where the cost of advertising to bring new customers in, kind of a cold audience, is entirely or subsidized or partially paid for by what's called a tripwire. So, have you ever like gone to a piece of software and you get like a 14-day free trial, or like $1 for like a collection of 3 ebooks of like a $90 value or whatever, right? So that is what's called a tripwire. Some people call it a self-liquidating offer. It's just kind of a way to get people to do what's called a micro commitment. And micro commitments work incredibly well, because micro commitments, like for example, if you were selling a $1,000 software package, and you were saying you can get a 14-day trial completely for free for $1, right? So like they've already paid, they've kind of already committed in that microscopic way by paying to your company once. It's so much easier to get somebody to pay again, even if it's only $1. It's just the mental process of paying. It is very difficult to kind of get someone to do, but once you've done it, even in a small way, it's so much easier to get them, to become a repeat customer. Similarly, with a tripwire, like MailChimp is a perfect example. If you don't know what MailChimp is, look them up. They're an autoresponder. And what they decided early was they were going to give completely free service if you had less than 1,000 subscribers, right? So you could send as many emails as you wanted forever if you had less than 1,000 subscribers. And what this allowed what this allowed them to do, and how they became a market leader, was everybody chose their product because everyone else was trying to charge up front, right, to people to send emails straight away, like a monthly fee or whatever the case may be. And why would you pay $79 a month for something that you could get for free? And what they didn't realize was that MailChimp was charging, slightly more. It's become more similar now. But like their monthly charges, once you went over 1,000, were actually more expensive than these other competitors that, like MailChimp would charge $90 a month when the other competitors would charge $70 a month for the same service up till 5,000 subscribers. But what MailChimp was able to do was they dominated the market because people really get hooked on autoresponder software because it's integrated in all of their websites. Their email templates are all designed and saved within MailChimp. And so people were kind of getting into the ecosystem for free. And then once like their businesses started to grow and they got to subscriber bases over 1,000, right, they were already so kind of ingrained and hooked into MailChimp. And, they had been lured in by that, tripwire of immense value for free or for a very cheap price. But they were already kind of too committed to MailChimp to change, right? Because it would have been so much work to change that it was worth it to them to pay slightly more to MailChimp for a monthly fee than they would have been paying elsewhere, right? And it kind of let them get their feet wet. It kind of let them understand how to use it and things like that. So that, guys, is a tripwire. The point of a tripwire is really to get people into your ecosystem, like we've been talking about. Like a lead magnet and a tripwire have a lot of similarities. Lead magnets are generally just free, and tripwires generally have at least some cost just to kind of get like that micro commitment, for example, or even to recover some ad cost. We've run campaigns where we're paying $40 per conversion, for example, like for my course. And so what we would do is we would, piece together, 3 like awesome pieces of content, like, the Facebook ad compass, or, the Instagram blueprint, or things that we kind of determined that our target market wanted, right? And if you don't know what your target market wants, ask. Right? Like, what are the 3 hardest parts about losing weight? What's the one most difficult part about, running a small business, or or starting a website, or getting started on YouTube? And then write these things down, right? And then create that lead magnet, or what you can, transition into a tripwire based off of the feedback that you get from your target audience. And so then, what we did was we took those lead magnets and, what we eventually called a tripwire, and we charged $47 for them, right? And there was a ton of value. They were worth so much more than $47. But just by those people, coming into our ecosystem, after the webinar, for example, they would buy, the tripwire that we don't offer anywhere else. They would buy the tripwire. And after buying the tripwire, that was a huge micro commitment because they'd already kind of purchased something from me. And then the upsell would actually be my course, right? And so like, not everybody obviously converted, but every time somebody bought that $47 product and, we were paying $40 per conversion, that was actually generating free money. Like our advertising campaign for our actual product was free. Every dollar that we spent in ads, we were actually getting more money back from our tripwire sales, even if those people that bought the tripwire didn't actually purchase our end product, which was actually the course as the upsell, right? And so that is the tripwire, guys. Kind of using kind of a cheaper upfront offer to kind of make your Facebook ad campaigns for free. And so that, guys, is bonus number 1, the 7 most underutilized kind of psychological tactics with examples, showing you actual tangible kind of advertisements, teaching you, where to actually look for other examples related to, psychological tactics and tricks and how to get people actually to click on advertisements. And then we discuss, the idea of a tripwire or a self-liquidating offer, how to get free Facebook advertising campaigns by giving away a huge amount of value for a low-cost product product, to recover your advertising cost, and then at the same time, kind of micro commitments. Once somebody pays something from you, even if it's $1, right? Once they enter the ecosystem, once they've taken out their wallet, it's infinitely easier to get them to make a secondary purchase or an upsell, right? And so that, guys, is bonus number 1. I hope you enjoyed it, and let's get to the next. What is up, guys? Welcome to bonus number 2 on the Ninja Instagram Blueprint. And this is basically going to show you guys exactly how a few simple tricks I use to take advantage of one of, if not the highest converting / most active social media. And we're going to teach you how to use it to drive an unlimited kind of organic user base to your page. So why Instagram, right? There's 800 million active monthly users, which is absolutely obscene. And according to social media company LocoWise, Instagram actually has the highest audience engagement compared to all other social networking platforms. And I've personally used Instagram, again and again and again, kind of to build out my business brand profiles, where people, will actually find my business profile just from my Instagram page. And this works incredibly well because as many kind of organic sources of income and traffic that you can get for your business, where people are kind of just stumbling upon you and learning more about your business, and you can obviously link your whatever link you want people to go to from Instagram, whether it's like your Shopify store or your website or your YouTube, for example, like I have here, or maybe it's like a Facebook page or group, wherever you think is most valuable to send people, you can put right here, and people will do it, and they'll message you and things like that. So we're going to talk about how to grow an organic following kind of the right way. We're going to give a little bit of basics of just how Instagram works, and then we're going to talk about specifically how I like to use Instagram ads later on in this particular module, and a bunch of just kind of hacks and tricks that I've used along the way learning Instagram kind of to build correctly and how to generate the most kind of traffic and attention with your posts. So how to get organic followers. Getting kind of targeted followers on Instagram is one of the surest ways kind of to start building an audience that you can kind of later market to down the line. Like we've talked about again and again and again, right? Creating kind of that initial interest, giving away value for free, whether it's in the form of motivation, right? Kind of understanding what your demographic is on Instagram and what they want from you, right? But kind of to do things right, guys, we have to entertain, right? And Instagram is very much so a visual platform, and that kind of holds true with the type of content that you need to create and kind of curate to your audience. And kind of what I mean by that, guys, is we don't want to, on Instagram, for example, just show pictures of our products. Like you can see, my Instagram has some pictures of me, but a lot of what I have kind of seems random, but it's actually not random at all. And we'll talk about exactly, the reason for these types of posts in a little bit. But again, so the purpose of Instagram is not to blast your product over and over and over again, even though that's what you want people to see. Like for example, if you had a dog clothing company, instead of posting picture after picture of, your dog shirts or like your dog collars or whatever it was, right? The smart way to do it, especially with Instagram, is kind of to, let's say you had a pit bull company, like you sold pit bull related merchandise. So we would want to, not to be confused with the rapper, Pitbull the dog. So what we would do is post like pictures of pit bull puppies, or like videos of cute pit bulls, or pit bulls doing funny things, or like, acting silly or whatever. And people will react to that. And when people react to that, the more engagement you can get on your photos, the more likely they are to get to the top post page, and the more likely they are to go viral. And if you get, some posts that go viral, you can start to accumulate some, nice followership. So what I like to do, guys, is kind of find what's working in my niche. And my niche is entrepreneurship, right? Motivation. People come to my page because they want to be entertained. They want to like start conversations. They want like little puzzles. They want to see ridiculous, crazy videos, right? But they just want, a little bit of entertainment. They want a little bit of motivation and things like that. And so, the way that I figured that out was I looked at what was working in my niche. Some of the people who had the largest Instagram followings, like Clever Investor and Motivation Mentor, Jason Stone, some of those guys. And, I was looking and I started to see that, most of the content that they were actually posting was just kind of like repurposed viral content. And like a lot of it wasn't original. They were just taking photos from other people's pages that they'd seen had already kind of gone viral based on the amount of engagement on those posts. And then they would just repost it on their own page, and then obviously credit the original kind of content creator in the post as well, which is kind of the etiquette on Instagram. And kind of repurpose viral content that's already kind of been proven successful in your personal niche, mixed with what's called Instagram Instagram stories, which is kind of like Instagram's version of what Snapchat kind of initially popularized in the form of like, you know, daily kind of segments of what's going on in your life in the form of a video story. That is kind of the combination for success, right? Repurpose viral content to bring people to your page, and then, you know, using your story to actually familiarize those people with you personally. And if you're entertaining and you're passionate and you're interesting, then they're going to stay, right? And so what I like to do, guys, is I like to go to a successful page, right? And this is kind of a ninja hack, your first one for the Instagram bonus. Go to a successful page, go to a post, right? So let's just choose one, for example. Let's go to Clever Investor. All right, so we can go to his actual page here. And, you know, he's doing a great job. Like, he's, you know, posting repurposed viral content of like Chris Rock, entrepreneurship, who's more wealthy. I think this exact post I actually have on my page as well, which is funny. And so let's just click, you know, one of these photos, and we see that it has 10,000 likes, right? A ton of comments here, all of people who are commenting recently. So what I like to do is I like to follow all of the people commenting, and, you know, he's in the entrepreneurship niche. He's kind of similar to what I'm doing, you know, and when I was first starting out, I would either do this myself or have a virtual assistant do it, where kind of all these people who are commenting like right away, like in the last minute, so I know that they're active now, I would just go to their pages and follow them, or I might comment on their page, or, you know, somehow interact. And, you know, the reason that we do that, guys, is, you know, all people are different, but a lot of people are actually quite similar. And people, you know, if you're going and following someone's page and you're liking their stuff, it makes them feel good, right? That's the point of social media, to kind of get that little dopamine rush of, you know, getting a like on your post or having someone be interested in you or something that you have to say, right? And so kind of the law of reciprocation is the key here on Instagram. If you follow and like people's stuff, they're very, very likely, I would say almost 90% or more of people will also follow you back and start liking your stuff. And so what I used to do when I was first building kind of my Instagram presence was I would just go follow these people who had proven that they were interested in a similar niche by liking and commenting and engaging with other people's Instagram profiles who are in a niche like mine, entrepreneurship, right? And so I knew that they were kind of targeted, and I knew that they were engaged. And the more engaged, targeted people who are interested in entrepreneurship that I can, you know, follow and like their stuff and get them, you know, to return, in return, follow and like my stuff, the more people that I can get interested in me who are interested in entrepreneurship, the better, right? And so that's kind of the initial strategy that I like to do. So if you follow kind of 100 people a day, guys, and you know, you might get 50 follows back, or in my case, you know, I was getting about 90% of people following back if I was giving them like a kind of a engaged, reasonable kind of pertinent comment on, you know, some of their photos. Like if I really liked one, if they had a business related photo and I gave them entrepreneurship advice or whatever, right? Just make it personal. You know, if I follow 100 people a day, let's say very conservatively that 50% of them follow back, right? And about 10% of the people that follow you back or more are going to click on your bio link, right? And so that means a 10% ratio of 100 people, or 10 people, would click your bio link, go to your, you know, your store. They might be interested in it and they might make a purchase, or they might follow you on YouTube or your Snapchat, or if you wanted to like continue kind of keeping them in your ecosystem and getting them to follow you on a different social media. But if you start to like actually exponentiate that, right? If you follow 1,000 people a day, or you have your virtual assistants follow 1,000 people a day and 1,000 comments, right? And 500 follow you back, even 50% of that, which is very conservative, right? That's 50 clicks. That's 50 new people to your website. That's 50 new people being pixeled by your website. That's 50, you know, pieces of data that you can start to use to form, you know, custom audiences and then lookalike audiences from those source audiences. And it kind of starts to build on itself. And, you know, as your Instagram grows larger from kind of using this method, people are going to be more interested in you when they visit your page, because everybody's interested, you know, in somebody that has a lot of followers. They're like, wow, this person must be interesting. Why are all these people following them? Maybe I should look a little bit closer. So it kind of builds on itself, like all of these advertisements, all these advertising strategies and tactics. You know, once you start to like get a larger and larger following, you have to do this less and less, and people just get more and more interested and start to organically be interested in you as well. And again, if this sounds like too much work for you to personally do, you know, I pay teams of virtual assistants $3 an hour to do all types of social media tasks like this, to kind of build, you know, when I was first starting out, to kind of build my presence and things like that. And now I just kind of let it, you know, kind of be a little bit more organic and just kind of repurpose viral content and things like that. But again, just to kind of reiterate, instead of uploading an image of a dog sweater with the price, right, Instagram is much, much better with kind of indirect sales. People aren't browsing Instagram to be sold things, and even less so than Facebook. So like on Facebook, people aren't necessarily looking to buy things, but they're much more likely to buy stuff. On Instagram, nobody is going to click a picture of your dog sweater with a price on it and buy, right? They're going to click an adorable, corgi video, and then they're going to come to your profile and say, wow, like that's the cutest video I've ever seen. And then they're going to click your bio if it's interesting, right? The link in your bio, and then they might go to your store and make a purchase. So you're allowed to have 30 hashtags, and there's a little bit of kind of disagreement from the Instagram gurus about this, but I personally like to use all 30 hashtags, and I'll just do hashtags like similar to my brand. Let's say that we were doing corgis, right? You can literally type in corgi and you see that hashtag corgi, hashtag corgigram, hashtag corgis, hashtag corgi love, 1.4 million, almost 900,000. I would use all of these and I would scroll down and I would find more corgi smile, corgi puppy, corgigram, if I was trying to like generate, new kind of interest for my corgi, merchandise. But it works for anything. It's the same thing like entrepreneurship. I would do entrepreneur, entrepreneurial, entrepreneurs, entrepreneur life, entrepreneur lifestyle, right? And all of these different hashtags, when you actually assign these hashtags to your posts, they're going to show a random amount of people who are interested in these topics, your post. And if a lot of people start to be interested in it, then your post has the possibility of going viral, right? That's just kind of how Instagram works. And you can use the Instagram autofill feature to kind of find hashtags as well. Like if I type in entrepreneur, like I don't have to type in the whole thing, or like motivations, motivational, motivated, right? All of these different kind of posts. And I like to generate kind of 3 sets of 30 hashtags. And then I like to kind of rotate them between my posts just to see, if one set of 30 is getting more engagement for like a similar type of photo. And then I'll start to like actually prioritize that one. And then once I've done it for a few days or like a week or whatever, I want to try like kind of some new hashtags so I reach a new group of people kind of interested in different things. So you can also kind of find successful people in your niche if you're wondering, like, how do I find people who are like doing it best in the niche, right? Like, let's say that you had a watch company. You can literally type in like men's watch Instagram influencer into Google, and Google will literally like show you like male influencers for luxury watch brands, or you could just literally type men's watches Instagram, and it'll like give you like the 10 Instagram accounts all watch lovers should follow, or like the daily watch, right? Or movement is one of the biggest ones too. So like let Google, the best aggregator of information in the world, help you find things whenever like you actually need to go and find something, right? So how do you actually get more kind of engagement on your posts? So Instagram kind of ranks photos with a little bit of a complicated algorithm, but basically it breaks down to speed and strength of engagement. And kind of what I mean by strength of engagement is like if I have, let's say that Selena Gomez liked one of my pictures, right? And I think she's either number 1 or 2 most Instagram followers in the world. She's like 70 million or something insane. So if she liked one of my posts, Instagram would say, oh my gosh, like that, if that person with that many followers likes your post, it must be like an incredibly interesting post. And it would start to kind of experiment showing your post to a bunch of new people that they've never exposed you to before. And if all of them also liked it, then it would say, oh my gosh, this is such a, this is an incredibly interesting post based on the user engagement of all these random, additional people that we're showing it to because of the strength of engagement that you got previously. And then that's when your post can really go viral. And you don't need people like Selena Gomez, obviously, to like your post, but people that have larger pages, if they like you, kind of the strength of them liking you tells Instagram that it has a higher probability of being interesting. So it'll show it to a larger initial pool. And then if that larger initial pool of new people also likes it and engages and is interested, then it'll really, has a very large chance of going viral. And so this is kind of why large Instagrammers use what's called engagement groups, where they'll kind of like team up with each other and they'll all like each other's stuff, and they'll have, a bunch of people, like their initial post right kind of when they're posted. Because if you get a ton of like really quick likes like immediately, Instagram will read that as being very interesting, and then you have a higher likelihood of going into the top 9 posts. And let me show an example of that. So entrepreneur, if we just type this in, we'll see that there's these 9 posts kind of separated, right? There's like 9 here, and then it says most recent. These are the top posts. So if you make it into the top posts, then you have a higher probability of making it into the explore page. And if you make it into the explore page, that is when videos or images have a very, very high chance of going viral, because people just browsing trying to find new content could see it, and you could get a ton of exposure that way. And so some other little hacks, I like to put my hashtags in the first comment, not the actual caption, because on Instagram, it's about timing. So it's just a little thing, but if you get an initial comment, even if it's from yourself and other people, and you can get people to engage by asking them questions and things like that, the more kind of engagement via comments and likes and things like that that you have, the more interesting it's going to be deemed to Instagram. So another one is Canva. Canva is just a piece of software that allows you to kind of, that's cool, that allows you to create graphics without being a graphic artist. And so we're not going to go deeply into this one, but you can, explore templates here. You can use their tools to kind of create graphics, even if you're not a graphic artist and have no kind of technical skills with that. They make it super, super easy. And you can just watch like Canva tutorials on YouTube of how to make Instagram photos and things like that, and it's just super, super easy if you want to do it kind of all yourself. So if you're kind of wondering like, what should I make content about, like I said before, let's take another example and if you own like a fashion store, I would literally type in fashion and I would come look at the top posts and I would say, okay, which one of these has the most interest? This one seems to have the most interest, but it might be like a celebrity or something like that. Let's do like new, or let's see some other ones related to fashion. Fashionista, let's try this one. So we see some of these have some engagement, like this one, and this one seems to have the most engagement. Right, so like I might make a post with some type of similar gear, or I might even go and find this person and see if she's interested in doing some type of Instagram influencer, because she seems to get a huge amount of engagement relative to her number of following, or to her following, right? 3,000 likes with only 46,000 people following her, which is pretty incredible, to be honest. So another thing I like to do is mention other handles in your caption, and what I mean by handles is just other Instagrammers. Social mentioning another handle increases your engagement by 56%, and you can literally like use huge accounts. Like sometimes when I'm doing posts, I'll mention like millionaire mentor and people with 1.2 million followers, or 3 million followers, excuse me. And he gets a huge amount of engagement on all of this, on most of the stuff that he does. And I'll mention his handle in photos that I post, and then when people are specifically typing in millionaire mentor, my post will come up as a hashtag, right? Because if you see millionaire mentor here, there's 296,000 posts, and well, one of them would be mine. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but people will find it, right? You can also geotag your photos. I found that images that incorporate the color blue, like water, perform, significantly better on Instagram. You can also go on Pinterest and you can search Instagram themes, and you'll see like kind of popular themes that people use. So let's talk about how to find Instagram influencers. Instagram influencing is basically, utilizing and leveraging an Instagrammer that already has kind of a pre-existing audience, using their audience to kind of market to. And what I mean by that is, let's say, for example, like I was doing, like a travel niche, or, even my page for like smaller entrepreneurs. For smaller entrepreneurs, they might like say, Kevin, like, would you shout out like my brand or like my YouTube if they're trying to start like an entrepreneurship YouTube channel? And since I have 40,000 followers, me making a post instantly exposes them to 40,000 people. And so people will pay for that exposure, right? Because people have spent a lot of time and money kind of gathering their Instagram following. And if they're doing it in a good way, if they have a really good engagement percentages and things like that, then it can be worth it. And so, kind of the average is, 1 to 1.5% engagement per post. So, and what I mean by that is stuff like if you had, 100,000 followers, then, you'd expect 1.5 thousand likes on each photo. That would be a 1.5 engagement. So you kind of want 1.5 or higher. And so you can calculate that by using this little website here. So we can type in mine. Let's see what or what my engagement is. Hopefully it's higher than 1.7. Yeah, so it's 7.16%. So this would be an okay engagement rate. You're kind of looking for above 1.5. Oh, so it used to be 16. Oh, I guess it's average interactions per post, and so it's gone down recently. So you can look at the comments of influencer posts. And what I mean by that is, you want comments to kind of be not spammy, because Instagram has a big problem with spam and bots and engagement groups and things like that, kind of trying to fake engagement to try to artificially increase the chances of your post being viral and being on the Explore page, and then getting a bunch more kind of interest and things like that. And so what I like to do is, if I'm doing, let's go back to Millionaire Mentor. So if I was gonna like pay Millionaire Mentor to give me a shout out, I would come in here and I would read these comments, right? Because if you have a bunch of comments saying like, wow, awesome post, or like this type of stuff, give up your old, yeah, so I mean, these are real people, right? But like, for example, let's see if we can find one really quickly that doesn't have real people. Let's try this one. So like, yes, wonderful, like this, like wonderful words, this made my day, amazing, right? Like these types of like very generic, vague comments are most likely bots or engagement groups or like VAs or kind of engagement farms, where you don't really want them as far as Instagram influencers, just because it's not going to be real people. You're going to kind of be paying to have your product or service exposed to a bunch of bots that aren't going to buy your stuff, right? So let's look at his engagement rate, 5.9, so not terrible, but not as good as mine. Yeah, so I like to look at the posts, and Instagram's trying really hard to stop kind of bot stuff, but it's still, it's impossible to stop it entirely. So let's talk about how I actually go about finding Instagram influencers. So let's say that I was, trying to find like a hunting Instagram influencer. So like I've said before, let Google do the hard work for you, because Google is the best aggregator of data ever in the world. Like they have an unimaginable amount of data, and the entire kind of premise of their company is making sense of all of that chaos. And so us trying, to find it on ourselves versus, letting Google and Instagram kind of do it for us doesn't make a lot of sense for us to do it on our own. So you can also kind of just use Instagram. So if you do like hashtag hunting, and then kind of look through the top brands here. So like we could, go through, see if any of these have a lot of engagement, or we could even type in hunting and kind of see like hunting the wild. This looks like an actual kind of Instagram here. Hunting the Wild, yeah, here it is. So yeah, 968,000 followers, and it looks like they're already doing shout outs kind of for maybe this tobacco company here. And so, oh my gosh. So this might be an interesting one to reach out to, right? And you can, try to find large Instagram influencers. You can try to find small ones, kind of micro Instagram influencers, using geographical kind of specific searches if you're like trying to find an influencer in like a specific city or whatever. And so, what I've kind of found, guys, is for every dollar that I spend on influencer marketing, if you're looking at their engagement rates, making sure that it's like above the kind of the 1.5 to like 3-ish above, that percentage, you're making sure that their comments are actually real people, not just like bots saying like, awesome, thanks, like amazing, crazy, like you made my day, like stuff that just isn't real people. Like it could be applicable to anything. If you're kind of doing your due diligence, I've found that I get about $1 spent for about $5 back in return. So how do you kind of track the return on investment, right? You kind of track the return on investment by how I like to do it is I'll use a discount code. So like if I had a Shopify store, for example, I would make a code for the day or for the week or however long that I was paying to have them actually run my advertisement. Most of them are done in kind of 12-hour increments or 24 hours. And I'll talk about kind of the best times and prices and things like that in a little bit. But like what I like to do is I'll make an ad or a coupon code that says like Instagram 50 or whatever, right? For 50% off. And like every single person who comes to like my Shopify store, for example, and buys a product, they'd obviously use that 50% off discount. And if they did, I'm able to track that, right? And so then if I got like 100 sales or whatever, and they all use the 50% off discount, then I can say, okay, well, like I paid $100 for this Instagram influencer shout out, and I had 100 sales at $10 profit a sale, that I made $1,000 back, right? And I can track which sales came because I could see that they used the coupon. So there's kind of a huge disparity on what influencers charge. I found that kind of anybody above that $300,000 to $500,000 range really starts to kind of overcharge for Instagram influencer shoutouts. And so, what I've kind of found as a sweet spot is between 100,000 to 300,000 followers, just because they have enough followers to really kind of get a big enough kind of benefit for your effort of reaching out, negotiating price, giving them advertisements, setting up coupon codes and things like that. But they're not, they don't have such a huge following that they think that they deserve like $1,000 a shout out, which is just usually not profitable. So what you can do is, how do you contact and pay them? So obviously you can send a direct message via Instagram, but I generally like to look for other kind of forms of social media, because people don't check their Instagram direct messages as often. And so, if I was trying to reach this guy or girl, I guess I would, add them on Snapchat. I would add them on Kick. If they had an email here that says like business inquiries, I would email them. I would basically attack them on every piece of social media they have. Right, I would Snapchat them, I would message them there, I would message them on Kick, I would message their business email, and I would shoot them a direct message on Instagram saying, just basically like, hey, like, do you do shout outs? If so, like, what are your prices? Like, I'd love to promote one of my products on your page, and show them what your product is, right? Because if I'm trying to sell like a pair of like pink girls gloves, then it probably wouldn't make sense for Hunting the Wild to show that. But if I'm selling like a hunting bow or something like that, then maybe it would make sense, and he'd be willing to kind of do it. So I generally do my shout outs kind of on a 12-hour basis. I found that they're more profitable, but I like to ask for 12 and 24 hours. So if he charges $500 for 24 hours and $250 for 12 hours, I would definitely choose the 12-hour, because people are very myopic on Instagram. Like, things get old quickly. It's not historical at all. And after 12 hours, it's pretty much dead, that post, and people are just on to the next one. I found the best kind of time frame for maximum engagement to be 9 a.m. Pacific to 9 p.m. Pacific. So that's generally when I like to like run my Instagram influencer ads. And I kind of shoot to pay $20 to $150 for influencers with high engagements, right? When you start to reach people over 300K, that number can kind of go up. But I usually don't pay over $150 per influencer shout out. So how to actually make money from Instagram. So Instagram's a great kind of platform to get the word out about your brand or service, but it's also kind of a great way to pay for advertisements as well, which we're going to talk about later on. But Instagram is also a way that you can kind of start making money for yourself today. And kind of the best way to do that is by monetizing your following via shoutouts if you already have a large following. Another kind of way to do that is just attracting people to your page, driving traffic to your page, like we talked about, repurposing viral content or making a bunch of, content that people would like that's kind of related to your product or service, never posting your actual product itself, because people don't care about that. They're on Instagram to be entertained and see cute puppies and stuff. Another cool way is you can affiliate market other people's products related to your page's content. And so we've, started like fashion or makeup accounts where we just like post pictures of beautiful women in beautiful clothes or with beautiful makeup on their faces. And then in our bio, we had links basically that just would link to like affiliate marketing. Like we'd get like 50% of the sale, and we'd drive them to other people's kind of Shopify store and stuff like that. And if you're trying to find like ways or products that you can affiliate market, one of the good websites is Max Bounty. Not sure why that isn't working. It looks like their website is down for maintenance right now, but Max Bounty is a good website for that. You can kind of find products, and they make it pretty easy to find products to affiliate market. You can also, sell merchandise and things like that. And yeah, so that's kind of a way that you can use Instagram to make money. I definitely wouldn't recommend doing that over starting a Facebook ad agency. Starting a Facebook ad agency is a way better opportunity. But people love Instagram, and if that's like something you're passionate about, then that's definitely a choice you could make. So let's talk about how I got almost 5,000 Instagram followers in 1 month for $45. And this was when I was first starting, and I had 0 Instagram followers for one of my business pages. So kind of what I did was I found the top 3 accounts related to your niche to my niche. And then, via my most targeted keywords. So like, for example, let's say you're selling dog leashes. So you search Instagram for beautiful dog photos. Again, people don't want to see your product. They want to see beautiful photos related to your product. So I would find kind of the 3 best Instagram profiles related to, kind of shareable, fun, entertaining content related to my products. And then what I did was I just downloaded a program called 4K Stogram. And what 4K Stogram is, it allows you to export, download, and kind of backup if it's your own. But it allows you to download Instagram accounts, right? So you can like literally go and download the entire account of these other popular Instagram profiles, and then you can just repost their content, and obviously like credit them, and people actually like it when you kind of share their content, because it's just getting them more exposure, right? And if they ask you to take it down, then they ask you to take it down, and that's it. But I've been doing this for years, and people have never complained, and people have said, hey man, thanks for sharing my content. I appreciate it. It's like weird, but it's just kind of how it is. And so you can get just an unbelievable amount of really targeted content. You can see what's working on their accounts. You can use those ones first, right? The ones with the most engagement, only repurpose and repost those ones. And you can drive a ton of organic traffic to your page this way. And what I did was I just downloaded like 1,000 pictures from the best 3 accounts, and then I had a virtual assistant post 2 of them 2 times a day using hashtags that I gave them, right? And right tag is a cool way to kind of find hashtags. No idea which hashtags to use, get instant hashtag suggestions for images and text, desktop, and mobile. And so they'll kind of show you, some of the best hashtags. And, again, I would take the 30 most popular, and I would post, and I would have my virtual assistant post twice a day and just naturally, organically build a following of people who are interested in that content. And I already knew that content was going to be interesting because it had already been proven interesting on those other large accounts. So then, you can update your Instagram bio to be whatever you want people to go to, right? If you want people to go to your YouTube, obviously do that. If you want people to go to your Shopify store or a product page specifically, or any type of funnel, right? Put that in your bio. And then, make sure that your actual bio itself is, set up right. I mean, like if you want to, drive people to your Snapchat, but you want your link to be Shopify, or you want to have all of your other social medias if people want to follow you there, just make sure your bio's set up right. And then run periodic giveaways and promotions, right? Tell people that they can get coupons if they post, a picture of a t-shirt that you sell on your store or something like that, right? And so let's talk about Instagram hacks. These are kind of the hacks that I've collected for you guys, and have been proven most kind of beneficial for my own Instagram. So what I like to do is I like to run giveaways. And so what we'll do is we'll run like big giveaways where we gave away like it was like $20,000 worth of stuff, or $70,000 worth of stuff. And this was a really cool one. Where to enter, people had to go follow a bunch of different accounts, which like led them back in a circle to here. And so me and all the other kind of influencers that were part of that all kind of gained like 10,000 followers overnight, and then we gave away $70,000 worth of stuff to kind of these winners, right? And so what we do is we'll run giveaways, and we'll tell our followers that the only way that if you won is that by turning post notifications on. And when they turn post notifications on, which is easy, they just do it up in like the little settings, right? It does a number of things. When people have your post notifications on, it means they're notified of your newest post, which kind of means that they will check it, they'll like it, they'll comment on it, and the more initial like and comment velocity you get, the more likely that your post is to kind of snowball and make it to the top posts, and then if it continues to perform well, then to the explore page, getting a ton more interest and bringing a ton more kind of exposure to your page. Instagram stories, right? So doing 1 to 2 Instagram stories per day is vitally important. And this is kind of the next major communication medium, and has like a number of super kind of like real incredible features that need to be taken advantage of. You can do polls on Instagram where you say like, do you guys want to like learn more about Amazon? And you can have it say yes and no, and then people can in real time actually click those polls, and then Instagram will tell you 87% said yes, 20% said no, or whatever it is, right? And you can actually see who says yes. And so what we'll do is, if we say like, do you guys want to learn more about Amazon? And then like 5,000 people watch my story or whatever it is. And if, 80% of them or 100% of them said yes, or I guess 80 is probably more reasonable. If 80% of them said yes, what we'll do is we'll have a virtual assistant actually direct message every single one of them from my Instagram profile saying like, hey, like here's a 20% off coupon to our Amazon course, or like here's our free Amazon mini course. To sign up, they have to like follow my Snapchat, or like they have to subscribe on my YouTube, and it just continues to get people more and more kind of enthralled into your ecosystem. So let's talk about the bio. Right, you want to show your potential customers kind of what you were and like what you've become, or if you have a product store, you want to show them the benefits of your product, based on how they'll feel, right? Not product features. And so what we did was from corporate drone to multimillionaire. You want to show your potential customers, what you can kind of do for them, like why should they be listening to me, and then what can we do to change their lives. Thousands of my students earn thousands daily, right? You want to give your potential customers kind of a frictionless way to initiate communication with you, right? Which is what we do with the DM and Ninja Life to learn more. So I get literally like hundreds of messages every day that say, Ninja Life, just because like people don't want to message you if you don't give them kind of an easy way to do so. Like people feel awkward. They're like, oh yeah, he's like busy. He doesn't want to talk to me. But now if I say DM me Ninja Life, I literally get like hundreds of messages a day of people that say Ninja Life, and it opens up, a conversation for me to drive them to my YouTube, or to interact with them or help them, or whatever the case may be, right? And then follow to win money daily. So we give away, $100 a day, which in the grand scheme of things is not very much money, but it gets people engaged. People like love the idea of being able to win things. That's why the lottery is so popular, and that's why the lottery is so unbelievably profitable. And then whatever your bio link is going to be, make sure it's something, kind of nice, like rebrandly.com/thatlifestyleninja, instead of like just being like a huge like YouTube link that is just like looks ugly. You want to make it kind of nice and easy to click on. So if you want to, stories default, Instagram stories default to be 15 seconds long, but I actually use an app called Continual, which kind of allows you to make longer Instagram stories. So if you wanted to like record like a 10-minute long thing, it would automatically split that 10 minutes up all into 15-second segments, and then you could upload them all to be like a continuous or a continual video. Okay, so let's talk about types of Instagram ads. So advertising on Instagram through paid traffic is kind of one of the more exciting ways to use Facebook ads, but remember kind of who your audience is on Instagram. So advertising as of right now is significantly more profitable on Facebook, right? So we definitely want to always advertise on Facebook, but Instagram gives us kind of another platform to play around with. It gives us, new types of ad content, like stories, for example, with kind of the long form, taller kind of images and videos. It's generally kind of a younger demographic who are interested in like kind of certain things like fitness, celebrities, attractive women, traveling, beautiful traveling videos, money, and things like that. And so kind of do your market research, see what large influencers are doing, see what the engagement's like in your niche, and then kind of just jump in. So advertisers have 4 options on Instagram: photo ads, video ads, carousel ads, and story ads. Right, and let's talk about really quickly why it's important to also invest in some of Instagram ads. So according to Instagram, 60% of people say they discover new products on the platform, and 75% of Instagrammers take action after being inspired by a post. So similar to Facebook ads, throwing some money behind a post kind of leads to more exposure for your brand, as well as getting control over who can actually see your post. So 15 million business profiles worldwide, 1 million advertisers, 75% of Instagrammers take action on a post, 60% say they discover new products on Instagram, 80% increase in time spent watching video on Instagram, and 1/3 of the most viewed stories are from businesses. So there's kind of no better place to get inspiration for the types of ads on Instagram than the source itself. So let's look at some kind of success stories here. See how other advertisers are inspiring action. Right, so let's do Yeti, for example. So Yeti has some like outdoorsy products, and they make like water bottles and things like that. So we can like literally read through 20% off all Rambler bottles. This looks like a slideshow of like just different styles of glowing right here, which is kind of a nice one. It's very visual, right? Remember that if you're going to be successful on Instagram, remembering one thing, that it's so much more visual than any other platform because it's all pictures and videos. There's literally nothing else, right? And we can read through and take a look at, all of the different advertisements. We can read posts about what they're saying is important. We can watch their actual little ad here itself, which is kind of making me frustrated even seeing it for 1 second. And I would go through a lot of these, right? And so, like I've always said throughout the course, the point is not for me to show you exactly what to advertise for your product. It's to show you the sources where I get inspiration to advertise for mine. So this is a great little resource. So Facebook offers 11 marketing objectives in the Ads Manager that we went through in detail through the course, but there's only 8 that you're allowed to do with Instagram ads. So you can do brand awareness, reach, traffic, app installs, engagement, video views, lead generation, and conversions, right? And so again, the ones that I use mainly are traffic, engagement, conversions, but also video views and lead generation are ones that are very underutilized on Instagram that we're kind of trying a bit more now. In the video view campaign, if you have high quality video, the video view style or the video view marketing objective is always going to be the most profitable for you. But a lot of people don't have really high quality video. They don't have access to the cameras, and that's kind of an excuse, to be honest, because anybody can go hire somebody off Craigslist for $300 a day to make beautiful videos and then make a ton more money from it if you do it right. But again, so traffic, engagement, video views, and conversions we use all the time on Instagram. And when we're creating ads on Instagram, remember, it's actually using the exact same platform. It's not like you go to Instagram or anything like that to advertise. You can actually use the same platform as Facebook. So if we go into one of our ad accounts here, the only difference is if we were trying to make an ad, for example, the only difference is what you actually choose as the placement. So let's just choose traffic. All of this is exactly the same. The only difference is where it says placements, right? So what we choose instead of automatic placements, if we wanted to make an Instagram only ad, we would just de-highlight all of these ones, or unhighlight, or whatever the word is, and we would leave the Instagram on. So, and the one thing that's important though is feed is square. A feed is on the feed in Instagram is a square photo, and stories are kind of much longer posts. You have to optimize for each. So we would either run only stories or we would run only feed. We wouldn't run both because it would just be an ugly kind of format for one of them, depending on which one you actually optimized for. And so, something else that's kind of important is, to choose mobile only. So we can choose, let's say that, for example, we're only going to do feed Instagram ads, then we would choose feed here. And for all device types, we're going to choose mobile only because people who are browsing Instagram on a desktop are not going to buy from you. There's not going to. People are just not used to that. And the people who are browsing Instagram on desktop, we've just accidentally left on all devices, and it's just a waste of money. So just choose mobile only. And you can see the different types of ad specs, like if you're doing stories versus posts, the different sizes that you want for feed, the different sizes that you want for stories right here. So, and I'm not going to say, do it 640 by 640 because, Facebook changes it all the time. So I just want to link directly to the source so you guys always have the newest kind of data directly from the mouth of Facebook. So let's go through a few examples of really kind of exceptionally crafted ads on Instagram and how you can kind of leverage these same strategies with your own campaigns. And remember, a lot of the kind of ideas and stuff like that are the same. The difference is the demographic on Instagram, right? You have to know your target market. Like if you're selling, like Medicare products, you're not going to be selling them on Instagram because Instagram is much younger and people are just interested in different things on Instagram. So just do some browsing, see what's popular, and if you don't want to do that, then just trust me. What's popular is beautiful women, money, right? Fashion, celebrities. Those are like the main 4, but there's also a few other things, right? And you have to remember that Instagram is entirely visual. So it's like 95% of the image here, like the actual ad text, it doesn't really matter. And this isn't even really well-designed ad copy. Try something new and different this new year by experiencing a dance class with a fitness twist, all new, adult ballet burn at Dance and Beyond. So really the main part here is this is just kind of a very eye-catching photo. It's like black and white. It's beautiful, right? And really, it's just eye-catching, and it literally yearns to be liked. Right, so let's take some lessons from the best kind of in the Instagram game when it comes to ads and posts and kind of just general presence, and that's Starbucks, right? The people who run Starbucks Instagram presence are doing a fantastic job, and the people, and you want to take kind of inspiration from the people that are doing it the best, and Starbucks is one of them. So this is kind of a beautiful image. It has a self-branded hashtag, which is a really good idea kind of in itself. Hashtag Frappuccino Happy Hour. Because when you have a kind of a self-branded hashtag, and you don't have to be a company as large as Starbucks, if it's something clever and it makes sense and it's related to the photo, it works really well. Because if people they go and buy a Frappuccino, they'll actually hashtag it, hashtag Frappuccino Happy Hour, and then people will see that hashtag, and then they'll click that hashtag, and then they'll see Starbucks sale, and then they'll go to Starbucks, right? So it's kind of like it increases the chances that your post can go viral because people who kind of use your product or service use the hashtag, and it can kind of grow exponentially via a web that way. It kind of has clear value, right? Get half off any Frappuccino 3 to 6 p.m. May 5th through 14th. There's a very specific kind of time frame here, which makes it kind of easy for people to claim the value. And that being said, the main thing again is always the image on Instagram. It's a beautifully kind of designed ad, and yeah, it just kind of works. So let's take a look at this next one. Kind of seems like out of order, like they're all falling, but they're also all perfectly organized, and there's kind of like some chaos of the table tipping, but this one's like flat on it, right? It shows like kind of the luxury type of packaging here, and it has a very kind of vivid, easy to kind of see and interpret huge free, which really, free is probably the #1 most like eye-catching, attractive word used in advertisements. It really gets your kind of eyes going to it. I think there's like a couple other ones like sex and some swear words and things like that. But it really makes you stop and kind of look because the shoes are falling, it just seems out of order. And when your brain sees something that's like not kind of conventional, it stops and it like kind of interrupts your scrolling pattern. And again, it's similar to Facebook, where one of the main purposes of advertising on Instagram is kind of to, make people stop and even look for a single second. And then when we look kind of at the copy here, fall for our style, right? So it's a pun because they're falling, obviously. Join JustFab for free and start shopping. Buy one, get one free. Gets 2 styles for only $39.95, free shipping, right? So free shipping is a huge kind of thing that people want when they're shopping on the internet, just because Amazon's really popularized that with Prime. And getting 2 pairs of these shoes, right, for $40 is a great deal. And most of them are probably not a part of that deal, but you could get 2 cheap pairs, and the whole point of this ad is to get people onto the website. Once people are onto the website, they've made the micro commitment, they've already clicked the ad, they're seeing some things that they might like, and then they'll probably end up spending more than $40, but they saw this ad and they clicked the ad because of this kind of like huge value offer that they saw, right? So this ad is really well done. It's kind of beautifully colorful. It's really appealing to all of the different kind of food groups that people who would be interested in kind of healthy and low-calorie meals. It has things that are delicious like avocados, but are also kind of healthy for you, and they're kind of healthy for you in the mainstream, right? Like shrimp, onions, oranges, broccoli, all kind of healthy, color coordinated with the kind of green. The green kind of theme here with the circle, and just a really simple, well-done headline, right? The simplest way to eat well. Healthy and low-calorie meals delivered to your door in 15 minutes. So it's like, if I'm hungry and I saw that and like I was trying to be healthy, and I would order it. And I've actually used Sprig before, and it actually is kind of an interesting company. This is another really good one. It's kind of simple but visually appealing. It's kind of a redesign of the classic blender bottle that gained so much popularity. And again, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, but these guys kind of saw the popularity of the blender bottle kind of in the fitness world. They understand that Instagram is primarily people who are interested in fitness, young youth, celebrities, beautiful women. A lot of the kind of Instagram influencers kind of gain popularity because they're beautiful and because they're interested in fitness. So this is definitely appealing to the demographic, and it's also very visual, right? Seeing this vortex, thinking about how this could be like a more it's kind of like the next generation of the interesting blender bottle, and they're kind of appealing to the perfect demographic here. And so one of the things that we've talked about a couple times, but when we're creating custom audiences, and we can do this again really quick just so we make sure everyone's 100% clear on it. We can, when we're doing all of this work, guys, one of the things that's most important, when we're doing all of this work, when we're driving people to our page, when we're getting people to organically come click our stuff, when people are coming and viewing our business profile, right? And if you don't have a business profile, just Google search how to convert your Instagram to a business profile. All that means, it's completely free. All that means is you have just additional insights. You can see like what your demographics are and things like that. And you can also retarget them. So it's important to do it. So we can create a custom audience. And then when we choose engagement down here, we can actually target people, create a list of people who have interacted with your Instagram business profile, right? And so you can target people who have visited your profile, engaged with your post or ads, who sent you a message, and who've saved or any post or ad. But when you're kind of first starting out, the best thing to do is people who engage with your profile, because it encompasses everyone, right? And so what this allows you to do, guys, is it allows you to kind of not it allows you to take advantage of all the work you're doing to get people interested in your stuff. Because if like 1,000 people come to your page and they're kind of seeing, okay, Kevin David, yeah, he might be interesting, but then they forget about you, right? Because they move on with their busy lives. But then if I create a custom audience of everyone who's visited my business profile and I start advertising to them on Facebook and retargeting them, they're saying, oh, I kind of remember Kevin David. I think I saw his Instagram a couple days ago, and now all of a sudden, they're seeing ads for my stuff on their Facebook. And so the more touch points you have with people, the more you can kind of stay kind of on their plate and stay interesting and stay relevant to them, the more likely that you're going to be able to convert a sale. So creating custom audiences of people who have interacted with your business profile is absolutely vital to making sure that all of kind of the work and effort that you're putting into building a presence on Instagram is actually going to be as profitable as possible in the end. So in summary, guys, I know this is kind of a long one, but I wanted to kind of put everything that I've ever learned about Instagram all into one kind of beautiful little package. So in summary, Instagram is one of the fastest growing platforms on earth, especially with the younger generation, and it's really becoming kind of an integral part of everyday life for a lot of young people. So ignoring this platform is going to be bad for your business, no matter kind of how you shape it, unless you're, again, selling something like a Medicare product or something generally kind of targeting people more in like the elder demographic who aren't going to be on Instagram as much. But kind of learning how to leverage the organic reach of Instagram to kind of grow a brand, right? It gives you more social proof. If you have, thousands of followers on Instagram, people, especially younger people, it gives you a lot of credibility in their eyes. And then using Instagram influencers is just a great way to kind of get kind of an initial boost or get kind of the word out there. It's a good way to build pixel data. Because if you're using an Instagram influencer, even if you pay them $150 and you make $150 of sales, all of a sudden you have, all of those different people who visited your site from the Instagram influencer and who are, seasoning your pixel and giving your pixel more kind of source data to work with, which allows you to then retarget them on Facebook, create custom audiences, and create lookalike audiences, right? So in summary, guys, Instagram is a fantastic platform. If you're ignoring it, you're just doing a disservice to yourself and to your business. Because, if for no other reason, guys, Instagram is a new platform, right? People have their platforms that they use. Like sometimes when people will say, Kevin, like, I love the new podcast you released. Or somebody would say, Kevin, I love that new post that you have on Instagram. Or I love your new YouTube video. Or I love that Facebook post. People have their own specific platforms that they personally use. A lot of people only use Instagram and don't use Facebook. A lot of people only use YouTube and don't use Instagram. A lot of people only use Snapchat and right? The point is, guys, the more platforms that you can attract attention, start to grow audiences, start to gain organic reach, and start to build kind of that social proof and credibility from, the more people are going to be coming to you, the more people are going to be interested in your product or service, and the more people that are going to become potential buyers, guys. So Instagram is the future. Instagram is where all of the youth kind of aggregate, and Instagram can be a hugely profitable part of your business. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, welcome to bonus number 3, where we're going to talk about messenger bots, ManyChat, and funnels, and how I instantly double my conversion rates from one little known hack. And we're going to talk about how you can apply that to your business starting today. But first, we need a little bit of background. What the heck is a messenger bot, and why is it so important? Why are people talking about it? What is the buzz all about? So Facebook Messenger, I think a lot of us know, a few years ago now, which is crazy to say, Facebook kind of split off their messenger capabilities of Facebook into a standalone app called Messenger. It's a little blue app that probably most of us, if not all of us, kind of use. And it's an absolute monster, right? There's over 60 billion messages processed per day between, Facebook's Messenger app and also, their other messenger suites. 60 billion, just to be clear, with a B, right? So messenger bots kind of allow you to automate some of the interactions with your customers, to provide excellent customer service, to notify people about coupons, and to do so many more things, right? It's just kind of the next iteration and next generation of email. So why is Messenger important? Messenger is important because Messenger kind of is to email what email was to pagers or letters, right? Like how email kind of replaced it and revolutionized communication, with the onset of the internet. Messenger is kind of the next step. And if you don't believe me, then just wait for a few years and you'll understand that I'm right. So every month, right, Facebook Messenger is used by more than 1.2 billion users. Right, and can't I just use email? A lot of people say this, right? According to Email Marketing Metrics benchmark study, the world average open rate of emails was 21%, right? Open. There's three different things. There's open, there's deliverability, opens, and click-throughs, right? So open rates is 21.8%. This means that 78% of users are not interested in opening emails sent by brands, right? And so the reason this might be different is kind of related to the high number of spam and how things were just getting really bad with email, especially kind of at the onset, that all of these different kind of things needed to take place, like the promotion tab on Gmail and SMTPs kind of giving IP ranges favorability and, and blacklisting particular IPs and domains based on spam ratios and things like that. We're not going to get too far into SMTPs and all kind of the technical stuff, but what's important to note here, guys, is that people just tend to open messages in Messenger literally at almost a 4 or 5 times rate as they do with emails. On my Messenger messages, I generally average about a 98% open rate, right? Relative to the 21.8% open rate of emails. So almost 5 times more for my open rate relative to the average for emails. And then I average, between a 20 and 44% click-through rate, right? So when you open an email, it counts as open. When an email gets delivered to your inbox, it counts as delivered, right? And when you click on any link inside of the email, it counts as a click-through. And so for email, the click-through rate is 3.4%. Industry average, right? And I'm getting about 44%, which is, almost 11 times, or no, it would be like 13 times higher, right? And so, that doesn't necessarily seem that ridiculous kind of when you're thinking about it. But if you think about it on a scale of like 1,000 people or even 100, right? Or 10,000, or in this case, I have 131,321 active subscribers. So this means that if I send it to 1,000 people with Facebook, 440 of them would click, right? And that would mean that they'd click on a YouTube video, or maybe they'd click on a webinar, or they'd click on, a product or whatever it was, right? And that means that only 34 people for email would click. So 410 or 406 more people, right, would click on Facebook Messenger than on email. And that adds up so quickly, guys. If you go to 5,000 people or 10,000 or 50,000 or 100,000 or 131,000, right? Those percentages really start to add up very, very quickly. So am I saying that you should abandon email entirely? No, absolutely not. I make, 1,000 times or more than 1,000 times more, than the cost to send an email from sending an email. It probably cost me like a cent to send an email. And, I probably make at least $10 each time that I do it per user, right? So let's talk about ManyChat.com. So ManyChat.com is, let's open up one in incognito just so you can kind of see their landing page. Meet Messenger Marketing. ManyChat lets you create a Facebook Messenger bot for marketing, sales, and support. It's easy and free, right? And so this is like, their little introduction to what a bot is. Hi, John, it's nice to meet you. Would you like to subscribe to Daily Cuteness? Yes, right? And like they have a lot of examples here to show you just how easy it is. And ManyChat really does a fantastic job of taking the technical prowess and the coding out of this process. So people that even if they have no coding experience whatsoever can create a fully automated kind of artificial intelligent-esque bot completely from start to finish in literally a day. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So without further ado, let's actually jump in and talk about some of the sections that are kind of most important, because we're going to be using a few of these a lot more than others. And so we're going to talk about kind of in order of importance and in order of how they appear, kind of the most important parts of ManyChat for most businesses, right? And of course, there's going to be more advanced stuff that some people are going to need. And we can talk about that when the time comes. If you have specific questions about ManyChat or how to do something, I've gotten pretty good at using ManyChat because I've just, I've done so much with it. And so just, feel free to message us or message me or tag me in the private group, and I'd be happy to go over some more advanced stuff. Okay, so this is the main menu, right? So this is our dashboard right here. If we look at the dashboard, we can see kind of our subscribes, unsubscribes, net subscribers, things like that. In like the last 14 days, it looks like we've had, almost 44,000 people subscribe, which is pretty cool. Audience shows, the people who've actually kind of joined our bot in the last little while, and you can see where they joined from and things like that. Live chat is our actual messages with people, which is cool. Growth tools is where we're going to be spending most of our time. We're going to talk about that a lot more. Broadcast is kind of like sending a message to everyone who's subscribed to you. It's like the main point of collecting messenger bot subscribers. And automation, right? So this is where we're going to start because this is kind of the stuff that most people will need. So the main menu. So most of what we're going to do in automation is kind of what the majority of businesses need. Some of the growth tools we're going to talk about are a little bit more complex, and things like sequences are a little bit more complex, where it's kind of like an email sequence where you'll give them a welcome email, and then 3 days later you'll send them an email, hey, check out this video of mine. 3 days later you'll say, hey, join my Facebook group. 3 days later, it kind of works like that. It's similar to an email sequence where they're going to literally deliver messages to people's messenger app directly to their phone, kind of in the order that you want. But first, let's talk about the main menu. So the main menu is what kind of people see on their phone. Like if they messaged you, the phone would kind of be, oh, here it is, nice. The phone would be right here, and these three links kind of append to the bottom of the conversation permanently. So like the messenger log would appear here, but at any time, if they wanted to check out these three links, they would always be here. So these should be the number 1, 2, and 3 places that you want to drive traffic for your business. Obviously, my business is primarily kind of driven through YouTube, which is why I have it first here. And obviously you can see it has 10,000 clicks to my YouTube channel, my Shopify webinar, and my FBA webinar have 6 and almost 7,000 clicks as well. So these are kind of the 3 places that I've found that are most profitable to drive traffic, and then people who are joining my ManyChat are obviously exposed to these links, and so it's very, very important to actually set these up with the links that you want most badly to drive traffic to. So let's click one of these and just show you guys how easy it is to set this up. So we're gonna go to Edit Menu, and then if we click on one of these, we have it set to Open Website here, and then this is the website that we want to open, right? But you can also reply with a message or open a submenu. And then to actually edit the title here, all you do is just click in and then literally, kind of type as if it's a normal thing. They make it incredibly easy. So I like to lead off with emojis. It just kind of like adds a little flavor, and the Messenger app is really good at processing emojis, so there's not going to be a likelihood of any like errors or anything weird like that. And so yeah, that is the main menu. It's very, very simple and incredibly important to set up with your Messenger bot. The next one that we're going to talk about is the welcome message. I've always been confused why they ordered them like this, because the welcome message is actually the initial message that users receive when they click on your CTA. So like, for example, let's go to Facebook and go to my page. So when we're looking at my page here, you'll see the send message. This is our CTA, right? So when somebody comes to my page and they click on send message right here, the welcome message, once I've actually connected my Facebook page to ManyChat, the welcome message is the first message that sends to people. And so this might look a little bit complex, but it's actually not. This is what's called the flow builder, right? And so the flow builder, it shows the starting step. It shows, what happens when people click on specific buttons. And we're going to talk about how to actually use and set up the flow builder to create messages like this a little bit later on. But it's pretty simple, right? Like all this is in this first message, we use the first name variable. And to use the first name variable, we just open up two little brackets like this, two little squiggly brackets like I just did. And that is pretty much it. I'll do it one more time. Here's 1, 2. And then you can choose different types of variable names, which is really cool because it'll actually like make it seem more personal to kind of the users who are saying hi to you, because it'll actually kind of reply to them by name, and everybody likes kind of seeing their name written out. And so once they receive this message, they see the yes and the no option. If they choose the yes option, right, when this button is pressed, perform actions, action number 2. So like I'll literally drag this here. I'll choose that they're subscribed to my Amazon sequence, because if they say yes here, then they're obviously interested in what I have to say. And then also it'll subscribe them to the sequence, and then the next thing it'll do is send the welcome message, which shows one of my Amazon accounts, the sales, and then it says first name. If you're ready to be your own boss, check out one of our 100% free resources below and learn exactly how to leave the 9-to-5 behind you now. If you ever want to unsubscribe, just type stop. It's important to kind of leave this in your opening kind of message, just because if people don't realize it's a bot and they want to not receive more messages from you, you want to make it easy, because you never want to spam people, because Facebook will just ban your Messenger account, and nobody wants that to happen. So again, here are the 3 kind of Ninja YouTube, Shopify secrets, FBA secrets, the different things that people are interested in. If somebody's interested in Shopify secrets, I'll subscribe them to my Shopify sequence. If they're interested in YouTube, I'll subscribe them to my YouTube sequence. If they're interested in FBA, I'll subscribe them to my Amazon FBA sequence, right? And if they say no, they don't want to work for themselves, I don't subscribe them to anything. I just say, okay, cool, take a look at my YouTube, and that's that. And so that is the welcome message, guys. And again, we will talk about how to actually build out messages exactly like this. We'll build one completely from scratch later on in this bonus to show you guys. But for now, we're just going to keep going kind of to introduce the menus. So the default reply. The default reply is the message that sends whenever someone messages your page after the initial message, right? So this is kind of like what I use to show people that, I will respond eventually, but I get literally thousands and thousands, sometimes up to 10,000 messages a day. And so obviously, it takes us time to get through all of them and to message people back and actually respond to this type of stuff, right? So when people message me after their initial message, the default reply is what I put, and I say, first name, thank you so much for the message, regardless of the fact I get hundreds of messages a day, and this should say thousands now. I promised myself I would never be like the other gurus that never responded to my messages when I was getting started. So give me 24 hours and I will respond, I promise, right? And so, I try to stay true to this, and I try to get back to and respond to as many messages as I possibly can. And again, I give the same kind of 3 things, because these are, again, the main places that I want to drive traffic. So at any time, they'll be exposed to these in the welcome message, the default reply, and on the main menu, kind of just always on the bottom. And just so they're all, the more exposure you give to these links, the more likely it is that they're actually going to click on it. And that's kind of the point of ManyChat, to automate traffic that's coming into my Facebook page and into my ManyChat, to kind of funnel them into the sections that I want, into the links that I want, in this case being, my YouTube and the 2 webinars. So that is the default reply. So automation sequences. Automation sequences are kind of a little bit more advanced, but a very important part of a messenger sequence. So let's look at my Amazon mini course. So every 3 days we'll send a new message, right? But so one important part of sequences, though, is that people have to interact one every 24 hours. So like if you send a message, 24 hours people have to actually engage with that message. And if they don't engage with that message, then you're not allowed to send them the second sequence. So it's not like an email sequence where you can just send people a million emails even if they never click on any of them. With Messenger, they have to actually interact. So let's take a look at this first one. So the first one, we say one of my students was able to quit her job within her first month. Now she travels the world and works for herself full time. Do you want to see how she was able to do it? Yes, please, or no thanks. If they say no thanks, I unsubscribe them from the sequence, and then I just drive them to my Ninja YouTube. And it's funny because even if people say no, they still click. 3% of them still click on my YouTube, which is hilarious. But most people say yes, right? 32% click-through rate, which is incredibly high. and then we send them, you know, just some testimonials of some of my more successful students for them to kind of take a look at. And so the point here, guys, is that they have to interact. By clicking one of these buttons, they're interacting, which means that I'm allowed to send them one more message within 24 hours. And then if they interact with the next message, we're allowed to send them one more. So it's kind of like you send them one message. If they interact with it, you can send them one more. And then you can send them one more, and then if they interact with that, you can send them one more. So you kind of get one freebie every time somebody interacts. And I know I kind of explained that stupidly, but it took me a long time to figure that out because I thought it was just normal, kind of like normal emails where you could send people sequences, but they have to interact. You can send them one more freebie, and then the next one, they have to interact, and you can send them one more freebie, and then the next one, they have to interact. And so each time, you'll notice that my sequences have interaction, and then this one, like I can actually just send them something to click on. But I've found that pretty much every time you send a message to someone on ManyChat, you want them to always interact anyways. Because if people make the micro commitment of clicking yes, then they're much more likely to click through after they say yes. Right, so every one of my sequence messages now, just to kind of be safe with the interaction rules and things like that, and because I found that people are actually more likely to click through on these things, I just always kind of lead off with a question that, in my opinion, the answer would obviously be yes to if people are interested in kind of what I have to say. So that is sequences, guys, and we'll talk about how to add sequences and things like that, you know, a little bit later on. And so that, guys, kind of is automation sequences. Here's what I was trying to say a little bit better written. ManyChat allows you to send one follow-up message after a user interacts with your bot. So you can either send one message where they have to say yes or no, and then a follow-up that doesn't need that. But I just, you know, to be easier, and just because I've found that people just kind of interact better if they always are kind of making that micro commitment of clicking a button, I just have the yes or no kind of in every one of my messages now, with just some basic little question like, do you want to learn how to make more money and like live the life you always wanted? Like, you know, if people are saying no to that, then they shouldn't be in my Messenger bot anyways. And so I'll just unsubscribe them if they do say no. And if they say yes, then I'll subscribe them to a sequence, or, you know, obviously I'll send them some video or some piece of content or thing or website link or whatever, kind of to make them take the next step. So I never like to send more than one message every 3 days. Messenger bot's a little bit different from emails. Remember, you don't want to be selling on Messenger. Like, never send a broadcast that says like, hey, buy my course, like 24 hours left. Like, that's like much more kind of suited to email. On ManyChat, you'd say something like, you know, come watch like my free training, like your webinar, or like come check out this like free piece of content. And then in that piece of content, like on YouTube or Facebook, or like in a Facebook group, that's where you sell. But never sell directly from ManyChat, because people just aren't ready yet to be sold directly into their Messenger app. Messenger is much more personal. It's much more kind of like, you know, intimate. It's just not really a sales platform yet, but it can be an incredibly efficient indirect sales platform. So give people free value via Messenger, and then in that free value have links to actually your paid content, right? So the growth tools section. The growth tools section is really kind of like where the magic happens with ManyChat. It allows you to do a lot of really cool things. Let's talk about kind of one of the most important ones, and one of the ones that I use most often. It's called the Messenger Ref URL. And so the Messenger Ref URL allows you to kind of create a URL, right, or a link, a hyperlink. And when people click on that hyperlink or click a button on that hyperlink, for example, it will automatically send whatever you want to send to them via Messenger. And so, for example, let's go to ClickFunnels and let's go to one of my mini courses. Or we can actually just go to it from one of my pages here. Let's go to a mini course. And so when we see this here, we see the Ninja mini course, right? And so when we click this button, we see down in the bottom right or bottom left corner, it says m.me/officialkevindavid ref equals, right? So when I click this button, it's going to send a message to my Messenger, right? And so give it a second. And so then it sends me this message, hey, Kevin, here's a free gift, access to the Amazon FBA Ninja mini course below, just click below. And so they click, and this is another little advanced hack to get people's Facebook emails. click the button below for instant access. And so now they've subscribed to my ManyChat sequence, and then when they click for access, they have to give me their email via the login page here. And this is defaulting me to the actual full course because I've bought the course. And so if you've bought the course, you'll see everything. But if you haven't bought the course, then you'd only see the FBA mini course right here. And then in the mini course, we have, very obvious kind of calls to action to the webinar, to my Facebook group, to the Facebook group here, and to my YouTube, right? Kind of all the links that I want people to drive to. We give away, all this free data, but then if people kind of want the really good stuff and the advanced stuff, then they can choose kind of to upgrade by clicking this button. And here is the order page, right? So that is a Messenger Ref URL. So it's actually very, very important because you can kind of send people wherever you want, and in doing so, send them a message right to their messenger, which they're much more likely to open than an email. And at the same time, you actually subscribe them to your list, right? And this is the same thing as like an email list. When somebody clicks on a Messenger Ref URL, it's like they're joining your quote unquote email list, because then anytime that I want to send a broadcast, that my broadcast would go to all of the people who click on my Messenger Ref URLs and kind of engage with my content. So this is enormously powerful, right? Because we're able to capture people in two different ecosystems simultaneously, in my messenger list and then also my email list when they actually go to sign up for my mini course. So let's talk about actually how to create one of these really quick. So this is the Messenger Ref URL. This is kind of a blank one, so we're going to edit this one. We'll call this just like test. Right, and then let's click the actual opt-in. We're going to edit the message. So I like to use what's called the flow builder, and we'll do a little intro here, I guess. It'll be easy. It's just kind of easier, and you can actually move this starting step, but we'll make this one the starting step. And let's say that we wanted this one to be if people actually subscribe to my Shopify mini course. So we could say like, welcome, first name. Here is your brand's banking new Shopify mini course completely for free. And then we'd add a button. We'd open a website, right? And then the website that we would open would be the login page for my Shopify mini course. So we could type in mini here. Here's the Shopify mini course. Right, and so this is where we'd actually put the Messenger Ref URL, but with ClickFunnels, right, you'd actually want to drive them to the login page for the membership platform, which is kind of, I guess, a little bit too advanced for what we're talking about right now, but I just like to show things kind of all the way through. So we would drive them to the membership funnel, and we drive them to the login page, which is right here in ManyChat. And so when they clicked this button, they'd actually go to log in, and when they logged in, they gave us our email, and when they gave us their email, we'd subscribe them to an email sequence related to Shopify. So it's kind of all intertwined, right? And so we'd say like, join now, right? And you can even like add a little emoji. I like to add them to kind of all of my stuff here. Say like, join now, right? And so then that's pretty much that. And so if we wanted an action to take place, like maybe we wanted them to be subscribed to the Shopify mini course, we'd just go to subscribe to sequence, and we would do Shopify mini course, right? So now they join the mini course, and they're also subscribed to our Shopify mini course sequence, which we can see is right here, the Shopify mini course sequence that sends them, YouTube videos, testimonials, the webinar, course preview, kind of things that warm people up, add some more value, and get them to eventually join the course if that's what they're wanting to do. So that, guys, is the Messenger Ref URL. And then once you kind of set this up, all you do is come to setup, and here's the link right here. You go to copy to clipboard. So now anytime somebody goes to this link, oops, I did that in an incognito window. Anytime somebody goes to this link, it'll automatically open up Messenger right here, and it'll say, "Hey Kevin, thank you for subscribing." Oh, it's giving me the old post because I didn't actually save it. So let me go back to opt-in actions. We're gonna go to. So it closed out what I did because I didn't actually save it. So here we can do it one more time. Okay, never mind. Here we go. So we're going to publish this. And now that we've published it, we're going to go back to the growth tools right here, setup, copy the URL to clipboard. Let's try this one more time. So now anytime anybody goes to this message, it's going to open up and send the new one, right? Welcome, Kevin. Here's your brand spanking new Shopify mini course completely for free. If you ever want to stop, right? So join now would send me to the login page right here. And then I'd have to log in. So that is the Messenger Ref URL. You can use it for a lot of different things, right? You can use it for discount codes, like in your Facebook group, like want a 20% off discount code, click here. And when they click it, you set up a message that automatically delivers them a 20% off discount code, or you want to join the family, you send them a message that automatically, sends them a message, and you tie the link, right? You tie this particular link to like a Facebook group or like a Shopify product page or a Facebook page or your website or whatever the case may be, guys. But when they actually click this button, right? Remember, when they click this button, they're automatically subscribed to any sequence you want, and they're automatically added as a Messenger bot subscriber. And when they're a Messenger bot subscriber, you can send out a broadcast to every single person who's ever subscribed to you. So in my case, it would be at the click of a button, I can send a message to 131,000 different people, right? Which is a great thing if you like making money and kind of working for yourself. Okay. So that is the Messenger Ref URL. It's incredibly powerful. So let's talk about another growth tool. There's a growth tool here called Customer Chat. So Customer Chat is really cool. It's kind of like the originators, or where I heard about this first, was from Drift. So Drift is a cool piece of software where it pops up in the bottom right-hand corner like this. And it actually like says, you can chat with like a real person, or you can have it say things, or if you have any questions like on a website, it pops up these little like iframes that kind of just like hover in the bottom right or wherever you want it kind of, and it allows customers to interact with you in real time. So I use these, or I used to use Drift on all of my Shopify stores and my websites and things like that. But now I can use ManyChat to replace it, and people, recognize ManyChat and the Messenger little symbol more anyways. And so what we're going to do is we're going to show you kind of how to implement this with Messenger. So this is what it kind of looks like on a real page. Hi, how can we help you? Kevin David, not you, chat now. So if people have questions like related to my Amazon course, like, hey, am I going to get one-on-one time with Kevin? Or like, does this include product research? Or, is there a PPC section to the course? Like people have, just kind of one final question normally before they make a purchase, like I've kind of said throughout this course. And having a communication medium where people can kind of get immediate answers from you is a huge kind of stimulus for people to kind of make those final buys. If you can kind of alleviate that final worry, or give them that one final little piece of data or knowledge, or answer that last question that they had, they're much more likely to make a purchase, which is why I use the customer chat widget on kind of all of my different stuff, just to allow people to open up that communication line and get their final question answered. And so to set this up, guys, we come into growth tools here. We chose the customer chat widget, but we'll do it one more time. Go to growth tools, new growth tool, customer chat right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to name this one. And we're going to edit the message right here. So if we come in here, we can say, hey, welcome first name, please let us know if you have any questions, right? And then just something like basic like that, because most of the time people are just gonna ask like a simple question or something. And so then we're gonna come in here, we're gonna call this customer chat widget. And then inside, all we do to actually install this is come to setup, and go to install JavaScript snippet. And if you haven't already authorized your website, you have to authorize your website. So all of my different websites and domains are authorized here. But like, let's say yours was like Google. You just type in Google and go to add. And once you've added your website here, then you just go to B right here. You take this snippet of code, and on ClickFunnels, for example, where you actually apply that is in here. So you'll see I don't know if I have it on this one. Snapchat, Facebook Pixel. Yeah, so I don't have it on this particular page just because it's a mini course, so it's already going to Messenger. But if I wanted to install it, I would just paste in the site-wide JavaScript snippet right here in the head tracking, and I would go to save and update. And if this particular domain was registered in ManyChat, so that is the customer chat widget. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is the flow builder. So the flow builder is kind of how you can create messages in a kind of efficient and streamlined way. So let's do one as if it was I guess let's make a growth tool because it'll be easier to kind of show that. So let's say that we wanted to make a growth tool of, you know, people responding to like a Messenger ref URL. So what we would do is we would go to edit, go to flow builder. So let's say that we wanted to have some buttons here, right? Like maybe we wanted it to be like we'll just do this one as if we were going to create like a broadcast. Welcome, first name. Have you ever wanted to work for yourself? And I'm just going to erase this part because it's going to be a growth tool. We're going to do a quick reply here. And we're going to do yes. And I like to kind of emphasize the yes and kind of make the no kind of not as noticeable. So we're going to do yes. Oops. We're going to do yes, and we're going to copy this little fire emoji. And then we're going to do another quick reply, and we're going to do no. So then the yes is obviously significantly more noticeable. And then once we do that, we can actually drag from yes, go like this, and we're going to send a new message, right? And so here we're going to say, have you ever wanted to work for yourself? Yes. Then you may want to check out the best YouTube in the world to do so, right? And then we're going to add a button, open a website, and we're going to do youtube.com/thatlifestyleninja. Web address here. And then if they click on the button, we're going to just call it like join the fam, right? If they click on the button, we want to add them to a sequence. So we're going to do action groups, action, subscribe to sequence. We're going to do Amazon mini course. And in the same way, guys, when you're building a sequence, you can just use the flow builder also. So each sequence is exactly the same as what we're doing right now. So if we wanted to make one sequence like showing testimonials, we'd just say like, do you want to see a testimonial of one of my students who makes $10,000 a day? Yes. And then you just link to the YouTube video of that testimonial, right? And then you could link them to, you know, a different mini course or whatever, or you could unsubscribe them from a sequence. You know, what you can do with the action groups, you can add tags, remove tags, trigger zaps, subscribe to sequences. You can do all types of different stuff. We're not going to actually do anything with this particular one, so we're going to delete that. But we are going to subscribe them to the Amazon sequence if they do click the YouTube video. If they don't, you can just like say something like, no worries, like wish you the best of luck. Feel free to check out our Facebook group to learn more. I always like to give them kind of another option here. So like maybe we could, you know, maybe we could link the Amazon Facebook group. So we can open a website, do this. You can also call this one Join the Fam. And that is that. So this is a very basic kind of tutorial into the flow builder, but you know it's meant to be very intuitive, and you know everything that I just showed you can kind of be applied in the same way. You can continue to add things, right? Like you can add delays, for example. Like if I wanted to say join the fam, and then I could have it type for 10 seconds so it like kind of looks like someone's saying something, and then you know you could add another message, or if you wanted to add you know other things to it, it literally is like it allows you to do so much. It's just, you know, all you have to do is figure out how to do it. And like they have text blurbs, you can add images, galleries, lists, audio, video, files, right? Like if I wanted to attach a PDF, or like if I wanted to attach a video, I can actually do it in this sequence here. You could say like do you also want my free cheat sheet? can't type right now. Cheat sheet, right? And you could have a quick reply, yes, quick reply, no. And then, you know, these ones, like if it was yes, I could send another message here, and you can say like, claim your free cheat sheet below, and you could add a button here, open a website, right? And then come into ClickFunnels, and, you know, we could choose one of our Amazon cheat sheets. And so then this way, you know, we have them going to our YouTube, subscribing there, hopefully, and then we can also just drive them to our cheat sheet right here. Like exactly like this, right? And we can add them to a sequence right here if we want. Maybe we want to add them to the Shopify sequence, or, you know, in this case, it would probably be the Amazon sequence. So we would subscribe them there, right? And so these are just ways that, you know, you can create all types of different stuff. It's just a cool kind of visual way to build this stuff without any type of coding, guys. And, you know, trying to create these things with code just requires such a different skill set. But, you know, entirely drag and drop like this with just yes and no. And, you know, what I just showed you kind of encompasses literally like 99% of building message sequences in ManyChat, right? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, you know, typing, sending them other stuff, subscribing them to sequences, right? All of what I just showed you in like that 5 minutes, if you kind of understand everything that I just did, you'll literally be able to do pretty much everything that ManyChat kind of offers. So that is ManyChat, guys. ManyChat links to Facebook pages, right? It links to your Facebook page. This is linked to my Kevin David page. It automates a lot of stuff. So when people say hi to me, again, you know, they get my welcome message. If people keep talking to me, they get my default reply, right? My main menu is always showing, so I can drive them to the links that I want. You know, there's keywords, so if somebody types stop or unsubscribe, they can unsubscribe. You always want to make it very easy. And it does default to having this one on. If people say stop or unsubscribe or no more, then they can unsubscribe from your bot. Sequences are exactly like building in the flow builder, right? Like if I wanted to add a message, it would be exactly the same thing. I can show you one of the messages here. We see that the flow builder is basically the exact same thing. And it just sends them in automated sequences kind of rather than just as single messages or messenger ref URLs and things like that. So that's kind of the crash course in ManyChat, guys. It's incredibly powerful. It should not at all be overlooked. And like literally at the click of a button now, I can get in front of 131,000 people, right? And that's incredibly powerful. It's the point of all of this, you know, building a followership, building kind of a group of people who you've added value to. And then, you know, when you want to sell them something, or when you want to show them something new, or when you want to show them your Instagram or your YouTube or whatever it is, you can do it kind of just at the click of a button. It really, really helps having, you know, a group of people who kind of value what you have to say, because anytime you release something new, they've already kind of received that value from you. They know that you're, you know, putting out kind of the best stuff. Or in the same way, if you want to send coupon codes or talk about new product features or whatever the case may be, the more people who are listening when you want to talk, the easier it is going to be to create a super successful, profitable business. So that, guys, is ManyChat in a nutshell. Now let's move on to Messenger ads, actual paid traffic using Business Manager, using kind of conventional Facebook ads, and let's talk about the best ways to advertise with Messenger. All right, guys, so let's talk about how to advertise with Messenger. Website, app, and Messenger, these are kind of the traffic destinations that we can use to send conventional types of campaigns like traffic and conversions, actually like where we want to drive traffic to. So if we open up just like a traffic marketing objective here, normally, you know, when people click like the learn more button, like the little call to action on a normal ad, it would drive people to the website, but you can also do an app, and you can also do Messenger. So we see that if we click website here, down in ad, it says identity, format, media, links. But if we change it to Messenger, we see the Messenger setup. So the only difference is that the call to action actually sends to Messenger. So what we can see here is if somebody clicks on our ad, right, it would say send message, and then it would actually send this message that says, hi, user first name, please let us know how we can help you. Can I learn more about your business? Can you tell me more about your ad? Is anyone available to chat? These are kind of the defaults, but if you want to change it and saying like, you know, tell me more about your, you know, basketballs, if you like sell basketballs, or, you know, tell me more about your martial arts gym, or, you know, whatever this is about, you know, you'd want to make these clear. You don't have to have 3 necessarily, but if we want to see kind of what it looks like, so annoying. then it will send from the page that we have, and it'll pop up in Messenger right here. And then it'll kind of just be like this. And then when people click these buttons, it'll let you know what they want to learn about, and then you can either respond to those messages yourself on your page, or you can have a virtual assistant do it. So that's kind of the most basic way that you can advertise using Messenger, just kind of as the call to action. Website, app, and Messenger, these are kind of the traffic destinations that we can use to send conventional types of campaigns like traffic and conversions, actually like where we want to drive traffic to. So if we open up just like a traffic marketing objective here, normally, you know, when people click like the learn more button, like the little call to action on a normal ad, it would drive people to the website, but you can also do an app, and you can also do Messenger. So we see that if we click website here, down in ad, it says identity, format, media, links. But if we change it to Messenger, we see the Messenger setup. So the only difference is that the call to action actually sends to Messenger. So what we can see here is if somebody clicks on our ad, right, it would say send message, and then it would actually send this message that says, hi, user first name, please let us know how we can help you. Can I learn more about your business? Can you tell me more about your ad? Is anyone available to chat? These are kind of the defaults, but if you want to change it and saying like, you know, tell me more about your, you know, basketballs, if you like sell basketballs, or, you know, tell me more about your martial arts gym, or, you know, whatever this is about, you know, you'd want to make these clear. You don't have to have 3 necessarily, but if we want to see kind of what it looks like, it's so annoying, then it will send from the page that we have, and it'll pop up in Messenger right here, and then it'll kind of just be like this. And then when people click these buttons, it'll let you know what they want to learn about, and then you can either respond to those messages yourself on your page, or you can have a virtual assistant do it. So that's kind of the most basic way that you can advertise using Messenger, just kind of as the call to action. And this is important because when they actually click on send message, which you see right here, this is an example ad, again, from Digital Marketer and Ryan Deiss, one of the companies that I follow most closely. When they actually click the send message call to action, it actually opens up a dialogue, like a real kind of Messenger conversation with your Facebook page, whatever Facebook page you're using to actually run your advertisements from. And again, like I said before, you know, downloading the Pages app allows you to kind of respond in a much more kind of succinct way to messages to your Facebook page. So I use that all the time. So this is really cool because it opens actual conversations with your customers, and then, you know, you can have either yourself or a virtual assistant really talk to people. Because if somebody's sending a message based on your ad, they're obviously incredibly interested in, you know, what you have to say. And then there's cool stuff you can do, right? Like you can create custom audiences of people who send a message to your page or who interact with your ads, and then you can really start to retarget people in a very kind of succinct way. So if you can get people to send you a message, you really kind of have them where you want them, which is a good kind of place to be. So have questions about Digital Marketer Lab and how it can help you grow your business? Facebook chat with one of our specialists to get your questions answered. We're happy to help, right? So everyone wants their questions answered. Everyone wants to grow their business. So like, you know, obviously the answer to do you want to grow your business and do you want your personal questions answered is yes to most people. And, you know, they're even like opening up this like kind of chat dialogue. And I assume it's this one because they probably can't use like Facebook's like trademarked stuff and copywritten stuff. And so they have like a basic kind of message template here. And they even have like the little, the preview bubble to like kind of signify and make people feel like they're ready to respond. So this is just a really well-designed advertisement here. Yeah, so let's talk about other examples of what works and great. So do you want this free purse, right? Simply click the send message button below. So like what people will do is like they'll have kind of like free plus shipping offers here where it says like, do you want this free product, right? And like it'll have like a nice picture of the product, and then it'll have like a big kind of prominent like free, just pay shipping or something like that. And it'll say like, you know, to claim your free purse, you know, click the send message now. And people will send a message, right? And then they'll fill out kind of their details. You can send them the link to it. You can give like a coupon code if you want, or you can just have it be free plus shipping. And then you can be, you know, once people have actually interacted with your ad, then again, you can create custom audiences of people who have engaged with your content. And just really quickly, just so, you know, there's no steps skipped ever, we're going to show you exactly how to do that. So in audiences, to actually create a custom audience of people who have sent your page a message, all you have to do is go to create audience, custom audience, and then go to engagement, and we're going to do Facebook page, and then we're going to do people who sent a message to your page, right? And it's as simple as that, and then you can retarget everyone who interacts with your messenger ads in this fashion. But guys, I mean, the possibilities are endless. Remember, people are normally just one question away from making that conversion, from actually, converting and buying your product, or doing what you want them to do with your kind of Facebook ads. So let's talk about the JSON growth tool. So what we just reviewed was the messenger destination, right? So you can send people to a URL, you can send people to an app, or you can send people to Messenger with kind of the normal traffic and conversion ads. But we also see that there's the messages marketing objective. So if we do the messages marketing objective, now when we come down to Messenger setup, we see that it looks a little bit different. So we're going to click on where it says custom template, get started. And what we can do is we can either design it in visual, or we can choose what's called JSON. We're going to do JSON here because JSON we can actually import. And I know this looks like code and it looks like scary and stuff like that, but it's actually not scary. The JSON growth tool in ManyChat, we can literally create using the flow builder what we just did, and then we can export it as code that we can just come in here, delete this, and we can just export it directly from ManyChat. And I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do that right meow. So let's delete some of these other growth tools so my ManyChat isn't sad and unorganized. So these were some of the ones that we just kind of did to show you guys. Okay, so this is the one that I made kind of for the tutorial here. We called it JSON Statham because I think I'm funny. If we go into edit here, we can edit the JSON to Rulo. And so this is kind of the starting step. So we talked about how to make this, right? If I wanted this to be the starting step, I could choose there or here, right? But this is going to be the starting step. Welcome to Kevin David Inc. Do you want a 50% off coupon to my delicious muffins, right? So like this could be for anything though. This could be like a 50% off coupon to your tactical flashlight, or it could be, anything that you want someone to do from a Facebook ad. So like, do you want a 20% off coupon to a martial arts gym? Do you want like a free month at, our CrossFit gym? Do you want to claim, your free teeth cleaning from the dentist? Like it could literally be anything. I just wanted to show you guys one that I already kind of had built so you don't have to like sit through and watch me do the flow builder again, because I already kind of showed you how to do it. So do you want my delicious muffins 50%? Duh, they're muffins, right? So we can go, sure I do. Claim your coupon code by clicking the button below, coupon code equals muffin life. And so this would be, like a link directly to where they could buy your muffins from. If they don't want any muffies, then, are you sure you don't want muffins? No, give me muffins, or no muffins, right? Okay, we still love you, I guess, right? So like this would be, how you'd build a basic flow builder. And kind of the difference here, guys, is when we come back into the actual, into where we set it up, we'd want to make sure that we edited it and published it. So let's do that really quick. So if we go to edit, publish, so now it's published. And then if we come back and we go to next, it'll take us to setup here. And this is our JSON code, right? So we can copy the code and it automatically creates that messenger sequence for us. And so anytime somebody now responds to one of our ads, they'll enter our automated sequence. So if we don't want to have, for example, and this is such an important point, guys, if we don't want to have to employ virtual assistants to distribute messenger codes, if we don't want to have, if we don't want to have to answer kind of all of the main stuff, because most of the time when people message you, and especially if you're scaling these, it's going to be to claim the coupon code, or it's going to be to do this. Some people will have additional questions, which you can answer with a real person. But if you design your flow builder correctly, you're going to be able to answer most of everyone's questions kind of with this automation. And so what we're going to do is we're going to come in here, we're going to copy this, right, which we just did, and then we're just going to come into where it says JSON, and I'll show you again where it is, just in case we forgot. So we go to custom template here, and we're in the messenger setup, get started, JSON, and we're going to go Command A, delete this, and then we're going to paste in what I did, right? And now it'll do all the custom coding for us, and then when we press finish, then we are basically done, guys, and it's as simple as that. So one little final ninja hack that I do want to talk about is kind of for high ticket products, right? So if we have something that's, more expensive than kind of the impulse buy range, and the impulse buy range is, depending on who it is, between $20 and $50, or, anything significantly over $100, for example, excuse me, what I'd like to add is just kind of a final message here that says like, do you want, my product? Yes. And then like we could even add another message here that basically says like, so like, do you have any final questions? Do you have any like flash questions you want to ask us? And then, if they say yes, if they say no, if they say no, then you can just like bring them back to this message. But if they say yes, then what I like to do is have them send us a message, right, where they say, okay, well, feel free to give us a call, right, at whatever your business phone number is. Just because people like generally when it's over a certain amount of money, they kind of like to have an additional kind of interaction, especially over the phone. So if you're trying to sign people to a product that's a little bit more expensive or a strange product, for example, or something that's not kind of in the impulse buy range, I like to kind of finish things out just with a phone call. And if you don't like the phone, then don't use the phone, obviously. But that's just something that we've kind of proven has been very, very effective. And then if we wanted to add this, we would just publish it, and then again we would just come back to where it says our kind of original JSON state them. And JSON is like a coding language, by the way. I'm not sure why this is taking so long. But yeah, it would just be that simple. So then after we publish it, we'd come back and then just go to setup, copy it, go back to Facebook Ad Manager, create a new one, JSON, Command A, paste this in, finish it, and it would be that easy, guys. So that is JSON. That's kind of how you automate Facebook messages from an advertisement. So when someone clicks on an ad, they see your ad, right? And we'll just I want to show this one just so kind of, yeah, here we go. So if we made an ad like this and we said, do you have any questions? Do you want to get your questions answered? Can we help you grow your business? Click to send click send a message, to have us answer your questions. So whenever somebody clicks send message, it would kick off that growth tool that you set up, the JSON growth tool, where it would like ask them a question like, do you want your 50% off coupon? Yes, no, right? And so it would just automate a lot of the process for you, which is super, super valuable and incredibly important and so easy to set up. It might seem a little bit complex, but rewatch the section if you need to, because I just showed you exactly how to do it. And it's so powerful to be able to do that without having to custom code anything, and you're able to scale it, right? Even if you're showing it to 1,000 people a day, right? It's still going to send those message sequences in the order that you create it. So the more kind of succinct and beautiful you create it in the flow builder, the more succinct and beautiful and automated that it's going to be in reality and in kind of your ads. So let's talk about Facebook comments. So when you create an ad, especially if you're serving it to a lot of people, it gets a little bit difficult to kind of respond to everyone individually. If everyone's kind of commenting or if people are commenting kind of the same thing. ManyChat kind of has an awesome solution to this with what they call the Facebook Comments Growth Tool. So if we come back to Growth Tools here, go to New Growth Tool, and we go to Facebook Comments, what we'll see is you're able to kind of select a post, right? And this can be an advertising post, or it could be a post on your Facebook page. And what you're able to do is you could make a post that says like, if you want a brand new free Ninja Black Box Masterclass, where you learn how to make $1 million per month on Facebook advertising secrets, comment me below. Right? And then what this does, guys, is once you select a post, and you can choose it from your Facebook page, or you can do like the actual post ID, right? And we showed you how to find the post ID for any post. What you can do is you can actually, when a user leaves a comment, send message immediately, exclude comments with these keywords, or trigger comments with these keywords, right? So what you can do is you can say me, right? So only trigger for comments with these keywords. And now what this allows you to do, guys, is every time somebody types in the comment me with the post that you choose, right, you can actually set an auto response of your page to send them a message, right? And if you need to learn how to find a post ID, you can just use this little resource right here. Like I said, guys, I always tell you everything. I never try to leave out any single tiny little step because I want you guys to be successful. So if we go to auto response here, we can say like, hey, full name, or I actually prefer first name. Full name's kind of weird. So we're going to do first name here. And all I did right there, guys, was I typed in the little squiggly, 2 of them. to get up the menu. Hey, first name, you wanted our black box training. To get it, simply type go and it's all yours, right? Because what you want to know, guys, is people who comment on your post will become your subscribers on Messenger only after they reply to this message. This is super important. So you have to have them say one more thing, right? So I'll say type go, and if you want to be even kind of more explicit here, you know what I like to do is use the pointing finger. Like this, the backhand index pointing right. It's so specific. Just so it's like people's eyes are kind of drawn to it like faster. And because you want them to comment one more thing or else they're not going to be subscribed to your bot, right? And the main point of all of these things, guys, is to get more subscribers on your bot, because the more people who are subscribers, the more people that you can reach with a single click of a button when you send a broadcast to all of the people who've subscribed to you. So when I send a broadcast, right, it gets in front of 130,000+ people immediately. So that is the auto response, right? So just make sure that you have them type one more thing. And then once we click next here, we're going to go to the opt-in actions, and we're going to send it to everyone who replies. And you can give them kind of like a download link to like whatever your awesome kind of training is. And you can use these things in combination, guys. You can use the Facebook comments growth tool, and you can put a messenger ref URL in your ad copy to kind of give customers two potential ways to interact with your bot. Just because some people click on the link in the copy in the words, and some people actually click the call to action, which in this case would be the comment. And so you can give them kind of two ways to do it, by using a messenger ref URL in the copy, and then also using the Facebook comments growth tool. And so that, guys, is the Facebook comments. And if we wanted to finish this out just so we don't skip any steps, we just come in here and go to edit, or we're going to go to save first, I guess. And then we're going to go to edit. And now it's going to say, hey, first name, to download your awesome black box training, click the link below, right? And we could add a button here, and if you feel more comfortable, you can do it in the flow builder. It's the same thing. It'll just open it up here. I guess I have to write it again though. Oh no, I don't. Claim your awesome training, click the link below. We'd add a little button here, open a website, click here, and then you just put in whatever your website is. I'm just using Google because I haven't memorized my URLs, but this is where your website would go, wherever you want to drive them, guys. And I don't think you guys realize how advanced all of the stuff that I just made look very, very easy is. But if you know how to do everything that I've showed for ManyChat and for Messenger ads in this bonus, then you know everything you could ever possibly need to know that works incredibly well. All of the other stuff is just noise. This is the stuff that we've narrowed down from all of the different options, all of the different growth tools, all of the different ways to run paid traffic to Messenger and things like that. And these are the ones that just straight up flat out work, guys. And so then the last thing that we're going to talk about is broadcasts, right? So broadcasts are kind of the key to all of this. The point of running of Messenger URLs, the point of running messages, ads on Facebook is so that people become subscribers. When they send you a message and when they engage with your Messenger bot, they become a subscriber to your Messenger bot, which means that you can send a broadcast. And a broadcast just means you're sending a single message to everyone, right? And that's basically the entire point, is to get as many targeted people as you possibly can to subscribe to your bot so that you can reach them all with a single broadcast. And this is so powerful, guys, because unlike email, the delivery rate on these is like 99%. And the click-through rate can be 20 to even 50%. And when with email, it's 3% on average for a click-through rate, right? And we're talking about 20%. It's like the low average, which is already 7 times higher, right? But it can be as high as 50%, which is 18, 19 times higher, which is crazy, right? So I have over 100,000 subscribers now. So basically, whenever I want, I can send a message, delivered right to someone's phone very intimately on Messenger, but you want to be careful, right? Don't ever be salesy with these. Just add value, and with that added value, you can be salesy in the value. And what I mean by that is I'll drive my Messenger traffic to a YouTube video, and I'll teach a bunch of stuff, and then at the end I'll say, if you want to join, more training, here's our free webinar, right? So never ever with a Messenger broadcast say, hey, here, buy my stuff. Here's the discount code, buy my stuff. That just doesn't work. It's too intimate. People aren't ready for that yet. But it's pretty cool because you can get in front of 100,000 people, 50,000 of which open it, or 99,000 delivered to, 50,000 open, and 20 to 50,000 people actually click through it, which is crazy. So here's an example of a broadcast I sent that was delivered to over 94% of people, opened by 77%, and clicked by nearly 20%. Which is almost 7 times the rate of emails. And here's the example in the flow builder, basically just saying, hey Kevin, first name, do you want to see my #1 little known method of advanced product research? By the way, this is 100% value, absolutely no pitch of any kind. Just wanted to share with you because it's helped me a ton. And so I did no thanks here and yes please on the bottom, because with broadcasts, people's thumbs kind of generally, it's closer for them to click yes please if it's on the bottom. And so I was just testing this, and it actually did work a little bit better having it this way. So no thanks, just sent them, maybe next time. In the meantime, check out some completely free content on YouTube. And 2% of people click through this, which is crazy, right? But if they said yes, right, they click through here, and then 53% of people click through here. So, 2,000 people, 2,300 sent, which means that, over 1,150 people watch my YouTube video with the click of a button, right? And this was back in the day when I only had 15,000 subscribers, right? So now I have 130,000 subscribers. So with 15,000 subscribers, like almost 1,200 people clicked on my YouTube video, which means 1,200 more views on that video. I'm sure at least 1% of those people converted and ended up buying my course, which was, 1% of 1,200 is 12 people, and 12 people times $997 is $12,000 from clicking one button. And so and I'm not trying to brag at all, guys. I'm just literally showing you the power of having people following you and having people kind of in your ecosystem that trust you, that you've added value to, that you've built a relationship with, you've built rapport with, you've helped for free, right? And then reciprocity, they want to kind of return the favor. And that's just kind of how this all works, guys, and how you can really, scale your business to kind of the next level. So just lastly, let's talk about some of the important parts of a broadcast, right? So to send a broadcast, you can do the flow builder the same way. We're just going to go, blah, because what we're trying to say is this part, right? So this subscription broadcast can't contain ads or promotional materials, but can be sent at any time regardless of time passed since the last user activity. You can do promotional broadcasts, and you'll see that the number will change here according to how recently people have interacted with my stuff. Promotional broadcast messages can contain ads and promotional materials, but can only be sent to subscribers who were active in the last 24 hours. Or a follow-up broadcast at the end of the 24-hour window, you have the ability to send one follow-up message to these recipients. After that, you won't be able to send them ads or promotional messages until they interact with you again. So this is kind of what I was talking about with the one follow-up message, which is why it's important to always get people to engage, right? It's always about engagement. So I normally send subscription broadcasts, and I usually schedule them for later. If you start sending now, right, especially if you have kind of a larger audience and you have people that some of them are on the East Coast, some of them are on the West Coast, some of them are in Australia, some of them are in the United Kingdom, Canada, right, all over the world, then if you send now, then the message is actually going to be delivered kind of in the middle of the night, inevitably to someone, right? And so what I do is I schedule for later. You can choose a time here, or you can actually do start sending now and then just do time travel right here too. But I like to schedule mine just so it's like kind of clear, and I'll do it like I've generally found that around 6 p.m. like 6:30 p.m. local time is kind of the best time to do it. So we're gonna do 6:29 local time, and that would be today. So in like 2 hours my time, 2.5 hours. And I choose time zone settings, time travel. And what time travel does is messages will be delivered at the same day time according to the user's time zone. So this means that all of the messages, when it's 6:29 Pacific, all of the people that are in the Pacific time zone will get this message. And then like on Eastern time, it'll change. In Australia, it'll change, and things like that. So what I like to do is I like to schedule it at least 1 day in advance, just so everyone kind of gets it at the same time locally with time travel. And then what you like to do is regular push. So if you're doing subscription broadcast, regular push, make sure that none of it is promotional, right? Do not ever try to say, here's my stuff, buy it, because it just doesn't work like that with Messenger and you're gonna get your account banned. So just give away free value, and then with that free value, whether it's on your Facebook page or your website or whatever, have a way to downstream or down the line actually, be able to sell something or drive them to a coupon or some type of promotion, right? So that, guys, is broadcast. So let's summarize really quick. Messenger really is kind of to email what email replaced before it, which was, pagers and faxes and letters and things like that. They've kind of, Messenger has already kind of started to replace email and is going to continue to do so as more, artificial intelligence is added, more kind of giving customers a way to really interact with businesses straight from the Messenger app with customer service, onboarding, things like that. Integrating kind of even the basic stuff with Messenger, guys, is going to put you at a huge advantage. Just learning this stuff makes you so valuable. One of my students kind of has worked to become, the go-to Messenger guru, right? And he's gotten $20,000 contracts setting up Messenger bots for these larger companies that just don't want to learn this stuff. And I promise you, if you understand everything that I taught you in this bonus, you could set up Messenger bots for businesses exactly like my friend's doing, right? There's really nothing more valuable than being able to reach thousands of people at the click of a button directly to their phone, right? And everyone checks on Messenger. It has push notifications. Everyone has notifications on for Messenger because it's like the way that people use Facebook, and it's a major way that people use to communicate, especially internationally and just kind of in general. So this is the last section of the course, guys. This is the final kind of advertised bonus for you guys. There are going to be some unadvertised bonuses because I love you and I want to, just overwhelm you with value, and I want to give you every resource that you could ever possibly have. But this is the final section of the main course, the final bonus. If you did qualify for the bonus, then thank you for joining us and joining the family. I really just wanted to thank you guys so much kind of for going on this journey with me. I know it was a lot to take in. I know it's like multiple fire hoses just jammed down your throat and turned on at full blast. But the reason that I did this was because there were so many other courses out there that were just giving people high level stuff that was just not helpful, right? It left people too many questions. They didn't understand how to do it. And I was like, oh my gosh, people need to actually get tutorials. People need to be shown how to do this, in a really pragmatic kind of actionable way over someone's shoulder who really utilizes this stuff and makes a ton of money from it, right? And so I'm going to leave you guys with kind of two final suggestions if you want to be successful with the Facebook ads masterclass and online business in general. And we've talked about this briefly before, but number one, guys, be active in our private Facebook group. If you aren't a member of it, email support@officialkevindavid.com to become a member. There's really nothing more valuable than having people in the same place as you. People kind of grinding to make it work. People, there's always going to be little things with entrepreneurship, like you're getting an ad error, or you can't figure out how to paste in the JSON, and you can ask people, and people help you, right? That's the point of the private group, is to grind through this until we all make it out of kind of the 9-to-5 rat race, right? And number two is do not give up under any circumstances. I know I've mentioned it a few times now, but we have a student, right, and I always talk about this, who's now earning $28,000 profit per month, right? $28,000 profit per month. And he was rejected 23 straight times by local businesses to let his Facebook ad agency run their ads for him. And on the 24th time, everything changed, right? Guys, you only need 4 people to say yes to you, 1, 2, 3, 4, to make more than the average American makes per year. And you can do that entirely on your own time, entirely with your own schedule, no boss to answer to, no commute, and no awful parts of the 9-to-5 grind, right? You don't have to go talk to your boss who has nasty coffee breath. You don't have to sit in some nasty smelling conference room, right? Everything is on your schedule, guys. So keep grinding. Start the course over again if you need to. This time, implementing as you go. And I cannot wait for you guys to join our huge list of student success stories and to live life on your own terms, how it was meant to be lived. So thank you guys so much. I seriously love every single one of you ninjas, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, guys, so in this lesson, we're going to figure out how to set up our business manager. And so what business manager is, kind of in a nutshell, is the professional way to have a Facebook ad account. So using business manager versus using, just ads manager being, just your personal Facebook's ad platform. Business manager actually allows you to do a lot more stuff, right? So if we're going to create our own Facebook ad agency where we're going to be running ads for other people, or if we want to have, employees helping us in our own business manage our own campaigns, or, do a lot of different things kind of in a professional level, we want to use what's called business manager, not our personal ads manager. So to get to business manager, what we're going to do is we're going to type in business.facebook.com and we're going to log into our actual personal Facebook account. And so if you don't have a business manager set up yet, you can just go to create account. But if you do have a business manager already, you'll see, a bunch of the different ad accounts, right here that you have assigned to your business manager. So depending on if you just set up a brand new account or if you're logging into an existing one, you'll see a different kind of initial screen here, but we're going to start at where it says business settings. I just want to show you guys around kind of how business manager works, just so you can get a feel for it, where you're actually going to be spending time, what's going to be useful for you guys and things like that. And so if you're trying to add users, right, they actually make it really kind of intuitive, but they just, it's kind of awkward how they set it up. So I just want to walk through it with everyone just to make sure you guys feel super comfortable with it. So if you want to add users, right, you come up to users, obviously click people here, and then you just go to add. So like what you're going to do here is, like, let's say that I want to add, maybe like a Facebook ad expert that I find on Upwork to like run my ads for me for my business. Maybe like I want to learn it for myself just to like make sure, but then I want to actually outsource it. So what you could do here is you can add employee access. All you have to do is put their email. It'll send them an email to their email address with kind of instructions on how to gain access to your business manager. And I recommend, just really quickly, to not add admin access unless you know somebody, because they can, they have full control over your business. They can edit settings. They can add new people. They can just do things that you don't want. So make sure that it's employee access unless you really trust somebody. The next thing I want to talk about is pages, right? So every business manager, or excuse me, every time you run a Facebook ad, you actually have to run it from a Facebook page, like we just talked about, right? And so to actually add a page to your account, all you have to do is come to, right, we did business settings, and now we're under accounts here, and then pages. And then if you want to add a page, all you have to do is go to add a page. And then, I have a million pages. So if I wanted to add like one of my main pages, all I'd literally do is type in Kevin David. Facebook would search all of their Facebook pages. And then all you have to do is, click it right here and then go to add page. So I'm not going to do that one because I'm going to use a test account. But literally it's that easy. And if you're already an admin, right, if you created your Facebook page with your Facebook email address that you also use to log into Business Manager says, okay, well, you're already an admin, so we're just going to automatically add this page to your account. And so once you have a page here, then you're actually able to run ads almost, right? The next thing you have to do is actually create an ad account. So Business Manager doesn't automatically create an ad account for you. And so you actually have to come in here under ad accounts, right? Under accounts right here. And then you have to go to add. And so I already created one. I called it the Facebook Ads Masterclass. But it's important to understand the difference kind of right here when you actually click add. So you can add an ad account, right? Your business will control campaigns and billing for this ad account. Claiming an ad account moves it into Business Manager, right? So this is what you want to do if you actually, just want to claim an ad account and move it into your own Business Manager. So it's like if you had, another ad account of yours in like a different Business Manager, or, one of the personal ones, and you wanted to actually move it into your own Business Manager, you can add an ad account this way. That means that you'd actually would be responsible for the billing and things like that. If you want to, request access to another person's ad account. So let's say that I'm, I created a Facebook ad agency and I wanted to actually run ads on behalf of, some local business and they had their own business manager, they had their own ad accounts, then I could request access to an ad account, right? So this means that your business needs to use this ad account on behalf of another business. So this one's if I want to add my own ad account from a different source. This one's if I want to request access to someone else's ad account, where they are actually paying for the ads and things like that, but I'm just running them from my own Facebook business manager. This makes it really simple, right? If you have like 10 or 20 different clients, right? Because you don't want to have just log into a million different kind of logins. This makes it simple where you can have all of your different your clients' ad accounts in one centralized place. All you have to do is request access to their ad accounts. And this one is if you want to create a brand new ad account. So if you just set up your business manager and you want to run ads for yourself, right? You have to create your own new ad account. And so what I did was I created my own new ad account right here, which you see the Facebook Ads Masterclass. And this is important, right? This is my ID. And so if I wanted to request access to an ad account, if I wanted to add an ad account, it would ask me, for example, for the ad account ID. And you can find that right here. And also right here. And so these are the the ad IDs. You can find them under accounts in ad accounts. Obviously, this is where you can add your Instagram account, a projects folder if you have big teams and things like that, and data sources. Right, and so most of the time, people are the only thing people are going to be super concerned with here under data sources is pixels. Right, and so there are some more complicated stuff, like if you have catalogs, if you're doing like dynamic product ads, which we will talk about, don't worry about that at all, or if you're using offline data sets, like if you have email conversions and things like that. If you have a bunch of people who bought your product and you have their emails, you can create offline event sets, or if you want to run custom events, custom conversions. Again, we'll talk about all of that stuff right now. Later on in the course, but for right now, we're going to talk about just the pixel, right? And so if you have a pixel already, then you're going to see it right here. We see the Ad Ninja courses demo the pixel right here. The Shopify Masterclasses pixel. I have multiple ad accounts, obviously, so you're going to see a couple of pixels, but this is the one that I just made. If you just started this account for the first time, you're going to actually go ahead and create a Facebook pixel right here, and you name it whatever you want, and then just click create. And what the pixel is, again, which we will talk about in depth, but the pixel is basically just an identifier. So if I have a website and I want to say, okay, 100 people are visiting my website, I want to know who those 100 people are exactly. So if I install the Facebook pixel onto my website, then every time 100 people or 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people come to my website, Facebook is actually going to say, okay, that's this person, and now I'm going to show 100 people who visited my site, the exact 100 people, an ad on Facebook, because Facebook identifies every single one of us as a number, right? Which is kind of sad or creepy in certain ways. But again, for us marketers, it's incredibly profitable because with the power of the pixel, we can target every single person who visits our website and show those exact people ads of whatever we want on Facebook. And so that is the data sources pixels, right? You can add one right here. You can also share the pixel, which is a lot of people don't know about. But if you have multiple business managers and if you have backups and things like that, you can actually just go to share here. You can also create custom conversions and custom audiences from right here. But again, it's super easy to share the pixel. All you do is come in here and press share, and then again, it's just going to ask you for the ad account that you want to share it. Again, the ID. And so those are kind of the main things that we're going to be using actually in Business Manager. And so I just wanted to give you guys kind of a little warm up for it. And just understanding those things that I just explained is 99% of what most people are going to do in Business Manager. And so what I did just now was up in this kind of hamburger menu in Ads Manager, this is where we're actually going to be running our ads from. And so once you kind of set up, you assign a page that you're an admin of and you create an ad account, then you'll be able to actually go into Ads Manager here. And this is where the magic is going to happen, where we're going to create all of our ads that are going to make us a ton of money, guys. So that is Business Manager. That is kind of the bang tutorial of pretty much everything you're going to need. There are a few more advanced topics, but most of the time that is pretty much entirely what you're going to be using Business Manager for. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next. So let's talk about Facebook vocabulary, because Facebook is, like any business, has kind of its own jargon and its own slang and its own words that you kind of need to understand to have like a really deep understanding of all of the advanced things and all of the ways that we can really take advantage and leverage the unbelievable power of Facebook advertising to really change our lives and change our businesses. And so, again, the jargon also helps with just being able to have conversations, because one of the most important parts, and I'm not going to preach or anything like that, but one of the most important parts about making this work, guys, is the community. And so that's why it's so important to really participate in our private Facebook group, because nothing is more important than having a group of people in the same place as you, grinding to make it work, trying to make their Facebook ad agency work, or trying to make Facebook ads work for their own business or product or whatever they're actually using Facebook for. And so understanding the vocabulary allows you to have those conversations and allows you to feel comfortable in any conversation with any marketer. So that's why I am going to explain every single thing that you could possibly want to know about Facebook advertising vocabulary. And so Let's start at the top, guys. A campaign is the highest level, right? And so a campaign, contains the ad sets contain the ads, and that's why I set up this handy dandy, beautiful little graphic for you guys. So you can have a campaign, right? This could be a campaign about corgi merchandise. I want to create, a traffic campaign, driving traffic to my amazing corgi website where I'm selling corgi t-shirts and corgi sweaters and corgi collars and all types of things for my adorable baby corgi puppies. And inside of that campaign, I could have ad sets. And so maybe I wanted to have an ad set where I had, a custom audience of people who visited my store, retargeting them. Maybe I had an ad set of people who engage with my Facebook page. Maybe I had an ad set of, of emails of people that have been purchasers, right? And so I could split test multiple things. And every time I split test, that's a different ad set. Maybe I was testing, males that were 21 through 34 as one ad set. Maybe I had another ad set that was women 45 to 55 as an ad set, right? And then inside of those ad sets, I actually have my ads. And what's up, Bailey? And so inside of those ad sets, I actually have my ads. And so those ads are what actually, have the creative. So I could have literally an image of a beautiful little corgi puppy as one of my ads. I could have a video of a bunch of adorable little corgi puppies, frolicking through a meadow as one of my ads. And so the ads are the actual images that you see, that your customers really see on their Facebook pages, on their feeds when they're scrolling through. Their ads are what you see. The ad sets are where you split test on targeting. That's where you choose, I'm going to target people who are interested in PetSmart, right? So this is where the magic happens in the ad sets. This is where we're going to spend most of our time, right? The campaign really just contains the ad sets, and then within each ad set, you have your actual ads themselves, right? And so that is the difference between a campaign, right? Highest level, ad set. This is where the magic happens. This is where we choose our detailed targeting. This is where we choose our audiences. This is where we choose, this is where 95% of the magic happens on Facebook. And then the ad itself is the actual graphic or video, right? This is where we add the copy that says, come check out our, corgi merchandise, 50% off today only, like come check it out or you're gonna, hate yourself for the rest of your life or something like that. And I promise we're gonna do better copy than that. That's just what comes off the top of my head. If you don't like corgis, there must be something wrong with you. So campaign, ad set, ads, and look at this beautiful graphic I made for you guys. So that is the very basics of the structure of a Facebook ad campaign. And if you're looking at this and you're thinking to yourself, Kevin, what are all these crazy words here like brand awareness and video views and conversions, right? So these are what's called marketing objectives. So Facebook figured that they should be different marketing objectives with different goals, right? So if your goal is just to get traffic to your website, then Facebook will find you people on Facebook who are most likely from their browsing history on Facebook to actually click and become traffic to your website. Or if you just want engagement, right, and you want people to like your post and you want people to comment on your post and you want people to share your post, but that's all you're mainly concerned with, then Facebook will show your ads to people who have proven through their browsing history to be most likely to engage with your posts. And the reason that I'm not going to go through all of these right now, guys, is because this is so important. When to use awareness, when to use consideration, when to use conversion, that I'm going to go unbelievably in depth, so in depth that you probably are going to want to slap me in my face because I've been talking so long, but I promise you that it's going to be extremely useful for you guys once we get to that section. It is coming up soon and it's super exciting. Obviously, you guys can tell that I'm passionate about this stuff because it works and it can change your life and it can make you millions and millions of dollars if you're doing it in the right way, guys. So that is your basic intro to marketing objectives. I promise we're going to go way deeper very soon later on in the course. You should be super excited. And that is your kind of bang tutorial on campaigns, ad sets, and ads, and the difference between the three, and a beautiful little graphic to illustrate it. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. What's up, everyone? Welcome to Module 2. This one's going to be very exciting. We're going to be talking about all of the ways that you need to master to become a Facebook ads ninja with the actual platform itself. We're going to talk about how to install your pixel the right way, how to season it, how to use it, how to make sure that you're leveraging the unbelievable power of Facebook with your pixel, guys. And a Facebook epiphany. I'm going to try to go through a few Facebook epiphanies, at least one per module. To sell on Facebook, you need to stop treating your fans and potential customers like a commodity and start treating them like your friends, right? People on Facebook are not going on Facebook to buy things. People on Facebook are not going on Facebook to buy things. They're going on Facebook to connect with friends and family. They're going on Facebook, in a passive way to kind of, ease their mind, or because it makes them feel comfortable when they're on the train or the bus or in the commute or something like that, right? Being successful with Facebook ads is actually a very simple formula. You add value, you build a relationship, and you sell occasionally, and that will give you big Facebook ad profits. We're just going to show you how to do it the right way. So, installing your pixel the right way, I considered doing like a huge tutorial for this, and I actually wrote out some of it and started to do it. But these things change so often. How you install the pixel on ClickFunnels or WordPress or Shopify, they change so often that me making a tutorial specifically how to do it is not necessarily going to be the best way to do it. And so I actually link you directly to, from the source itself, Facebook help articles that they update every single time there's any change for kind of the big platforms here. But I am going to go quickly through just a couple of them to show you guys kind of how easy it is to follow along these tutorials. So since we already have our pixel created, we can skip the create a pixel step, but we can download the Facebook for WordPress extension here. And so we're going to go to the pixel section in Ads Manager, which we know how to get to right here with all tools and pixels. We're going to click Setup Pixel, use an integration or tag manager, and we're going to click WordPress. So we're going to click View Setup Instructions here. And just like it says, use an integration or tag manager. Use an integration or tag manager. And we are going to select WordPress. Supported for 4.4 or above. We're going to go to download. And now we are going to upload Facebook for WordPress extension, log into WordPress. So we're logged into WordPress here. We're going to click the little plugin button here and add new. And we're going to go to upload plugin, choose file, and we're going to choose what we just downloaded, and we're going to install now. Installing plugin from uploaded file, Facebook pixel for WordPress.zip, unpacking the package, installing the plugin, plugin installed successfully, activate plugin. All right, so once we click Activate Plugin, you successfully set up your pixel, learn how to start running ads on Facebook using conversion optimization and tracking. Yay, okay, cool. Plugin activated, so now we have our pixel successfully installed on our WordPress site. So the next one we're gonna talk about is ClickFunnels, right? So ClickFunnels is just as easy. So we're gonna go to ClickFunnels here. We're just gonna choose one of our random little funnels. I mean, it doesn't matter, it's all the same. Kind of you do it in the same way. We're going to go into this one, the Shopify mini course. We're going to go to settings. And over here in the head tracking code and settings, this is the pixel for the entire funnel, right? So if I had like 10 funnel steps here and I installed the pixel here, it would automatically install the pixel on every head tracking page on the funnel wide, right? So for all 10 steps. So let's say that I had 3 steps, like a registration page, an order page, and a thank you page. If I only wanted to track people that landed on the thank you page, I would put a purchase snippet, which we'll talk about, custom event codes for Shopify, or excuse me, for ClickFunnels specifically. But for now, we're just going to talk about how to install your pixel for your whole site, because then you can do like 95% of the stuff you need to just really easily like this. So we're going to go back in here. We're going to go to setup. We're still in the event, all tools, pixels section, and we're just going to go to setup here. Manually install the code yourself. Click it right here. It copies it to the clipboard, and then in ClickFunnels, we just come in here, right? My pixel's already installed, but I would just paste it right here, and I would go to save and update settings, and it's seriously as simple as that, guys. And then the last one over here in the good old test store, we're going to go to online store here. And then we're going to go to preferences, and here is our Facebook pixel ID, which we can see right here in the same section. So we just take this, come in here, paste in our pixel ID, and click save. And Facebook and Shopify have a relationship, right? So it's all you literally have to do is that one step, and then Shopify will automatically track everything you could ever possibly want to know, like add to cart events, purchase events, add payment, view content, page view. It literally automatically codes to do it all for you, so you don't have to install any custom events like you would have to do with ClickFunnels. And that's pretty much it, guys. In 5 minutes, we set up our pixel, completely correctly in the correct way for these different tools. And we have all of the tutorials right here. So if we wanted to figure out how to do it on Shopify, we click Shopify, right? If we want to figure out how to do it on ClickFunnels, we click ClickFunnels. And then, it's going to take us a step by step instructions on exactly how to do this with all of the major platforms, guys. So it's really not that difficult. Don't let yourself get overwhelmed, right? Always a Google search can help you. Last note really quick, guys, the Pixel Helper is a cool little tool that you can kind of use to figure out if you actually do have your Pixel installed correctly. So if we just go to my website here, we can see that my Facebook Pixel is indeed, working correctly, and I do have 2 here because I have multiple business managers, but yes, it is installed correctly. So that is the Pixel Helper tool, and again, here are instructions for you guys because I never want to skip any steps. I always want to give you guys every single resource that you could possibly need to be successful, guys. So that is the Pixel. Here are the walkthroughs. I went through 3 of them super quick for you guys just to show you how easy it is. And now we are going to move on to the ad lifestyle. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and we'll see you on the next one. Guys, let's get to the fun stuff. I promise it's getting there closer and closer, but we do have to establish that super solid foundation and infrastructure so that we can build up and actually go to create amazing ads, understanding kind of all of the pieces of the puzzle before we kind of try to piece things together, because it's just going to be so much easier if we do it this way. So let's talk about the ad life cycle. Right? So nothing draws a crowd quite like a crowd. I've always thought that this was an amazing quote from P.T. Barnum. And this, this exact mentality and quote holds so true in modern day advertising, especially on Facebook, right? And so the ad lifecycle is get social proof on your ads in the form of likes, comments, and shares to generate attention for your ad, right? If people see an advertisement on Facebook and it has 1 like or 0 likes or no social proof at all, no comments, nothing, they're gonna think to themselves like, what's wrong with that? I probably shouldn't even pay attention to it. And we do this subconsciously. I do it, you do it, whether or not you realize it. People that see incredibly popular ads or things that have been shared thousands of times or have a ton of comments or 10,000 likes or something crazy like that, you're gonna stop and take a second look, because if other people are interested in this, you're thinking to yourself, even subconsciously, wow, like so many people are interested in that. What is this? I gotta see it for myself. Like if you're walking down the street and you see 1 person staring up at the sky, you might not look, but if you see 5 people staring up at the sky, you're probably gonna look. What are they looking at, right? You're curious what these other people are interested in, and we're gonna take advantage of that in our own advertisements. We're gonna take advantage of the fact that people are attracted by other people's interests, right? Nothing draws a crowd quite like a crowd. And so the first thing that we're gonna do is get social proof on our ads. Right? Offer something for free to get people into your ecosystem in the form of a lead magnet. We talked about that, right? And then once we actually kind of do that, we're going to leverage the power of the Facebook pixel once we're able to identify who visits our page, right? And so it's super important to kind of understand the logic of Facebook ads and the life cycle to be most efficient. And so the first thing that we're going to do, guys, is get social proof. So once we get social proof, then people are going to be interested in our ad, and we're going to drive traffic to our website. And then once we've driven traffic to our website and we have pixel data, then we're going to actually start to convert those people using the unbelievable power of Facebook's information, Facebook's private information, to actually run what's called conversion campaigns, which, shows our ad only to people who have proven through their browsing history on Facebook to be most likely to actually convert and purchase offers, guys. So how do we actually do this? Step 1, we are going to generate social proof. So we are in the ads manager right now of Business Manager. These are marketing objectives, right? We went through this really quickly in the previous module. In this module, we're gonna go through every single one of these and when to use them in the best scenario, right? We're gonna talk about what to use lead generation for example. We're gonna talk about the best way to use brand awareness, what it converts on, how to make the best use of it to give you the most results for the cheapest price. But for right now, we're gonna talk about step 1 of how to generate social proof for our advertisements themselves, right? And so we're gonna do engagement. So what engagement is, get more people to see and engage with your post or page. Engagement can include comments, shares, likes, and event responses and offer claims, right? And so what we're interested in, and what a lot of people call this is PPEs, right? So page post engagements. And so we're gonna call this one, if we were gonna make this ad, we'd call it social proof for corgi t-shirts or something like that, right? And we're not actually going to go ahead and make the ads during this module. The point of this module is to kind of introduce when to use each marketing objective, kind of some hacks and tips and tricks that I've figured out kind of that make each of these so much more valuable, as in for every dollar you spend, you're going to get significantly more results for that dollar, right? But this is something that we'd choose a PPE, post engagement, because the point of this, the first step in the ad lifecycle, is the only thing it is to get social proof on our advertisement. And every time I say social proof, guys, I mean likes, comments, shares, right? Activity on our ads that's going to make other people stop and say, okay, wait, all these other people are interested. Maybe I should be interested too. And it just works, guys. Just trust me. I've done this a million times. So we're going to choose post engagement. And then the next step, guys, once we kind of, get some engagement on our advertisements, and we're going to go through exactly how to do this, right? We're going to set up a post engagement ad. We're going to show you how to use the post engagement hacks that I figured out to get pennies on the dollar engagement that nobody else is doing, that we use in all of our advertising campaigns. Basically what we do, guys, and we're going to go through this very in depth in the modules. We're actually going to create a ton of different example ads. What we do is we target people in much cheaper cost of living countries, right? Developing countries. And there's a few really specific countries that are so cheap to get post engagement, because the beautiful thing is, guys, people don't care where your engagement's coming from. They're not looking at who's liking it. They're not looking at who's commenting on it. They're not looking at who's sharing it. All they care about and all you need is for the post itself to have engagement. So we're going to show you how to target super cheap countries to get very high engagement for literally pennies on the dollar, and then use that same engagement to actually target your real customers in the United States, in the UK, wherever you're actually targeting people. So once we run the PPE ad engagement, the next step is we're going to run what's called a traffic campaign. And so traffic campaigns basically are to send more people to a destination on or off Facebook, such as a website, app, or messenger conversation. So traffic is kind of one of the most robust marketing objectives. You can literally use it to send traffic anywhere you want, to a website, to pretty much anywhere. And so once we actually, start to run some traffic, what that is going to do, even if we have a brand new website, is it's going to get us some pixel information. Because remember, every time we drive traffic to our website, our pixel's saying, oh, okay, I recognize that person from Facebook, and now I'm going to let you target that exact person using the pixel, right? And so every time we drive more and more traffic, our pixel gets smarter and smarter and starts to collect more and more people who've visited our website that we can then retarget with very specific ads on Facebook. And that is the beauty of the pixel. So once we drive some traffic, guys, what we're going to then do is what's called a conversion campaign. So first we get engagement, we build up social proof, then we drive traffic to get our pixel some information, right? And driving traffic is so much easier after you already have some social proof on your ad. And then once we drive traffic, guys, we're going to run what's called a conversion campaign. So conversion campaigns get people to take valuable actions on your website, in your app, or in Messenger, such as adding payment information or making a purchase. Use the Facebook Pixel or app events to track and measure conversions. So what this means, guys, is once we have people who actually visit our website, and our Pixel is getting smarter and smarter by having more and more people kind of that it's saying, okay, that person visited, that person visited, that person visited. Once we have 100 people who visit our website, or 1,000 people who visit our website, or we have 100 purchases, right? These are what is called pixel events. So if we have 100 people who end up purchasing a product from our website, then we can run what's called a conversion campaign on purchases. So if we have 100 people out there in the world somewhere, right, they have similarities. Maybe 70 of them are men who are 25 through 34, right? And so if we have 100 people who purchase and then we run a conversion campaign optimized for purchases, Facebook is going to say, okay, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to find as many people as I can who are as similar as possible to the 100 people who purchase from our website. And it is unbelievably good at finding people who have proven through their Facebook browsing history and their activity on the Facebook app that they are more likely than the general population to actually convert and purchase on advertisements, right? And so Facebook is only going to show your ad to people who are very likely and very similar to people who have already purchased, right? So this is the most expensive advertising campaign type, right? One of the most expensive, because it's putting your advertisement in front of people who purchase, right? But that is the point of Facebook ads, right? To purchase. And the longer you run conversion campaigns and the more pixel data you get from traffic, the smarter that your conversion campaigns get and the lower your cost gets, guys. So that is the ad life cycle. Social proof, get people to the website to make the pixel smarter, and then capitalize on that data from the pixel to find people who are likely to convert and purchase, guys. So it's an iterative process. It gets smarter and smarter and smarter, and that is the beauty of the Ninja ad life cycle. So I hope you enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. What is up, ninjas? Today we're going to talk about how to create ultra targeted audiences that are going to skyrocket your skills. One of the epiphanies that I had as I became better and better at Facebook advertising was those who target best win. It's very simple. You can have the best product in the entire world, but if you show it to the wrong people, or more importantly, you don't show it to the right people, they won't buy it. And it's really as simple as that. So in this module, we are going to talk about how to create laser targeted audience that do one thing and one thing alone, which is drive more sales, get you more profit, and more importantly, get you lifetime customers, because those are the ones who are the most kind of beneficial for your overall company. So how we do this, guys, is we define our audience. And, a lot of other people and teachers and gurus and, Facebook advertising experts and advertising experts in general, create all of these avatars, describing your customer down to the actual like age and location. Like her name's Susan and she lives in Ohio and she has 3 kids. And, that's one way of doing it for sure. But it's not the way that I do it. And the way that I do it is much more kind of efficient and new age and kind of a fitting to this era. Because we have so much data available to us, we don't have to, try to create these like so-called avatars of our perfect customer, because that inherently has a lot of guessing. You have to actually guess about their age, guess about their gender, things like that, when all of the data is there and you just have to know how to look for it to then define your audience. Targeting and audience creation, guys, is just where the profitable advertisers set themselves apart. Again, remember, Facebook advertising is as much of an art as it is a science. And so this module is going to be a lot more about how to kind of unlock that art of defining your perfect audience, understanding what tools are available to you to find your perfect audience, where to find the data, how to make sense of the data, how to apply the data. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. And, more importantly, guys, we're going to go through a lot of examples actually using, these tools and these methodologies and kind of getting you into the mindset of how to define your perfect audience, because it's impossible for me to go over every single type of business in the world. I wish I could. But, what we're going to do is we are going to, metaphorically teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish so you can be able to, feed himself for life. And so the first thing that we want to talk about is with any of these advertising campaigns, what we can do is actually start to target people. And the way that we target people is actually in this section here where it says detailed targeting. So this is one of the most important sections. This is one of the sections, where you're going to be split testing based on a variety of different interests that people are interested in. This is where you're going to be split testing on demographical information. This is where you're going to be split testing on behavioral information. So we see right here, add demographics, interests, or behaviors. And again, some of this information I would argue is also demographical behavior, age, gender, language, and things like that. But this is one of the most important sections of all of Facebook advertising. And so we're going to go through it right now. And we're going to talk about some of the most important things and kind of how to look through this section for yourself and start to get your wheels turning and the cogs moving as to how you can actually apply these detailed targeters to your own business. So let's say, just for the sake of example, that we wanted to target someone who was selling maybe like a high-end kind of exercise bike for somebody who wanted to lose weight. So how would we do that? How would we kind of put ourselves in that mentality, and how would we really start to target them? And we're going to talk more about really how to hone in on this later in this module on using audience insights and using like the page likes and Google Trends and things like that. But let's just use a bit of logic kind of just to get ourselves in the mentality of how this works, right? Because what detailed targeting is, at the end of the day, is how you're telling Facebook who to show your ad to. So if I'm selling like a high-end exercise bike, who is my, just logically, who is my perfect target customer? it's probably somebody, you know, and by high end, I mean like an expensive exercise bike, like a premium one, right? And so I'd probably be targeting people who are, you know, in a larger income range, like a higher income bracket. I would probably be targeting people who are had shown some type of interest in weight loss, for example. And then there's other ways to target people who are a little bit more affluent, right? Like if they have premium credit cards, for example, or if, you know, they're above average spenders on credit cards and things like that. And so what I want to do with this example is kind of illustrate, you know, a demographic, an interest, and a behavior that we can target, right? So what does an interest actually mean? Literally what it means from a detailed targeting perspective on Facebook is somebody has shown interest in a Facebook page. And so like if I was going to target people who wanted a high, you know, a premium exercise bike, then I'd probably want to target people who are interested in weight loss. And how do I know that somebody is interested in weight loss or fitness, right? Let's think of some things. Like the first thing that comes to my mind randomly is just like Slim Fast, right? So Slim Fast, you know, the drink, and what this means is people who have expressed an interest in or liked pages related to Slim Fast. So we can do this one. We could do, you know, personal trainer. We could choose like a, you know, one of the most popular personal trainer here. We see an interest here being Chris Powell, who is apparently a popular personal trainer. And something that's important to note here is the difference between fact-based and algorithmically based. And so, like, for example, people can go and actually like this person's page. Chris Powell has an actual Facebook page, and he's a personal trainer, right? So if we went to Facebook, and we actually typed in Chris Powell, then his page would come up, right? So here he is. He is, you know, obviously a very popular personal trainer, has 1 million likes, and things like that. So he's a real person. If I wanted to like him, I'd have to go to his page and I'd have to actually literally click the like button on his page, right? And so this is fact-based. Someone actually went out of their way to go click this button. What is algorithmically based is personal trainer, right? There is no Facebook page called personal trainer that someone actually goes out and likes. Facebook is making an algorithmic assumption here that someone's interested in personal training based on their browsing history. So it's a very, very important distinction to make, because I never use algorithmically based interests. So you don't want Facebook to make assumptions. You want fact-based. Someone literally has to go to Chris Powell's page and like his page. That means that they are interested for a fact in Chris Powell, the personal trainer. Personal trainer, right? If it's very generic, if it's general like this, it says people who have expressed an interest in personal training, right? Don't let Facebook make those assumptions for you. Choose the ones that are fact-based, right? People who are actually, like Bob Harper is a personal trainer. Sally Matterson, again, here's a good one, certified personal trainer. Oh, this is an employer's. Julian Michaels, this is one that's fact. People actually have to go like her page. Here, you know, here's another couple other examples. You know, again, this is probably the best example for an algorithmically based. So I like to do actually fact-based interests. So we're going to choose just those two. So this means that I'm now only going to show my ad to people who have expressed a fact-based interest in the Slim Fast Facebook page and the Chris Powell Facebook page, fact-based interest, right? And then if I wanted to target somebody who, you know, had a demographic, maybe a little bit higher of an income, then I can just type in income here and it's going to show me some. So if I want to target people who are, you know, have a little bit more money, people who have an income over 500 grand, right? And you can target people who have, you know, lower incomes, medium incomes, or however you want to determine that, right here. But we're going to target people who are a little bit over the average as far as of income. And so something that's important to note here, guys, is right now we have 3 interests we're targeting. We're targeting people who have over 500,000 income, who have factually liked Chris Powell, and who have liked the Slim Fast page, right? These are facts-based. You know, I'll show you another algorithmic base just so you guys have like an idea. So if we type in like health, right? So we see like right here, health and beauty as an interest. There is no Facebook page that is health and beauty, right? This is an algorithmically based assumption that people like health and beauty based on their browsing activity. But if we like, you know, for example, health, the magazine itself, right? So if people actually have to go to the magazine and click like on the Facebook page, then that is a fact-based. And so we like to stick with fact. But just something that I want to talk about really quickly include people who match at least one of the following. So this is really important, right? So right now we're targeting people that have over 500,000 income, or like Chris Powell, or like Slim Fast. But if we wanted to be much more specific, right? So we see that our reach, here, let's put him back, Chris Powell. So we see with these three, our reach is 1.6 million people, right? This is the total number of people who either have over 500,000, or like Chris Powell, or like Slim Fast, right? But if we take these out and we want to make a much more refined audience, instead of having them or, we can do and, right? So what we can do is we can narrow audience. So this says include people who match at least one of the following and must also match at least one of the following. So now if we put Chris Powell, you know, it went from 1.6 million to 1,400, right? So only 1,400 people like Chris Powell and also earn over 500 grand, right? So this is this is an incredibly smaller audience, like literally, you know, 0.1% or whatever it is. So obviously his audience doesn't generally have in this income bracket. And so if we put in, you know, Slim Fast here, now it stays at 1,600. But if we take out 500,000, right, it jumps up to 650,000 people who like Chris Powell or Slim Fast. And so that's just kind of a little, you know, something that's important to recognize, that whenever you type anything in here, you know, like Slim Fast, not the real Slim Shady, Slim Fast or Chris Powell, right, these are ors. And then if we put in, you know, making over 500,000, then we're back up to the 1.6 million, because this is making over 500,000 or liking Chris Powell or liking Slim Fast. So it's actually making our audience larger instead of narrowing the audience by clicking here. And so that is kind of an example of, you know, an interest right here. This is an example of demographics, right? Earning over 500,000. But what if we wanted to find like an actual behavior, right? So if we type in credit card here, we can see some interesting stuff. So we can see that we can actually see behaviors here. We can target people who have high-end department store cards. We can target people who have are active credit card users. We can target people who have premium credit cards, right? These are amazing ways to really target people based on their actual behaviors, to be able to kind of hone in even closer on what we want our target audience to be. So for our example, we're targeting people who are affluent, right? Who are interested in weight loss, and who are, you know, likely to purchase our high-end bike. So if we type in purchase here, we can actually see purchase behaviors as well. You know, people like look at how detailed this is. People who have purchase behaviors who like food and drinks, sweets and snacks, and chocolate candy. You can literally target people that are that. You can target people that fine-tuned. You can target people who like alcoholic beverage, people who like who are impulse purchasers, which is a great one for e-commerce. But we might want to, you know, target somebody who is, you know, an active credit card spender, for example, and maybe we want to target them here. We're just going to do active credit card user, and we see this is a behavior. So 125 million people now, because active credit card spender is a huge one. But let's do must also match that they like cycling. Right, so we're going to choose USA Cycling. Right, because I almost chose cycling here, but cycling is, you guessed it, algorithmically based, and we're not going to do that one. We're going to choose USA Cycling. So that brings it all the way from 125 million down to 52,000 people. So now we're targeting people who are affluent in a higher income bracket, are interested in personal trainers and Slim Fast, obviously meaning that they are interested in losing weight. They're an active credit card user, meaning that they're comfortable using their credit card, you know, buying things on the internet, because we're going to be selling these you know, high-end premium cycling kits on the internet, and who also likes USA Cycling. And so we can even narrow this down even a bit further, and we can put, what's a good bicycle brand? We can do Trek Bicycle Corporation. So now it's people who like Trek Bicycle Corporation, USA Cycling, are interested in Slim, Fast, and Chris Powell, have over 500,000 in income, and are active credit card users, right? And so this is just kind of a general introduction, guys. We're gonna go much deeper into targeting, specific things like, how to target if you're a real estate agent, how to target if you, own a small business, how to target if you own a bar or a restaurant, how to go into very specific details of how you can use these detailed targeters. I just want to, use this kind of this first video to get you kind of introduced to how it works, where you're going to be spending most of your time here in the detailed targeting section. And we're going to go into some, amazing little hacks that I've figured out over the years and through, millions and millions of dollars of spend, kind of to what works, what doesn't, kind of where to focus your time, where not to, why it's more important to focus on fact-based interest rather than algorithmic, a lot of just different things that I've kind of figured out over the years. And so that is kind of your general introduction to the detailed targeting section, guys. And remember, we can actually, combine this, thousands or at least hundreds or thousands of different demographics, interests, and behaviors from Facebook, but they also have, third-party partners. They partner with people to bring data in on income, on, all different types of information where you might be thinking, how does Facebook know how much money I make, right? But Facebook buys data from third-party data providers like credit bureaus and things like that, where they literally can aggregate just an unimaginable amount of data about people, but which is good for us because it allows us to target, our perfect customers. It's a little creepy, but it is what it is. And so I hope you enjoyed that one, guys. We're going to be able to target age, gender, languages, things like that. And then in combination, we're going to be able to add our custom audiences here, or our lookalike audiences. And so it really starts to synergize into a beautiful kind of thing when we can have our lookalike audiences here that we created from our custom audiences, our source audiences, our seed audiences, right? Maybe 1,000 people visited our page. We made that into a lookalike audience. We populate that lookalike audience here. Then we narrow it down to a specific age range, to a specific genders, to specific languages based on the data that we're getting from Audience Insights and Google Trends. And then once we do that, then we narrow it even further for our favorite, our most targeted interest or two. And then we can split test on different interests and on different things like that, guys. So I'm just trying to get the wheels turning. I promise we're going to get into it and show you how to create amazing ads from scratch all the way through using custom audiences, using lookalike audiences, and using all types of interests, demographics, and behavior, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that one. Let's get to the next. All right, guys, so let's talk about audience insights. We briefly touched on it before, but I think it's more important kind of to go into a little bit more detail about how to actually use audience insights and use Google Trends when you are formulating these audiences, really to kind of get the data straight from the source of two of the companies that have the most data and are the best at organizing that data in the entire world, Google and Facebook. So audience insights, is available right here in the Business Manager, All Tools, Audience Insights. And we're just going to take a couple real world examples because I think it's kind of the best way to illustrate really just how to find and hone in on your perfect audience, how to figure out things to split test on, interest to split test on when you actually are going out to create your ads. Because that's going to be a big focus in future modules, actually creating the ads, split testing them, duplicating them, but actually knowing how to find the best and most likely interest that your audience that you're targeting, that you're trying to target, is going to be interested in is incredibly important. So let's say that we're like a real estate agent and we were trying to find people who are interested in buying a home. So what do people do if they're, what would they be interested in if they're interested in buying a home, right? So the first thing, and I actually just recently bought a home, one of the first things that I did was I went out and checked on Zillow. So Zillow is, for those of you who don't know, is a website that helps people kind of find, new houses and things like that. So if we type in Zillow here in interests, we see that 64% of people who are interested in Zillow are women, 36% are men. We see that the 18 to 24-year-old age bracket drops off dramatically because generally people who are 18 to 24 probably aren't kind of in the market to buy their first home, but people who are in the 25 to 44-year-old range, really that's the sweet spot, right? But I wouldn't have known that, and I wouldn't have been sure about that without having typed this in. So this is a perfect example, right? And again, 50 55-year-olds to 65-year-olds plus, it drops off dramatically because these people probably aren't, in the market for buying a home because they probably already have a home and it's already paid off and things like that. And so this is definitely our sweet spot, but we do see some action here in the 45 to 54-year-old range, so we wouldn't definitely ignore this. But we do know that 25 to 34 and 35 to 44 is definitely our sweet spot. So if we were making an ad campaign here, we would actually come in and we would just type 25 to 34. If we were doing this, how we're going to teach via split testing, then I would probably make one campaign and have it 25 to 34. And then I would make one campaign that had one ad set that had 35 to 44-year-olds, just so I could be able to compare, okay, we're getting cost per leads of $2 for our 25 to 34-year-olds, and we're getting cost of leads for $5 for a 35 to 44-year-old. So obviously we'd focus more ad spend and scaling for this age range. So that's kind of the idea of split testing, which we will get into. But for now, I just want to kind of explain how to actually use audience insights kind of in real time. And so we see that there's both men, both genders. Sometimes you'll see that it's like 95% women. And so then showing the ad to men, for example, would be a waste of your ad dollars. And so if this said like 95% women, I would choose only women, just so I'd be able to have the highest chance of our ad performing well kind of from the start. Because that's kind of the goal here, guys. Remember, we're just trying to create as many shots in the dark, quote unquote shots in the dark, but we're doing it, intelligently. We're trying to do it in such a way where, it's most likely to succeed and be profitable from the beginning, even though we know that the true profit from Facebook ads comes kind of from iteration, optimizing your ad campaigns, and then obviously, creating custom audiences and retargeting people. And so that's just one thing. So Zillow. So let's see what other things people who are interested in Zillow are also interested in. So if we come to page likes right here, we're going to see that people who are interested in Zillow are also interested in Weight Watchers, which is interesting. Pottery Barn, Pier 1. See, I don't know much about Pottery Barn or Pier 1, but this makes sense, right? People who are buying a new home or looking for a new home are interested in IKEA because they have to get furniture for it. Pier 1, again, you have to get decorations and furniture for your house and things like that, which is interesting because after, obviously the highest affinity score would be for the page that we're interested in. We see that Pottery Barn is number 2. So people who are interested in Zillow are 26 times more likely to also be interested in Pottery Barn than the average Facebook user that's not interested in Zillow. So definitely one that we would want to try would be Pottery Barn. So we'll select that one. Obviously, we'd want them, the basis of our advertising campaign here would be people who are interested in Zillow. So we're going to narrow the audience here and put Zillow. So this means that it must also match. And make sure not to actually accidentally choose employers here because it's only 2,800 people. But we are going to choose the interest of Zillow itself. So we see that we have 3.3 million people who are interested in Zillow and also interested in Pottery Barn. So we're going to cut that down a little bit, and we're going to type in, or this is actually going to improve it or make it larger. So we're going to narrow further, and we're going to do home goods. So that cuts it down from 3.3 million down to 370,000, which is getting a little bit better. People always ask me, what's the best potential reach or audience size, and it really it depends on what your niche is, whether you're kind of doing cold traffic and things like that. I generally would say that anything under a potential reach of 300 to 500,000 is probably considered quote unquote small, even though that seems very large. But most lookalike audiences that you're creating have 2 million or more people in them, in the USA at least. And so generally the range that I'm shooting for is between 300,000 and kind of 2 million, but even those lookalike audiences, I like to cut those down a little bit. And I've found that kind of a sweet spot for me is in that 300,000 to 500,000 range. But even if you want to get super, super targeted, you can even go, 100,000 or less, but you're not going to get as many impressions and your ad's not going to get shown to as many people, obviously. So I don't know what Joanna Gaines is. Let's see what this is. Joanna Gaines is, HGTV. So she must be somebody who does house stuff, maybe decorations or something. And if you're watching this and you know who she is, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I just don't watch a lot of TV. So we're going to put in Joanna Gaines here. Joanna Gaines. So we go from 370,000 down to 230,000. So that's getting a little bit better, right? So we're just gonna leave that as it is. We're gonna do English as our language because I always just do English all because I create advertisements in English. And so we're gonna call this one traffic campaign home buyers interests equal Pottery Barn, Zillow, Home Goods, and Joanna Gaines. Sorry. Okay, so and one other thing that's actually pretty cool, I'm pretty sure that there is a first-time home buyer in here. Yeah, here it is, demographics. So 8.2 million people who are first-time home buyers. And so that cut our audience from 230,000 or whatever it was down to 8,900. And this is broken right now because it's literally not changing. Even with 8,900 people, it's saying it's broad, which is not true. Sometimes this gets a little glitchy, but generally it does work. And so 8,900 people is a very small audience, but if we wanted to, have a very, very high likelihood of getting some type of, success or interest, then having a very small audience would be good. Just so we could kind of prove to ourselves that people are actually going to be interested in our ads and things like that. Because if this tiny audience isn't interested in our ads, then our ads aren't designed correctly. But I generally don't like to make it that small. So what I'm going to do is actually combine some of these and do Zillow here. I'm going to delete this one and I'm going to put Home Goods in here with Joanna Gaines. And now our audience size is going to be 100,000. So that's I've actually never seen exactly 100,000. So that's pretty good, right? So that's just a way that we can do that. And if we were going to make a split test, we could run this ad exactly how it is. But if we're going to duplicate it, which we obviously are going to duplicate it, because again, testing is how you become successful on Facebook. What we would do is we would duplicate this, and then we would erase all of these, and we would try just Wayfair, or just IKEA, or just Screaming Owl, or just Groupon, right? As just a single interest. And as we get more and more data, and our custom audiences start to get populated with data, and our lookalike audiences start to get more accurate, then we can use those right here, and then we can just try 1 or 2 interests. And that is when the magic really starts to happen, when you have an accurate custom and lookalike audiences here, and then you're just duplicating it on single interests, and you find those single interests just right here from Audience Insights, and we found that just by putting in an interest. Right? We could do Redfin as well. And we see that on page likes, it changes a little bit. People who like Redfin like the Points Guys, Dave's Killer Bread, right? HomeAway, Kettle Brand, Traditional Medicinals, Zappos, right? And so people who are interested in buying a new home are also interested in wine and whatever this is. And errands, right? Because I think this is a furniture company. And so that's just a great example kind of how to make Audience Insights really work for you, just so you don't feel too overwhelmed. How do I know what age to even start with? How do I know what gender to go after? How do I have any idea what detailed targeting? Let Audience Insights show you data from the source, right? Don't guess, just look it up. So let's look people who are interested in Zillow. And we're on Google Trends right now, if you didn't see that. And we're going to be targeting people in the United States. So we're going to type in United States here. And we see that people who are interested in Zillow, and I like to do by, I guess we can do it by, let's do subregion. Oh, it disappears, or no, it's down below. No, it disappears. Okay, so we're going to do subregion. And so we're now, instead of just targeting straight up the United States, we're going to target people who are in Oregon, Arizona. I'm doing this so backwards. Sorry. Washington and Idaho. I just did Oregon first because it's where I'm from. And so now, it went from 100,000 people down to 9,200, which is obviously, makes sense because we're targeting 5 states out of 50. And so, it's 1/10 of the amount of states, which means it's 1/10 of the potential reach. But these states have been shown to be, more likely being interested in Zillow. Another cool way that we can use Google Trends is people who are interested in Google, because Google Trends and Audience Insights kind of operate in different ways. People who like Zillow have already shown their interest, but Google's a little bit different. You don't go onto Google and like a page, and I guess you could with Google Plus, but you don't really. So we can do search terms like how to buy your first home. And we can do that search term, and we see that it's very seasonal here. But we can see that that's very popular in New York. Type in first-time home buyer. And now we can see that Delaware, Rhode Island, Maryland, Florida. And so, you know, we could basically, guys, what I'm trying to prove is the possibilities are basically endless here. So if we typed in Zillow, if people are typing into Google Zillow because they're interested in finding Zillow, or they want to learn more about Zillow or get to the website Zillow, that means that they're interested in a home. But if they're typing in first-time home buyer, then maybe they're trying to learn about it, and you can tell that they're actually like interested in, you know, becoming a first-time home buyer. So we could type in city here, and we can get even more specific, that maybe like we think that Jacksonville has a lot of first-time home buyers, and so we're actually targeting people that are in Jacksonville and who are also first-time home buyers, right? And I hope you guys are starting to get how powerful this is, utilizing and synchronizing Google Trends, because you're literally getting Google searches, Google search data aggregated in such a beautifully intuitive template here, and you're getting Facebook browsing history, and you're getting, these are factual things, data-driven decisions, so you can set up your ad campaigns right from the very start, guys. So I hope you enjoy that one, guys. And that was pretty much everything that you need to know from a basic level of how to kind of leverage the unbelievable power of Facebook and Google data using Audience Insights and Google Trends to create kind of a, you know, a very educated guess of, you know, your initial targeting. Because again, guys, every advanced and amazing Facebook advertiser knows that I could create these campaigns and they could completely suck. But after my first campaigns, based on the data, based on the results of these campaigns, the results of these ads, then I would be able to know for sure what was working, what was not, scaling those, and then actually creating truly profitable campaigns once we have, you know, that pixel data and lookalike audiences to work for. And we're going to show you exactly how to do that, guys. I'm very excited. So I hope you enjoyed this one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, let's talk about how to use human psychology to our advantage, right? We want to kind of leverage every piece of, you know, every psychological sales advantage, you know, using copy, every psychological advantage we can do, you know, from an image perspective, just so we can give ourselves, you know, the highest probability and chance of actually being successful with our advertisements. So micro expressions are those fraction of a second expressions that sweep across our face as an involuntary subconscious response to something, right? So the 7 strongest include disgust, anger, fear, sadness, happiness, surprise, and contempt. And, you know, substituting these onto the faces of your made images can immediately translate an emotion to people instantly without using a single line of text or copy, right? And so we've talked about it before. Smiling faces, human beings in advertisements, you know, it attracts human eyes. Humans are human beings for a reason. We're, you know, intrinsically, instinctually attracted to other human beings, whether they're men or women, right? And so if someone's smiling, you combine that with, you know, a beautiful woman, or a beautiful woman, excuse me, and then you combine that with, you know, one of the 7 strongest micro expressions, and, you know, you've got a good ad. So let's take a little gander at some of these micro expressions and how we can actually use them, right? Because if you're thinking to yourself, yeah, like I understand disgust, anger, but like what about in practice, right? Using Google is your friend, guys. Always, always, always get in the habit of using Google. Seriously, I know for a fact that the difference between millionaire entrepreneurs and non-millionaire entrepreneurs, the millionaire entrepreneurs are just slightly more willing to teach themselves things on Google. I swear, that's literally the difference. So here we go. Disgust, right? So I literally just typed in disgust advertisements. This is a perfect one. This immediately catches my attention. He's disgusting. He's looking at it. This would be a perfect, you know, image for some type of advertisement related to drinks. Or, you know, you could hire someone off Fiverr to easily Photoshop out his hand, and you could have whatever text you wanted here, right? And his face immediately makes me stop and actually look at it. Let's look at another one that makes sense, right? Here's one that really catches my eye. Maybe it's a little bit too disgusting. Here's one that catches my eye, but it's probably a little bit too intense. This one definitely catches my eye also. So yeah, so I mean, this is definitely one that I would use in an ad. Here's a good one also. That's funny that he appears when you put disgust in here. All right, so let's do anger advertisements. Right, so this face really catches my eye, definitely. And, you know, there's stock photo sites that you can buy images off of. Facebook also has stock photos. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at them, but if we go to single image here, we can actually go to free stock images right here. And you can type in like angry. And, you know, they have a ton of stuff that are just free to use here, guys. It's ridiculous, right? We can type in disgust. You know, here's a dog. There's a great one, right? So there's literally basically an unlimited supply of images. And some stock images may not comply with Facebook policies. So, you know, but it's important to note that even though the watermark does show here, the watermark will not appear in the final ad image. And so, no, you know, using these are kind of a good start. And if you want to download these images and actually like put like a little overlay of text saying like 20% off or whatever it is, you can just download these directly from Shutterstock. And so literally, guys, there's so many options here. All you have to do to find that again is just to click over to single image right here in the ad section, and then just go to, instead of browse library or upload images, browse library is looking at images you've already uploaded. Upload images, you can like upload them from your actual computer. Free stock images, and you can type in anything you want, right? Fear. Yeah, so here's, you know, people that are afraid, right? Everyone's pointing the finger at them. These are fantastic ads. Look at how well this captures your attention, right? The kind of shocking, beautiful eye of this person, kind of the dark contrast in the background. You know, mixing this type of ad or making it all black and white except for the eye, like those are just beautiful ways to start to just attract people's attention. Because sometimes you'll see advertisements that have images that are just really captivating and eye-catching and beautiful, and they don't really have a ton to do with the actual ad itself, right? Because sometimes the purpose of the image, guys, is just to attract someone's attention. Just to pattern interrupt their, you know, normal auto scroll habits of going through Facebook and to show them something, right? So, you know, combining the micro expressions with smiling people, especially beautiful women, really has a powerful impact, guys. And then again, combining this with additional micro commitments, such as, you know, clicking an ad, filling out a form, clicking a button, you know, giving someone their email, reading a paragraph of text. Once somebody gives you a micro commitment, like they read your whole text, or, you know, you have them encapsulated in some even very small way, they're much more likely to continue down, you know, your sales funnel and actually do what you want them to do, whether it's give you their email or, you know, sign up for a webinar or download a cheat sheet or, you know, absorb some type of free value. Once they, you know, micro commit by being, you know, entertained and their interest being captured by your image, and they make a micro commitment of reading your ad, clicking on your ad, filling out their email, then you're much more likely to actually be able to, you know, convert them into a purchase. So let's take a look at this example right here. We see that there's two types of ways to create an ad. Having the ad image on the right, or having the ad image on the left, and then having the ad text on the right, or having the ad text on the left. So our brains, guys, are basically set up to process images on the left and text on the right, and our eyes move right from top to bottom, left to right. So orienting your ad correctly really makes a huge difference. And, you know, I can really see the difference here, right? Like, here's two examples with the guy on the left and the guy on the right. And the guy on the right just looks very awkward to me, having the text on the left versus having, you know, the actual ad image on the left and having the text on the right. You know, I'm a human being. I'm naturally kind of inclined to look at a smiling, you know, relatively attractive looking person, and then it just makes a lot more sense, a lot more logical sense to have the text over here on the right. So whenever you're designing an ad, right, remember that people are going to look first at the image, and then it's just awkward to drag your eyes to the left after you've already looked to the right. And so I know that seems very minor, guys, but it's not. Advertising is all about like the little details and the visual cues and just kind of leveraging all the different psychological aspects that we can, you know, getting people to make micro commitments, right? Kind of using micro expressions to, again, pattern interrupt to get people to actually pay attention, and then orienting your ad correctly so that people are looking at kind of the ad model first, and then the ad text, and kind of the call to action and what you actually want them to read, right? So that is just a very basic introduction of how to use human psychological advantages, human psychology to your advantage, how to take advantage of micro expressions, how to orient your ad correctly, and then again, how to use the actual free stock images really to type in basically anything we want, right? Like we could type in sadness here, and they're gonna have a ton of stock photos for us that portray those emotions, and people respond to emotions, guys. So it's this is a very basic kind of introduction, but these are very, very powerful tools that should be used for good, right? But they're very powerful tools that are going to make your advertisements so much more effective. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, guys, and let's get to the next. All right, guys, welcome to the 5th module on how to make a ton of money without your own product or service. So one of the biggest parts of this course, one of the biggest new opportunities of this course is using Facebook advertising as a source of income, right? A lot of people use Facebook ads to subsidize their income, to drive more traffic to their already existing product or service or business or things like that. And that's an incredible way to use Facebook ads. We talked about that a ton, how to create, amazing custom audiences based on your traffic, how to create ad copy that converts images, where to get, inspiration from some of the best marketers in the world, databases of ads. We talked about pretty much everything that you need to know to become an expert in Facebook advertising, right? So we still do have a module on scaling and optimizing and really kind of, taking your advertising to the next level on Facebook coming up. But this module is going to go over how to actually use Facebook ads as a, solitary source of income, how to run Facebook ads for other businesses and to charge them a monthly retainer to do so. So I've talked about it a couple times during the course, but what is a Facebook ad agency? So essentially what a Facebook ad agency is you actually run Facebook ads for businesses, right? And the model that we're going to use in this course is running Facebook ads for local businesses starting where you live. So if you live in Austin, Texas, or you live in San Francisco, California, or wherever you live, right, we're going to start in our own location. And if you live in a tiny little town where you don't have local businesses like dentists, doctors, we're going to go over exactly what types of local businesses that we're going to want to target, right? Because there's some that are easier to convert as clients. There's some that are harder. There's some that have more discretionary income to actually use towards advertising. There's some that don't. And so we're going to talk about how to find your perfect customer. But just for this video, I want to introduce the idea of a Facebook ad agency and why it's so revolutionary. Because, with a lot of businesses, a lot of brick and mortar businesses, a lot of kind of traditional businesses, there's expenses to get started. Even with e-commerce, right? With Amazon, for example, you have to buy the inventory up front. So you have to buy 500 units, right? For, $1 each or $2 each for, so it's $1,000 of cost of goods sold. And then you have shipping costs and you have, PPC costs. You have all of these different costs that kind of play into your business like a normal business has, right? But the beautiful thing about Facebook ad agencies is basically the only expense is your time. Right, there's some small expenses like the landing page services like ClickFunnels, for example, and some of the things we're going to be using on that, but they're very minor costs, especially when you start to scale and get more than a few clients, right? And so a Facebook ad agency represents a very unique opportunity because there's almost zero expenses getting started, and the money that you do make is 100% profit, guys. So this is a super, super exciting module. I hope you guys realize and kind of feel how excited I am because I really, truly, honestly think that this is going to be a huge opportunity and it's going to completely change some people's lives who are kind of ready to go out and actually implement this and willing to be putting in the work, right? Because we have students that are really already absolutely destroying it and they have, multiple clients on their monthly retainers. And the beautiful thing is, guys, if you get one client $1,000 a month, right, that's already $12,000 a year. So as you start to get up to 5 clients or 10 clients, right, it starts to really exponentially scale. And as you get more skilled and you start to get more referrals and things like that, you can charge more for your monthly retainer, right? Every time that I get to 5, I start to charge more. Every time that I get to 10, I start to charge more, right? So it's a really, really beautiful process. So I think you guys are starting to understand how it works, but we're going to go through every single step that you need to open up your own Facebook advertising agency, even if you have no experience at all, right? If you're willing to put in the work and follow the blueprint that we're going to lay out in this module, you are going to have a brand new business. So I hope you guys are excited. Let's get into it. All right, guys, so let's talk about the simple, beautiful math behind running a successful Facebook ad agency. Because if you understand this very simple math, you're going to understand why it's such an incredible opportunity running a Facebook ad agency, right? Because there's a false perception that to run a Facebook ad agency, you have to make, 25 new business calls a day or 50 new business calls a day, like a lot of telemarketers do, calling all of these businesses, calling all of these cold calls, right? And while the fastest path to success does involve some phone calls, right? But once you kind of get your first clients, you're going to get a lot of referrals and things like that. So it's not as many as you think. Yes, it does involve some phone calls, but do not worry. I do share my exact completely proven templates in this module. I used to be the worst person in the world at making phone calls until I realized that I was actually adding a huge amount of value to these businesses. Like, I'm doing them a favor. Once you start to realize that you're doing them a favor, calling people becomes so much easier. And we're going to talk about exactly how to sign your first client 100% guaranteed in 24 hours later on in this module. So do not worry at all, because it's actually a lot less kind of phone calls and work than you might think, right? It does involve some work, but let's look at some of the simple math to see just how realistic it is to use Facebook and creating a Facebook ad agency, running ads for local businesses to actually earn a full-time income. So in 2017, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the following were the average salaries for Americans based on age. Right, so 16 to 19 years old, around 22,000. And the highest income earners were 35-year-olds to 64-year-olds, and then 65 and above went back down. Right, so this is about average. I'd say around 45,000. We're just gonna round up and say it's 48,000. So this is actually going to be more conservative. So, our estimates are going to be about actually higher than the average for an American. So if we're going to assume that the average American of any age makes 48 grand, and it's actually a bit lower than that, but we're just going to assume that it's 48 just because it makes it a bit easier for the math. If we assume that Americans make $48,000 per year on average, which, by the way, America is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and you don't have to be anywhere to create a successful Facebook ad agency. So 48,000 per year divided by 12 months, right, means that you need to make $4,000 per month to be average or above average wages, wage-wise, of one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Right? So a very conservative and realistic amount that we are going to use in our example in this module to charge your customers, right? And what I mean by customers are to charge local businesses to actually run Facebook ads for them to bring them a ton of new business, right, is about $1,000 a month. This means, guys, that all you have to do is get 4 businesses total to say yes, to earn more than the average American does in a year. All you have to do is get 4 yeses, right? We're not talking about 25 sales calls a day. We're not talking about 50 sales calls a day. If you call 1 business a day, that's 30 businesses a month. All you need is 4 of those 30 businesses, right? 1 out of 7 to say yes, and all that is 1 call a day for 1 month. And if you get 4 of those people to say yes, now you're earning more than the average American does in an entire year, right? But if you make 1 call a day for the whole year, right, that is a lot more than 4 potential businesses, right? So what if you sign more? If you sign more than 4, all of a sudden you're earning much more than that, right? So if you were signed, for example, 10 total businesses, and they're all paying you $1,000 a month, right? That's $10,000 per month times 12 months, or 120 grand, right? And if you want to stop there, you can. The beautiful thing about running Facebook ads for people is, your biggest source of new business, guys, is word of mouth. So you're not going to have to call all of these different businesses. The beautiful thing is, if you sign up 1 business, right? Let's say you sign up a dentist. If you're doing good work for them and you're bringing in new customers and new clients and you're going to do your good work using the strategies and the tactics that we teach in this course, if you're doing good work for them and you're bringing them new business and you're profitably, you're adding more value than the amount you cost, then they're going to want to share you and they're going to want to tell their friends, right? All dentists went to school with other dentists. They know other dentists. They went to dental school, right? They have friends who are dentists and they'll refer you and you'll start to get all this referral traffic. And then if you're doing good work for your referral traffic will start to refer people. And all of a sudden, guys, you guys are going to have too much business and you're going to have to start turning people away. And that is the beautiful thing about Facebook ad agencies, and the beautiful thing about if you do good work for somebody, word of mouth is going to start to take off. People are going to give you referrals. They're going to introduce you to other small business owners, and all of a sudden you're going to have a lot of different people trying to have you run Facebook ads for them, guys. And I'm going to show you a ninja hack to get all of your current business to refer all of their friends and families, to give you all the clients you'll ever need, because I know that I hate making phone calls and I know that you probably hate making phone calls. So we're going to keep that to an absolute minimum. And literally all it is at the very beginning, and I'm going to share my exact templates and exactly what you should say on that phone call to guarantee that you're going to be much more likely to actually sign that business, guys. So all we need to do, the simple, beautiful math behind a Facebook ad agency, is get 4 people to say yes. And if we get 4 people to say yes, we are going to earn more than the average American does in a full year, completely profit with no conventional business expenses, guys. And so I think that you are probably starting to understand just how exciting this is, and that you want to get more into this module, because we are seriously going to break it down step by step by step, exact blueprint, how you can actually go about doing this, and it is going to be a very, very good one. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and let's get to the next. What is up, everyone? Welcome to Module 6, the final module in the Ninja Masterclass. We're going to talk about how to retarget people, how to optimize, and how to scale your Facebook advertising campaigns to the moon, and kind of how to know when to, let an ad die, how much money that you can really, how much money in ad spend you can tell a lot about whether an ad is effective. We're going to talk about pretty much everything that you need to know to kind of take your Facebook advertising to the next level. And so the first step of what we're going to talk about, guys, is retargeting. So when we talk about retargeting, we've talked about it before, but we haven't really formally discussed what retargeting really means. So what retargeting means, guys, is taking advantage of custom audiences, taking advantage of pixel data, and showing ads again to people who've proven that they're interested in your content, whether that means engaging with your Facebook feed, with your Facebook page, whether that means engaging with your website, whether that means engaging with any of your content, visiting specific URLs, kind of things that we've talked about when we have created custom audiences. So for the most part, guys, when we say retargeting, it means that we're creating custom audiences of people who've taken some action in our ecosystem, and then we're literally retargeting them with ads based on those actions, right? And then we're going to talk about split testing, guys. We've kind of discussed briefly what split testing is. I think by now, all of us kind of have a pretty good understanding of what split testing, the idea of split testing, but we're going to actually show very quickly, just right at the beginning of this module, exactly how to actually pragmatically in real time split test, right? Because split testing is kind of an intangible thing. It's I think we understand it, but I want to show you exactly what I mean by split testing, just so it can finally be kind of hammered home, right? And so first, let's actually split test this little campaign right here. So I set up just a basic demo campaign. It's a traffic for a dentist ad running to our actual ClickFunnels page that we talked about how to set up. And I'm doing it for $1 a day, right? So it's spent $2.81 and it's already had 2 clicks, which is actually pretty ridiculous. So if we wanted to, well, first of all, let's actually take a look at this ad. So once you actually have ads that are running, guys, you'll just see them right here. They'll appear kind of just in your main ads feed. And so if we want to edit it, all I did was I clicked edit right here, or we can actually go into the ad itself. So if we go into the ad itself, now we're in the ad set. location. If we want to look at the campaign, we can look at the campaign, see the total spend and things like that. We're going to talk about exactly how to set up these columns and things like that, so you can really kind of in a very quick way know kind of the return on investment of your advertising campaigns. We're going to get into that in a second. Let's talk quickly about how to actually split test though. So in the ad set section right here, if we wanted to see the ad, obviously we'd click right here, but in the ad set section, we can take a look at this ad itself, right? So come into edit here, and let's take a quick look at what this is, right? So it's a website, it's a traffic campaign to a website, $1 a day budget, right? We're targeting San Diego, 18 through 65, so we don't really know what the kind of age demographics are that are going to be best for us yet. We don't know what kind of men or women, right? This is kind of a very much so shot in the dark, and I wanted to do that kind of purposefully to show you guys, you know, how we're going to actually kind of narrow this down a little bit, right? Because our potential reach is 89,000, kind of not directly up into the center here for the audience definition, a little bit leaning too far toward broad, right? And so let's actually, you know, do this, and let's split test this and say that we only want to target men, right? So how do we do that? Let's say we want to keep everything else exactly the same, right? Detailed targeting we want to keep the same, age we want to keep the same, locations we want to keep the same, right? We're not targeting a custom audience or a lookalike audience yet, right? Because we don't have any data. This is the very first time that we're running this campaign. And so let's say that we wanted to split test this and only target men. So how do we do that? So keeping everything else the same, it's actually quite easy, right? So we're going to collapse this panel, and we're going to come over here, and we're going to hover over this, and right here where it says duplicate, we're going to click duplicate, increase website views, right? We're going to optimize for landing page views. We are going to duplicate the original campaign, number of copies of each ad set. So if we wanted to duplicate, you know, multiple, we can do that too. So let's actually create two so we can duplicate. And so once it kind of finishes this, it's going to create two other copies, right? So this first copy, we're going to actually, change the name here. Once it's able to actually kind of finalize these little changes, you'll see this adorable little blue arrow moving around. And so this one right here, we're going to actually call this one Men Split Test, right? And we're going to come down here, and now instead of it being all, we're going to click Men, and we're going to click Publish, right? And it's literally as simple as that, guys. And now we're going to click into this one. We're going to go to Edit. We're going to call this one Women Split Test. Right? And it's important to change the names just so you can kind of keep straight all of your different split tests. And we're going to go to women here and publish. And so now, you know, Facebook reviews all of their ads again, and some, you know, depending on things, the review process is normally shorter once they've already approved a similar ad. But now we're going to have, you know, the only difference between these ads, all of the interest targeting is the same, the age, right, the location. The only thing we've changed is this specific ad, the original ad we created, the original ad set has men and women, right, all genders. This one only has men. This one only has women. And so now what we're going to be able to test, guys, is if we're testing, you know, $5 a day each, or $10 a day each, or $20 a day each, after, you know, 2 or 3 days, one of these is going to perform best. And, you know, I would guess and I would assume that it's going to be women, just because in my experience, you know, women are the ones who kind of pick the dentist for the family. But, you know, I could be wrong. And that's the point of split testing. I have assumptions, and I let the market tell me. I never get emotional with my advertisements. I let the data show me, right? So after 3 days, we could see that, you know, our cost per click is $1 for women, and for men, it's $3, and for all genders, it's $2, right? And so then we would scale the ad campaign. We'd increase the daily budget by, you know, 15 to 30%. And we could do that with a rule here, right? That we talked about before. Automatically, we can increase our winning ad sets with rules. And then all of a sudden, guys, we have a much more successful, profitable campaign just from a very, very quick split test that we did. Split testing all genders, men and women. So that is the basic idea of a split test, guys. And remember, you can change anything. You can edit the interest. You can edit the age. You can edit the location, right? And that is the beauty of scaling. That is the beauty of Facebook. That is the beauty of testing, guys. And so I just wanted to get that kind of out of the way because we've talked about it a bunch of times, but we haven't actually done it in, you haven't watched me actually do it. And I just wanted to show you just how easy that actually is. And so let's quickly talk about conversion campaigns. We've mentioned this before, but conversion campaigns really are kind of, the culmination of Facebook advertising, right? So once you have a bunch of data, once you have some purchases, once you have some people that have gone to your thank you page, then you can use Facebook's unbelievable amount of data to optimize to find more people that have, that share kind of those commonalities. So we're going to go to our ads manager here. We're going to create an ad campaign. Start again, conversions, right? And so, we could call this one like dentist conversion campaign thank you page, right? And so then, what we're going to do here, and, since there's no actual purchase for a dentist campaign, like they're not buying like a teeth cleaning on our website, then this one would actually be something probably more like completed registration, for example. So to change that, all we would do is completed registration, right? And then, how we actually know whether or not that our Facebook pixel is going to pick up this completed registration is by installing that custom piece of coding onto our thank you page, right? Onto the final page so that we can track that. Because what we're optimizing for, what we're trying to get more conversions for is people completing the action we want them to complete. And in our dentist funnel, that would be to actually go to the thank you page, meaning they gave us their email, meaning that they actually want to sign up, right? That's what we want more of. That's what we want Facebook to find us more of. That's the purpose of the conversion campaign, right? And so that's just like a basic kind of introduction into how to split test, right? Which is kind of the apex and the most critical part of Facebook advertising, the testing, right? And then that is kind of the just a basic introduction of conversion campaigns, which we've discussed a bunch before, kind of before this module. And so I think everyone kind of understands what conversion campaigns are. But just to kind of hammer it home, let's actually go ahead and install this code onto the thank you page of ClickFunnels, just so you can kind of see the entire process to make sure that we're creating these conversion campaigns the right way. All right, so if we want to call this a completed registration, and guys, remember, we choose what it's called. If you want to call people visiting your thank you page view content, you can, right? Facebook has no idea what these events are. You have to tell them, right? It just makes more sense to call it something that makes sense. So when you have like a bunch more campaigns and things like that, you're not like saying, oh yeah, like I called it view content, right? So we're gonna just do completed registration here. And so then how do we actually tell Facebook that somebody who signs up and actually gives us their email in the Ninja funnel, that it actually counts as a conversion event? Right? And so the first thing that we have to do is come into our pixel, right? And to get here, we just go to pixels right here. And we're going to go to setup. And we're going to manually install the code ourselves and go to continue, right? We already installed this code in the settings right here under head tracking. And so now we're going to actually install the standard event snippet, like the little piece of code on the thank you page itself. So we're going to go to edit page here. And we're going to come back and we're going to go to continue. And now we're going to grab the code for completed registration, which is right here, right? So we're going to grab this little piece of code right here. We're going to come into settings, and all we did was click edit page there. We're going to go to tracking code, and I already installed it, but we're just going to, paste it right here. Close this out, save it, and now every time someone comes from one of our Facebook ads onto this page, Facebook is going to say, okay, boom. Completed registration just happened. And then when you actually go to create a conversion campaign optimizing for completed registration, Facebook is going to use its beautifully complex algorithms to go out and find other people who are most likely to also convert on this event that we're telling it to convert on, right? Because a big mistake that I see a lot of kind of new people with Facebook ads make is they'll say, okay, well, yeah, I have a lot of view content events firing, right? Like a lot of people are visiting my page. That's kind of the event with the most data. And so I'll make a conversion campaign for that. right? But think about that. What that's going to do is Facebook is going to go out and they're going to find other people who are also most likely to just view your content, right? At the end of the day, we don't want people to just view our content. We want people to sign up, give us their email. We want people to convert. We want people to watch our webinar. And, we want people to purchase the products that we're advertising for, right? And so if you're optimizing a conversion campaign for like view content or, view content or what would be another one? Yeah, like view content, I guess, is kind of the best example of one. It's going to go out and find other people who are most likely to also view your content. So, the things that I like to optimize for are, people completing a registration, for example, people purchasing, right? I guess even add to payment info is another example. If a ton of people are adding payment info, but none of those people are converting, Facebook is going to go out and find other people who are also likely to add their payment info, but not necessarily convert and actually purchase, right? And so the best things to create conversion campaigns around are, purchases and completed registrations, because those are kind of activities that mean somebody actually did something that's valuable to us, right? They gave us money through a purchase, or they completed a registration so we can email market to them, right? So we can follow up with them via phone and things like that, right? And so that's kind of a very basic tutorial into split testing. I wanted to do it very first thing in this module, just so you guys can see it in action, see how easy it is, and just to edit, duplicate, edit anything you want. You can change the interest, you can change whatever you want, and then just publish it. And then all of a sudden now you have 3 different split tests, and you can, after a few days, I like to let them run for at least 2 or 3 days. You can tell which is the best, right? Let the data tell you. Never get emotional. It's gonna be so valuable for you guys if you can prevent yourself from getting emotional about your own ideas and just letting the data really tell you what's happening, right? So would you rather create a conversion campaign for 100 people who visit any page of your website, 10 people who add your product to cart, or 1 person who actually purchased your product or service, right? The mostly correct answer, guys, is 100 people who visit your page. Just because if only 1 person purchased your product, there's no reason to actually make a conversion campaign for that. That's not nearly enough data, right? Facebook recommends having 25 event fires per week at the minimum, right? So 25 people purchasing your product or completing a registration minimum for a conversion campaign to actually make sense. Before that, right, focus on PPE to get engagement for your ads, focus on traffic to get people actually coming to your ecosystem, right? The most correct answer, guys, is all 3. Because if if you have enough budget, then try making a conversion campaign for view content. Try making a conversion campaign for ad payment info. Split test and make a conversion campaign for completed registration. Split test and make a conversion campaign for purchases, even if you only have 1, right? The most correct answer always, guys, is going to be those who test the most and create the most split tests are the ones who are going to be the most successful. And I know that's kind of a frustrating answer, but unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast, right? Facebook is an unbelievably complicated machine, and there's a lot of chaotic inputs and variables, and it's impossible to know what's going to work the best, right? You can make a bunch of really educated guesses, but the people who test the most always succeed, guys. So that is the introduction. Welcome to the final module. We're gonna get deeply into this, where we're gonna show you all of the best ways to optimize and scale and split test kind of in the most intelligent way to save you the most time, right? And this is going to be a very fun one. I promise you guys, by the time we finish this, you're gonna feel completely ready to absolutely scale your Facebook campaigns to the moon. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one, and let's get to the next.
To the haters, the doubters, the people who tell you to get a normal job to play it safe, to anyone who's ever told someone with a dream they can't, this video's for you. If I did what people told me to do, I'd be sitting in a cubicle Monday through Friday for the rest of my life as a nameless, faceless cog in the machine. If I let society tell me what to do, I'd be an accountant with good benefits and a solid retirement plan. If I let my boss, or my teachers, or my family choose what I did with my life, I would be living their life, not the life I wanted. He who says he can and he who says he can't are both usually right. What people don't realize is that you truly have to believe something different can happen for you. We have as humans something that no animal has, and it's called imagination. Imagination allows you to see it and feel it before it actually happens. People say they want to be successful, but they don't want to be successful as much as they want to party. Most people don't want to be successful as much as they want to sleep. People are incredibly good at rationalizing to themselves about why they never change. I'll get started when I'm done with school. I would get started, but I don't know where to start. I've always wanted to change my life, but I don't know how. I want it so bad. Then why haven't you gotten it? It's only when you realize that everything is on you that you can start to make a change. You owe it to yourself to feel the pride of knowing you made your life. You didn't get lucky, you worked for it. You sacrificed, and when it was hard, you pushed harder. If you have ambition, if you have dreams for your life, if you have a message to share, this is the time to get it out there. There has never been a better time to make your dreams a reality. There is no excuse if you want it. Go out and get it. If you don't know how, learn how. Ask the right questions. Become a doer. Think about that person or the people that have inspired you and share this message with them. Take action and genuinely thank them for what they've done for you, and then get to work and make them proud. So what are you waiting for? The best time to start was a year ago. The second best time is right now. And remember, limits, like fears, are often just an illusion.